Take these 5,000 taels first, I'll give you the remaining 10,000 taels by this time tomorrow. Okay, dowry, we agreed to keep everything simple, I'll fall asleep first after I get married. Alright. Although my girl's brain isn't working well, her organs are all good. It will definitely carry on your family's bloodline, said a middle-aged man who was dressed sloppily to the old man who was older than him. At this moment, a bright light emerged from the darkness. Dad, what are you doing? Are you selling your daughter? A pretty girl, no more than 20 years old, wearing shabby clothes, shouted at him. The woman then raised her voice, Mom, come quickly, they want to sell my sister. A middle-aged woman came out, but her eyes were evasive. The father loudly rebuked his daughter, Duyan, shut up and go back to the house. Duyan didn't move at all. She just said to him, my sister has the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old, and she keeps running away, how can she get married? Seeing that Duyan ignored him, he said to the middle-aged woman beside him, Xuanai, take her back to the house quickly. The elderly man at the side said to Duyan with a smile, it's okay to run away, as long as she can give me a child. Running away or something, just run away after giving birth. Duyan looked at her father, full of despair. In your eyes, is my sister just a tool for giving birth to children? Sueno came over, and just when Duyan thought she was here to stop her father, Sueno hugged her and wouldn't let her move. Duyan looked at her mother stupidly, even you. Xuanai looked at Duoyen with shame and said softly, Duoyen, believe your father, your sister. Yukino didn't know what to say. No matter what she said, it seemed like she couldn't say it. The father yelled at Duoyen, what are you doing? You don't want to marry yourself, so why don't you let your sister marry? Am I raising you in vain? And it costs so much money. The old man next to him said to him, brother, this. She pointed at Duoyen, and her meaning was clear. My father shouted, don't even think about it. Then he said, you have to pay more. Duoyen is not comparable to this mentally retarded daughter, so she must pay more. The old man decided to give up after hearing this as it was all the money he had. Duoyen was dumbfounded. She never imagined that she was like this in her father's heart, and he even had to measure her with money. She said angrily, I just want to resist. You've already forced your sister to get married once. She's afraid of men now. Do you know what she's been through? I won't let her get hurt. She believes in you as a father now, and you are betraying him now. The father didn't bother to pay attention to her. My daughter will get married when she grows up. No one can stop her. I'm telling you, you can't run away. Duoyen knew by now that he was no longer worthy of being a father, and looking at Sueno who was clinging to her, she gathered her strength and struggled to break free. He turned around and rushed towards his father, ready to snatch his sister away. His father knocked him down with an elbow. Duoyen fell to the ground and his head hit the stone. Blood immediately poured out. Xuanai exclaimed, Duoyen. She hurried to support Duoyen, but the stone was very sharp and Duoyen was seriously injured. Yukino looked at her husband, she's your biological daughter. The father just waved his hand and said, send him to the hospital. But then he said, forget it, she's dead, let's find a place to bury her. Yukino couldn't believe her ears. She had given birth to 2 such children. The woman was on the verge of collapse at this point, and her shrill screams were terrifying and heartbreaking. She held her husband tightly and said to him, please give me some money. There is no money left at home. We have to choose a good coffin for him. Yukino finally compromised. This kind of thing would only make her more and more addicted the more she did it. But obviously it won't work at all. Let me go, you bitch. Just find a piece of soil to bury it. Seeing that he couldn't pull it open, the man subconsciously waved his hands. Bang! A loud slap was heard, and a red scar appeared on the woman's face. This was followed by a round of punches and kicks. The woman held her head in her hands and dared not resist, but just endured it. Her husband was not polite and continued to beat her. You bitch, I need to keep this little money to make a fortune. If I sell you a coffin, I'll win less. You have no experience at all. I'll take you to a feast this time. After hearing these words, the woman thought of her daughter who was already dying. She opened her teeth and bit the man's thigh hard. Ah, bastard. The man's screams echoed throughout the village, and the surrounding lights began to light up one after another. If it doesn't work, I can call a man for you. Hearing this, the woman bit even harder. The man instantly felt that he had lost face. This bitch actually dared to resist him. He was really rebelling against her. Why not just make a fuss like usual? Now you are actually taking advantage of me. If I don't teach him a lesson, I really don't know who is the master of this house. The man kicked his wife on the top of the head. The woman groaned, her body bent, and her face was hideous. It was obvious that she was in pain. He fainted directly on the ground. He said to the old man beside him, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The old man chuckled, picked up his sister and left. Before leaving, he looked at Duoyen's body with a look of pity in his eyes. His father did not even turn his head. Then he walked out. If he dares to bite himself now, what kind of outrageous things will he do in the future? I really can't imagine it. I must teach her a lesson now, otherwise how will I be able to live a good life in the future? The man began to imagine his happy life in the future. He touched the only money left in his pocket. When he thought about having a good gamble in the casino again, he suddenly felt numb. Damn, you bitch, you ruined my mood. After I get rich this time, I'm going to go to the hot springs and find some pretty girls to have some fun with. When the man thought about the happy life in the future, he felt happy both physically and mentally, and the bad mood that the woman had caused him just now was long gone. He walked briskly towards the casino. The neighbors just looked at the scene angrily, and no one dared to step forward. Of course, whoever dared to step forward would be beaten by him. They watched these scenes and realized that the husband didn't even care about his wife and children. Is he still a human being? Man is born good. But this person is obviously not a human being. Although everyone can sympathize with the mother and son, who would dare to approach someone who has lost everything in gambling, this guy is like a mad dog now. He will bite anyone he sees. Everyone can condemn him behind his back, but anyone who really wants to go there is either capable or a fool. But what could they do? They could only hide behind and talk, scowl, sigh and shake their heads, spit and curse, but without exception, no one would step forward. After the man walked away, the enthusiastic neighbors came forward to wake up the unconscious woman and check on her. Yukino, wake up. Are you okay? The woman named Yukino slowly opened her eyes, but it was obvious that after this battle, Yukino had completely lost hope of living. What's the point of me living? This guy really doesn't care about the relationship between husband and wife at all. What should I do? People around him also condemned him, saying it would be better if this kind of man died. What kind of person is he? He doesn't even care about his wife and children. Yes, you are worse than beasts. Who says it's not true? God will take this kind of person away sooner or later. Why would he stay in the world and cause harm to others? But nowadays, good people don't live long, and evil deeds last for thousands of years. On the contrary, evil people live longer. Yeah, who says it isn't? Those who work diligently have their wealth harvested by those who get something for nothing. They do the hardest work, but they are also the most tiring. What kind of logic is this? Everyone, please contribute money to buy a coffin. This little girl Duo Yan is also very cute on weekdays. Everyone donated a penny. It wasn't long before the money was gathered together. Xuanai suddenly said, I have nothing now, only him. I want to find him and persuade him not to gamble anymore. If you gamble again, you won't have a daughter to pay for it. Everyone was stunned. Xuano, what are you thinking about? He is simply not going to persuade you. You know what he did to you just now, and you are actually moving closer to him. What are you thinking? You should at least bury your daughter first. Yukino ignored them and just covered her head and limped forward. Everyone had no choice but to follow, not only to keep an eye on Yukino to prevent her from being bullied, but also to see how the story would develop subsequently. It's commonly known as reading gossip. After all, women like Yukino are relatively rare. At this time, the man holding the bag of money was thinking about how he would make a fortune in the casino. He not only got back all the money he owed before, but also got more money. 3 beauties in front of me. Thinking of this scene, the man quickened his pace. Suddenly, a figure seemed to appear in the darkness ahead, blocking his way. What the hell, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here now. But the tall figure in front of him did not move, but slowly raised his eyes. His eyes were cold and sharp, the wind was blowing around him, and the drunken man was sobered in an instant. I don't care who you are, a ghost or a human, I'm telling you, get out of here right now. If you don't leave now, you will be in big trouble. Sobering up obviously made him even angrier, and he swore in his heart that if this man didn't leave, he would kill him. Damn it, I hope it won't affect my luck today. If I lose money again today, it must be this bastard. Damn it. Due to this delay, Yukino and the villagers in the back rushed over in an instant. Some villagers subconsciously raised their lanterns because of the darkness around them, and this was a very serious move. The light of the lantern instantly shattered the darkness. This dress is police force, Uchiha. This is someone from the Uchiha clan. The villagers around couldn't help but tremble. The Uchiha clan, this name is well known to every villager in Konoha village. If they encountered an ordinary police patrol team, the villagers would be very happy because they had met a savior. But the police force of Konoha village was arranged by the hokage himself, and all of them are members of the Uchiha clan. No villager in Konoha would want to see them. To the villagers, these people with bad tempers, great strength, and blood-red eyes were like demons crawling out of hell. They were both mysterious and terrifying. In addition, there are always some voices in the village saying that the Uchiha clan is unruly and domineering and will do whatever they want. The villagers themselves were very disdainful of their arrogant temper. As a result, the coincidence of rumors and reality further deepened the villagers' fear of them. Police force, Uchiha clan. The man was a little surprised and shocked, but then I felt relieved. It was not a ghost. As long as it's not a ghost, what is there to be afraid of? This police force is in charge of everything. Can they still control themselves from gambling? As for his own daughter, she hit the rock, he didn't kill her. When the alcohol took effect, the man felt that he was invincible and could beat 100 people by himself. The shock just now faded, and he became a little angry. Even if it's the Uchiha clan, so what? I'm going to gamble, sir. Do you still have to care about this? The Uchiha before him remained motionless. He was getting a little impatient now. Just stay out of my business, okay? So what if you're an Uchiha? So what if you're in the police force? Even if the hokage comes, he won't be able to find fault with this matter. Why do you care about my family affairs? The man took a big step, weighed the purse in his hand, sneered, and walked over arrogantly. Just two men wearing the same clothes as the man in front of him walked over from a distance, one of them holding a child, and the other carrying a corpse like a dog. The two Uchiha clan police officers who had just arrived became furious when they heard him insulting the Uchiha clan. Their originally normal eyes instantly turned blood red, and two Megatama appeared. From the man's perspective, it was obvious that the Sharingan had already been activated, so there was no need to explain how angry these two were. There is no need to say much about the glory of Uchiha, no one can slander it. The two have decided to lock up the beast and give him a thorough interrogation. As for Lord Hokage, when has the Uchiha clan ever cared about the Hokage? I have to say that Uchiha is indeed an emotional animal, completely dominated by emotions, with extremely abundant emotions. Many times, other people's cerebellum drives the brain, but Uchiha is different. In their eyes, beauty is nothing but a passing cloud. Just as the two were about to attack, screams suddenly rang out throughout the night. As expected of the captain, he is decisive and ruthless. Our captain is so righteous that he saves people from danger. Although the two of them felt that the captain was a bit extreme, it felt great. Faced with these trivial matters all day long, the proud Uchiha is too lazy to pay attention to them, but they are really annoying. Following the captain, the two felt that at least every day was exciting. However, the clan leader should come to warn soon. After all, the second Hokage is coming soon. Really, you evil old Senju, the throne of Hokage should belong to our Uchiha clan. Why hasn't the thousand-handed old ghost died yet? He has been exploiting us Uchiha and even took away the position of the second Hokage. However, the third Hokage should soon be our Uchiha. The crowd was still silent. Yukino, who had just reacted, screamed as she looked at the lonely head. The screams pierced the villagers' eardrums, and they couldn't help but feel confused. This shouldn't happen. This man bullied Yukino so much and also trafficked in people. Why would Yukino still feel sad for him? Maybe she was a little scared when she saw the head. What did you do? He was my husband and you killed him. The enthusiastic villagers said to Yukino, Yukino, you are not mistaken, are you? Although this lord is a bit radical, this bastard bullied you so much. Now that he is dead, you can live a good life. Yes, Yukino. The villager said as he looked at Uchiha next to him, his eyes filled with awe and admiration, mixed with a hint of fear. Shueno seemed to be crazy, holding her head, muttering to herself, even though he bullied me so much, he is my husband. How can I live without him? You devil, how could you kill him? How could you kill him? How can I live? I will fight you. Yukino screamed and rushed towards Uchiha. All the villagers and the two Uchiha team members were stunned. Even Uchiha clan members like Uchiha Zimo and Uchiha Kinjian, who have relatively clear thinking processes, are now a little confused. What on earth is this woman doing? The people no longer felt sorry for him. They all mourned his misfortune and were angry at him for not fighting back. This guy no longer knew right from wrong. Qingyan thought to himself, it seems that what the captain does is right sometimes. I really don't know what's wrong with some people's brains, they are so weird. What the captain said makes damn sense. If I were faced with this kind of thing, I really don't know what to think. It would be too painful. Yukino pounced towards Uchiha like a devil, and somehow a pair of very sharp scissors appeared in her hand. Before taking action, it was clear that he had already developed the intention to kill. He stabbed Uchiha viciously. Swish, swish. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was very crisp, but in the eyes of the villagers it was very terrifying and made people tremble with fear. Team leader. No, team leader. Uchiha Zimo and Uchiha Kinjian looked at Uchiha, their hearts full of worry. In the picture, Yukino was lying on the ground, with blood gushing out of her blood hole continuously, staining the ground beneath her. Team leader, what on earth have you done? With their strength, they couldn't stop Uchiha at all. With Yes strength, who in the Uchiha clan can do anything to him except the clan leader. They simply couldn't believe the scene before them. That gambler who trafficked in human beings should be killed. It was right for him to die if he provoked the Uchiha, but this woman was just helping. Her crime does not deserve the death penalty. Captain, why did you kill him? In Konoha village, ninjas and villagers are prohibited from fighting openly. Captain, you are so upright, didn't you see that the old man next to you fainted? This time, the clan leader will definitely not pretend that nothing happened. The villagers nearby were silent, but they still gasped. The Uchiha clan is so cruel. The eyes of the old villagers were full of fear, but the young men clearly revealed a kind of admiration in their eyes. This is what a real man should be like. But can he really replace it? Uchiha simply said, she's gone crazy and took action first. In order to defend myself, I had to take action. Besides, aiding in the trafficking of human beings is an even greater crime. Accomplices and the real murderer are the same. Then he added, assaulting the deputy captain of the police department. What kind of crime is that? The whole audience was silent for a moment. Who dared to attack the captain of the police force in Konoha village? How could this woman have such ability? I now suspect that she is a spy from another village, intending to threaten the safety of the village. That you should take her and her husband's bodies to the police force and report the truth to the clan leader. I believe that the clan leader will not wrongly accuse any Uchiha who has done his best for the safety of the village. Zemo was a little dazed listening to the captain's words. Who would believe that someone who rushed straight towards the Uchiha with a pair of scissors in his hand would be a spy and couldn't even use ninjutsu? If we report this to the clan leader and he believes it, that would be crazy. These two men deserve it for trafficking in human beings. But this woman… Oh, forget it, just trust the captain. Zemo said to him, Captain, what about this kid? Even though Uchiha had a clear conscience, he could remain calm. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, I am not a serious person, and remaining cool is just a protective color. This damn ninja world. Besides, with such a handsome face, a cool expression can make you even cooler. This hellish joke of a husband and wife reunion fits the style of the system. Forget it, it's our own system after all, so what's wrong with pampering it a little? He continued on his journey without hesitation, punishing evil and promoting good. System host Uchiha age 17 identity Konoha police force squad leader strength Jonin technique 3 Megatama Sharingan 920/1000. Uchiha quickly added the points from before to the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Now it is the 3 Megatama Sharingan 940/1000. Call. Almost there. Knowing the story of Naruto, he naturally knew that in this work nicknamed Legend of the Eyes and Family Story, bloodline almost determines destiny. Apart from Emperor Kai's kick that transcended bloodline, there are really no other examples. But who can say that Emperor Kai has no talent in physical skills? Each and every character in this work is like cheating. The reincarnations of Indra and Azura can really use any buff and can explode at the critical moment. Fine, I have a hang too. Now that the kindness module has been developed, I don't know what other functions the system has. This crappy system only gave me one long-term mission, to become the Hokage of Konoha. The mission rewards are also very attractive. Help take the Sharingan to the next level. But the most important thing now is to quickly transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, for an Uchiha, nothing is more attractive than the Mangekyo. There is a huge difference between the Mangekyo and the 3 Megatama. With the Mangekyo, you not only have two ultimate eye techniques, but you can also use Susanoo. In this ninja world where bloodline is everything, the oppressive power of a higher level of eye technique is very great. It can be said that as long as you have a kaleidoscope, you have the power to overturn the table. As for becoming the Hokage of Konoha, born during the period when Tobirama Senju was the Hokage, with my mediocre level, even if I opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I would still be no match for him. He could even kill Izuna. How could I possibly beat him? The titles of King of Forbidden Techniques, Water Escape Expert, and Godfather of Scientific Research are not given for nothing. Using his ability to observe Uchiha's ninjutsu and the characteristics of the Sharingan, he developed various ninjutsu. The Dark Walk technique, which creates visual illusions and deprives all light, is too restraining to the Sharingan. The Shadow Clone technique uses chakra to create physical clones that the Sharingan cannot detect at all. Multiply the explosive tags to continuously break through Susanoo's defense. Uchiha felt annoyed whenever he thought about it. This old thing was truly an evil thousand-handed old ghost. His talent for scientific research is a bit beyond the standard. In short, during the reign of Lord Tobirama, it would definitely be impossible for me to become Hokage by usurping the throne. As for becoming Hokage through formal channels, that is even more impossible. Could it be that he became a disciple of Tobirama Senju, then was recognized by Tobirama, and finally he was the one who bravely covered the rear and was appointed as Hokage by him? Stop joking, okay. Uchiha was sure, as long as I say so myself, teacher, as the Shadow Guard, I should naturally protect the Hokage's safety, and I will cover you. Then Tobirama would definitely pat his shoulder and say, yeah, you really interpret the will of fire. Take care, take care. Then he took Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others and left decisively without even paying any attention to me. Oh, maybe that guy Uchiha Jing will also be left behind to cover the retreat. In the end, the story of the Uchiha brothers being the last to leave would be the end of it. After all, he is an Uchiha. Just the Megatama and the Red Eye Syndrome and the sight of the Senju Tobirama can remind him of Uchiha Madara, who is competing with him for the eldest brother. Don't mention it, it's just that Uchiha Madara is a man. If he were really a woman, there would be no plot later. And Tobirama would definitely not be at ease. After all, anyone from the Uchiha clan who got 3 Megatama would definitely have some problems in his heart. As for opening into a kaleidoscope, it is like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, completely becoming a lunatic, and the whole person is dizzy. Including himself, who has been practicing the art of killing since childhood. He graduated at the age of 6 and went on a mission to kill people. Killing was as easy as cutting vegetables. If he hadn't formed his own values, something would have gone wrong long ago. In the opinion of Senju Tobirama, all members of the Uchiha clan must be seriously ill and should not exist in this world if they become Hokage. That must be the 3 Megatama or the Mangekyo. His mental state is definitely worrying. Who knows, one day he might suddenly have an idea and turn around and lead the Konoha village to a path of no return. As for taking on the whole world alone, that should be the basic operation. You never know what Uchiha is thinking when he opens his Mangekyo. Obviously, the Uchiha are a clan of love. Every time they are promoted, it is because of strong emotional impulses, the protection of love, and the strong belief that opens their eyes. But after his eyes were opened, because of the strong mental shock, he became extreme, only believing in himself and not listening to anything else. But people only care about the results. This is just like Absol in Pokemon. It clearly predicts disasters every time and tells humans to stay away from them. But humans don't understand. They only know that there will be disasters wherever they go. I think they are disaster beasts. Senju Tobirama is such a prejudice. Does he know it or not? He must know it, after all, he is very smart. His prejudice must be mixed with some Uchiha Madara factors. As for how big the proportion of these few points is, it is hard to say, but it must be a lot. If someone told Senju Tobirama that Uchiha the clan is brewing a big plan, in order to save the world and let all the people in the ninja world enjoy peace, they will develop a ninjutsu to hang people all over the world on trees and dream sweet dreams, then there will be peace in the ninja world. In this case, if he gets the recognition of Tobirama Senju and becomes Hokage, the path of peaceful evolution will not work, and if he does not have the strength to launch a violent coup, then there is only one word: boil. It's to keep the old man company. I am good at this. After all, I am young, and youth is the capital of revolution. Not to mention, Uchiha was happy at this time. This guy, Tobirama Senju, is in danger. It should be tomorrow, my second Hokage. Looking at the 3 Megatama, 940/1000, yes, mulled secretly. My buddy's Mangekyo is about to come out. Once you die, I will use my full strength. I finally made it through, and when Sarutobi Hiruzen comes back, it'll be my turn to show off my skills. Once that opportunity was lost, there was really no way to turn things around. When he thought that he was about to make it, Uchiha couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, and a wanton smile appeared on his face, and then it gradually changed and became a weapon for family inheritance. Uchiha laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, cough, cough, cough. Damn, I choked on my saliva. Someone suddenly showed up and scared me. Uchiha coughed twice, and when he looked carefully, he saw that they were 2 members of his team. Damn, I'm exposed. This is why I don't like laughing. It's better to stay cool and aloof. This way you'll look more handsome. You're indeed quite handsome in this life. What's wrong, so late at night? Ping asked calmly. Captain, the clan leader is angry. I want you to go to the police force and meet him immediately. Both team members were very scared. They had never seen their leader so angry. I really don't know what the captain has done again. Patriarch, are you here to call me to task? Uchiha thought, the clan leader is still too cowardly. Is he wrong again? Why is he making a fuss here? Naturally knew why, so he decided to go and see what would happen to him. Without saying a word, he walked slowly towards the police force. The team members next to him didn't dare to speak and followed Uchiha closely, fearing that they would lose him. Outside the core area of Konoha, a building standing tall in the darkness, there is a very conspicuous shuriken logo in the middle. This is the headquarters of the police department headed by the Uchiha. As soon as he entered, saw the clan leader Uchiha Sakako looking at him angrily, surrounded by elite members of the police department. The 2 team members who followed felt the heavy atmosphere and were so scared that they didn't dare to raise their heads. Clan leader Uchiha Zuyu looked at Uchiha who was calm and unaware of his mistakes, and his original anger burned even more fiercely. What's going on with that woman? Uchiha Sakako pointed at the bodies of the couple and the old man who had reunited in hell and said, needless to say, these 2 men were guilty of human trafficking, punishable by death. Didn't even glance at it. I think Zemo and Kinjian have already said it, so I don't need to say more. Uchiha Zuyu looked at the unmoved Uchiha in front of him and suppressed his anger. If this guy wasn't one of the young and vigorous members of the family, gifted with extraordinary talents, and had a bunch of loyal people under him, I would have dealt with him long ago, for not giving myself the face of a clan leader. Who does he think he is, Uchiha Madara? Or does he have a kaleidoscope? The patriarch said in a heavy tone, I want to hear you say it yourself. Said helplessly, that woman could have stopped it and told the police, but she just protected the man, crying and making a fuss, but never took any action. This is assisting the crime. Moreover, she obstructed the investigation and openly attacked the captain of the Konoha police department. I suspect that she is a spy, which is reasonable. Would a normal villager attack the captain of the Konoha police department? No, even if she is not a spy, she is not an ordinary villager. She is an anti-village security element. I have a clear conscience for maintaining the safety of the village. The elders looked at each other, not knowing how to refute. If you say it doesn't make sense, it actually does make sense. But if it doesn't make sense, then it's not quite right. Uchiha Zuyu was speechless for a moment, and after a long pause, he finally said, do you really have a clear conscience? Was a little surprised, obviously not expecting the clan leader to ask such a question, but he still answered firmly, no doubt. Konoha's safety needs to be maintained. As the captain of the police force under the Uchiha, I have a clear conscience in protecting Konoha's safety. Uchiha Zuya really felt that this clan member was not Uchiha at all, but considering the serious impact of this matter, or he said, have you ever considered the Uchiha clan? The Hokage was prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Now that piece is about to come, what will the Hokage think when he returns? Jing has finally gained the trust of the Hokage. Don't you consider this at all? Zuyu said it all in one breath, as if he was venting something that he had been holding back for a long time. After listening to the tribe leader's long speech, yet couldn't help but want to laugh. He also felt a little bit dissatisfied when he saw the younger and more radical members of the tribe and the older members take this opportunity to plant a seed in their hearts. Once the Mangekyo Sharinan appears, the seed planted now will grow into a towering tree. Yet prepared his emotions and put on the momentum of a speech, Master Clan Leader, then may I ask what method I can use to make the village leaders and the Hokage look at the Uchiha with a new eye? Is there something wrong with our way of enforcing the law? Zuyu was speechless for a moment. Really, what could Uchiha do wrong? As for Jing, clan leader, everyone, you don't really believe that the Hokage will really trust Jing, right? Jing is just an undercover agent planted by the Hokage in our Uchiha clan. What, Uchiha? Yeah, watch your words. How can you slander the members of the Uchiha clan who work diligently for the glory of the Uchiha clan? An elder said angrily. What's wrong with what I said, elder? Haven't you heard what Uchiha Jing usually said in the clan? Did he say anything for the honor of the Uchiha clan? The elders found it difficult to refute for a moment. After all, Jing's but was indeed a little crooked, but everyone was just concerned and didn't dare to say it openly. The elder himself has agreed, right? Uchiha yes smiled at the elder. He went on to say, it is impossible for us to gain the trust of the higher UPS and the Hokage. Aren't the efforts made by the clan members enough? Madara-sama was supposed to be the second Hokage. This was agreed upon when the village was first established. Wasn't it the current Hokage who opposed it at that time? Why should we believe that the Hokage is on the same page with us? Another elder said, maybe we haven't shown enough and they can't see our sincerity. Uchiha looked at the elder in disbelief. What kind of IQ is this? This elder is simply a bug. If such a person stays in the position of elder, what future does Uchiha have? Looked at the elder with contempt. Haven't we shown enough? The second Hokage was originally an Uchiha, and it was the evil Senju Tobirama who stole it all. When Madara-sama left Konoha, wasn't the Uchiha showing enough sincerity? The Uchiha stayed in the village and did not leave with Madara-sama. The Uchiha have done their best, but the village leaders have excluded them again and again. At this time, we were indeed in the center of the village, and only moved to the outskirts of the village after the Night of the Nine Tails. But this way of speaking is contagious, so I won't change it. What else do you want Uchiha to do? The whole place was silent, and everyone fell into deep thought. Deep, too deep. Suddenly a different voice emerged, but isn't the police force good enough? It's actually hard to say for sure, because the police force does have considerable power. Even though a lot of power has been taken away by the dark side, it's still very valuable. But how to say it, Tobirama still knows Uchiha too well. The Uchiha clan is arrogant and doesn't care about trivial matters like managing daily safety. In fact, many things are not handled well for a long time. The villagers thought that the Uchiha had a bad temper, and the more the Uchiha looked at these villagers, the more he thought they were troublemakers. Therefore, this position actually has a lot of room for maneuver, but Uchiha was unable to discover it. But I certainly can't say that, said to the quiet voice. Good, the police force is good, the Hokage will only let the proud Uchiha take care of these trivial matters. The Uchiha clan was the founder of the Konoha village, but now they don't even have a Konoha assistant. Isn't this an insult to the glory of the Uchiha clan and a contempt for the struggles of Hashirama and Madara-sama? The Uchiha clan disdains to argue with them, but they are squeezing the Uchiha clan's space step by step. As the master of the village, the Uchiha clan now lives in the suburbs of the village. How can this be justified? All the Uchiha could understand at once. After all, living on the outskirts of the village was too hard to accept. Although the Uchiha clan members said that it was difficult to argue with those unruly people, who wouldn't want to live in the center of the village. I can choose not to live here and live in the suburbs of the village. But you can't force me here. The glorious Uchiha would not allow it. Looked at the unusual atmosphere in the room and knew that his words had already taken effect. Just wait for the kaleidoscope to open, and then you can blow the horn of victory. Sure enough, talking to the Hokage about the will of fire, talking to the Uchiha about the glory of the Uchiha, and chatting with the Hyaga branch about the bird in the cage is politically correct. The Uchiha young people are passionate by nature, and after this battle, their passion is instantly ignited. Many people even opened their Sharinan. In an instant, more than a dozen Sharinans were opened in the room, and there was a sense of tension in the air. Ye felt that if he raised his arms and called for action now, he might be able to appeal to the government and force the Hokage to step down directly. But now is not the time yet. These are all members of the tribe who have 1 or 2 megatama. The real people have not expressed their opinions yet. Of course, he is not in a hurry. No one asked about the reunited couple anymore. Uchiha Juyu was already overwhelmed. Damn night. Be quiet. The patriarch's appeal was still useful, and the noisy young tribesman soon quieted down. The Uchiha don't look at seniority or qualifications, they only look at battle records. If you have the bigger fist, they will listen to you. Unlike other ninja clans, where one level higher in seniority can overpower the other, and the difference between the main family and the branch family is so huge. Jonin, the elders stay. The rest of the clan members go back and rest. Seeing some of the tribesmen were indignant, Uchiha Ziuya-san's Megatama Sharingan lit up, and the powerful power of his pupils forced the tribesmen to retreat. Zuyu looked at the clan elites in front of him and said, I know everyone is very dissatisfied, but the Hokage will be back soon. If you want to change, you need strength. Although I don't want to admit it, the Hokage is very strong. Everyone, control your temper and do your job well. While speaking, Zuyu glanced at Ye, and Ye looked at him with his big white teeth showing. Uchiha Ziuya looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. The mess you caused me is now being fixed here. Okay, meeting adjourned. Zuyu believed that Ye was a smart man and understood what he meant. He went back at night without even turning his head. What a joke, he was busy himself. If they are suppressed forcefully like this, when the time comes I will just raise my arms and call for more responses. Chief, I will let you sit on my chieftain's throne for a few more days. Let you take a few days off. Hey, the big show will start tomorrow. I have to speed up the pace of punishing evil and promoting good, the stage is almost set. The next day. Fuck you, what kind of shit is this Raikage? Can't he even control his own men? To die in such a way is really an insult to the cage. A shadow should die in a proper way. That he could die gloriously on the battlefield, but he was killed by a surprise attack. A group of people are hiding here in the dense jungle. The clothes were tattered and many of them had blood stains on them, and it was obvious at a glance that they had just been through a war. The members of the Shadow Guard didn't dare to speak. They couldn't believe that such an abstract thing could happen. Senju Tobirama was very angry, thinking that he had been smart all his life but was confused for just a moment. He originally thought that he was ambushed by the hidden cloud village. At that time, did Senju Tobirama think that his ability to judge people had declined? Logically speaking, for the second Raikage, a sneak attack on him would do no good. It would only make the situation in the hidden cloud village worse. God knows how confused I was when I saw the Raikage fall down. You, the Raikage, can't even control your own subordinates, and you don't even know that your subordinates have staged a coup. How did you become the Raikage? Your subordinates are difficult to manage. Are they as difficult to manage as those Uchiha people with red-eye disease? The Uchiha were all obedient under his control, and even counted money for him after he sold them out. Your Raikage's strength is too low. What a bunch of brainless black people. Of course, Tobirama also knew that it was useless to say this now. After all, the second Raikage had been killed by a sneak attack from Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and it would probably become a laughingstock. Tobirama also had to think about the situation of their group. He checked his chakra and found that it was half gone. Tobirama was not worried, as he was sure that he could use Flying Thunder God to quickly return to the village. But the key point is that I have a bunch of burdens with me. Looking at this group of people who were the future hope of Konoha village, and who were also the candidates he had originally planned to choose as the third Hokage, Tobirama fell into deep thought. Everyone also understood their situation, and at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Tobirama also said seriously, the current situation is very clear that now we need someone to delay Kinkaku and Ginkaku for everyone, otherwise the situation will be very troublesome. It's this person. Tobirama didn't say anything else, because everyone knew that this person was just used as bait to attract the enemy's attention, and the ending was self-evident. Everyone was silent for a moment. After all, although everyone respected the Hokage and protecting the village was everyone's duty, no one would be so calm when it came to matters of life and death. After all, this is a situation where there is no chance of survival. Tobirama looked at this scene, and although he had expected it, he was still disappointed. But he also understood a little that he couldn't just say to them, I have mastered a ninjutsu that can resurrect you, and I can resurrect you when the time comes. Although Tobirama has a black heart, he mostly only attacks the Uchiha clan. Of course he would not admit it. After all, he always believed, I have no prejudice against the Uchiha clan and treat everyone equally. At this time Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered his duty as the Shadow Guard to protect the Hokage. Now is the time to fulfill your responsibilities. How can you retreat? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up decisively and said firmly to Tobirama, the situation is out of control now. Teacher, let me cover you, hurry up and take Danzo and the others away. After saying this, Hiruzen left only his back to everyone. Danzo looked at his good friend, feeling reluctant, but he also knew that this was the best outcome. Yan shouted, Hiruzen. Yan felt guilty and frightened for his cowardice. Tobirama looked at Hiruzen with satisfaction. This is what the future of Konoha will look like. He patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and said with a smile, Hiruzen, you are very good. I will go. As the Hokage, of course I have the responsibility to protect you. The future of Konoha. You guys are the newborn Dongzi, representing infinite vitality, and you have the obligation to lead Konoha to a better future. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and the originally silent scene suddenly became noisy. After all, as the second-generation Hokage and the actual founder of the Konoha village system, Tobirama Senju's life is too precious, and all the lives of all of us combined are not enough to be compared with his life. Especially Danzo, he is regretting it so much now, he wishes he hadn't performed well. It's over, he has left the impression in Tobirama's eyes that he is not as good as Monkey. Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly, "Teacher, how can this be possible? Let me go." Danzo immediately changed his attitude and stopped hesitating. He resolutely stated that he would be able to cover the rear and protect the safety of the Hokage. But it is obvious that Senju Tobirama will not give Danzo a chance to perform. What was he doing before? Do you remember it now? He said a few direct words to make Danzo shut up. Tobirama pushed Hiruzen back and continued, "This is what the will of fire is all about. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will live. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout." In front of this group of people, Tobirama's figure became more and more majestic, and his whole body was shining. The second-generation Hokage was not only cautious and smart, he also had infinite charisma when it came to crucial matters. "I want you to understand, you young people are the hope of the future. The older generation must trust and protect you. You must govern Konoha well in the future. Konoha's future depends on you." Senju Tobirama felt that he had said everything he needed to say to them, and finally said, "Monkey, protect the village. From today on, you are the third Hokage. Remember, you can reuse Uchiha. He is the person with the strongest will of fire in Konoha village." At this time, Tobirama sighed. If he was not from the Uchiha clan, the position of Hokage would have belonged to Uchiha. "Konoha is now in your hands. Teacher, Monkey, go back to the village." At this moment, Tobirama was savoring those two sentences carefully in his mouth. Fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. Well written. If it weren't for this sentence, I wouldn't have been so brave to leave. 5 days later, Uchiha looked at the execution progress of his most important Mangekyo Sharinan. 3 Megatama Sharinan, 990/1000, almost there. Kaleidoscope is coming soon. They are about to return to the village. Team leader. Yet turned around and saw his two loyal subordinates, Uchiha Kinjian and Uchiha Zemo. "What's wrong? Aren't you ordered by the clan leader not to come near me? Why are you here now?" Ping asked calmly. Suddenly, Yes' mind raced, and he realized that something must be wrong. What big thing happened? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are back? No, the time doesn't match. It should be tomorrow. Kinjian and Zemo looked at each other and said, "Well, there is one tricky thing. Walk." Rushed in the direction they came from without delaying at all. Team leader. The two of them were already running around and panting when they came here, and they couldn't keep up with the pace of the night at all. The knight slowed down quietly. "Captain, what have we not said yet?" While we were walking and talking, knew that the two dared to disobey the clan leader's order to come to him. It must be something very important. It was something that ordinary Uchiha didn't dare to take care of, only he dared to take care of it. "So I dare not delay at night." The knight speeds up step by step. Uchiha Zemo hesitated to speak, and Yes saw his concerns. "If you have anything to say, please speak up. I hate people who are lazy." Zemo just expressed his concerns. "Captain, should we report this to the clan leader first? The law enforcement captain has the authority to maintain village law and order. Why is it necessary to report this to the clan leader? The clan leader is already very busy every day, there is no need to trouble him." Qingyan couldn't help but said, "Captain, it's about the Thousand Hands clan." "Oh? Understood why the two of them were so sensitive. Was it about the Senju clan? For the Uchiha to intervene, it must be a conflict with the civilians. What is going on?" Qingyan answered, "It seems that the third son of the Senju clan leader electrocuted a civilian to death. Because Tobirama Senju is the Hokage, the position of clan leader is given to an elder who is older than Tobirama, who is responsible for managing daily affairs." Night meditation. It's a bit tricky, but so what? Checking the progress of the 3 Megatama Sharinan, became even more excited and increased the speed to the extreme. He is already thirsty. The clan territory of the Senju clan. "You are not allowed to leave. Give me back my grandson's life. You can't leave. Let me go, old woman. What does it have to do with me? Your grandson has poor eyesight and turned towards me, and he died accidentally. Don't come to me for the wrong." Senju province looked at the crowd surging in front of him like a tide, and irritation and anger surged into his mind. "Get lost." I saw several villagers blocking Qianshao Sheng's way and preventing him from moving forward. Although these villagers had no strength, the anger over the loss of their loved ones gave them the courage to face the Thousand Hands who they normally would not dare to look at with their eyes open. They just want justice, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Some of them hugged Senju Sheng's thighs to prevent him from leaving, and the rest spontaneously formed a human wall to block him. When the villagers saw so many people here, they all came forward to join in the fun. "Don't go too far. Am I being too nice to you? Are you all rushing up here to seek death?" Senju province looked at the group of unruly people in front of him and decided not to show them any more mercy. They were really taking advantage of him. The old lady suddenly rushed up, her eyes were red from tears, and she came to Senju province tremblingly on her crutches. There was something wrong with her legs, and she walked with a trembling, which was very awkward. Looking at the bastard who killed her grandson, the old lady rushed forward with her cane. "You killed my grandson, I will fight you, my dear grandson." Qian Shaosheng was extremely angry. How dare an old woman play tricks on him? He stretched out his hand. The old lady's body had never adapted to such a fast speed and she could not bear it. Coupled with her emotional excitement, she suddenly fell down when she was about to touch Senju province. Because of the perspective, everyone only saw Senjusho push the old lady, and she fell into coma. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" The man who was originally hugging Qian Shushan's thigh pulled away and went forward to hug his old mother, thinking of his grandson who was electrocuted to death and his old mother whose life or death was unknown. "You bastard, you killed my son, and now you're not even going to let my mother go. Do you want to exterminate our family? Come on, kill us all. I'll fight you, Born." The man was already in despair and fought desperately with Senju province. The ninja who had just arrived hurriedly stopped him. This matter was already big enough and couldn't be made any bigger. "Why are you stopping me? He killed my mother and son, and you didn't arrest him. Are you still protecting him now? What kind of ninja are you?" Qian Shaosheng felt that he was very wrong. It was obvious that this old woman was trying to scam him. This old woman clearly fainted on purpose, and now she's still pretending. "Don't you guys just want to cheat people out of money? My mother is already like this, and you still insult her like this. Let me go." The man felt a sense of suffocation. His son died tragically, his mother's life and death was unknown, and now he couldn't even fight his enemy to the death. What kind of man is he? There was a lot of discussion around for a while. This birth, even the old lady took action. "This is too cruel. Yes. This is scum." But what happened? An enthusiastic person who knew the whole story said, "Hey, I don't know how tragic this is. The third son of the Senju family electrocuted this old lady's grandson to death, and now he's even attacking the elderly. It's really the morals of the world are going downhill. Why? For no reason. Who knows, but these arrogant guys don't even consider us as human beings. They are willing to do anything. Sigh. Hush, are you going to die? How dare you say that? This is the son of the chief of the Senju clan, Hokage's mother clan. If you don't want to live, I still want to live." The ninjas also did not dare to act on their own. After all, the matter was of such a big importance. This is the maternal family of the first and second Hokage, and they still want to continue doing it. This is indeed a bit too much. The ninja said that this was definitely the worst incident he had ever seen. "Report to the Hokage immediately." Hokage-sama is still negotiating, but the Umbu have already gone to ask for Uzumaki-sama. "Uzumaki-sama, with the Senju clan. How do you think she'll handle it?" Needless to say, Uzumaki-sama is Hashirama-sama's wife. Needless to say? How is it possible? How could something of this heinous nature be handled like that? A young ninja said indignantly. Yes, I believe that Uzumaki-sama will handle this impartially. Suddenly, a man with the gait of a dragon and a tiger and a majestic face walked over. "Get out of the way, make way." The man scolded the crowd in front of him and walked up quickly. The members of the Senju clan around him came over and saluted him. "Master Patriarch, kindness." Kinshusha quickly slapped Kinshushin in the face. "What a disgrace." Senju province was knocked to the ground, his face quickly became red and swollen, and it was obvious that the injury was serious. The patriarch of the Senju clan truly enforces the law impartially. Not partial at all. "Father, what are you doing? You evil creature, did you harm someone's grandson? Did you? How dare you quibble?" The crowd suddenly became noisy. No one expected that the clan leader was so wise and righteous. He was worthy of being the clan leader of the Hokage family and did not lose face as a Hokage. "Well, Chief Kinju, you did a great job. You impressed everyone. That's how it should be. This is the patriarch of the people. There can be no partiality. People like this should be killed for the sake of justice and should not be alive in this world. Kill him. Chief Qian Shao, kill him." Senju province seemed not to recognize the man in front of him. Was this his father? The face is so familiar, but why are the words so cold? "I am his biological son." Kinju Shang covered his red face, looked at him in confusion, and said with wide eyes, "I didn't mean to do that. The child bumped into me by himself. As for this old lady, she has nothing to do with me. She clearly fainted on her own." The crowd was in an uproar. "You're still being stubborn at this point. Will the child run into a ninjutsu? Will the child deliberately let himself be electrocuted to death? The old woman has been through so much, and you beat her into a coma, and you still treat her like this. You are no longer worthy of being called a human being. Chief Kinju, kill him. Justice is in the hands of heaven. Kill him. Everyone, be quiet. I will make proper arrangements for everyone." Senjusha signaled everyone to be quiet and he would give everyone a perfect answer. He said to Senju province, "Tell me the whole story now. How did that kid bump into me? Tell me clearly, remember, tell the truth, don't play tricks on me." As Senju-san exuded his aura, everyone in the audience felt a sense of oppression for a moment. and the aura came at them like an overwhelming force, making Senju Province's already nervous heart even more panicked. I don't know why either. It can be seen that Senju Province was indeed frightened, and his voice was trembling. At the time, I was practicing ninjutsu, the thunder technique that my family practices. I was practicing and releasing lightning, and the child suddenly appeared in our sight. The thunder method attacked him instantly. I swear, I really didn't mean it. I felt ashamed when I heard it. I could only watch the child screaming at us in agony, but there was nothing we could do. Senju Province recalled all of this painfully and repented for his actions. Yes, it seems that the nature is not that bad. It should be the problem of that little boy who ran to the place where ninjas practiced. Although it's tragic that he died like this, the second son of the Senju family is not in big trouble. Of course, there are still some problems. You change so quickly. Are you the dog of the Senju family? You speak for them like this. Are you talking like a human? When a ninja practices ninjutsu inside a village, shouldn't he check the surroundings first? You are changing the subject. The current atmosphere is also clearly divided into two camps, which is in line with human nature. But at this time, the man who had just looked at Senju Province fiercely with his eyes suddenly stood up and said, "You are lying. You have no truth, and now you want to deceive everyone." The man looked at the people in front of him and the great patriarch of the Senju clan. He must not let him be deceived by his newborn son. The man recounted his observations step by step. "Xiao Le, that's my son who died tragically." When the man thought of his son's miserable condition, tears couldn't help but flow from his eyes. He wiped them with his hand. For the sake of justice for his son, he continued, "At that time, Xiao Li's classmate told me that he saw Xiao Li following a man with a lollipop, and he later realized something was wrong and told me. Then I looked everywhere, and I actually found it. God has eyes, it was this birth. I saw him kill my son with his own hands." The whole place was silent for a moment. A man with a lollipop? A member of the Umbu said, "There have been several cases of missing lollipops, and their whereabouts are still unknown." The team member was about to continue speaking, but his captain stopped him in time. Only then did he realize it and quickly shut his mouth. I thought to myself, damn it, dead mouth. The villagers also began to remember. Yes, it is true, several children are missing. It's really abominable. Is this difficult? Did this person do this? Senju Sho's face turned pale instantly. It seemed that he was involved. As soon as the man saw his reaction, he knew that he was the one who killed his child. "You were born, pay for my child's life." His eyes were red, and he roared, attacking Kinju Province. However, Senju San easily stopped him. "Chief of the Thousand Hands clan?" The man didn't understand. "Father, I understand your feelings very well. After all, I am also a father. But things haven't been completely figured out yet. Please stay calm now. Don't worry, I will investigate it thoroughly and will not wrongly accuse a good person. I guarantee this as the head of the Senju clan." The man had no choice but to stop. How could he really calm down his own child? "But I really have no ability, child. My father is incompetent." The man said to Kinjusha, "Chief Kinju, you must restore my child's innocence. He is only 8 years old." The crowd sighed. "Oh, he's only 8 years old, what a pity. This guy ruined everything." Chien Shusha said righteously, "Don't worry, I will definitely give a fair answer. Justice is in the hearts of the people." Okay, Chief of the Thousand Hands clan, I trust you." The man couldn't help but sigh that it was not easy to meet a good person. Senju-san turned to look at his son, Senju Sho. "Do you have anything else to say?" Senju Sho looked at his father's unusual look and said, "I don't know any lollipop kid at all. It was that kid who ran out on his own and ran into my jutsu." Senju-san looked as if he had come to his senses. "So you didn't do it on purpose, right?" Senju Province's face changed. Although he was a playboy, he was not a fool. How could he not see that his father was protecting him? Qian Shaosheng was secretly happy, thinking that his father still loved him and protected him. He then quickly replied, "Yes, father, I." Qian Shusha stopped him and said angrily, "I've told you so many times, when you're at work, you should refer to your position. Now I'm interrogating you, so be serious." Qian Shaosheng groveled, "Yes, clan leader, I killed him by mistake. I am willing to accept the punishment of the village and pay a large amount of compensation to his family." Senju San is all smiles. The people around him also realized that this patriarch was no different from ordinary people, and was even more pretentious and disgusting. Originally, everyone thought that the Senju clan, as the mother clan of two Hokage, would be different. Now it seems that even the clan leader is so disgusting. They are no different. It was just a show just now, but he still had to protect and favor his son. He deceived our trust and is only now showing his horns? However, when Senjusha's words fell into the ears of the victim's family, they caused a tsunami. "Chief Kinju, what are you talking about?" The man was already numb at this time. The hope that he had placed on Senju-san was torn away by Senju-san himself. His tears had already dried up. "Child, are you really going to die in vain?" Qian Shusha turned around and held the man's hand tightly. "As a father, I also raised a child. I understand your feelings very well. But this incident was nothing but a farce from beginning to end, just an accident. Although the result is indeed a bit cruel and heartbreaking, people should always look forward and live their lives, right? The man didn't know what to say at this point. But Shusha took the initiative to help him deal with the follow-up of the story. Don't worry, I will go back and discipline this little boy, and let him know the depth of the sin he committed this time. Well, as for your son, the dead cannot be resurrected. Please accept my condolences. However, we will compensate you in full. Whatever compensation you want, the Senju clan is willing to do its best to meet your requirements for this accident. The man wanted to curse this hypocritical person, but the pain in his hands made him speechless. This old man was too much. This is the old woman who had fallen to the ground. She woke up at some point and seemed to have heard the most recent conversation clearly. You guys, a bunch of shameless bastards. We don't want so much compensation, we just want my good grandson. No matter how much compensation or how much money is paid, it won't bring back our good grandson. I want this little one to pay with his life. She struggled to get up and moved closer step by step, but she was too weak to stand up. She could only crawl to the side of Senjusha's trouser legs and pull at his trouser legs. The whole place was in complete silence, no one dared to speak. This was the leader of the Senju clan, arguably the third most important person in Konoha now, except for the second Hokage and Uzumaki Mito. If they expressed their opinions now, they would be openly opposing him, and they still wanted to survive in the village. Maybe the third Hokage in the future will still be from the Senju clan, so there is no need to bring disaster to future generations. Kinshusha lowered his head and looked at the good dog at his feet, with murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't like to jump too much. Forget it, be decent. Her eyes turned calm, she sighed, and said, Mother-in-law, I have told you about your feelings many times, I understand, but your grandson is dead. When will the cycle of revenge end? Besides, my son really just killed someone by mistake. I will not reduce the punishment he deserves. There is nothing I cannot do, so you can rest assured. We are following the rules and regulations. We need evidence for everything. You must produce solid evidence and you cannot slander others. If everyone can do whatever they want, then Konoha village will be in chaos, right? It is precisely because of the strict system that good people will not be wronged and bad people will not be let off. If everyone resorts to lynching, Konoha will no longer be Konoha. The old woman's wails echoed through the sky, but the surroundings were completely silent. In order to maintain his kind character, Senju-san continued, we will give you a lot of compensation. Let your son have a few more children. When he grows up, he can come to the Senju clan to learn ninjutsu. I will teach him personally. The Senju clan will be their hometown in the future. A voice came from the crowd, Master Senju is too kind, he is willing to let his children learn ninjutsu. Many civilians have lost their lives without learning. Why don't you agree to it quickly? You are worthy of being the head of the Senju clan, you are generous. The old woman looked at Kinjusha in despair. Are you humiliating us? Just because you are ninjas and we are civilians, do we deserve to be bullied by you? Just because you are the patriarch and we are ordinary people, and your son abused and killed my grandson, and then you gave us some things, should we be grateful to you? Is that right? Tell me, is this right? Is it right? She howled in sorrow and groaned in despair. She longed for countless people to hear it. The fact was that many people did hear it, but it seemed as if no one heard it. There was complete silence all around, and the old woman felt completely silent. Senju-san looked at everything in front of him and laughed silently. He knew that everyone would forget it soon. After all, everyone is forgetful. I can even forget my own affairs, let alone other people's affairs. A firm and powerful voice suddenly burst out from the silent world. Of course not. Suddenly, Kinshusha felt a figure flash by, and he could only see those eyes. 3 Magatama Uchiha. Is it Uchiha? How come they are here? In an instant, a flash of knife light appeared, and Kinshusha was unable to react at all at that moment. That direction is it the province? The sword was swift, cutting through all the injustices, the barriers in people's hearts, and the villagers' prejudice against Uchiha. It passed through the air without leaving any trace and went straight to the target. Swish! A perfect gap is created. This is a masterpiece of nature, a natural one. It can be called the ultimate in aesthetics. A head suddenly fell to the ground. Uchiha had already put away his sword, and the blade was very clean. He stood silently beside Senju-san, and the heads of the Senju province followed his movements, but his movements were a bit exaggerated. He came down by parachute. The knight stepped heavily on it as usual, very ordinary. This is commonplace for young people in the ninja world. When he was roaming the battlefield at night, Jingwan had cast them all with his own hands. He would just step on a dirty human head. What a pity, the shoes need to be washed. The head of Senju province began to release the madness it had in its lifetime, and blood flowed out from the large incision like magma. Oh, the one that happened to be right was Senju-san. In an instant, it surged like a tide, directly spraying onto Kinshusha's lower body and the land. I don't know who started it first, but as soon as he started shouting, everyone followed suit. For a moment the whole place was noisy, with everyone singing one after another, as if the previous silence had suffocated everyone. Everyone was like seeing a ghost, no one could believe what they were seeing, it was too scary. Dacha stood there blankly, looking at the man in front of him who had come from nowhere. He turned his gaze downwards to look at the head under his feet, that was Sha. He couldn't believe that someone dared to kill his son in front of him. His pupils gradually dilated and a wave of negative emotions surged towards him: anger, pain, regret, despair. Swallow him up. He had this third son in his old age and doted on him very much, but now he was killed? You didn't even react? Do you know what you did? Senjusha never thought in his life that he would be so miserable. Yet just felt that this guy not only had problems with his character, but also had problems with his brain. How come the reflex arc is so long? Yet didn't even bother to answer him. He didn't deserve to be heard. He just said, Uchiha Police Department. On official business. He walked up, helped the old woman up, and nodded to her. The old woman, who had already given up hope, looked at the handsome but cold man in front of her and asked him, "Who are you?" She couldn't believe who dared to interfere in their affairs. That's the patriarch of the Senju clan, the third most important person in Konoha, leader of the Konoha police force, Uchiha. Yeah. Suddenly, the whole place was boiling. When they heard the name, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The reason is simple: the squad leader has been the focus of everyone's conversation recently. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan, which was originally the most hated by the villagers, has produced a killer god who is decisive in killing and punishing evil. The entire Konoha knows him, and the opinions about him are very polarized. But no matter what, I'm afraid that people who have witnessed the scene now will have admiration for him. No one had ever thought that his wantonness would be so satisfying. I heard that the hokage once criticized him specifically, but he didn't listen at all. Oh, what a complicated person. All the civilians and ninjas present couldn't help but recognize Uchiha. Yeah. He dares to do things that he himself dares not do. Born, you bastard. Senju-san reacted at this time that the pain of losing his son made it difficult for him to speak. Sadness and anger filled his mind. He drew out his samurai sword and stabbed it fiercely at Ya. Master Ya, be careful. Some people couldn't help but say it out loud. Ya. Ziran had already noticed that he was still too slow in front of him. Without even turning his head, he swung the thunder slash in his backhand. When? The edges of the two samurai swords clashed with each other, sparks flew at that moment, and sharp sounds crackled, shocking the hearts of every villager. They retreated one after another, which clearly showed that they were getting angry. But Senju-san is also the patriarch of the Senju clan, that although he is not as good as Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, he has also been a master on the battlefield. Even though he had not fought personally in recent years, his former fighting instinct would not fade away in a short time. He straightened himself up and dodged the blow. Then he blocked with the katana, and the immediate recoil made his lungs vibrate. Senju-san couldn't help but feel shocked at Uchiha's strength. He was only 18 years old. In an instant he was knocked back a long distance, but his years of ninjutsu instincts allowed him to quickly form seals with both hands while retreating. As soon as he stood up, the ninjutsu in his hand was released. Fire style, fire dragon technique. In an instant, a fierce flame appeared and rushed straight to Uchiha, burning Uchiha to death in the blink of an eye. Uchiha reacted faster, and he formed seals with both hands and released the same ninjutsu. Fire style, fire dragon technique. For a moment, the two flames collided with each other, resembling fire dragons. The two fire dragons rushed over with bared fangs and claws, biting each other, determined to decide the winner. The power released by the two flames made the surrounding ninjas feel extremely pressured. If they continued fighting like this, the losses would be too great. At the same time, the ninjas couldn't help but sigh. The Senju clan leader is still as skilled as ever, and the power of his fire escape technique is still so strong. No, it's obvious that the Uchiha squad leader is stronger. Look, he has the upper hand. As expected, everyone looked down and saw that Uchiha had the upper hand. Master Ya, come on, beat this old man to death. Uchiha Kinjian, who arrived late, cheered for his boss. A member of the Umbu whispered, the Uchiha clan, have they become so arrogant now? The hokage will be back soon, and we will deal with them then. Uchiha Zemo knew him, he was a member of the Senju clan. Do you have any shame? Your clan did such a thing, and you still dare to bark here in a high-sounding manner. Qingyan also despised them very much. Needless to say, the villagers were all shocked by the ninja's strength and became curious about this young Uchiha boy. What is he doing this for? Uchiha never cares about such trivial matters. Originally, when everyone heard that a person appeared in the Uchiha clan who was extreme in his behavior but made everyone happy, they felt strange. Why did he do this? Why was he so extreme? Wouldn't it be enough to punish him? As for beheading him? This is too extreme. But now, as the villagers who experienced these things wholeheartedly and understood the beginning of the matter, they just wanted to eat his flesh raw. I just feel that the originally extreme Uchiha is too conservative. After all, they will only be victims and have no chance of becoming perpetrators. The old lady shouted, Master Uchiha, please make a decision for my child. The old lady who used to be scared at the sight of Uchiha now felt very friendly when she saw him. There was no need for Uchiha Kinjian and Uchiha Zemo to take action against the insolent Umbu member just now. The old lady cursed loudly. How could Hokage arrest the righteous Uchiha? You should just collect the body of your clan leader. I believe Hokage will not do such a partial thing. The villagers also recognized the old lady in their hearts. Chien Shusha was not strong enough, and was about to use all his strength. Stop it, everyone. At this moment, an old and powerful voice sounded. The crowd immediately made way for him and looked at the person in front of them respectfully. The visitor was none other than Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. He is also the actual helmsman of Konoha now. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she is the strongest person in Konoha at this time. At the same time, as the sister-in-law of the second Hokage, she is now in full charge of Konoha's affairs. Uchiha turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was walking towards him with slow but powerful steps. Felt the charming yet evil aura from her. Was it the nine-tailed fox? Then he turned his head, clenched the samurai sword in his hand, and kept his hands in the seal position. At the same time, a clear voice echoed in Uchiha's ears. Ding, the blood of Senju province and his father have been successfully integrated. Good, great good. Merit value increased by 10. Raised the corner of his mouth. He knew that he lacked nothing now. Uzumaki Mito, who arrived late, was furious when he saw this arrogant Uchiha. This guy is even worse than Uchiha Madara, killing people at will in the village. Kill the villagers first, and now even kill the members of the Senju clan. He really doesn't take the Hokage seriously, and he doesn't take the Senju seriously. He must be punished. Capture him now and wait for Tobirama to come back and let him make the decision. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's arrival, the ninjas and civilians present all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were also worried that the fight between the two would escalate and affect innocent people. On the one hand, the villagers also trust Uzumaki Mito very much. After all, she has a very good reputation, and she still represents the Hokage now, even though the one who died now was the second son of the Senju clan leader. In fact, unknowingly, everyone has gone from just hearing about Uchiha but not understanding him to now agreeing with him and even admiring him from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone felt that even if the Hokage came here, he would only be able to do this. After all, most of them were just the innocent child who was killed, not the Senju province. It is naturally impossible to empathize with Senju province. It would be sheer idiocy to have the strange idea of becoming a relative of the Senju clan leader. Senju-san looked at Uzumaki Mito coming and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it seemed that she could not beat him. He looked at Uchiha. Boy, I want you to pay with your life. Master Uzumaki, he killed my own son for no reason. Killing people in the street, save that child that you just saw him a few days ago. He was lively and cute. Now he has been beheaded. Master Uzumaki, please help us. Hokage-sama has only been away for a few days, and the Uchiha clan's ambitions have been exposed. Mito-sama. Kinjusha said this while wiping his nose in tears, and everyone who was telling the story felt sad for his experience. Some villagers began to change their views. This Thousand Hands chief was confused just now, but he is not a bad person and is a good father. Uchiha sneered, calling them a bunch of fence-sitters. Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Kinjian were shocked. This guy wanted to stir up conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village. The two of them couldn't help but get anxious. Why hasn't the clan leader arrived yet? Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha. Uchiha clan, tell me what is going on. Mito opened the Nine Tails chakra, which was evil and arrogant, and the remaining smell of the aura of destruction made the people around him feel uncomfortable. Looking at the way Mito was questioning him, asked, Uzumaki-sama, perhaps you should ask them? As he spoke, pointed in the direction of the old woman and the helpless middle-aged man. Uzumaki Mito has come a long way from the Warring States period to the present, so it is certainly not easy to fool him. She realized that this time it didn't seem like the Uchiha clan was deliberately causing trouble. So she helped the old lady up with a smile on her face. Old lady, don't worry about what happened. As she said this, she glared at Senju-san. The old lady was still immersed in the joy and admiration of Uchiha, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She told the truth in bits and pieces. Uzumaki Mito's face turned ugly when he heard this. He flew into a rage and said to Senju-san in a seemingly calm manner, "San, is what she said true?" Senju-san understood Mito's temperament, and judged from Mito's behavior that Mito would not favor him. Moreover, Mito would definitely not lack the means to make him tell the truth. Chien-Shao-Sanda couldn't help but lower his head, and said tremblingly, "Yes, but the province really didn't mean it." Mito said coldly, "You know that's not what I'm asking. But, as the patriarch of the Senju clan, are you planning to favor your own son?" Senjusha was sweating coldly. "Master Uzumaki, I..." Mito interrupted him, "You've gone too far. That you knew your son had killed the villagers. As the head of the Senju clan, you should have set an example and executed your son more severely, but you wanted to favor him. Do you know what you are doing? You are destroying the reputation of the Thousand Hands clan. How do you want the people in the village to view our Senju clan? How do you watch Naruto? You bastard." Uzumaki Mito was really furious. This guy did it, but he did it in such public. Isn't this intentionally giving others an opportunity? Seeing how impartially Lord Mito enforced the law, everyone was filled with respect. Those who originally thought that Lord Mito would favor them also began to feel guilty. They shouldn't have done that. It was really unfair. Uzumaki Mito stopped looking at Senju Suna and turned to the old woman and the middle-aged man. I'm sorry, I apologize to you on behalf of the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan has already killed this person from Senju province. Executing him on the spot is also a justice for you. As for Chien Shisha, the man who shielded the criminal, he condoned his relatives to commit crimes and bent the law for personal gain. I will remove him from his position as the leader of the Senju clan. Such a person is not worthy of leading the Senju clan. As for the subsequent handling, we will handle it properly and let everyone know. Everyone was very satisfied with Uzumaki Mito's sincere apology. Thank you, Master Uzumaki. Uzumaki Mito said with a distressed look, don't thank me, I didn't restrain them well, this is my sin. If you want to thank someone, then thank Ye Jun. These relatives turned around and thanked Xiao Ye one after another. Ye just nodded to show that he understood. Then he said, as the captain of the police force, I want to know how Lord Uzumaki plans to deal with the lollipop incident? Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment. Then he said in an official tone, we will consider this matter later. We need to discuss it. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. I said Lord Uzumaki enforces the law impartially, right? You still don't believe it. Uchiha Ye was about to leave, but the victim's family quickly surrounded him. Thank you for what you have done for us, Master Uchiha Ye. If it weren't for you, that bastard would probably still be at large, and my child would never get justice. Ye shook the old woman's hand and then disappeared into the crowd. The villagers watched the great hero walk away, and the old woman only turned her gaze in the direction Uchiha Ye left after the crowd dispersed. Then she spat in the direction of Senju province's body. At once, the remaining villagers followed suit. Deep in the land of the thousand hands, Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju Suna and was very angry. She angrily smashed the documents on the official table in front of her with her hands. For a moment, the information was scattered all over the floor, and Kinshusha in the audience was silent. How on earth could you do such a stupid thing? Hashirama appointed you as the leader of the Senju clan, is this how you repay him? Where is your cleverness that enabled you to conquer the battlefield? How dare you think of openly favoring your own child in the street? Where do you want to put the reputation of the Senju clan and the hokage? Senju-san clenched his hands and buried his head deeply. It turns out that Lord Uzumaki is not angry about my favoritism. All she cares about is the honor of the Senju clan. It turned out that his son's life was not even as important as the fame of Chien Shao. Kinshusha's face was colorless. He was already feeling resentful in his heart, and now no matter what he heard, he would quickly immerse himself in his own world and transform the words into what he wanted to hear. Uzumaki Mito continued, you should stop being the clan leader. Just enjoy your old age in the clan and reflect on yourself. Senjusha walked down slowly, anger accumulating in his heart. How dare this woman from another family discuss the affairs of the Thousand Hands clan? She actually didn't bring Uchiha Ye, who killed her own son, to justice for such a small matter. Senju-san's heart was already twisted. Just as she was about to walk out, Uzumaki Mito's voice came, you think I value the glory of the Senju clan more than your child's life, right? Senju-san, I tell you. Uzumaki Mito's voice gradually became louder, you have completely fallen. You killed Senjusho with your own hands. The reason he became like this is definitely the result of your indulgence step by step. As the son of the Senju clan leader, he actually killed so many civilians privately. His behavior is too evil, but you secretly wiped out his traces. It's because you favored him step by step that he has become such a lawless person now. Even if Uchiha Ye hadn't taken him in today, his deeds would have been exposed sooner or later, and Tobirama would have definitely dealt with him when he returned. Chien Shusha's hands were concave, and he could clearly feel the piercing pain in his palms. But these pains were not as painful as the pain in his heart. He cursed Uchiha Ye's name and Uzumaki Mito over and over again in his heart. How dare a person of another surname do this? But he didn't dare to attack at all, because he knew Uzumaki Mito's tactics. She is an old woman who came from the Warring States period. She has a lot of chakra from the Uzumaki clan and the Nine Tails exists in her body. When Senju Tobirama is not around, she, Uzumaki Mito, is the mainstay of Konoha. Chien Shusha concealed his anger and said in grief, it doesn't matter. What kind of clan leader am I? I can't even protect my own son, what kind of clan leader am I? He walked out like a zombie. Uzumaki Mito could naturally sense the emotional changes of Senju-san, after all, that was her specialty. But to be honest, deep down she still wanted to give Senju-san a chance. The Umbu beside him expressed his opinion cryptically, Uzumaki-sama, he is very unstable right now and obviously won't listen to your advice. He no longer has the position of clan leader, and Uchiha Ye killed his son. I'm afraid. The Umbu members did not explain it clearly, and there was no need to explain it clearly. After all, he had been the patriarch of the Senju clan, the most powerful village in Konoha, for such a long time. He has both connections and strength under his command, but he is naturally not on the same level as Uchiha Yagi, a captain of a small police department. No matter how powerful Uchiha Ya is, he is naturally no match for a group fight. Besides, Master Tobirama will be back soon. Given his temperament, Uchiha. Haha. It's hard to say. Uzumaki Mito nodded. Find some people to keep an eye on him. Yes, Uzumaki-sama. Several Umbu immediately walked out. Uchiha Ya. Uchiha. Uzumaki Mito was thinking about the Uchiha member he saw during the day, Uchiha Ya. He is very different from ordinary Uchiha. However, the core is extremely consistent. He doesn't care about anything for the sake of his beliefs. Mito thought of someone, Uchiha Madara. This person who has been entangled with her husband for her entire life. Uzumaki Mito scratched his head. He was old, but he still had to work so hard. Forget it, let Tobirama worry about it himself when he comes back. After all, he is the second Hokage, at the prime of his life. With his clever personality, any problem can be solved. Mito decided to take a nap to calm his mind. He was already feeling overwhelmed by the troubles caused by the father and son, Senju Sanda and Senju Province. At the same time, several hurried figures were brought over by the Umbu. They were dressed in rags, had gloomy expressions, and were filled with joy at having survived a disaster. Uzumaki Mito looked at them, very shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's you? Mito looked at them for a while. But I still didn't see the figure I wanted to see. Where's Tobirama? This boy doesn't even look at me first. You guys are great that you even knew to come and comfort an old man like me first. That you are much better than your teacher. Mito thought that Tobirama was dealing with some matters, so he did not notice that Tobirama's disciples looked a little strange. So she could still tease these children, but no one around responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo and others looked at each other, not knowing how to tell Uzumaki Mito. After all, they also felt that what they had experienced was too magical. It was too darkly humorous that the Hokage was covering the retreat of the Shadow Guard. Mito then realized something was wrong. What happened? Tobirama, he's dead? How is it possible? How could Tobirama die? Could it be that Uchiha Madara has been resurrected? Uzumaki Mito couldn't believe her ears. What a joke. In this era when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha have already passed away, who can do anything to Tobirama Senju? How could he die now? Uzumaki Mito, who just received the news, felt like the sky was falling, and her face was full of confusion. She really couldn't understand why Senju Tobirama would die. In Mito's memory, Tobirama Senju was so sinister and witty that you have to know that the system of the ninja village and even the Umbu were created by the second-generation Hokage. How could this legendary ninja, who was known for his wit and wisdom, survive the chaotic warring states period and be sacrificed over such a simple armistice agreement? This puzzled Uzumaki Mito. And with the Flying Thunder God technique, how could Tobirama not be able to escape? But the Hokage is dead, and his disciples, members of the Shadow Guard, who are responsible for protecting the Hokage's safety, have now returned in a mess, without losing a single person. How can this not make Uzumaki Mito think more? Uzumaki Mito looked at the leader Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for him to continue speaking, but Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the unstable and chaotic Nine-Tails chakra on Uzumaki Mito and didn't dare to speak at all, for fear of irritating Uzumaki Mito and causing her to shoot him to death. Uzumaki Mito wiped the tears from her eyes. The old lady in her 70s showed her power and said sternly, "Tell me everything from beginning to end. Don't leave out anything. How could Tobirama die?" Mito's panic and anger at this time were not due to emotional instability, but the death of Senju Tobirama had indeed had a huge impact on the current Konoha village. You have to know that the First Ninja World War lasted for 8 years, and even with Konoha's strong strength, it still suffered heavy losses. At this time, the shadow of the village died, and the impact on the village was self-evident. If there is turmoil in the election of Hokage alone, the damage to Konoha will not necessarily be more painful than the Ninja World War. Yes, Uzumaki-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen told him all the details. From the time when Tobirama Senju was negotiating with the second Raikage and was ambushed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, to when they were hunted down by Kinkaku and Ginkaku's elite ninjas, to when Tobirama Senju voluntarily saved them, the future backbone of the village. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget to say that he was given the position of the third Hokage by his teacher at a critical moment. Uzumaki Mito felt like he was watching a very outrageous story, with many things not making any connection. It's fine that the second Raikage was backstabbed by his men, but why would Tobirama protect you, the Shadow Guards who were supposed to be protecting him? Mito asked in detail about every detail that Sarutobi Hiruzen said, pondering the detailed process of development, and asked each of them to tell it again. Through Mito's unique methods, Mito could judge that what they said was all true. Mito looked at them with a complicated expression. This was the first time that Mito doubted Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for this group of young kids? This price is too high. Moreover, do you really believe that this monkey can become the third Hokage? Uzumaki Mito was filled with mixed feelings at this moment. Neither of the brothers could rest assured. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Mito, whose mood was changing at the moment, and felt a chill in his heart. Mito smiled at them and said, "You have been exhausted from the journey and are injured. The medical ninjutsu of the Senju clan is very effective. That you should stay in the Senju clan for the next few days to heal your injuries. That you are not allowed to go anywhere else. You can't tell anyone about Tobirama's death, no matter who asks. Do you know?" Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group looked at each other in bewilderment, obviously not understanding what Mito wanted to do. Is this an attempt to imprison them? What did she want to do by cutting off their contact with the outside world and concealing the news of the Hokage's death? Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has exposed the fact that he was appointed the third Hokage in a critical moment. Staying in the Senju clan that has produced 2 generations of Hokage, he now feels that he is in danger. Who knows, that day, as soon as I went out, dozens of ninjas might be lying in ambush outside, waiting for me to come out. One of them would use a ninjutsu, and I would be dead. At this time Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh, wondering if his teacher's decision was really a bit hasty. Could he really suppress these ninja clans? At this time, the future third Hokage is still young and has no idea what a miserable situation the 3 major families established by Konoha, Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga will become under his original fate. The Senju clan disappeared and have completely become civilians. Needless to say, the Uchiha had a lunatic who was deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen and actually killed all his own people. Hyuga, the foreign race, stole the Hyuga princess and killed the foreign ninjas. They actually wanted the head of the clan to pay for his life. This is really like training 3 good dogs. Uzumaki-sama. This Danzo Shimura is not a fool. They are all members of the Senju clan. Once Mito Uzumaki has any intentions, he and his group won't even be able to run away. After all, no one knew they were back, so there would be no evidence, right? At that time, he could just say that the negotiation team was completely wiped out, and Uzumaki Mito would be able to legitimately support his son, Senjumanen, a fictitious name, required by the plot. Before Danzo could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. "Danzo, let's just listen to Master Uzumaki, just stay here without any worries." Hiruzen naturally knew that they were just like a group of small shrimps in front of Uzumaki Mito. Mito could just open his mouth and his mouth would be filled with delicious and crispy food. Instead of making Lord Mito angry, it is better to take the initiative to give Lord Mito a good impression now. After all, although Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know much about Uzumaki Water Mito, but he was very clear about the relationship between Mito and his teacher respected Mito very much. Usually, many things would be discussed with the widow of the first Hokage. Although this woman was over 60 years old, she had the 9 tails in her body and was the mainstay of Konoha at this time. Hiruzen did not believe in Uzumaki Mito, but he believed in his teacher very much. Since the teacher sacrificed himself to let him become Hokage, he was also determined to believe in the people trusted by the teacher. The monkey is still determined. Uzumaki Mito felt relieved after listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. This monkey is quite sensible. Looking at Danzo in the distance, he is much stronger than this guy. Danzo felt the contemptuous gaze of Lord Mito. Damn, he was outdone by the monkey again. Then go back and rest. Someone will make arrangements. Go ahead. Mito called them out, and Senju Menbing walked in late. He wanted to say something but stopped himself, looking at the ragged group of people, but his beloved Hokage was the only one missing. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the elderly Uzumaki Mito looking listless, and he felt a little unsure. Could it be Lord Tobirama was seriously injured? As for Lord Tobirama's death? What a joke. None of the shadow guards died, so how could Lord Tobirama die? Mito was distracted for a moment and didn't notice Senju Menbing coming in, and his expression was a little pale. She quickly calmed her face and said, "Menbing, take this seal scroll. Go open the barrier of Konoha village first, and put the whole village under martial law. Send the Umbu to monitor the barrier for safety, and send all the remaining Umbu and ninjas in the family out to monitor all the ninjas in Konoha. Report any abnormal behavior immediately. By the way, Hinata and Uchiha should run more. Yes, especially Uchiha." Uzumaki Mito made adjustments. By the way, let Menyan return from the front line as soon as possible. Qianshao Menbing was somewhat shocked when he heard these deployments. Are the 5 major ninja villages gathering in Konoha village, or is the entire Uchiha clan going to rebel? How can it be so strict that even the child of the first Hokage is coming back? Menbing sighed secretly and thought that it seemed that the Hokage was really seriously injured. He did not dare to disobey. Yes, Mito-sama. When Mito saw Menbing leave, his tense heart finally relaxed and he became depressed. She is already over 60 years old. Ha ha ha, old lady Mito, that bastard Tobirama Senju is finally dead. You, the people of Konoha village, just wait to die. I'm coming out soon. An unbridled and arrogant voice sounded in Mito's heart. It's the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was originally sleeping with its butt sticking up in the sealed space, but when it heard the Senju Tobirama, it became excited, and its 9 big tails were wagging vigorously. Now looking at the decadent Mito, Kuwabai was so happy. The 9 tails promised that only the day Uchiha Madara died would be happier than this day. As for the day when Senju Hashirama died, it was definitely not as happy as today. After all, not only did Uchiha Madara convince himself, he even dared to let the great Kurama be his mount. The person Nine Tails hates most in his life is Uchiha Madara. Mito, this is retribution for making you imprison me. Believe me, you will go to see him soon. Ha 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 ha. Kuwabai felt Mito's negative emotions, pain, sadness, and helplessness. But he won't comfort you, he will only add insult to injury. He. The nine-tailed fox let out a nine-tailed wild laugh. Mito had obviously gotten used to Kuwabai's trashy personality, Shuyu. Mito moved his mind, and several chains appeared from the sealed space, blocking the nine tails. The nine tails felt that it was filled up. No saliva is spilling out at all. Water. Seeing that Kuwabai still had some strength left, Mito whipped Kuwabai with the chain again and again, and Kuwabai stopped talking. It's not that it hurts, but it's a fixed process. It can be considered as their tacit understanding. If he doesn't say anything, she won't hit him. But it is obvious that Mito really played a role this time. Although the nine-tailed fox didn't say anything, it still suffered unfair abuse. Ye Zheng was basking in the hot sun at the police department and muttered to himself, according to the time, it should be time soon. It's time to take action. Ye called out to the distance, Zimo, go and call all the Uchiha people on duty today. Yes, Captain. Soon, all the Uchiha clan members who were on duty today arrived. Captain, everyone on duty today has arrived. Ye looked at Zimo, Kinjian and the dozen or so Uchiha clan members around him and nodded. Captain, what happened? It's okay, I'm leaving now. I have a lot of trivial matters waiting for me to deal with. Uchiha Zimo couldn't help but complain. The Uchiha were responsible for maintaining the security of the village, which was actually a very complicated job and had basically nothing to do with war. This was a great torture for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, even though the First Ninja World War lasted for 8 years, the number of villagers in Konoha village increased instead of decreased. After all, there was a steady stream of wandering villagers from other villages pouring into Konoha village, and Konoha naturally accepted them with pleasure. As a result, there are more and more civilians in the village, daily chores continue, and various contradictions and conflicts are heard everywhere. It is true that there is a war in the ninja world, but for the villagers of Konoha, it is very safe. The war is only heard in their ears, and they feel that the war is not that cruel. The civilians from other villages were not so lucky. Some ninjas from small ninja villages even chose to become rebel ninjas in order to escape impossible missions, making the living conditions of the civilians even more difficult. In this way, the 5 major ninja villages accepted these villagers who came voluntarily with tears. The high frequency of people influx meant that there were spies and ninjas from other villages among the civilians, making it even more difficult to maintain public order. The police force also needs to work together with the Umbu to deal with these incidents. Captain, the family's funds are a little tight right now. The team leader said that the salary will be paid next month. It's really a headache. Hokage, please come back soon and distribute the funds given by the daimyo. Zimo said he was addicted, and continued to say dissatisfiedly that he didn't care about anything else, at least he should pay his salary first. What's the matter with the delayed salary? It is still unknown whether the extremely evil Thousand Hands Hokage mentioned by the elders will make things difficult for them. After all, Zimo subconsciously looked at Uchiha and didn't dare to say anything. Looking at his subordinates' complaints, said nothing and looked at everyone calmly. Qingyan noticed something was wrong and hit Zimo on the shoulder. You are the only one who talks too much. The captain hasn't said anything yet, but you are talking so much now. The people around him also shut up and stopped muttering. After all, even though the captain usually behaves like a fool, he is really ruthless when it comes to killing people. It is true that he dares to act directly when he has an idea. Who among us dares to offend him? Zimo realized his problem. Captain, I was wrong. Yeah, responded that he was not angry at all, he was just thinking. You should have sensed that the Hokage should be coming back soon. The team members began to understand what the captain said. Why did the captain say that? Yes, the captain had just killed the son of the Senju clan leader with his own hands. Although Uzumaki Mito didn't care, there was no guarantee that the evil Senju Tobirama would not betray him. As people who have heard Senju Tobirama's many vicious schemes from their elders since childhood, they know Senju Tobirama's prejudice against them. Zimo realized that something was wrong. Could it be? The captain feels that he has no good ending? Are you ready to strike first now? Zimo immediately wanted to persuade Uchiha, Captain, don't commit suicide. But before Zimo could finish his sentence, continued, according to my reliable information, Lord Hokage is dead. Everyone felt as if their brains suddenly stopped functioning for a short time, and everyone felt dizzy. What? That old thief Tobirama Senju is dead? How is that possible? They were all very shocked. Since I was a child, I have heard the elders describe how this Hokage was cunning and insidious, and how he harmed the Uchiha clan. Some elders have even become autistic due to Senju Tobirama's beating, and they assert that God will not bless the Uchiha clan, and that as long as Senju Tobirama is alive, the Uchiha clan will never have a chance to make a breakthrough. They passionately recounted the crimes of Senju Tobirama, and said that they would not outlive Senju Tobirama, so they would leave it to you, the younger generations, and you must revive the Uchiha in the future. These old people who have survived from the Warring States period are now forced by the situation to only criticize Tobirama behind his back, but they actually still recognize Tobirama in their hearts. After all, in the Uchiha clan, the one with the bigger fist is the one who rules. But they all agreed on one thing, which was that no matter what, this Senju Tobirama would definitely be able to survive, at least longer than Uzumaki Nido. In the era ruled by Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha, will never have a chance to rise. Uchiha saw that everyone didn't believe it. To be honest, if he didn't know the plot, he wouldn't believe it either. But now, this is obviously a plot-killing move by Kishimoto. He looked at everyone and said seriously, according to the reliable intelligence I have obtained, when the Hokage-sama was negotiating with the second Raikage's subordinates Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebelled and attacked Tobirama-sama and the second Raikage. The second Raikage died on the spot. Lord Tobirama was seriously injured and retreated with the Shadow Guard. Finally, in order to cover the retreat of the Shadow Guard, Lord Tobirama single-handedly led away Kinkaku and Ginkaku and others until he died in battle. Uchiha briefly told the information, but the team members felt that the captain was just kidding. It's already this late and you're still joking here. What the hell are you talking about? In order to protect the Shadow Guard's retreat, the Hokage lured away the enemy? What a cold joke. Can the Shadow Guard allow it? So back to the village isn't it embarrassing enough in the house? If it were them, they wouldn't even have the confidence to come back. Captain, I know you are afraid of being punished by Senju Tobirama, but there is no need to do this. Uchiha was a little speechless, even though he was speaking very seriously. But the development of this matter was so abstract that whatever I said would seem like nonsense. Uchiha Zemo was outspoken and said things that other team members would never say. Captain, please stop teasing us. This is too outrageous. How can we believe it? The Shadow Guard's duty is to protect the Hokage. Even if all of the Shadow Guards are killed, they still have to protect the Hokage's safety. How could it be possible that the Hokage would sacrifice himself protecting the Shadow Guards? Even if the Hokage is willing, how can the Shadow Guards agree to it? Everyone also agreed that if they were the Shadow Guards, even if they were protecting Senju Tobirama, they would not let Senju Tobirama cover their retreat. The proud Uchiha would not fear death. Uchiha had to make himself serious to enhance the reality of the matter. This is the fact. Reality is often more abstract. Looking at the captain's serious expression and the outrageousness of the matter, a teammate couldn't help but laugh out loud. The contrast was really too strong. It was so funny that the serious Uchiha said such a funny and impossible thing. With one person laughing wildly, the rest of the people were infected. As long as one person dared to laugh, others would definitely follow suit. Laughter is contagious. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha's crazy laughter appeared in front of Uchiha. Is it funny that Ye looks confused? Seeing Ye looking confused like a fool, everyone couldn't hold back anymore. Captain. I swear, I never laugh. It's just ha 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 ha. That's so funny. Ye was a little angered. I was discussing countermeasures with you so seriously, but you were too careless. Did I smile too much? Ye looked at everyone, quietly took out his ninja sword, looked at Uchiha Zemo who was smiling the most fiercely, and said to him with a smile, Zemo, don't you believe what I said? Now come with me to practice swordsmanship. I think you can go and study medical ninjutsu. Ye's smile was so gentle, but the words really made Zemo feel cold that he subconsciously took a few steps back and elbowed Uchiha Kinjian, who was the only one who didn't laugh in the audience. He didn't want to compete with the captain. If he did, he would have to lie in bed for many days. Uchiha Kinjian looked at Zemo helplessly. Captain, don't bother with him. You know his temper. But, is this really true, Captain? After all, it really is. Ye answered formally, of course it's true. Seeing the captain so solemn, everyone was sure that the captain was not lying and this matter should be true. At this moment, Zemo suddenly thought that since the Hokage was already dead, then, he said in a mysterious tone, since the Hokage is dead, has the third Hokage been decided? Yes, everyone was touched by Zemo's words. Since the second Hokage was dead, the position of the third Hokage naturally became vacant. Who will be the third Hokage? It can't be Thousand Hands again, right? The Senju clan has produced 2 consecutive generations of Hokage, it can't be the Senju again. Konoha village is everyone's Konoha village, not the Senju clan's village. It was the Uchiha's turn. Although Lord Madara left Konoha, who can deny the Uchiha clan's contribution to Konoha? No one can deny that the Hokage's fire is Uchiha. It's time for the Uchiha to have a Hokage. Everyone couldn't help but think that the captain had called them together for a meeting and secretly collected such secret information. It seems that the captain is also eyeing the position of Hokage. But then again, who can resist the temptation of the position of Hokage? However, above the captain is the clan leader Uchiha Sukaku. Now Uchiha's strength is unquestionable. Everyone knows his earlier performance on the battlefield. He is already the strongest person in the Uchiha clan. Defeating the patriarch should be no problem. The Uchiha clan has always been simple and honest. They would rather use fists than mouths to speak. The strong are respected, and whoever has the bigger fist is right. No matter what, the third Hokage must be an Uchiha. No matter what, he must rot in the Uchiha clan. When others heard about Konoha, they thought of the Senju and Uchiha. Wouldn't it make others laugh that the Uchiha couldn't even produce a hokage? Their current ambitions instantly dimmed at yes answer. It's already been decided. Huh, what? Who is it? The Senju clan. How can this be allowed? The new hokage should always be able to convince everyone, right, Uzumaki Mito? Although she usually stays in Konoha village and rarely goes to the battlefield, as the widow of the first hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, her strength is naturally unquestionable. But she is already in her 60s and almost 70. She is too old. Or maybe it was his son, Senjumanin. As the son of the first hokage and Uzumaki Mito, although he did not inherit the wood release of the hokage, his strength is not bad and he is now performing very well on the battlefield. With the support of her mother, it is natural that she can maintain her position stably. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous. It would be difficult to find food for the birds. Everyone couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Who is it, Captain? It should be Qianshao Minion. How can this be allowed? The Senju clan is going too far. They have already produced 2 hokages, while the Uchiha clan has not produced any. This is really going too far for the Uchiha clan. Everyone nodded and expressed their approval. Same. After all, Uchiha was a hero. How could he be treated like this? No, it's not. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha said frankly. Who? Everyone was very skeptical. How could such an unknown guy be qualified to be Hokage and eliminate our Uchiha? How is this possible? This is looking down on Uchiha. Why did you deny Uchiha? Why? If he was a member of the Senju clan, they would accept him. But he is just a little disciple of Senju Tobirama, who came from a small ninja clan. What right does he have? Was very helpless. Tobirama's actions before his death were truly outrageous, causing what he said now to sound like a cold joke. Uchiha Zemo said angrily, is this kind of person qualified to be Hokage? Uchiha Zemo, and the first to disagree, I can beat 10 of him by myself. Kinjian and the other Uchiha clan also looked indignant. If the Senju clan and the newly appointed Hokage gave their Uchiha clan more benefits, they would have accepted it under the pressure of Uzumaki Mito's authority. But what did Lord Tobirama think when he was alive? The Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a small ninja clan. He is not at all on the same level of strength as the powerful Uchiha. If it was the Senju clan, they would be able to force themselves to eat this pile of shit, but if it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, they would feel disgusted even at the sight of this pile of shit. In their minds, only the Senju and Konoha can be compared with the Uchiha, so where did this Sarutobi come from? They, the Uchiha clan, can drown the Sarutobi clan with just their spit. What a joke. You even dare to shit on the Uchiha clan. Can this Uchiha endure this? Even Uchiha Kinjian, who had such a stable personality, couldn't stand it anymore. Captain, I really don't understand. As the Shadow Guards, they can't even keep the Hokage safe. They sacrificed the Hokage's life in exchange for these useless things. A person who is afraid of death is not worthy of being a Hokage. Everyone is very angry about this. Uchiha only has eyes for the Senju, so why should Sarutobi be so arrogant? Zemo couldn't believe that the cunning old ghost Qianshao would make such a stupid decision. Apart from anything else, would the Qianshao clan agree? He subconsciously had an idea. Captain, you didn't hear that from Jing, did you? Captain, you can't listen to him. Jing must be in collusion with them and want to deceive you. Don't trust him. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen tampered with the Hokage's will. A bunch of selfish people. Looking at the eager eyes of the Uchiha people, Uchiha realized that the time had come and it was time for him to stand up. Waved his hand at the crowd. Quiet, everyone. Everyone looked at the captain's instructions, closed their mouths, and waited for the captain's instructions. The captain was so keenly aware of the information and told them that he must have a big plan. There is no way he could hand over the position of Hokage to a villain like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha looked at everyone and raised his arms, thinking back then, the first Hokage and Lord Madara jointly established Konoha Village. Konoha Village was originally established by the Uchiha and Senju clans together. The first Hokage is so powerful that he can dominate the ninja world with his wood-release technique. No one can defeat him. Becoming Hokage, no doubt about it. The second Hokage is full of wisdom and strategy. Although he is extremely prejudiced against the Uchiha, he is proficient in water escape and various forbidden techniques. It makes sense that the second Hokage would be the one to do it. The Uchiha would only respect them for their strength. But who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? As a member of the Shadow Guard, he abandoned the Hokage on the battlefield and came back to ask for the position of Hokage. The Hokage is his teacher, but as a disciple, he doesn't care about the teacher and lets the teacher cover his retreat. How can such a thing be justified in this world? If we Uchiha encounter such a problem, will we return like a lost dog like Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha raised his hands above his head and solemnly asked all the Uchiha colleagues present. No, it's impossible. Every Uchiha present could answer this question. They could die on the battlefield, they could die protecting their clansmen, they could fight to defend the second Hokage. But he would never allow the Hokage to cover his retreat. No one in the Shadow Guard would allow such a thing. The Uchiha's pride made them extremely disgusted with such cowardly behavior. Their arms unconsciously followed the captain's actions and raised above their heads, and for a moment a solemn atmosphere was created around them. Yet continued, the Uchiha clan has already given up 2 consecutive Hokage. The third Hokage should be the Uchiha clan's turn. But now a disloyal and unfilial person is bearing his fangs and claws in front of us, not taking our Uchiha clan seriously, and is about to snatch the Uchiha throne. No Uchiha can tolerate such beastly behavior. Such a ridiculous and stupid person. Can you believe that he will lead Konoha village to a better future after becoming Hokage? Every Uchiha present answered in unison, no. As soon as they imagined such a shameless person showing off in front of them, they instantly felt that the 3-Magatama Sharingan was about to grow out. Okay, I don't agree either. Uchiha Yes slowly raised his arm, and the other Uchiha followed him. Yeah looked at everyone rushing to say, Captain, please say something, we are already thirsty and hungry. He looked at the plot and found it so abstract that Kishimoto must have lost his mind when he was alive, but now he could only make up for it himself. It should be Uzumaki Mito who concealed the news and took action secretly, forcing the Konoha ninja villages to eat this shit. The rebellious Uzumaki Mito didn't even support his own son and gave him to such an outsider. The Uzumaki clan deserved to be exterminated, but all the sealing techniques were mastered by Konoha. The Senju clan eventually disappeared, and the Uchiha clan was almost wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed with his own eyes the mother clan of Uzumaki Mito, who had helped him become Hokage, being slaughtered. He even did not care at all when the remaining ancestors of the Uzumaki clan suffered in other ninja clans. What an ungrateful person he was. Uzumaki Mito, will your clansmen curse you after you die? Yet collected his thoughts and began to assign tasks. Kinjian, take your team to the area you are in charge of and pass on this message to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen killed the seriously injured Hokage and threatened the remaining members of the Shadow Guard. He forged the oral order of Lord Tobirama, packaged himself as the third Hokage, and promised the remaining members of the Shadow Guard that as long as they kept the secret, they would all be credited as followers of the dragon. These people are accomplices. Zemo, lead your team to the area you are in charge of and tell me the news that the Shadow Guards abandoned the Hokage and fled alone in order to save their lives. Random Man, lead your team to the area you are in charge of and spread the news that the Shadow Guards colluded with the Raikage to harm the Hokage. Yeah, said 3 things in one breath, and everyone was stunned. Is it possible to play like this? Is it just the captain who plays like this, or does everyone play like this? This is too scary. Even if it's Tobirama Senju, his level of hell might not be as high as the team's. Ahem. Everyone thought that this was the captain's limit. After all, it was good enough that they could come up with such a vicious plan. But Sanjo has exceeded everyone's limits, but for Uchiha yeah, this is just a test of the waters. Yeah ignored everyone's admiring yet fearful expressions and continued, Passerby B, you go to the Senju clan and spread the news. Master Senju Tobirama left a will before his death that the son of the first Hokage, Senju Katokage, should be the Hokage. There is no need to pass on Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Senju clan. Passerby B was puzzled, Captain, why? He really didn't understand. If he told this, the Senju clan would definitely blast Sarutobi Hiruzen into submission. The Senju clan at this time was not the Senju clan with only a few kittens and puppies later. The Senju clan was now in its heyday. Countless members of the Senju clan believe that the Senju clan represents Konoha. Since the Senju clan has produced 2 consecutive Hokage, almost all members of the Senju clan think that the third Hokage is also from the Senju clan. In addition, because Tobirama is the Hokage, members of the Senju clan always appear in the most dangerous places and carry out the most dangerous tasks. The Senju clan naturally gave their heart and soul. After all, the Hokage is theirs. When the time comes to distribute the benefits, Qianshao will definitely get a lot. Therefore, each of them is ready to die. In this first Ninja World War, the Senju clan suffered heavy losses. Now is the time to distribute the benefits. How could they allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to directly reap the fruits of their victory? Do you think that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are UN Dedu? Passerby B thinks that if Sarutobi Hiruzen is exposed, he will be in big trouble. But Uchiha's considerations went beyond that. He replied calmly, if we don't tell them, the Senju clan will definitely think that the Hokage is Senju Kamen, but once Mito tells them that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage, the Senju clan will feel from the bottom of their hearts that Sarutobi Hiruzen is tampering with the will of the second Hokage. This puts Uzumaki Mito in a very awkward position. She is caught in a dilemma. After all, although she is the widow of the first Hokage, her last name is not Senju. Besides, Xian Xiao Menyan is her biological son. After listening to Yes' speech, everyone suddenly understood. Captain, I understand. Passerby B then realized how stupid he was before. Uchiha Zemo expressed his admiration for the captain without restraint. Captain, you are amazing, tall and strong. In this case, the Senju clan will have an internal conflict with Uzumaki Mito first, and that damn Sarutobi Hiruzen will not have an easy time either. This can be considered as giving someone a taste of their own medicine, and it can also be considered as letting these members of the Shadow Guard experience the treatment that the future White Fang of Konoha will receive. The weapon of public opinion is best controlled in our own hands. It's Uchiha Murong. In their hearts, all the Uchiha people raised their evaluation of the captain to a higher level. Just kidding, they couldn't imagine that after such a set of things, would Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to show up in public in the future? If it were them, they would have wanted to commit suicide. Besides, he would definitely lose his position as Hokage. Captain, you are more sinister than the old thief Tobirama. I am willing to nominate you to be the third Hokage. It is so suitable. Uchiha Zemo spoke out his true feelings uncontrollably. No. Looking at the sympathetic eyes of his Uchiha teammates, Uchiha Zemo, whose mouth reacted faster than his brain, quickly realized his mistake. No, Captain, my words just now were wrong. You were being smart. The old thief Tobirama is not on the same level as you. When Uchiha heard Zemo's words, his face was covered with black silk and he was speechless. Doesn't this guy even understand the public opinion offensive? Hey, just taking out something randomly will be a dimensionality reduction attack on the ninja world. Only by controlling public opinion can one have the power to control the village. Public opinion can lead to bullying, but Uchiha is not at all panicked. After all, he is the perpetrator. This is so cool. As a victim of bullying, I naturally want to defend my rights, but what if I am the bully? Said to Zemo with a smile, shut up and do the task now. If you don't do it well, you will be held responsible. Finally, I will wait for you at the family training ground tomorrow night, and I will personally teach you how to use your swordsmanship. After saying that, patted Zemo on the shoulder, then turned and left. Zemo looked at Kinjian with pitiful eyes. Qingyan is also helpless. You have been jumping on the captain's sensitive line. How can I help you? Don't force it if you are not familiar with each other. Qingyan immediately went to carry out the mission. After all, he regarded the captain as a god. All the remaining Uchiha looked at Uchiha Zemo with evil smiles, wishing him luck. Zemo stood here alone, worrying about his future. However, the captain is definitely not wrong. So who is wrong? It definitely wasn't me, he thought again. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm going to kill you today. Uchiha Zemo attributed his bad luck today to Sarutobi Hiruzen and vowed to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's little black sheep. The members of the police department, with their respective teams, began to roam around the stores related to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is the second most powerful clan in Konoha, but of course the Uchiha clan thinks they are the most powerful clan. The family business is very rich, and coupled with the special nature of the police force, many stores are actually owned by members of the Uchiha clan. The expenses of being a ninja are extremely high, including the training of ninjutsu, the use of ninja tools, and even the necessary medicinal materials for training. Each of these items is astronomically expensive. The Uchiha clan has a huge number of members, and the cost of supporting so many people is also very high. Civilian ninjas spend very little, and almost all of them are assigned to manage the Uchiha clan's shops to generate income for the Uchiha finances. The Uchiha clan ninjas can indeed rely on the Sharingan to change their fate, but not everyone can open the Sharingan. Especially during the vacuum period between the absence of the Sharingan and the one Megatama, the Uchiha clan needs to continue to invest in ninjas. The expenses on ninjas are astronomical. There are very few civilian ninjas in Konoha nowadays, and 4/5 of them are from the ninja clan. It is because the ninja clan is willing to invest in family ninjas, thus forming a positive cycle. For civilian ninjas to rise to prominence, it was either because of their pure talent that they stood out, or because they got in touch with people from the ninja clan, received investment, and then became ninjas. In short, the Uchiha are still quite valuable in the Konoha intelligence community. The Uchiha go in and out of shops to pass on information, and the shop assistants will also say it intentionally or unintentionally when conducting transactions. Everyone loves gossip, and they were a little scared at first to say such things, but as more and more people said it, they were not scared anymore. After all, the law cannot hold everyone responsible. Even news changes quickly during the transmission process. Everyone will combine the rumors with their own past experiences, which is why news can quickly become distorted. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually abandoned his teacher. As a member of the Shadow Guard, how could he do such a thing as asking the Hokage to guard himself? An uncle with thick eyebrows and big eyes was indignant. How could they treat their Hokage like this? Isn't it because the Hokage loves Sarutobi Hiruzen that he decided to leave in order to protect his lover? How could that be? How could this upright uncle accept such people slandering the Hokage? Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to call the police. Lord Ya will take care of it for me. Uncle believes that Lord Uchiha, who always stands up for the common people, will also protect Lord Hokage's reputation. Now Ya's reputation in everyone's hearts is so strong that only Lord Hokage can suppress it. Don't disbelieve me, these are just gossips. The chubby, bearded, fashionable man wearing white socks said to the honest uncle, think about how old the Hokage is. Have you ever heard that the Hokage has been in love? Yeah, I've never heard of Hokage talking about it. The uncle seemed to be thinking about it. The fashionable man looked at the good-looking uncle, swallowed his saliva, and said, I want to tell you something behind closed doors. The uncle nodded, and the fashionable man took the uncle's hand and walked into a dimly lit place. Uncle feels something is wrong. It feels good, but nothing seems to be happening. I just think it's an illusion. The fashionable man loosened his hand and silently stroked his palm with his fingers, recalling the feeling, and then said, as far as I know, the second hokage actually likes his own brother. Ah. The uncle felt that his three views were shocked. Yes, he loves his own brother, the first hokage, but because the first hokage has married Uzumaki-sama, Tobirama-sama has kept his love hidden in his heart. The uncle opened his mouth so wide that a big duck egg could fit in it, which shows his current mental state. The fashionable man became even more excited when he saw him like this. He thought, he doesn't seem to be very opposed to it. Continuing until Lord Tobirama met that man. The uncle answered subconsciously, Sarutobi Hiruzen? When the fashionable man saw that the old man was still answering, he knew that he was the person he was looking for. The more he looked at him, the more handsome he thought he was. He said in a gentler tone, yes, Lord Tobirama saw the shadow of Lord Hashirama in him, and he couldn't stop from then on. Until this time, Master Tobirama was reluctant to let him die. So he resolutely left a flying thunder god mark on his body, allowing him to return. The fashionable man paused, and the uncle suddenly became uneasy. What happened next? What happened next? The uncle now believes the fashionable man's words. After all, they are so detailed and include the flying thunder god, the ninjutsu created by Lord Tobirama. In fact, everyone didn't really believe that Lord Tobirama was dead. After all, with flying thunder god, how could he die? Seeing the uncle express his desire, the fashionable man decided to satisfy him completely, but this was ruined by Tobirama-sama's rival. Ah, the uncle was confused again. How come there was another love rival? That person is Danzo Shimura. He and Hiruzen Sarutobi are childhood friends. They usually bicker on the surface, but they are actually in love. However, Danzo never dares to express his love. The uncle empathized and said, alas, Sundara has retired from the scene. The fashionable man understood, he liked playing basketball. The uncle asked, what happened next? What happened next? The fashionable man sighed at this time, then things became complicated. Danzo felt even more uncomfortable when he saw that his teacher actually liked his senior brother. Later, he actually erased the flying thunder god mark with his own hands. What a pity that Lord Tobirama died at the hands of his love rival. The fashionable man sighed, lamenting the ending of Tobirama. The uncle's brain capacity was very large at the moment, and he took a while to relax. The fashionable man felt that he couldn't delay any longer, as this girl was exactly his type. Love must be expressed. I cannot be like Lord Tobirama, who did not express his love until he died. The fashionable man directly held the uncle's hand, knelt down on his knees, and said firmly, I like you, can you marry me? The uncle was stunned for a moment. He knew every word he said, but he couldn't understand how he spelled it out. But as the fashionable man tried to kiss him, the uncle realized everything. He kicked the fashionable man down, turned around and ran away. He was terrified at this moment. The fashionable man watched his dream lover walk further and further away, becoming blurred in his sight until he disappeared. His eyes left 2 lines of tears on the ground. Master Tobirama, I think I understand you. The sun sets and the bright moonlight falls on Konoha village. The villagers were all very worried about the safety of the hokage. After all, only when the hokage was alive could their safety be guaranteed. Without the hokage to coordinate everything for them, how could they win the First World War? The death of Senju Tobirama made every villager in Konoha feel sad. The hokage who led them to win the First Ninja World War did not die on the battlefield, but died at the negotiating table on the eve of a peaceful life. How could they have the mind to enjoy themselves? The village, which was usually very bustling, was now sparsely populated at dusk. Although everyone had many doubts about the death of the hokage, they were all waiting for Uzumaki-sama's response, waiting for Lord Uzumaki to refute these endless rumors. By the evening, Ya was also waiting for the tribesmen to complete their mission. He stood in the police force and smiled at the dedicated members in front of him. After all, their achievements were very significant, and the rumors that emerged in the village made him laugh. All kinds of outrageous things popped up, which really opened Ya's eyes. Ya said to Zimo, send someone to tell the clan leader and the clan elders that I will call a clan meeting. All Uchiha ninjas must come. The Uchiha looked at Ya, not understanding what Ya was going to do. Only Zimo looked at Ya with burning eyes. According to his prediction, Ya was about to launch a coup, and he would be the one following the dragon. Ya looked at the confused Uchiha and continued, now that the hokage is dead, the Uchiha will soon have a new opportunity, and the Uchiha must have a hokage. The Senju clan has controlled Konoha village for 2 generations. As the builders of the village, it is time for us Uchiha to take over. Qingyan had a question. Was the captain planning to nominate the clan leader as hokage? No, before he could say it, Qingyan denied it in his mind. He knew too well what an indecisive person the clan leader was. Uchiha must never be taught by such an indecisive person. If that happened, Uchiha would have no future. Thinking of this, Qingyan looked at the person in front of him. The young ninja of the Uchiha clan is also the most talented. Judging from this rumor alone, the captain's courage is enough to make him hokage. Captain, only the captain is worthy of becoming hokage. As expected, Ya then said, but where is our patriarch? Ya snorted coldly, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. The clan leader, facing the step-by-step intimidation from the Konoha high-level officials, can only show his cowardly reaction. Such a person is not worthy of leading Uchiha, and will only insult the honor of Uchiha. The sound of the night is generous and passionate. Every Uchiha present seems to have entered the universe of the night. They feel the sound of the night and the charm of the night personally. Great Uchiha, this shouldn't have been the case. It was under the cowardly leadership of these clan elders and clan leaders that the Uchiha never even had a hokage. Since the clan leader and elders cannot lead us, they don't need to stay in their positions. I will lead the Uchiha to create a new era. An era belonging to the Uchiha will be created. Makes no secret of his ambitions and desires. Everyone here will be the elders of Konoha in the future. I will be your clan leader and lead everyone to create the glory of the Uchiha clan. The hokage of Konoha must be Uchiha. In the future, Uchiha will lead the people of Konoha, lead the entire Uchiha, and let the entire ninja world witness the glory of Uchiha. As soon as Ye finished speaking, the expressions of every Uchiha present changed drastically. There was nothing wrong with their brains, they didn't have to think about anything, they understood what Uchiha meant. He actually wanted to overthrow the clan leader and become the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan. He is too arrogant. He is only 19 years old. But it is true that although Uchiha Ye is very young, the achievements he has made are undeniable by every Uchiha. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the squad leader of the Uchiha clan's police force now. Looking at the domineering Uchiha Ye in front of them, every Uchiha couldn't believe that the gentle but decisive captain would be so ambitious. The former captain was gentle and even a little funny in his daily life, which made everyone feel that he was a very approachable boss. But his decisive and ruthless character and his resolute attitude towards all evil forces made every Uchiha physically admire him, love him, and even fear him. Now, Uchiha Ye, who is so domineering and does not hide his ambition, has allowed everyone to truly see him as he has never been seen before. His tone is domineering, he is ambitious, and he does not hide his desires. This is the natural patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Master Ye, I support you. A 13-year-old Uchiha shouted fanatically. Uchiha Ye subconsciously saw him. Well, Ye knew him. He had been on the battlefield with him. His name was Uchiha Yao. We had fought side by side in our own team. And what about Uchiha Yao? He knew Uchiha Ye too well. As his captain, he had once been seriously injured on the battlefield. Yao was about to die at that time, and at that moment Yao had already decided that he was going to die. At this moment, the captain, who was still fighting with the enemy, suddenly exploded and chopped down his opponent. A man rushed in and saved him. He was about to thank the captain, but the captain didn't even look at him, turned around and jumped into the battlefield. The captain doesn't even have a headbutt. At that moment Yao's heart was already on the captain. At that time, the captain was moving around the battlefield as if he was in an empty space. A man rushed into the crowd, swinging the ninja sword in his hand continuously, and every blow cut into flesh and blood. The captain's blood and sweat were mixed together, flesh and blood splattered wherever he passed, and every time the knife fell, a life was lost. At that time, all the ninjas on the battlefield were like chickens and dogs in front of the captain, and were killed by the captain like chopping melons and vegetables. In Uchiha Yao's mind at that time, a real Uchiha should be as powerful as the captain. Yao had long since disliked the current clan leader. It was obvious that the people of the Senju clan always looked down on the Uchiha clan. Whenever a conflict broke out between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, the clan leader would scold them, which made Yao very unhappy at the time. Everyone in the family said that the Uchiha clan was no less powerful than the Senju clan, so why did they bow their heads now? This made Yao very confused. Everyone in the family said that the Uchiha clan was no less capable than the Senju clan, so why did they have to bow their heads now? This made Yao very confused, but Yao was powerless and had no power to resist. At that time, Yao thought of Uchiha Ye, but at that time Uchiha Ye was only concerned with punishing evil and promoting good in the village, and Yao could not see any intention of overthrowing the clan leader in him. This makes it difficult to reveal one's thoughts. But now the captain has finally begun to show his ambition and is finally going to take up the banner of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of the clan leader, Yao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Humph, the garbage of history should be swept into the dustbin of history, and should not occupy a place in the world of young people now. Damn Uchiha Sukaku, he doesn't even have the guts to be the hokage of Konoha. Well, now you don't even have to be the clan leader anymore, just make room for the captain. The captain will lead the Uchiha clan to new glory. Uchiha Juyu usually maintains a balanced relationship between the hokage and the Uchiha. In the eyes of Uchiha Yao in front of him, what he did was just the behavior of a wimp. Uchiha Ye looked at Uchiha Yao in front of him and was filled with admiration. This boy is definitely an eagle player. There is a future. Zemo and Kinjian quickly followed. Captain, I support you too. They are the captain's vanguards, and this guy who came out of nowhere actually dared to snatch their first vote. Damn it, we can't be any slower, or the captain will doubt their loyalty. The two men looked at Uchiha Yao viciously. Yao was very puzzled that they thought there must be something wrong with their brains. They were in the same boat, so why were they so malicious? Yao couldn't help but wonder, could it be someone from the clan leader's side? A sense of vigilance surged in his heart. Qingyan was too lazy to pay attention to this Uchiha Yao. He was just a clown who acted according to circumstances. How could he replace Simo and me in the captain's heart? His heart was filled with admiration for the captain, thinking of the captain's actions yesterday. Everyone in Konoha received the news of Senju Tobirama's death before everyone else, and they reacted so quickly that they ignored the clan leader and gave orders. Yesterday I had a lot of fantasies and felt that the captain must have a lot on his mind. Now my inference has been verified. It is true that the captain wants to rebel. The captains in the past were really good at keeping a low profile, which is what people who accomplish great things look like. But after thinking about it carefully, Qingyan couldn't help but feel scared by the captain's scheming. Captain, I support you too. Another Uchiha stood up. He had also been on the battlefield with the Uchiha, and he trusted Uchiha very much. 3 or 2 Uchiha took the lead and expressed their agreement one after another. People are like this, and the Uchiha are no exception. No one wants to be a minority, so many Uchiha present responded. Ye looked at the remaining people in front of him and said to them with a smile, who agrees, who opposes? The remaining 3 Uchiha broke out in cold sweat. Even though Uchiha was smiling at them, how could they possibly think that if they objected, Uchiha would not kill them all? This is a political struggle. But the truth is that they were overthinking. In Ye's opinion, the position of patriarch is already in his pocket, so even if they object, it doesn't matter to him. It's nothing more than that they will be marginalized when they become the patriarch in the future. These 3 people are really worrying too much and are judging others by their own standards. But these 3 people didn't dare to think too much, they quickly agreed to this matter. Okay, since this matter has been decided, the clan meeting will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the location will still be the same place, Nanhi Shrine. Suddenly, a voice flashed by. Master Uzumaki, the Uchiha clan has held a clan meeting. Mito doesn't want to get up and hold a clan meeting. Why do you care about other people holding a clan meeting? But something seemed to flash by just now, some words, and it seemed very crucial. Then Mito subconsciously tried to recall those words. Uchiha, yes, it's Uchiha. These 3 words instantly awakened Mito, who was originally immersed in a dream. Why are the Uchiha suddenly holding a clan meeting? Their usual clan meeting time is not at this time. Uzumaki Mito asked puzzledly. At the same time, a feeling of uneasiness welled up in her heart. Hold a clan meeting, especially at this critical moment. Tobirama had just died and the news should not have spread yet. But how do you explain the Uchiha's behavior? Seeing that Mito did not blame him for waking her up, the Umbu, who had been silent and afraid to speak, immediately said, yes, it was Uchiha. He suddenly announced that he would start a clan meeting. He said that he would make the current Uchiha clan leader step down and take over as clan leader himself. He's crazy. Mito was puzzled. You know, Uchiha Sukaku has been the patriarch of the Uchiha clan since Uchiha Madara left Konoha. He is well established within the Uchiha clan and is well loved by the clan, especially since he has been balancing the balance between Konoha and the Uchiha clan over the years. His abilities are actually outstanding, and Uzumaki Mito really doesn't understand why Uchiha would want to overthrow Uchiha Sukaku and become the head of the Uchiha clan. However, Mito hopes that the Uchiha clan will fight among themselves, and it would be best if they could fight to the point of total destruction. After all, the Uchiha clan is a big threat to the Senju. Their Sharingan has too much uncertainty, and weakening their strength is a good thing for the Senju. Mito breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the news had not been leaked. Immediately afterwards, the Umbu's expression suddenly turned ugly. His hesitation to speak made Mito feel uncomfortable. Just tell me what's on your mind. Mito looked at the Umbu with dissatisfaction. The Umbu looked at Mito-sama, and hesitated to speak, until the end he said that sentence, now everyone in the village says that Hokage-sama is dead, rumors are everywhere. The Umbu really didn't dare to tell Mito-sama what were these rumors? After all, in the current version, even the erotic relationship between Tobirama-sama and Mito-sama is being told. Rumors are spreading that Lord Tobirama and Lord Hashirama are actually rivals in love, and that Lord Tobirama has always had intentions towards his sister-in-law. And how can the Umbu dare to say this specifically? What? How is it possible? Who leaked it? For a moment, Mito panicked. He thought the information might be leaked, but how could it be so fast? It was less than a day. Who is it? Who leaked it? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Danzo Shinura? Or Uchiha Mirror? The faces of these people flashed through Uzumaki Shuohu's mind. Considering that the Uchiha clan had a clan meeting, Mito was the first to suspect Uchiha Kagami. It looked calm, but still said to the Umbu in front of it, why didn't you wake me up earlier, for such an important matter? Although Uzumaki Mito looked calm, her words clearly could not hide the anger in her heart. After all, such an important matter has only been told to me now. Even if I take action now, the rumors will be unstoppable. The Umbu member in front of him knelt down and said with tears in his voice, Uzumaki-sama, you were the one who said that I can't disturb you when you are sleeping. Uzumaki Mito was speechless. She thought about the time someone disturbed her while she was sleeping. She was furious at the time, and later directly emphasized that no one should disturb her when she was asleep. She could only wave her hand to let the Umbu go, but then she thought of something and immediately gave orders to the Umbu in front of her. Go and call those people over here right now. Mito's voice was obviously very heavy. And the Umbu obviously knew who those people were. After all, they were now celebrities in the village. I heard that the gate of the Sarutobi clan's residence had been splashed with shit, making it very shiny. Just as the Umbu closed the door, a little girl suddenly rushed in and pushed the door open. The Umbu were about to see who was bold enough to enter Uzumaki-sama's office without knocking. This was a serious matter. The Umbu didn't dare to provoke them and left directly. Tsunade's face was full of tears. She sobbed and threw herself into Uzumaki Mito's arms. Tears flowed freely on her face. Her eyes were red from crying and she couldn't make a sound. Uzumaki Mito hugged Tsunade and patted her back gently. A sadness welled up in her originally strong heart and tears flashed in her eyes. Mito couldn't help but think in his heart, the news leaked too quickly. How come even Tsunade knew about it? Poor Mito, he still doesn't know how widespread the rumor is. If she knew, who knows what would happen? Would she just fall to the ground? Tsunade raised her eyes and looked at Uzumaki Mito for the answer. Is second grandfather really dead? Tsunade's words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Uzumaki Mito. Mito looked at Tsunade with tears in her eyes. She was looking at this very cute Tsunade with tears on her face. She really wanted to say, Tobirama, your second grandfather is actually fine, those are just rumors, don't believe them. But Mito saw that he was unable to say anything. If he said it now, Tsunade would know the truth sooner or later. By then, Tsunade will only be in more pain. The truth is a fire, and a lie is a piece of paper. Paper cannot cover fire. Once if the lie is exposed, the fire will burn little Tsunade to ashes, which is something Mito simply cannot accept. Tsunade looked at Mito for a long time without saying anything. Tsunade's heart began to feel desperate. She couldn't believe that her second grandfather was dead. She desperately wanted to find an answer from Mito. She said to Mito, second grandpa is a hokage with such great strength, how could he die? He knows a lot of forbidden techniques, such as Flying Thunder God, Water Style, and Fire Style. Grandma, are you talking? How could second grandpa die? Tsunade said a lot while sobbing, as if to prove something, but soon she stopped talking, because even he himself knew the outcome of the answer, and she just couldn't believe it. Tears gushed out like a broken dam, and her heart sank to the bottom. Mito looked at Tsunade, who was crying bitterly in front of him, and thousands of words ran through his mind. But a short pain is worse than a long one. Instead of letting the future Tsunade be heartbroken, it is better to tell him now. Finally, she said slowly, Tsunade, grandpa is gone, and he doesn't want you to be so sad. But how could a child understand so much? Tsunade opened her eyes wide. Although she subconsciously felt that her grandfather was dead, now that Mito had confirmed it, she finally gave up. Tears could not be stopped from flowing, and she cried out, second grandpa, second grandpa. Mito had no choice but to keep comforting Tsunade softly. She held Tsunade in her arms and rocked her slowly like a doll, and Tsunade cried in her arms. He subconsciously moved closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him. As he walked along the way, he felt the looks in the eyes of the thousand hands people passing by made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He was feeling very complicated right now, but his good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him looked calm. At this moment, Hiruzen thought, I am the fish and others are the butchers. Now that things have come to this, what can we do if we panic? Since he has chosen to believe in Lord Uzumaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen has enough confidence and courage to face it, instead of being timid and hesitant like Danzo. It's just death anyway. The death of his teacher has been knocking on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart these days. What he is doing now is just to fulfill his teacher's last wish. Even if he died right now, he would just be heartbroken that he couldn't fulfill his teacher's last wish. Everyone is not a fool, so they can naturally feel that the atmosphere is a bit tense, as if a falling out is about to happen in the next moment. What on earth happened? Everyone was confused as to why they were so friendly yesterday, but now the situation has turned out like this. On the way here, they could clearly feel the Senju clan's distrust of them. In addition to these two, there are Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Tofu. Mito Kato and Yutain Kohara now look terrified. Unlike the others, they both have family support. The family power behind them has no deterrent effect at all. In an era where blood-stained families like Konoha are rampant, they are like invisible people, and no one cares about them or the thoughts behind their families. Death is death, and in the end it will just be reported as death on the battlefield. Who would challenge the Senju clan's right to speak? Relying on the families behind them? Joke. They dared to believe that once their news was reported to their family would not dare to say a word. And what about Uchiha Kagami? He is the genius of the Uchiha clan. The fact that he was able to become a disciple of Senju Tobirama was the work of the current Uchiha clan leader. His position is obviously a representation of the friendly relationship between the Uchiha and the Hokage, and has great political significance. What about the other Autumn Road Wind? This is the next generation heir of the contemporary pig, deer, and butterfly mysticism family. The son of the Akimichi clan leader and the future Inoshikacho duo of Konoha. The lives of both of them are certainly safe. As soon as the 6 people came in, the ninja from the Senju family standing next to the door immediately closed the door. Bang! With a snapping sound, the hearts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yutain Koharu, Mito Kato and Akimichi Tofu and Uchiha Kagami who were present trembled. This is clearly an interrogation. The 6 people couldn't help but gasp. Before Uzumaki Mito could say anything, the other 5 people in the room all looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The meaning is very clear. You are the third hokage appointed by the teacher. You will be the leader of the village in the future. If you don't speak now, who will speak? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt everyone's gaze, swallowed his saliva, stepped forward and asked Uzumaki Mito, Lord Mito, what's going on? Call us over. He did not say that the Senju clan ninjas looked at them differently. There was no need to say that, as it would only ruin Mito's impression of them. This was unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that he could only rely on Lord Uzumaki to secure the throne of Hokage. After all, his strength was not enough to overwhelm everything, and he did not have the strength to become Hokage. You know, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan, which one doesn't have a deep family heritage? The Uchiha clan was eyeing the position of the third Hokage. If I left a bad impression on Lord Mito, my current situation would be very dangerous. Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who acted as if nothing had happened, and then thought of how sad her dear granddaughter looked. She felt a sudden surge of anger in her heart. When Kumasuru Hiruzen saw Lord Uzumaki's angry expression, his heartbeat suddenly quickened. He couldn't help but wonder what happened to make Mito-sama so angry. Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I remember I told you before, no one is allowed to spread the news of Tobirama's death. But just yesterday afternoon, everyone in the cemetery knew that Tobirama was dead. Uzumaki Mito slammed the table and questioned the 6 people. It was a wake-up call. The 6 people present all looked panicked and looked at each other, obviously not knowing why this happened. Who is it? Looking at their teammates, they didn't know who leaked this matter that would determine their future destiny. You have to know that they stayed in the room prepared by the Senju clan all day yesterday and never went out. There is no way they would spread this kind of news. After all, if Hiruzen became Hokage, it would be an opportunity for each of them to rise to great heights. The 6 people couldn't help but wonder, who on earth is the bastard who cut off our path to ascension? Unitin Koharu looked toward Shimura Danzo with obvious distrust in her eyes. Danzo saw that his teammates didn't believe him. He immediately said, although I am very upset about Hiruzen being the Hokage, I can never do such a dirty thing. Hiruzen was appointed by the teacher himself. As he said this, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his burning eyes, and murmured to himself, Hiruzen, you have to believe me. It was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to doubt his good friend. He knew that Danzo was indeed very dissatisfied with him becoming Hokage, but he believed that his good friend would only fight with him over trivial matters, and would never will be unable to distinguish right from wrong in major issues. He said to Mito-sama, I believe it was definitely not Danzo who leaked it. At that moment, Danzo admitted that he was indeed moved by Hiruzen. His eyes were fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hiruzen responded to his good friend's sincere gaze. That's enough. I'm not here to listen to you guys blaming each other. What I want is who will be the winner in the end? I need an explanation. Uzumaki Watermargin is really tired of listening to a bunch of people yelling for a long time without any results. They are even showing off their brotherhood in front of me. These are all left over from what Hashirama did. She really thinks she is an old lady in her 50s. He is Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito no longer concealed her aura, and her eyes swept over Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others one by one. The chakra in her body continued to riot, and the 9 tails chakra showed signs of chaos. An evil aura swept over the 6 people. I'm going to die. To die. Such a powerful aura. The 6 people present all made the same sound. For the first time, they felt the aura of a truly powerful person. It really wasn't me. I swear. If I did it, everyone in my family will die a miserable death. It really wasn't me. I stayed in my room the whole day yesterday and never went out. How could I have done such a thing? Among these 6 people, Yutain Koharu has the weakest psychological defense. After being shocked by Uzumaki Mito's aura, her heart had already collapsed, and she had begun to make the old-fashioned oath that her entire family would not have a good death. His emotional breakdown has already led to the remaining 4 people breaking down emotionally, and they have all sworn an oath. I swear. I also swear. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He knew that such an oath without any credibility was of no use at all. What Uzumaki Mito needs is an explanation. Just swearing is tantamount to hooliganism and will only make him more angry. As expected, Mito is not someone who can be fooled so easily. There is no cost to swear. She cried, what's the use of swearing? I want an explanation. If you can't provide any useful information, I don't mind using some special means. The 6 people including Sarutobi Hiruzen looked pale at this time. That they believed that Mito really dared to take measures. After all, Kana Hazumbu are very good at extracting information from the enemy's brain. Uchiha Jing was very confused. Wasn't the topic originally about everyone? How did it suddenly turn to me? Jing didn't pass the message to the tribe members at all. He didn't know why his clan members got the news, but what Uchiha Jing knew was that his current situation was extremely unsafe. He felt the sharp gazes, and the other 6 people in the room all looked at their former teammates, their eyes full of disappointment. Jing was very puzzled. Just now the six of them were huddled together for warmth and facing the tremendous pressure brought to them by Lord Uzumaki, but now just because of a word from the Umbu, they were falling apart. The spearhead was instantly directed at me. Uchiha Jing was not actually unable to understand it. After all, the evidence was very solid, and the news came from him, the Uchiha who knew that his teacher was dead. This makes it really hard for me to deny it, but it is definitely not me. He watched as Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yutane, Mito Kato-en, and Akimichi Tofu all moved away from him, only Sarutobi Hiruzen did not move. But he also looked at himself with a very complicated feeling. At this moment, Jing only felt very painful in his heart. I didn't do anything. We were obviously teammates, but I was isolated like this. Uzumaki Mito's hair was all flying at this time. He was on the verge of rage. The huge amount of chakra in his body gushed out in an instant, and cracks appeared on the floor under his feet. As long as Mito exerts a little force, it will explode into pieces. Uchiha Kagami was alone in bearing the heavy pressure from Uzumaki Mito, and he realized that he had to say something. Otherwise, Lord Uzumaki Mito's tailed beast ball might be sprayed towards him in the next moment, and his life would be in danger. All of Uzumaki Mito's high pressure was put on Uchiha Kagami. He had never felt so weak before. He once thought that his strength had already reached the level of Konoha's Jonin, and he believed that there were only 2 people in Konoha village who could surpass him. Now it seems that he was really too arrogant. In his heart, he lamented that the elders of the clan had misled him. He recalled that when Jing was still young, he had heard an elder of the clan say that old Lady Mito was such a difficult person to deal with. Even when I face her, I can only barely defeat her. The first Hokage really married a powerful wife. This sentence planted a seed in the young Kagami's heart, and Kagami admitted that he had never underestimated the widow of the first Hokage. But he thought he just couldn't beat her. Now it seems that he doesn't even have the courage to hold on in her hands. Is this the strength of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? At this moment, he felt as if he was in a sandstorm and could only allow Uzumaki Mito's chakra to oppress his body. Uchiha Kagami felt that he could not resist at all as the gap in strength was too obvious. Jing said with a trembling voice, "It's not me. Master Tobirama is my teacher. I would never do anything to leak information." Of course, Uchiha Kagami is not as spineless as Yutaten Kohara. Although he does not approve of many people in the family, he approves of the fire consciousness of the Konoha high-level officials. But he would not make a solemn oath like Yutane Koharu, which would put the life and death of his entire clan at risk. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he cannot do such a thing. But his trembling yet firm voice seemed so pale and powerless that no one except Sarutobi Hiruzen believed it at all. In the eyes of everyone, the 6 of them went directly to the Senju tribe's territory as soon as they returned to the village, and did not see anyone in between. When they arrived at the Senju clan's territory, they stayed in their respective rooms, and no one knew that Lord Tobirama was dead. But just yesterday afternoon, the news spread throughout the entire Konoha village. In addition, the source of the news came from Uchiha. How could they believe that the person who delivered the news was not Uchiha Kagami? In addition, from the perspective of motive, Shimura Danzo, Yutane Koharu, and Mito Kato-en all came from civilian families. Their ninja clan was only a small ninja clan, and there was no value in passing on the information about Lord Tobirama's death. For them, Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming Hokage is the biggest benefit to them. The only ones who can benefit from it are the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami has a strong motive to commit the crime, and everyone believes this. Besides, even if Uchiha Kagami stayed in the house all the time, the Uchiha clan was a family that had survived since the Warring States period. How is it possible that there are no means in ninjutsu to secretly transmit messages? Does the message have to be delivered face to face? Obviously, no one believed it. Only the Uchiha clan could gain enough benefits from spreading the news of Lord Tobirama's death. Besides, Lord Tobirama had suppressed the Uchiha clan many times during his lifetime. This Uchiha Kagami might be hiding his strength and secretly deceiving Lord Tobirama's trust. By this time the fox's tail was finally revealed. It seemed that the Uchiha clan had big plans. Now, no matter what Uchiha Kagami says, Uzumaki Mito will no longer believe it. It has happened, and someone has to pay for it. In Uzumaki Mito's view, it no longer matters whether Uchiha Kagami did all this or not. The Uchiha clan has already passed the message, and what has happened is irreversible. Uzumaki Mito must find this person to take the blame. The Uchiha clan is now no different from a traitor. They wanted to get their hands on the position of Hokage, which Uzumaki Mito could not accept. In any case, Uchiha Kagami is now an accomplice, and Uzumaki Mito will definitely not let him go. Even if he can't kill him now, he can still seriously injure him. In this way, the Uchiha would not dare to directly launch a rebellion. I don't have the courage yet. Uzumaki Mito stood up, as if he was about to attack Uchiha Kagami. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. He blocked the way in front of Uchiha Kagami, stared at Uzumaki Mito and said, "Mito-sama, I believe in Uchiha Kagami. He definitely has no intention of passing on the message." Mito was stunned for a moment, and everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe that this Uchiha Kagami was obviously an accomplice of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, you, as the biggest victim in this matter, are now protecting him. No one understands Sarutobi Hiruzen's train of thought. Mito's astonishment only lasted for a second, and then his eyes became firm, and the look he gave Sarutobi Hiruzen began to change. Then he said, "Monkey, do you know what you're talking about? Now is not the time for you to act like a hero. This matter must be explained." All of Uzumaki Mito's aura moved away from Uchiha Kagami, and in an instant all of it was pressed onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to lower his back for a moment, and at that moment he realized the situation Uchiha Kagami was in just now. He just felt that his whole body was crushed, and a huge momentum directly overwhelmed him. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to stand straight, while Uchiha Kagami beside him was breathing heavily. He broke free from hell, just as if his feet had just been entangled by water plants, and Sarutobi Hiruzen helped him pull the water plants off his feet, and the original feeling of drowning disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Kagami looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with gratitude in his eyes. He never expected that this person whom he once admired so much, the future third Hokage designated by his teacher, would dare to stand up for him in such a critical moment. You know, just now Uchiha Jing's cold sweat had already soaked his clothes. At that moment, Uchiha Jing felt that he was about to die. Danzo Shimura, who was standing by, felt uncomfortable as he saw the two people's eyes meet. His best friend was facing the pressure from Uzumaki Mito alone, and was protecting the Uchiha who leaked the information. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Evil Uchiha brat, what has he bewitched Hiruzen into?" He then said loudly to Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, why are you trying so hard? Uchiha Kagami, he is an Uchiha." That's the message he delivered. In Danzo Shimura's opinion, the person who leaked the information among the six of them must be Uchiha Kagami. Lord Tobirama was always wary of the Uchiha during his lifetime. As Lord Tobirama's most beloved disciple, Danzo Shimura believes that he has inherited everything from Lord Tobirama. He is Senju Kotobirama. Naturally, this also includes hatred for the Uchiha clan. So it is reasonable to say that Shimura Danzo now completely believes that it was Uchiha Kagami who leaked the information to Uchiha, and Uzumaki Mito on the side had already become fed up with Shimura Danzo who kept interrupting him. She yelled at him, "Shut up, did I ask you to speak?" Danzo Shimura looked at Mito Uzumaki and didn't dare to say a word. Under normal circumstances he would have said something, but now, feeling the overwhelming aura from Uzumaki Mito, Danzo Shimura didn't dare to say a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, his eyes gentle, "Mito-sama, I am not trying to be a hero. I know Uchiha Kagami. He is special, he doesn't have the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. Even if the Sharingan is activated, it is to protect all of us. His Sharingan is love. He is gentle and kind. He loves to protect his companions and treats everyone gently. He is a Konoha ninja who has completely inherited the will of fire from Lord Hokage. He treats his companions and his family gently. I can completely trust him with my back on the battlefield, and he is not afraid of death on the battlefield. For every wounded person, he will do his best to treat them. It is impossible for such a person to pass information to the Uchiha. He is different from the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, as if he was recalling past memories, telling everything he knew about Uchiha Kagami. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories, the Uchiha clan was powerful and of noble blood, but they were always arrogant and impatient with everything. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very unhappy. But there are two exceptions in this clan, one is Uchiha Jing, and the other is Uchiha Ya. These two people are very powerful, but they are very humble, and ordinary ninjas can get along harmoniously with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept talking about every little thing about himself and Uchiha Kagami. His emotions were sincere and touching. Even Danzo Shimura, who always thought that Uchiha were evil kids, couldn't help but feel guilty for doubting Uchiha Kagami too much. Uchiha Kagami, who was standing behind him, was almost in tears at this moment. The excitement in his heart was simply indescribable. Even he himself didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually believed in him so much. Money is easy to get, but a true friend is hard to find. From this moment on, Uchiha Kagami swore that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be his real brother from now on, and he would definitely help Sarutobi Hiruzen become the Hokage. "I will never forget your life-saving grace." Jing also glanced at Danzo, and Danzo was so furious when he saw it. "This guy dares to challenge me. Damn it, you dare to challenge my position in Hiruzen's heart?" Danzo once again reaffirmed his opinion that it was he who leaked the information, the evil Uchiha brat. A sound came out of Uzumaki Mito's throat. There was a hint of irony in her smile. "Monkey, do you really want to protect Uchiha Kagami? I don't believe you don't know. With his identity, even if he really leaked the information, I can't kill him. At most he will lie in the Uchiha clan territory for a few days. There won't be any clear losses, but the news has already been leaked. It is undoubtedly Uchiha Kagami. He is already an accomplice. Regardless of whether he did it or not, he will have to take the blame today. Are you sure? Do you really want to go against me for him? Pay attention, your answer will determine who will be the Hokage." As soon as Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, the huge pressure that had just been released disappeared instantly, and the six people around him took a deep breath. They felt a lot more relaxed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the center of the topic, did not feel relaxed at all. Uzumaki Mito's questions were so overwhelming that he could hardly breathe. They were even more stressful than the intimidating aura just now. Because this issue will determine Sarutobi Hiruzen's future, it is so important that it even concerns his current safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew that without the support of Uzumaki Mito, it would be impossible for him to become Hokage. From the day he accepted the teaching appointment, he was full of uncertainty about his future. After all, Tobirama Senju only left a verbal order, and it was not a verbal order given in front of all the Konoha ninjas. It is just an order that has to be spoken by these disciples, so its value is even lower. If Tobirama Senju announced in the village that he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the Hokage, none of the ninjas would agree, let alone if they, the people involved, announced it on their behalf. There is no way the ninjas would agree to such a ridiculous request. The only person in Konoha who could execute someone's orders with just a word was Hashirama Senju. Only Hashirama Senju has the absolute strength to make everyone shut up. He is the only one who can appoint anyone as Hokage. Even Tobirama Senju does not have this qualification. Tobirama must also win over the ninja clan and distribute fair benefits in order to make the bloody ninjas in the village willingly serve him. Otherwise, Senju Tobirama would have slaughtered all the Uchiha long ago and would not have returned the powerful power to the Uchiha police force. It is precisely because Senju Tobirama does not have overwhelming strength that he has been able to tolerate the existence of the Uchiha clan and has to endure the disgust to distribute benefits to the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he, Senju Tobirama, would never be able to convince the public. After all, no one can question the powerful role and great achievements of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, so this question will determine Uzumaki Mito's attitude towards me, and whether I can become Hokage. And if he could not become Hokage, now that the news had been leaked, Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed that he might not be able to survive. So this question will determine your destiny. He is now very clear about the importance of this question, so he is very hesitant. The test Mito gave himself was very clear. Do you want the position of Hokage or your brothers? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisive look, Danzo was anxious and couldn't make a decision. Danzo cursed Hiruzen in his heart. What's the choice here? What good is there for someone like Uchiha to choose from? Damn Uchiha Kagami, I didn't expect that he occupied such an important position in Hiruzen's heart. Damn, what an evil Uchiha brat. He must be deceiving Hiruzen. The position of Hokage is so tempting. If Danzo were to choose, he would definitely choose Hokage. Uchiha Kagami will never die. He will just lie in the Uchiha clan's territory for half a year anyway. Besides, the righteous words spoken by Sarutobi Hiruzen just now were already worthy of the friendship between him and Uchiha Kagami as fellow disciples. What a hesitant and cowardly Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei, how could you give the position of Hokage to such a coward? Danzo cursed Hiruzen in his heart and was also dissatisfied with why his teacher did not give him the position of Hokage. I will definitely be able to lead Konoha to glory. At this time, Uchiha Kagami also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious expression. To be honest, Kagami didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to choose him at this time. After all, that was the position of Hokage. Any Konoha villager would know which one to choose. Uchiha Jing was already deeply moved by his righteous words just now, so there was really no need for him to choose himself at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already made a decision on this matter. He said to Uzumaki Mito righteously, Lord Mito, Jing is innocent, please don't take your anger out on him. I am willing to take on cut. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never make the decision to betray his brothers. Hiruzen finally made his choice. Why? Danzo was distraught when Hiruzen said that. He never imagined that Jing was so important in Hiruzen's heart. He thought he was the first in his heart. Danzo couldn't accept this result. He covered his chest and felt very painful. Okay. Uzumaki Mito realized Fei Hiruzen's decision. Monkey, since you like to be a hero, then stay here and I'll talk to you. The remaining few people, the Umbu will take them out and let them go home. She slammed the table hard, and in the blink of an eye, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the remaining 5 people were thrown out by her, and the Umbu led them out of the Senju clan's territory. Outside the Senju clan, it's finally out. Koharu Utane, who was almost scared to death, sighed that she had finally gotten out of there. In her eyes, it was like a prison. Mitamanyan sighed and said, yes, it finally came out. Both of them were sighing that they had finally survived the disaster and couldn't help but feel happy. Only Danzo Shinmura's face turned green. His good friend Hiruzen is still in there, and he doesn't know what kind of abuse he will suffer from Uzumaki Mito. He was so angry looking at the 2 people in front of him. He said angrily, Hiruzen is still in there, and you still have the mood to fight here. Danzo also cursed in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen, damn Hiruzen. You just like to be a hero. You were a hero when you were cutting off our retreat, and you are still a hero now. You'll get yourself killed sooner or later. Don't worry, Hiruzen will be fine. Uchiha Kagami also comforted him. He knew in his heart that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be killed by Mito. If Lord Mito really wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, there would be no need to release them all. They should all be killed. Given her influence in the village, it would not be difficult for her to do such a thing in a fit of rage. But even if his life was not in danger, he would definitely not be comfortable in there. After all, Lord Mito was full of anger, and he would definitely suffer some harm. Jing thought so in his heart. Yeah. I hope so. Danzo hoped so, but after thinking about it, the sound seemed wrong. This voice. Belongs to Uchiha Kagami. In an instant, Danzo ignited. Uchiha Jing, shut up. You are the one who leaked the information that you caused Hiruzen to be in prison and his life or death is unknown. I'm telling you, for Hiruzen's sake, I won't punish you today. You'd better not leak the news, otherwise I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Danzo Shimura scolded Uchiha Kagami harshly. He blamed all the sins on Uchiha Kagami and vented all the anger that he had been holding back for 2 days. Although Jing had a gentle temper, he was not the kind of person who would just accept things as they came. On normal days, he would have definitely fought back, but he thought that even if he wanted to refute something, he would have been hesitant to speak. Everything that happened today was too strange. Now his teammates don't believe anything he says. After all, he has such a strong motive to commit the crime. Only the 7 of them knew about the matter and were imprisoned. But now the Uchiha clan was able to spread the news. He, Uchiha Kagami, could never wash himself clean even if he fell into the Yellow River. There is water in my crotch, it must be urine. Danzo roared for a long time, and Uchiha Kagami had no way to complain about his guilt towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. In front of Lord Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen protected him so much, so what's wrong with him letting his little brother Shimura Danzo scold him a few times? Facing Shimura Danzo's accusations, Jing became a punching bag for a long time. Go ahead and curse, Uchiha Jing thought. After a while, Danzo finally got tired of scolding. He glared at Jing fiercely, left them and walked towards his home. Utane Koharu, Maidamanen, and Akimichi Torikazawa all left. Although they did not have as much hatred towards Uchiha Kagami as Shimura Danzo, they also believed in their hearts that it was Uchiha Kagami who betrayed them, leaked the information to his family. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? While Uzumaki Mito was interrogating the 6 members of the Shadow Guard, an uproar broke out in the Uchiha clan. In the morning, when every Uchiha heard about Uchiha's actions, they were all shocked. The shock caused to the Uchiha clan was even greater than the news of Tobirama's death. After all, for the Uchiha clan, the change of clan leader was obviously more important than the change of hokage. After all, if in the Uchiha clan, the clan leader and the hokage give orders at the same time, most of the Uchiha clan members will definitely obey the clan leader's arrangements. Therefore, the news that Uchiha was going to overthrow Uchiha Zyu and become the new clan leader was a big surprise even for the usually aloof Uchiha. After all, Uchiha has always been a breath of fresh air in the Uchiha family. His personality is quite different from most Uchiha people. Ever since he went to the battlefield, he has won the love of a large number of Uchiha people with his decisive killing. And now he actually wants to challenge the patriarch. How old is he? He is only 19 years old. How can this be done? Every Uchiha had his doubts about him, but there is no doubt that the Uchiha people haven't enjoyed eating melons so much in a long time. At least everyone is looking forward to what is going to happen at 9 o'clock today. It should be the most exciting thing that has happened to Uchiha since Lord Madara left. Everyone is looking forward to it. At this moment, in Uchiha Zuyu's house, the living room, which was originally used to receive guests, now seems very small. Because a dozen Uchiha clan members were sitting there, looking at Uchiha Zuyu with bright eyes in front of them. Zuyu's wife, Uchiha Yukin, was holding a teapot and pouring tea for the Uchiha present. The snacks prepared for the usual meetings were no longer enough. After all, more than a dozen Uchiha came at once, and they were all elderly, so there was really no preparation at all. However, the Uchiha present had no intention of paying attention to today's events. They just drank tea and enjoyed snacks. After all, they are all old people and are really unprepared for the situation in the past few days. They feel like they have been eliminated by the times. What happened in the past 2 days is even more outrageous than what happened in the past 2 or 3 years, and contains a huge amount of information. First, Tobirama Senju was murdered at the negotiating table. This news was enough to make them very upset. You know, they had already asserted long ago that Senju Tobirama would definitely live longer than these old guys, but they didn't expect that he would be dead now. Then, Uchiha Uchiha, the genius who was completely different from others in the family, now directly charged towards the position of clan leader. It seemed that even the news of Tobirama's death was spread by him. All the elders present were surprised by his ambition. Normally he kept a low profile and everyone thought he was not interested in these things, but now he actually wanted to be the clan leader. It seems that Tobirama's news is true, otherwise he would not want to be the patriarch at this critical juncture. Every team leader couldn't help but gasp. It seemed that this guy was no simple man. He had been keeping a low profile for such a long time without being exposed at all. He really doesn't look like a child of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zuyu held a cigarette in his hand, smoking it one puff after another to relieve his inner anxiety. Not to mention that the elders under his command were confused, his own brain seemed to be unable to keep up. The situation changed so quickly in just 2 days. A few days ago, Zyuyu was still planning on getting more compensation from the hokage after Tobirama signed a peace agreement. After all, the Uchiha clan paid a heavy price in the First Ninja World War. The young ninjas in the family were sent to the battlefield in batches. The number of shurikens and kunao provided by the weapons industry to Konoha is astronomical. This money is supplied by Uchiha in an endless stream. It's all money. If we negotiate now, Uchiha will definitely get more money. But who knows that they are all gone now, and the hokage still owes Uchiha all kinds of compensation. Zyuyu thought, I was looking forward to having a heated debate with Senju Tobirama, but instead Tobirama died. Alas, Zyuyu couldn't help but sigh out. Well, after all, he was the person he had been watching for such a long time, and it was quite difficult to get used to it for a while. As for the various romantic rumors about Lord Tobirama spread by the clan members, how could Zyuyu believe them? As a sinister and cunning person like Senju Tobirama, he had no intention of talking about love at all. The rumors circulating among the people are just a joke. He believed more in the possibility of Senju Tobirama staying alone to cover the retreat. After all, that guy's mental state was indeed not normal and he acted arbitrarily. Maybe it was really possible that something like this could happen. This is also a cold joke. The Uchiha clan leader actually thinks that Senju Tobirama is mentally ill. Seeing that the chief was still smoking by himself, a member of the tribe became impatient and wanted to say something. After all, you are the patriarch and you are the person involved in this matter. If you don't say it, how can you expect me to say it? He couldn't wait to ask, Chief, what should we do about the 9 o'clock clan meeting? One person spoke, and the others followed instantly. Yes, team leader, Uchiha must have been planning this for a long time. Even we haven't received any news from Senju Tobirama. How did he get it? He must have planned it a long time ago. This person is not simple, we can't face him easily. Uchiha Zyuyu naturally understood that Uchiha was truly a genius of the Uchiha clan, and that he was top-notch in both strength and character. At this moment, the Uchiha is indeed closest to the position of hokage, but Zyuyu really can't understand why Ye is so anxious now. Why should he? If we ask ourselves honestly, Uchiha is indeed very strong. There are probably few people stronger than him in the Uchiha clan. Several. But this is not just about strength. If you want to become hokage, you have to rely on the influence of your family. And in a family, if you want to be the patriarch, it's not just about having big fists. Does being a clan leader depend on fighting power? Uchiha Zyuyu admitted that even if he met Uchiha, he was not completely sure that he could defeat Uchiha. I also thought of how Uchiha usually relied on his own force to punish evil and promote good in the village. I made an evaluation of Uchiha in my heart. It seems that he worships force too much. Thinking that the clan leader also relied on force, Uchiha Zyuyu sneered. He decided to teach this young and proud boy a lesson today to let him know that the clan leader does not only rely on force, but also on much more. Uchiha Zyuyu looked at the elders and the current elite of the Uchiha clan below the stage. Almost all of them have opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and all of them are jonin of the Uchiha clan. They are the most elite team in the police department, led by himself. Uchiha Zyuyu believed that as long as they joined forces, they could kill even Senju Tobirama, but the price was too terrible. Uchiha Zyuyu didn't want to do that, so he said that if you want to make it in the world, you need power and background. What can you do with just fighting? Zyuyu was lying on the sofa, blowing out smoke rings from his mouth with a leisurely expression. Do you really think that if Tobirama dies, you, Uchiha, will be invincible? Without opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, there is no essential difference between the Uchiha. You have 3 Magatama, how strong do you think you are? Can you withstand the simultaneous attack of more than a dozen 3 Magatama masters? Young people still need to practice. Without a kaleidoscope, what are you pretending to be? Uchiha Zyuyu interrupted the discussion of the Uchiha elites. He spoke calmly, but the heaviness in his tone made every Uchiha elite feel the pressure. Okay, stop complaining. Uchiha is the genius of the family, young and energetic. Every young person is like this. You are all members of the Uchiha clan. The clan leader, was collectively chosen by all the Uchiha after Master Ban left. Since Uchiha thinks he is suitable to be the clan leader and has requested a clan meeting, then we should discuss it at the clan meeting and let all the Uchiha people jointly nominate him to see who is more suitable to be the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Zyuyu's tone was gentle, every Uchiha elite could sense a message from him that the Uchiha was about to be in trouble. So everyone present began to show their loyalty. Chief, I support you. Yes, clan leader, this Uchiha is too arrogant. How dare he challenge you? Yes, Uchiha must pay the price. He has no idea how important the patriarch is to the family. I've never understood how much the patriarch has contributed to the family. This kind of person is really a parasite in the family. We can't beg for mercy from him. Well, no matter what, Uchiha is the genius of the family and the hope for the family's future. He is just young and frivolous. When we were young, everyone was like this. Teach him a lesson. He will still be the pride of Uchiha in the future. Because today all the ninjas from the Uchiha clan will be accommodated. The rooms at Nanga Shrine were simply unable to accommodate everyone, so the clan meeting was held outside of Nanga Shrine. In the past, most of the clan members who participated in the clan meeting were ninjas who opened the Sharingan, but this time it was different. As long as they were ninjas of the Uchiha clan, all of them had to participate. The last time there was such a big scene was when Uchiha Madara made up his mind to reconcile with the Senju clan and jointly establish Konoha village. Such a grand clan meeting also made every Uchiha clan feel deeply moved. I am afraid that this clan meeting will determine the future fate of the Uchiha clan. Here it comes. Uchiha is here. A voice suddenly came from the crowd, causing the originally noisy crowd to shut up at the same time. At the same time, they all involuntarily made way for Uchiha to walk in front. Ye felt everyone's gazes, but he didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, he even felt a sense of pleasure. Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Kinjian beside him also instantly straightened their chests and showed Uchiha smiles. Uchiha Jueyu, standing at the highest point, watched Uchiha walk up to the platform step by step, to see whether this younger generation of his own could challenge his authority. Doesn't like those red tapes. He walked up to the platform and explained his purpose simply and clearly, without even the most basic greetings. Master Patriarch, I believe you also know the purpose of my holding the clan meeting today. Senju Tobirama is dead. The era of the second Hokage is over. We will now welcome a new era for the Uchiha. You are the remnant of the old era. The current Uchiha needs young people, and I will lead the Uchiha towards Hokage. The entire ninja world will remember the glory of the Uchiha. All the Uchiha present felt the changes in Uchiha today, completely different from the past, confident and arrogant. It was completely different from his usual humility and decisiveness. This kind of look that comes from the inside out cannot be faked at all. Everyone had only one guess in their hearts, that is, he had been disguising his personality in the past, and his personality was originally so domineering. Every Uchiha present felt deeply about Uchiha's words. His words completely hit the sensitive points of the Uchiha clan. They were almost reaching climax after hearing what Yes said. Many young people in the family were vaguely convinced by Now, seeing that Yes' infectious ability was so strong, Uchiha Zuyu could no longer sit still. He said, "What courage, you are worthy of being the genius of the Uchiha clan." Zuyu first praised Uchiha and then said, "But don't you think you are too arrogant? Do you really think that just because Tobirama Senju is dead, you can run rampant in Uchiha and Konoha?" Afterwards, Zuyu said in a rhythmic tone, "Everyone always thinks that I am giving in to the Konoha high-level officials and that I have a weak character, but can the Uchiha really do anything to that Uzumaki Mito? Do you think that the Uchiha clan can take on the entire Konoha village alone with their strength? I'm sure everyone has seen that under my leadership, the Uchiha strength in the village is constantly increasing." His voice made every Uchiha present start to think deeply. Then, he changed the subject and looked at Uchiha. The three Magatama Sharingan appeared, and he burst out with powerful chakra and mighty power, pressing down on Uchiha. Uchiha was calm and didn't feel any pressure. The Patriarch's eyes changed. It seems that his strength is even stronger than I thought. Zuyu continued, "Today, you want to become the head of the Uchiha clan. Do you think you are worthy?" Uchiha Zuyu pointed his finger at the Uchiha elites in the audience. The Uchiha elites immediately understood what Uchiha Zuyu meant and stepped forward to support their family head. "Boy, you are too young, get off quickly. I believe the Patriarch will not care about it. You little brat, do you dare to challenge the authority of the clan leader? Get out of here now, you're not worthy. Who do you think you are? Get down here now." In an instant, under the leadership of the three Magatama elite who had real power among these people, a large number of Uchiha ninjas joined the team to attack Uchiha. The voices of Ukizimo, Uchiha Kinjian and others were gradually drowned out by the overwhelming sound. The thunderous voices of opposition resounded throughout the Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Juyu had a smug smile on his face. "You are still too young and your strength is not that top-notch. Do you really think that you have been the head of the Uchiha clan for more than 10 years in vain? Young people are still too naive. He is not an incompetent clan leader. After Lord Madara left, he became the clan leader. He has been committed to the development of Uchiha. This huge prestige cannot be easily shaken by you, Uchiha." Uchiha turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. More than a dozen Uchiha clan members with three Magatama opened their Sharingan and stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Knight sneered. A member of the clan with three Magatama saw looking down on them and couldn't help but said angrily, "Uchiha, why don't you surrender? With your own strength, what qualifications do you have to challenge the throne of the clan leader?" Just me? Let's talk." Uchiha's aura was no longer concealed, his pupils changed rapidly, and it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Since the three Magatama won't work, what if I open the Mangekyo, chief? What do you think? What is it?" An extremely powerful Mangekyo Sharingan power appeared in Uchiha's eyes. Every Uchiha present felt this evil power. Impossible, impossible. Uchiha Zuyu couldn't believe it at all. How could such eyes appear? Or did it happen to the 19-year-old Uchiha? This this is a kaleidoscope. This is Madara-sama's Mangekyo. Mangekyo Sharinan, the Uchiha clan's eye above the three Megatama can actually be opened. The elders present were all aware that the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan was vastly different from that of the three Megatama Sharinan. They were very familiar with this eye power, it was the power of Uchiha Madara. No one knows the horror of the Mangekyo Sharinan better than them. With the Mangekyo, the Uchiha have a future. Zuyu couldn't believe it. The Mangekyo Sharinan, those are the eyes he has been pursuing all his life. The entire Uchiha clan is looking for this pair of eyes. After all, that is the power wielded by everyone's idol, Lord Uchiha Madara. I couldn't get it out no matter what I did, but it appeared today. It didn't appear on his body yet, Zuyu just felt cold all over. At the same time, I felt a little relieved that I didn't say such harsh words just now. Otherwise, with his current evil aura, I'm afraid I might lose my life. Ha 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 ha, God has eyes. The Mangekyo Sharinan appears. The Uchiha clan's divine eye. With Lord Madara's power, the third Hokage must be an Uchiha. The Uchiha elders now began to scream hysterically. No one knew the horror of the Mangekyo better than them. If you help Chief Yu, can I be the chief now? Uchiha slightly activated the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, and a Susanoo shadow several tens of meters tall appeared. Yes, that's it. This is the powerful Susanoo displayed by Madara-sama. Invincible. The Uchiha are indeed a clan favored by the gods. The elders were so excited that they were about to faint. They were almost in despair, but now the Mangekyo Sharinan appeared. In this era, who can stop the rise of Uchiha? Help Chief Yu, can I be the chief now? Uchiha slightly activated the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, and a Susanoo shadow several tens of meters tall appeared. He said to Uchiha who was emitting an evil aura at the moment, now that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan, it stands to reason that it will be no problem for you to take the position of clan leader. But you haven't attended clan meetings for so many years, and you don't know much about clan issues. It's too hasty for you to take the position of clan leader. At this time, Uchiha Zuyu, who had already lost hope, also said, that's right, you should first understand the situation in the clan, and then become the clan leader after a year or two. Don't worry, you with the Mangekyo Sharinan will surely lead our Uchiha into the future. That you will definitely be the future clan leader. But there are still too many affairs for the clan leader to take charge of. You should first familiarize yourself with the affairs of the clan. Uchiha smiled contemptuously, humph. I am very familiar with the situation within the tribe, which is why I did not come to attend the tribe meeting. Uchiha supported his hands on the table and looked at everyone in front of him. Tell me, let me be the clan leader in 1 or 2 years, then what about the position of Hokage? Have you ever thought about this, Master Clan Leader? You have only been blindly obeying the Konoha high-level officials over the years. Where do you put the interests of the Uchiha? I admit that Tobirama Senju is indeed powerful, but he is dead now. If we don't act now, the Uchiha will never have a chance again. You guys. Uchiha pointed at Uchiha Shiyu and the clan elders. You will all be sinners of the Uchiha. You elders will only split into 2 factions, constantly fighting within the family, and causing chaos in the clan meeting. After so many years of clan meetings, have you come to any conclusion? If you guys could have figured it out, I wouldn't be standing here today. At this moment, becoming Hokage is the best choice for the family's future. There are no longer 2 voices allowed in the family. What the Uchiha clan needs is not these endless clan meetings, nor does it need 2 voices that keep hindering the clan's progress. We need someone who can lead the tribe out of this difficult situation. The family only needs 1 voice, and it's me. I want to unite all the Uchiha into one, gather the power of the entire Uchiha, and become the Hokage of Konoha. The Uchiha's reputation will spread throughout the ninja world. If I continue to give up the position of clan leader to you, Uchiha will not become the 3rd Hokage. And you are all accomplices of the Senju clan. Uchiha looked at the endless Uchiha clan members in the audience and said in a rhythmic manner, my fellow clan members, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan jointly founded Konoha. The 2 generations of Hokage of Konoha were both from the Senju clan. The Uchiha now wants to take back the position of the 3rd Hokage, but the clan leader doesn't agree. What's the use of such a clan leader? I, Uchiha will take the position of clan leader and become the 3rd Hokage. By then, our Uchiha's fame will spread throughout the entire Konoha village. Uchiha's voice was deafening, and the tribesmen were all impressed by his speech. But he didn't dare to express his opinion for the time being, and the whole situation fell into silence. At this time, Uchiha Zemo stood up and was the first to break the silence. I support Captain to become the clan leader. The next moment, Uchiha Kinjian also spoke out in support. Captain has Madara-sama's Mangekyo Sharinan, and will lead us Uchiha to defeat the Senju clan. I also support him to become the patriarch. Soon, under the leadership of the 2, the young people in the clan spoke out in support of Uchiha to become the clan leader. The Uchiha clan is in an uproar. At this time, Uchiha Zuyu knew that he no longer had the support of others. He looked at Uchiha and said, the family is in your hands, Master Patriarch. Uchiha Ziwia's closest subordinates became anxious on the spot. Their interests were highly tied to Uchiha Ziwia. Once Uchiha came to power, their interests would be damaged. They naturally would not agree, but in the face of absolute strength, all interference is nothing but chickens and dogs. Uchiha Ziwiu ignored his subordinates, gently patted Uchiha's shoulder, and gave up his position. Don't let the clan members down, yeah. Seeing that the situation had been decided, the originally radical elders of the clan could no longer hold back. In his opinion, having mastered Madara-sama's abilities, is now invincible. Possessing the powerful strength of Susanoo, the Uchiha clan's most powerful Mangekyo Sharingan with more than 3 Megatama. You know, there is no Hashirama Senju in Konoha now, and Tobirama Senju is also dead. Who else can resist the divine power of Uchiha? In Konoha, the Uchiha clan will dominate. In their opinion, the Senju clan is already the afterglow of the setting sun, and the Uchiha clan will soon suppress the Senju clan. What a powerful encouragement this is for the elders who had already lost hope for the future. The elders shouted wildly. Uchiha, he is the head of the Uchiha clan. He is the third Hokage, Master Patriarch, Knight. Susanoo, the unrivaled power of the Uchiha. Uchiha, The sound of thunder and sea roared throughout the Uchiha clan. The clan members had gone completely crazy and they had already elected their own clan leader. As for why they were still doubting Uchiha's strength, do you think Uchiha is too arrogant? Alas, those are all trivial matters. Isn't it normal for such a powerful person to be a little arrogant and domineering? Lord Madara is much more arrogant than him. In just a few seconds, the Uchiha clan had completed their change of mindset and became supporters of Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan has very simple customs. The bigger the fist, the more powerful the truth. As long as you are strong enough, no matter how old you are, even if you are a 3-year-old child, you will still be the idol of every Uchiha. Uchiha came to the seat of the clan leader, but did not sit down in a hurry. Instead, he looked at all the clan members of the Uchiha clan in front of him and slowly said, "The Uchiha clan has been a glorious clan since ancient times. We are just encountering some difficulties now. I will lead you all to rebuild the glory of Uchiha. This glory belongs to everyone. The glory of the Uchiha clan will benefit every Uchiha clan member and spread to the entire ninja world. People throughout the ninja world will remember the glory of the Uchiha clan." As Captain Yes' loyal brothers, Uchiha and Uchiha Zemo said loudly, "Follow the orders of the clan leader." Both of them raised their right arms 45 degrees, put their fingers together and pointed them forward, and saluted while talking. All the remaining Uchiha clan members saw this standard move and subconsciously learned it. For a time, the entire Uchiha clan took such action. Stand up. Salute. Master Patriarch. Master Patriarch. Uchiha said seriously, "First of all, I don't want to hear from everyone that our Uchiha clan is going to rebel." Everyone looked very natural, except for a few radicals who looked puzzled. Uchiha continued, "This village was originally founded by Madara-sama and the first Hokage. We, the Uchiha clan, are the masters of the village. All we have to do now is to take back the power that we deserve." That's right, the Senju clan is too despicable. They have occupied the position of Hokage for 2 generations. It's time for the Uchiha to take the seat. Zemo said fanatically. Good. Uchiha praised Uchiha Zemo, and then said Uchiha should have been the 2nd generation Hokage. The despicable Senju Tobirama has taken it. The position of the 3rd Hokage should be ours now. And now what is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen? He used our Uchiha's hard-earned money to go to war and even betrayed his teacher. Is this kind of person worthy of being a Hokage? The Uchiha also said the second thing is that the police department is seriously understaffed. Starting tomorrow, we will recruit civilian ninjas. Within a week, I want to see the police department double its manpower. I will also take out all the ninjutsu in the family except those related to the Sharingan as rewards for outstanding achievements among the civilian ninjas. And the salaries of these civilian ninjas must be at least at the level of D-rank missions in the village. This time the uproar was even louder. After all, the previous question was acceptable to everyone and was not considered a big one. But this problem would mean cutting off the flesh of the Uchiha clan members. The original police department was just a family business of the Uchiha clan. Now, they are going to bring in outsiders, which makes everyone very puzzled. After all, if outsiders come in, it means that they will have less things. Quiet. Uchiha saw that the commotion below had almost subsided, so he stood up and said, "Brothers appointed to the police department should all know that even if we enforce the law impartially, many villagers still have complaints against us. We may seem to be in a high position, but in fact, our relationship with the villagers is very poor. This is a trap set for our clan by the naturally evil Thousand Hands Ghost. We want to take back our power, and the first thing we need to do is to get closer to the villagers. The Uchiha clan has been away from the villagers for too long. We need to take the initiative to embrace them now. If Uchiha wants to become Hokage, he must maintain a good relationship with the civilians. This is what he must do." An elder of the clan couldn't help but say, "Recruiting civilian ninjas is acceptable, but wouldn't the ninjutsu be too expensive? You know, ninjutsu is the fundamental difference between the ninja clan and civilian ninjas. Many newly promoted civilian shinins do not even have 2 or 3 ninjutsu that they can show off. Ninjutsu is too precious. How can it be given just by joining? Wouldn't this destroy the foundation of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha said, "We, the Uchiha clan, are different from ordinary ninja clans. What we rely on for survival is our family blood and the inheritance of the Sharingan. Rather than letting these ninjutsu gather dust in the family's warehouse, it is better to release them to the public and establish good relations with the civilians. There are many ninjutsu that the ninjas in the family don't use. Besides, with the Sharingan in hand, what ninjutsu can I master? We just need to ensure that the ninjutsu related to the Sharingan is not exposed. The Sharingan, the core of the family, cannot be learned." Uchiha Juya thought so, but there was still one serious matter that he had to say to Uchiha. Have you ever thought that recruiting so many civilian ninjas at once and offering them high salaries will not allow the family's funds to sustain for long? There is something that Tsuyu cannot tell you right now. The family's funds are almost running out. Originally, he was hoping that Tobirama Senju would come back and quickly distribute the funds given by the daimyo, and let him pay off all the fees owed to the Uchiha clan. But now that he is dead, this matter will have to be delayed for some time to complete, which means that the Uchiha clan's funds are still quite tight. Uchiha smiled calmly. "Don't worry about this, Elder Yu, I will help the family get the money. For now that he has the ability, making money, that's too easy." To be honest, still doesn't understand why ninjas are so powerful but need to rely on missions to make money. Have you ever heard of beating the landlords and dividing the land? Besides, has a lot of ways to make money in his mind. Making money won't get you anywhere. Less than an hour after the clan meeting ended, the news that the Uchiha clan had changed its clan leader spread to all the clans. After learning the truth of the matter, the patriarchs of each family sensed an unusual opportunity, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was replaced. This was not a big deal, and even at this juncture it was a little unusual. But the key is the newly appointed Uchiha, who has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A considerable number of the patriarchs of those families have lived since the founding of Konoha until the present, and they have witnessed with their own eyes the wood release of Senju and Kiyama and the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. The two giants gathered together, and any blow they struck could shake the world. They had witnessed such scenes more than once. It was thought that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan could reproduce such glory, but the Senju clan did not have wood release, and even Hashirama Senju's own son did not inherit wood release. The Uchiha clan meeting is in full swing, but Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Senju clan is feeling very nervous. His 5 companions left the Senju clan one by one, leaving him alone to face the wrath of Uzumaki Mito. Now he and Uzumaki Mito were the only ones left in the room. Hiruzen observed Uzumaki Mito's expression, which was calm, with no trace of the anger he had just shown. Hiruzen gradually grew bolder, and with Lord Mito remaining silent, the atmosphere in the air became very awkward. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and felt that he should say something to ease the embarrassment and improve his status in Lord Mito's eyes. After all, if he wants to compete for the position of Hokage, he must rely on Lord Mito. Otherwise, there is no way he would be able to become Hokage. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen was fighting so hard for the position of Hokage, the reason is that even if he doesn't want to fight now, he has no choice. The new Hokage will definitely get rid of this troublesome thing, which means he is now in a desperate situation and can't save himself. He can only fight, otherwise he will not survive. "Mr. Mito, please don't take what happened just now to heart. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. All right, sit down. I know what you want to say." She looked calm, not angry at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down and his heart calmed down. It seemed that he had left a good impression on Lord Mito. Uzumaki Mito no longer looked as angry as he had been when he was scolding the 6 people. His face was kind as he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Monkey, your performance just now really impressed me. I originally thought you were very ordinary, and your family background was very ordinary. Your strength is not outstanding, but it seems that you do have some extraordinary qualities. Perhaps it is this quality in you that allows Tobirama to see the inheritance of the will of fire. That's why I passed on the position of Hokage to you." Uzumaki Mito looked at him and praised him. In her long life, she has seen too many geniuses, including her husband Hashirama Senju, her brother-in-law Tobirama Senju, Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Izuna. There are many more people who are the most shining figures in the Warring States period. Compared to them, what Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed was nothing. But fortunately, his character is very good, which is in line with the character of the will of fire inherited by Konoha. This is the only advantage of him that makes Mito look up to him. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen finally calm down. Uzumaki Mito looked so kind, like the grandmother next door, which made him completely relax. He said modestly, "Mr. Mito, you flatter me. I just did what I had to do. I really can't believe that Jing would pass on the message to the Uchiha clan." But Uzumaki Mito's next words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's happy mood instantly turn into disappointment. She said, "You don't have to be modest. Although you are quite outstanding in your generation, do you think you are worthy of being the Hokage of Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously wanted to answer that he deserved to be the Hokage of Konoha. After all, as a ninja of Konoha, doesn't everyone aspire to become Hokage since childhood? This is the lifelong wish of every Konoha ninja, and it is also the ambition of Sarutobi Hiruzen since he was a child. But Sarutobi Hiruzen asked himself, is he worthy of it? The truth is so cruel, he doesn't deserve it at all. The first generation of Hokage, invincible in the world. Lord Tobirama, who masters so many forbidden techniques and survived the Warring States period, defeated Uchiha Izuna, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But what about me? Do I really have what it takes to become the third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was not firm. He could only say to Uzumaki Mito, I know my ability is not enough, but I will do my best to fulfill the teacher's last wish. I will become a qualified Hokage. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him. This monkey was quite smart and even knew how to talk about his teacher. But do you think I will look at you differently if you say Tobirama? Mito stood up, his eyes became deep, and he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Humph, it seems you have self-awareness. To be honest, if Tobirama's last wish was not for you to become the third Hokage, I would never have imagined that you were qualified to become the third Hokage. Mito's words instantly made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel ashamed. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to face Uzumaki Mito directly. But Mito continued, there are many people in Konoha who are more suitable to be the Sandaime Hokage than you know. If you want to get to the top, you will have to go through a lot of hardships. Are you ready? Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to answer, Mito continued to talk to himself, you look like the third Hokage who can convince the public, like me, or my son. Strictly speaking, it is actually difficult for my son to convince the public, but he has my support and the support of the Senju clan, so he will naturally be able to convince the public. Even Uchiha Kagami, who is obviously not as strong and has less character than you and your team, is more suitable to be Hokage than you. The various conditions for becoming a Hokage include the ability to suppress everyone with force, a distinguished background, a strong family, and wealth that rivals that of a country. You don't have any of these things. I've been thinking about it for a long time and still can't figure out why Tobirama would pass the position of the Sandaime Hokage to you. It's really hard to understand. The only thing worth mentioning about you is that you have fully understood the will of fire inherited by Konoha. Is this what Tobirama admired most before he died? But why does he think that just based on this, can I become Hokage? He always causes me trouble. His brother died a long time ago. I thought he would live after me, but he died. It's really worrying. Uzumaki Mito spoke to himself, as if he could no longer see the existence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he was already in his 50s and almost 60. As an old person, she always likes to reminisce about the past. Even now, she is the most prestigious person in Konoha village. She had to clean up the mess Tobirama had left for her, and it was very stressful. The pressure made her unconsciously recall memories from her youth. Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and what he said next made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart beat fast and he was very happy. She said, I will support you, but I really can't understand why Tobirama would pass the position of Hokage to you. But I think the reason why Tobirama dared to pass the position to you is because he thought I have the ability to help you become the Hokage. Why? She sighed deeply, I hope I am wrong that you have other extraordinary qualities besides the will of fire that I have not discovered yet. Tobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel happy. After all, with Lord Mito, the current strongest fighter in Konoha, he had a chance to compete for the position of Hokage. He said gratefully to Mito-sama, I will try my best. Don't be happy too soon. I just said that I will do my best to help you, but I won't necessarily let you become the Hokage of Konoha. After all, you lack too much in yourself, and you are still very far away from becoming a Hokage. You'd better take action now, because the storm is brewing. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He knew exactly what his conditions were. Now that we have the help of Mito-sama, conditions have improved a lot. He is already very satisfied, so let him handle the rest. Mito continued, originally, I wanted to conceal the news of Tobirama's death, and then find a way to suppress the family's power, and then release the news of Tobirama's death after the dust has settled. What a pity, those evil Uchiha guys can never let their guard down. The news of Tobirama's death has spread throughout Konoha. The news that you abandoned Tobirama and fled back to the village has spread to everyone. You have to be careful when you go out now. Your reputation is so bad. And there are a lot of messy news. Just thinking about those scandals, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but kill them all with one-tailed beast ball. Unlike those villagers who spread rumors, they really have no morals at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became anxious. This matter was almost becoming his nightmare. He stood up and was about to argue that on the battlefield, ninjas must obey orders, not to mention that this was an order from their teacher himself, and the 6 of them really did not have the ability to disobey Senju Tobirama's orders. Besides, my job is to cover the retreat. It was the teacher who stopped me personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to convince Lord Mito with this point of view. After all, Lord Mito has a lot to decide whether or not he can become Hokage. Uzumaki Mito just waved his hand, telling him not to get so excited, and said to him, I know, no need to explain. I know very well that Tobirama is a man of his word, especially on the battlefield, that you dare not disobey his decision. But you also know these villagers, they won't understand this kind of thing, and there are those Uchiha who are spreading it behind the scenes. Your reputation is now so bad that it has become known to the public. You have to be prepared. What Uzumaki Mito said was not an exaggeration at all. His reputation is now really well known. It is estimated that there will be people who want to throw shit at him when he walks on the street. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, these people who spread rumors are really despicable. How can anyone believe these things that have not been confirmed at all? He hates people who spread rumors, but he would never have imagined that he would become so skilled in spreading rumors in the future. At this time, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen was still very contemptuous and dissatisfied with the rumors. He had no idea that he would be the one to control all of this in the future. In the incident that forced White Fang to death, the power of rumors in public opinion was demonstrated so vividly. Of course, this has nothing to do with our great third Hokage, it was all done by Danzo. Uzumaki Mito also reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen, she said, it's not that there is no way to solve this problem. Tobirama, he wanted to save you young people. Then the Hokage will sacrifice himself to carry out Konoha's will of fire and save the future of Konoha. This is still easy to explain, where the leaves are flying, the fire will never stop. As an elder, Tobirama is protecting you, the people of the new era. This is still very popular if you tell others about it. Besides, you have Tobirama's last wish on you that you can rely on the will of fire to restore your reputation in public opinion. This can still be compensated. After all, these villagers have no martial power at all. They can only spread rumors and have no judgment at all. The ones who can decide your position as Hokage are still the ninja families of Konoha. You have to handle this properly. There was gratitude in Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone. With Lord Mito planning the direction for him, he felt he had the motivation to move forward. I understand, Mito-sama. Mito continued, the biggest obstacle for you to become Hokage is actually the ninja clan of Konoha. Every clan leader wants to be Hokage. The first one is naturally the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen also confirmed this point, that the news of the death of teacher Senju Tobirama was leaked by Uchiha. I believe that the Uchiha mirror did not leak the information, that is because the Uchiha clan has such a powerful information channel. It is even possible that the information can be obtained directly from the hidden cloud village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, continue to extend this line and continue to think further. It is possible that even the assassination attempt on Lord Tobirama this time might have been arranged in advance by the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the Uchiha clan seemed too scary, but then he changed his mind and thought that the Uchiha clan had always advocated the use of force and would never do such a sinister thing. A sinister and treacherous thing. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the Uchiha didn't have the brains to do such a thing. Their clan has never concealed its desire for the position of Hokage. Even during the period when Lord Tobirama was Hokage, the Uchiha clan launched 2 rebellions in succession. It was just that only a very small number of Uchiha acted alone, so the entire Uchiha was not implicated. If it weren't for Lord Tobirama's great strength, he would have suppressed the Uchiha clan's rebellions many times. It wore away their rebellious hearts. In addition, Senju Tobirama was fair in his dealings and gave all the benefits to the Uchiha people, so the Uchiha people lived in peace for a while in the later period of his rule. Although Tobirama hated Uchiha very much in his heart, he never gave less than what was due to Uchiha. Of course, this is purely because Senju Tobirama is not strong enough, so he can only rely on fair distribution of benefits to make every ninja clan obey him. It's a pity that the teacher died unexpectedly during the negotiations. This was great news for the Uchiha people, allowing them to get a chance to become the Hokage of Konoha. If the Uchiha clan heard that others thought this way, they would jump out and curse again. Our clan and the Senju clan jointly founded Konoha. Why is it that Konoha has now produced 2 generations of Senju Hokage in a row? You guys even say that Uchiha is meddling in something by stealing his position? I have confidence in the Uchiha. They have been the same since Hashirama's time. Whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. They haven't changed in such a long time. Back then, Hashirama defeated Ban, and Madara eventually left Konoha. The Uchiha clan did not leave with him, and now no one in Konoha Uchiha is my opponent. According to their nature, as long as the marriage brings them enough benefits, they will definitely not object to you becoming Hokage. Uzumaki Shua, whose tone was filled with absolute confidence, her strength was already strong. In addition, the 9 tails chakra in his body is now terrifyingly powerful. There is absolutely no one in Konoha who can defeat him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at her confident look and believed that she could suppress Uchiha. After all, Uzumaki Mito's strength had really shocked him. So powerful that it's breathtaking. Uzumaki Mito sighed, Uchiha, I have a way to solve it, but the family that is preventing you from becoming Hokage is not just the Uchiha. The next one is the Senju. What? Mito continued, according to my status, I can indeed represent the Senju clan on ordinary days. None of them dared to disobey me. Even if Tobirama were still alive, he would still give me some face. But now Tobirama is dead, and the one you are competing for is the Saname Hokage of Konoha. 2 consecutive generations of Hokage have come from the Senju family. The Senju family enjoys this honor. They are used to the strongest person in the family serving as Hokage, which brings them powerful benefits. In their subconscious, they have already regarded it as an established fact that the third Hokage was a Senju. Uzumaki Nito spoke slowly, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen time to react and think. To be honest, even Uzumaki Nito was very troubled about how to convince the Senju clan to accept Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Nito thought about it for a long time, and she also felt that this matter was simply impossible. After all, his son, Senju Minion, is a genuine member of the Senju clan. Uzumaki Nito dared to believe that once she showed her support for Sarutobi Hiruzen, even her own son would not understand. The son was about to fight to the death. Why did the mother surrender first? Oh, this is really difficult to deal with. Nito is really overwhelmed. 2 consecutive generations of Hokage came from the Senju clan. His prestige in the village can be said to be unprecedented, otherwise the Uchiha would not have been suppressed for so many years. Even many villagers knew that since they were born, the leaders of Konoha for 2 consecutive generations had the surname Senju. They thought that Konoha was founded by the Senju clan, and that Konoha was the product of the Senju clan. In this way, many members of the Thousand Hands tribe also secretly agreed. In addition, the Senju clan members are the ones sent to the battlefield the most every time because their clan leader is the Hokage. They are also happy to be sent to the front line, and on the battlefield, their fighting spirit is the most courageous. In every war, the Senju clan contributes the most. The most dangerous positions are often where the Senju people are the most numerous. They never hesitate to sacrifice their lives to protect the wood industry. It is because every member of the Senju tribe believes that as long as they are brave enough to sacrifice, they can show the villagers the dedication of the Senju tribe. Then the 3rd generation Hokage will be from the Senju clan sooner or later. Some extreme members of the Senju clan even believe that the Senju clan is Konoha, and the rest of the people are just parasites on their family. In this situation, the First Ninja World War had just ended, and the Senju clan suffered the most serious losses. They are waiting for their Senju clan leader to allocate enough benefits to their family so that the Senju clan can revive. But now, their clan leader is dead, and I'm afraid every member of the clan thinks that their young clan leader, Senju Minin, will become the 3rd Hokage. After all, the Senju clan suffered heavy losses in this war. Uzumaki Nito didn't dare to think about it. If they knew that he wanted to support Sarutobi Hiruzen to be Hokage, they might even dare to overthrow him. How much resentment is this? No matter who works hard to make a career outside, when he comes home, his wife is cheated on and he is cuckolded. Who can tolerate this? Apart from anything else, at that time it would be like my own son standing in front of me, questioning me. This made Uzumaki Nito feel tired and distressed. Do I really want to support him? Sarutobi Hiruzen? And now, those old people of the Senju family who survived the Warring States period are still alive. Each of those people values the future of their family more than their own lives, and many of them are older than Hashirama Senju. They witnessed with their own eyes the Senju clan establish a village and 2 consecutive generations become Hokage. They also dedicated their entire lives to the Senju clan. Even if they slapped Hashirama Senju, he wouldn't dare to say a word and could only persuade them cheerfully. Hashirama didn't dare to take action. If he didn't use enough strength, the elders would fall to the ground at once, and then there would be a big trouble. Uzumaki Nito couldn't believe that he would pass the position of the 3rd Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What will they do? Even if Tobirama was still alive, if he told them this news, these old people would definitely scold Tobirama to death, not to mention someone like himself, Uzumaki. They just said that you, a person named Uzumaki, are an outsider and dare to interfere in the affairs of our Senju family. You can choke yourself to death. Uzumaki Nito doesn't want to lose his reputation in his later years. Besides, there are all kinds of weird rumors in the village now. These desperate old men should not be blinded by these rumors and think that they are really. Oh, Nito felt sick just thinking about it. Where did this damn rumor come from? There is no logic at all. How could anyone write a letter? Even if at that time Nito went against everyone's opinion and insisted on letting Sarutobi Hiruzen become Hokage, these old men dared to exchange their lives with Nito one by one. After all, in their opinion, they would rather die than let the fruits of the Senju clan's victory be stolen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. The Senju clan opposed him, and he really had no choice. That was my teacher's family, and I already felt guilty towards my teacher. I don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen will do to his teacher's family in the future as he watches him now. How should I feel? Uzumaki Nito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said to him, I can help you share the pressure from the Uchiha, but I can't do anything about the Senju clan. They have already chosen the candidate for the Saname Hokage. That's Chien Xiao Minyan. He is my son, and also Hashirama's son. Although his strength is not the strongest, he is still average. This time he also performed very well in the First Ninja World War. He is now heading towards Konoha and will be returning to the village soon. Uzumaki Nito really couldn't help him much, and being able to not help either side was already his limit. What's more, Senjuman is his own son. He has felt guilty and ashamed since he was a child for not being able to inherit his father's wood release. He has taken his father as his role model since he was a child and dreamed of becoming a hokage and protecting Konoha. Now that things are so set in stone, his son will definitely not give up. Mito really couldn't do such a thing as not helping his son but helping outsiders. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood very well that it was enough for Lord Shuha to help him resist the pressure from the Uchiha clan. He didn't ask for anything more. Uzumaki Mito continued, if you want to become Hokage, you must defeat Kato and defeat the Senju clan fairly and honorably. This way I can help you convince them. As for the rest, it's up to you. Again, you must show everyone that you have what it takes to become Hokage. Mito stopped talking. This was the limit of what she could do. Even so, she felt helpless towards her son. She thought to herself, trust Tobirama. Tobirama's decision should not be wrong. Konoha will definitely get better in the future. But at the same time, she was also cursing Senju Tobirama in her heart, for not being at peace before his death and for giving herself such a difficult problem. Mito had already made up his mind that if he ever died, he would go underground and fight with Hashirama and his wife to beat up Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Mito asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to go into the house and rest first. She doesn't dare to expose Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the major ninja clans yet. After all, he is the leading figure in this incident and the third Hokage personally appointed by the second Hokage. He was afraid that his life would be in danger if Sarutobi Hiruzen went out. But at this moment, Uzumaki Mito's expression was not as kind and calm as when he was talking with Sarutobi Hiruzen before. Her face wrinkled as she looked at the information in her eyes. She never expected that she would just sleep for a while. The Uchiha clan had actually erupted into such turmoil. Even the clan leader has been replaced. And this Uchiha actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had noticed long before that this Uchiha was different from the traditional Uchiha clan members, coupled with his humble and cautious character since childhood. If he hadn't awakened the Sharingan, I'm afraid everyone who saw him would think that he was not a member of the Uchiha clan. But now he actually turned the table over with Uchiha Ziwi. Is this his character? No. Uzumaki Mito denied it in her heart. Uchiha's personality changed step by step. But a person's personality won't change so drastically. Then there is only one possibility: he has been pretending all along. There is an absolute dividing point in Uchiha's character change, and that is the death of Tobirama. Before Tobirama went to negotiate, Uchiha's character was always humble and cautious, gentle and polite. At that time, Tobirama Senju was even deceived by him and wanted to accept him as his disciple. What changed later was that Tobirama went to negotiate. No, it's changing slowly. At first his methods were quite mild, consisting only of executions. Eventually, the situation became more and more serious, to the point where they would take other people's lives without even asking for permission. In an instant, Uzumaki Mito broke out in a cold sweat. This Uchiha was really terrifying. You know, when Senju Tobirama was alive, Uchiha was a standard heir of the Will of Fire. In his file, there is a comment from Senju Tobirama: Uchiha, like Uchiha Jing, is an outlier in the Uchiha clan. It is the one who can fully inherit the Will of Fire. Such people who have a deep understanding of the Will of Fire will become the bond between the village and the Uchiha and can be trained as a priority. Now Uzumaki Mito looked at the fair evaluation given by Lord Tobirama. Compare it with Uchiha's crazy behavior right now. This was the first time he realized that Tobirama could make mistakes. Uchiha is really a variable. Tobirama is a man who is extremely smart and has a strong hatred for Uchiha, but this Uchiha could actually deceive him. You know, Tobirama had malice in his heart when he met every Uchiha for the first time. To be able to let him evaluate someone who possesses the Will of Fire, that person's Will of Fire might be even higher than that of Hashirama Senju. This Uchiha personally overturned the personal certification of Senju Tobirama. His style now has changed a lot from before. He actually dared to overthrow the current Uchiha clan leader in public and replace him himself. However, all of this became understandable after Mito learned that Uchiha had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, once you open the kaleidoscope, you're no different from a madman. No matter how outrageous the thing was, Mito would force himself to accept it. After all, it's all word of mouth. This is the reputation left to the world by generations of Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan owners. Mito's expression had turned into one of panic. An Uchiha with an activated Mangekyo Sharingan can also disguise himself as having inherited the Will of Fire. The most important thing is that he was able to deceive Senju Tobirama. Tobirama is the smartest and wisest person he has ever met in his life. He revealed his true identity only after Tobirama's death. This kind of mentality, such endurance, plus his current Mangekyo Sharingan, even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. Although Uchiha Madara's strength is unprecedentedly strong, but he has a different personality from Uchiha. Uchiha Madara believes in absolute power and will only use power to do these things. There were things he knew he could do, but he simply didn't bother to do them. He only believes in absolute strength. Ever since the death of his younger brother, who was also his military advisor, Uchiha Izuna, the threat that Uchiha Madara can pose to Hashirama and Mito has been reduced exponentially. Because Izuna is like Uchiha Madara's brain. Before Uchiha Izuna died, he was the only one who could persuade Uchiha Madara. There were some smart people among the other Uchiha, but they were simply unable to dissuade Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is a brother Khan and he only trusts Uchiha Izuna. But this troublesome Uchiha is different. I am very good at forbearance until the best time to make a move. For example, now that Tobirama has just died, he showed up, and it was the information he found out himself. This level of horror is so terrifying that Shua doesn't even dare to think about it any further. He didn't believe that there were such coincidences in the world. This Uchiha was really terrifying. Looking at him, Mito thought of someone. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha is as shrewd and scheming as Uchiha Izuna, but the difference is that he has the same strength as Uchiha Madara. He is simply a combination of Izuna and Madara. But in this era, Hashirama and Tobirama are both dead. Where did the next Hashirama Tobirama from the Senju clan come from to suppress the newly emerged Uchiha Madara? Where is Uchiha Izuna? Mito continued to look at the information in his hand. He's actually going to expand the size of the police force? How can this be allowed? Especially at this critical juncture. He wants to compete for the title of Hokage? This was the first thought that came to Mito's mind. Now Uchiha is so eager to kick out Uchiha Zyu and become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As for the next target, even if she, Mito, was a fool, she could guess that he was aiming for the position of the third Hokage of Konoha. The Uchiha clan is very ambitious. Mito was so confused that he couldn't help but curse Tobirama in his heart. You died easily, but you left this huge mess to me. Hashirama, please teach Tobirama a lesson in your 9 springs. The Uchiha clan's attack is quite fierce. Who can stop him now? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uzumaki Mito shook his head. His strength was too weak and the only advantage he had was the will of fire. But Mito thought that even Uchiha Yae's will of fire was stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. After all, he was able to deceive Tobirama, so this guy must have a strong will of fire. As for my own son, I'm afraid he can't do it either, because he didn't inherit his father's wood release. I'm afraid I can't beat Uchiha Yae at all. But he couldn't let these evil Uchiha clan take charge of the entire Konoha. They would definitely lead Konoha into the abyss. Uzumaki Mito, who had once seen Uchiha Madara, knew very well how crazy these Uchiha were. Especially those who have opened the kaleidoscope, their mental state is not normal at all. A clever idea might pop up at any time. If they were the Hokage, they would definitely lead the entire Konoha to destruction. Uchiha Jing's face was full of questions, his eyes were bloodshot, and he walked aimlessly towards the clan territory. He had mixed feelings. Who in the family got the news? Obviously, he had never passed any information to the family, so there must be an information channel within the family. But why should such news be spread? Is Tobirama-sama's order not good? If Sarutobi Hiruzen comes to power, the Uchiha clan will become better and more prosperous because of the relationship between him and his teammates. Jing didn't understand this question at all. I can only say that Tobirama's comments are still useful most of the time. His comment Uchiha Yae and Uchiha Jing are both people who have fully realized the spirit of the will of fire. At least that's the case with the mirror, but the night is indeed a variable. Uchiha Jing began to imagine who in the family had done such a thing. The only thought in his mind was his clan leader Uchiha Sukaku. He is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and currently seems to be the most suspicious. There are only a few people in the entire Uchiha family who can mobilize the Uchiha family's power so quickly. Only him. After all, the family's influence has extended to the Hidden Cloud Village, and Jing believes that the news must have been leaked from the Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, how did the family get the news? In this case, only the clan leader can achieve such strength. But Jing was very desperate. What can I do? He turned against the clan leader just for Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to his conscience, he really couldn't do it, but if the matter was just let go, he would be blamed for no reason and would have no place to vent his anger. How could he have the face to face Sarutobi Hiruzen, the man who saved his life? But I really have no other choice. Without the help of the Uchiha clan, I can only rely on my own kung fu. How is it possible to catch the person who spread the news? Especially since this person might be the clan leader? What should I do? Uchiha Jing was in a state of confusion. How should I choose between my clan leader and my savior? Jing struggled for a long time, and finally he made a decision. He decided to help Sarutobi Hiruzen. The clan leader spread the news privately, which clearly showed that he did not approve of Lord Tobirama's orders. He no longer acknowledges the Hokage, and it is obvious that he has betrayed Konoha village. So, what I am doing is not against my moral principles. Mirror adds legitimacy to its actions by following its own standards. But immediately afterwards, Jing encountered another difficult problem. Who should I trust? You know, the patriarch is already the most powerful person in the family. If I want to overthrow it, I must have someone in the family to work with me. Who can I trust? Jing actually feels very lonely most of the time because he always feels that his family members are too indifferent. I always feel like I don't fit in, and my family members don't like me very much. At this moment, a name flashed in his mind. Uchiha Knight. In the family, only Ye shares the same ideas as himself, and only Ye and himself have been recognized by Lord Tobirama. In Uchiha Ye's heart, if he could only trust one person in the Uchiha clan, his answer would definitely be Uchiha Ye. Jing just felt that there was no good person in the entire Uchiha clan, except Uchiha Ye. I can only trust him. Yeah, June, wait for me. Jing is ready to go find Uchiha Ye immediately. This matter cannot be delayed. We must contact Uchiha Ye before the clan leader notices. I must put an end to the clan leader's conspiracy with him. It was at this time that the clan meeting finally ended. Jing walked towards the clan territory, and the Uchiha clan members also walked towards this side. They bumped into each other. When these tribesmen saw Jing coming back, they all greeted him from the side, but they were not very friendly. After all, they all heard the news that Uchiha Kagami abandoned the Hokage and fled back to Konoha. They couldn't believe that Uchiha Kagami, a genius of the Uchiha clan, could actually do such a thing. They actually abandoned their teacher, and they are actually the Shadow Guard, leaving behind the Hokage and his teacher. Master, if he has betrayed his sovereign, is he still a human being? The Uchiha clan members were very confused and despised him for being able to do such a thing. Captain Ye said that you abandoned the Hokage and fled back to Konoha. Is this true or false? Ye had just become the clan leader, and they obviously hadn't changed their name yet. Yes, but is Sarutobi Hiruzen really going to become the third Hokage of Konoha? That's impossible. How could this be possible? Jing, you are the genius of Uchiha, the face of Uchiha. How could you do such a thing? Uchiha Jing only felt the chirping around him. You know, there are a lot of Uchiha people coming from the clan meeting. They all asked Uchiha Jing for information, wanting to know whether the matter was true. Jing just felt himself in a trance. What were they talking about? Why can't I understand it myself? Isn't this the message delivered by the patriarch? How do they say it's night? His expression was full of disbelief. How could Uchiha Ye be the one who leaked the news of Lord Tobirama's death? He would rather believe that the entire Uchiha clan was deceiving him than believe that it was Uchiha Ye. The only person he could trust at home was Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye is the Uchiha personally recognized by Lord Tobirama. Is he the one who inherited the will of fire of Konoha just like me? How could he do such a thing? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. It must be the clan leader who wants to frame Ye. Has the patriarch imprisoned him? Then they falsely spread the news that it was he who passed it, in order to damage his reputation. Uchiha Zuyu, you are really scheming. No, I have to rescue him myself. Knight, wait for me. But no matter how Jing moved forward, a large group of Uchiha from the clan meeting surrounded him. He couldn't get out at all. Just when Jing was about to perform ninjutsu and go directly to rescue his beloved Uchiha Ye, a voice came over. Jing, you are finally here. Captain Ye has become the patriarch. You have made a great contribution. Thanks for passing on such crucial information. Uchiha Zemo's voice came. When Zemo was standing far away just now, he saw that everyone was looking at Jing with unfriendly eyes. He still didn't understand it, until later he realized the root of the matter. It turned out that when they spread the rumor, they forgot to tell everyone that the news was transmitted by the mirror. Alas, Jing has suffered such injustice. But if you ask yourself, at that time, Jing actually let the Hokage take a back seat. Zemo still felt uncomfortable with his behavior. But no matter what, he made a great contribution to the captain of his team becoming the clan leader, so Zemo forgave him. Poor Zemo. At that time, Zemo just guessed and said the information was transmitted by the mirror. Ye did not deny it at that time, but unfortunately Zemo assumed that the information was passed by Jing, which led to such a big mistake. The remaining members of the Uchiha clan are now a little confused. What happened? Didn't this Uchiha Kagami just betray the Hokage? How come he has now become Lord Ye, no, the hero who helped the patriarch to ascend to the throne? Uchiha Zemo came over, put his arm around Jing's neck, and said to everyone, alas, you all don't understand. Master Jing is bearing humiliation and hardship. The message was delivered by Lord Jing. He is a contributor to the Night Clan leader's ascension to the throne, and he is also a contributor to our Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Zemo patted the back of the mirror. Jing's expression was full of surprise. I could understand every word they said, but when they were put together, I couldn't understand anything at all. Intelligence. Did I pass it on? What on earth is going on? Also, isn't Ye the squad leader of the police force? How did he become the Ye clan leader? I just went to participate in a negotiation. What happened to the Uchiha clan? It's totally turned upside down. But then Jing thought again, since Ye became the team leader. What about Patriarch Ziwiu? Since Chief Zhou is no longer the chief, is it possible that he was the one who conveyed the message? For a moment, Jing felt that his brain was totally inadequate. Today, his brain was overwhelmed with information. Jing said to Zemo intermittently, "What did you say, Captain Knight? Captain Knight?" Uchiha Zemo said as a matter of course, "Yes, chief of the Knight clan." Then, he patted his head belatedly and said, "Oh, look at my memory, I still don't understand since you just arrived. Master Ya has awakened our family's highest Mangekyo Sharinan, and has now officially become the patriarch of our Uchiha clan, leading the Uchiha clan to glory. Soon, the Knight clan leader will become the third hokage," Uchiha Zemo said with pride. What are you talking about?" Jing couldn't believe that his good brother had awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan, and he overthrew the clan leader and wanted to become the third hokage? How is this possible? Yeah, is the Uchiha recognized by Lord Tobirama? The will of fire in my heart is so strong. How could I possibly go against Master Tobirama's will? How is this possible? He simply couldn't believe it. At this moment, Zemo's sudden words broke his psychological defenses. "It's okay, Jing, that you were the one who passed on the information about the death of the old thief Qian Xiao. Captain Ye became the patriarch thanks to you." At this moment, Jing could no longer distinguish between virtual and reality. Everyone thought that it was the information they passed on. My own people. My teammates all think so. But why am I the only one who feels that I have never passed on any information at all? Besides, wasn't it the patriarch who delivered the message? Wasn't Ye imprisoned by the patriarch? Why did Ye overthrow the patriarch now, and became the patriarch? What on earth is going on? Jing just felt that he was too tired and had hallucinations. Otherwise, this is just an illusion and someone is trying to plot against me. It must be to help Patriarch Yu. He was preventing himself from saving Ye. Everything before my eyes now is an illusion. Yes, it's an illusion. As long as these illusions are broken, he will be able to see the night. Night, wait for me, I will save you. Uchiha Kagami formed a seal with his hands that was specifically used to dispel illusions. Untie. I understand, but I found it was of no use. The Uchiha clan members around him continued to chatter. Uchiha Zemo even put his hand on his head to check if he was possessed by evil spirits. Impossible, this is an illusion. Uchiha Jing hoped very much that this was an illusion, but the seal to break the illusion did not work at all. This is not an illusion at all. And what kind of illusion can do anything to the Uchiha clan Sharinan? Jing looked at the endless stream of Uchiha clan members around him and Uchiha Zemo who kept saying that he cared about him. This is the reality. But they said it was me who passed the information. I don't. But everyone says so. I must have done it. This is not an illusion. Why on earth is that? Jing just felt a headache. Jing, what's wrong with you? But it scared Uchiha Zemo who was standing next to him. Oh my god, why did it suddenly become like this? Yeah, also came over at this time, but it was not that he noticed anything. Instead, the Uchiha who came out of the Uchiha clan's territory did not disperse, but all gathered here. This made him, the clan leader, definitely have to come and take a look. The Uchiha clan doesn't have any entertainment activities, so under normal circumstances it would be impossible for so many people to gather together. As soon as Uchiha Zemo saw Ye, he was like a dog and shouted, "Chief!" The voice is sonorous and powerful. Loyalty. He raised his hands upwards at a 45-degree angle with his fingers bent. All the Uchiha who heard the sound followed suit. For a moment, the whole square was filled with the sound of salutes. The passage that was originally opened up specifically for Chief Ye became increasingly spacious. Ye quickly arrived at the scene. Ye saw Jing's figure and felt very confused. Shouldn't he still be imprisoned in the Senju clan by Uzumaki Nido? Why are you back? As soon as Jing, who had become crazy and mad, saw Uchiha Ye, he hurried over and held Ye's hand. I hurriedly said to him, "Ye, what happened? How did you become the patriarch? Did Uchiha Ziuya threaten you?" Ye just felt very speechless. What is he talking about? I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but I still answered, "What are you talking about, Mirror? Help Patriarch you pass the position of Patriarch to me personally, so that I can lead the Uchiha to glory." Jing looked a little overwhelmed. Is it still like this? The boundary between reality and virtuality makes him very confused now. He actually helped Patriarch you to pass the position of Patriarch to Ye? Who delivered the message? Who put myself in such a disloyal and unjust situation? Was it me? Everyone says it's me, so it must be me. His mind has completely collapsed and what he says is incoherent. But Jing still blurted out, "What about the news? Who spread this news?" Ye said to him simply and clearly, "Of course it's me. There's nothing to hide." Ye now just felt that he had a good temper and explained to Uchiha Jing over and over again. How is that possible? Jing couldn't believe it. Ye Mingming is a person who possesses the will of fire just like himself. How could he do such a thing? They are the only two sensible people in the entire clan. he said excitedly to Uchiha. Yeah. How could you possibly spread the news of Tobirama-sensei's death? This is such an important matter. Where do you want me to put Sarutobi Hiruzen? Zemo was also confused at this time. Wasn't he the one who passed the message to the patriarch? Is this guy crazy? How can he say such a thing? Ya also reacted at this time and realized that there must be some misunderstanding, but it was too late for him to pay attention, and there was no need to pay attention. He said to Uchiha Jing in front of him in a sonorous voice, "What are you talking about? As an Uchiha, do you never consider problems from the family level? Do you know the dangers of the family?" At this moment, Uchiha Jing seemed to no longer recognize Uchiha in front of him. He was just excited and asked, "Danger for the family? Of course I know. The family members are too arrogant and have been separated from the people in the village for too long. As long as we support Sarutobi Hiruzen to take the throne, the family will be able to reconnect with the village. The family can also be reintegrated into the village." Ya felt it was ridiculous after hearing what he said. Everything depends on the consent of others. The Uchiha clan is so powerful, why do they need to rely on others? He blurted out, "Brainless thing." After hearing what Uchiha Jing said, the Uchiha around felt like they had eaten shit. An old man from the Uchiha clan said, "You were raised by your family, and you actually said something like that. Do you still have a conscience? Are you worthy of being an Uchiha? Is it that the Uchiha don't want to fit in? They won't accept the Uchiha?" Yes. As a ninja in the family, you don't want to become Hokage and lead the family to victory, but want to support others. Is there something wrong with your brain? Initially, the tribesman did not believe that Jing would do something like abandoning his teacher, but now he could see that his mind had been completely bewitched by the evil old thousand-handed ghost, Tobirama Senju. He's not an Uchiha anymore. The old man next to him survived the Warring States period. His lifelong wish is for the Uchiha to produce a Hokage. After hearing Uchiha Kagemai's outrageous words, he took his crutch and wanted to poke Uchiha Kagemai. He was stopped by Uchiha Zemo, who was standing by. He was so angry that he yelled, "Uchiha Jing, are you worthy of being an Uchiha? You are still born with a pair of Sharingan, you are simply tarnishing it. What's wrong with the Uchiha clan producing a Hokage? Now there isn't even one. Chief Ya has the courage and ability to do this, but you only place your hopes on others. The Uchiha clan earned their fame by themselves, not by eating the leftovers of others." Uchiha Kagemai's face showed no signs of panic. In his opinion, his own people would never understand his lofty ideals, so he never pays attention to these people. In his opinion, all the tribesmen were bewitched by the illusion, and only his own path was correct. "I will definitely be able to lead Uchiha to new glory." A bunch of ordinary people. There's no need to tell you, you simply can't understand me. But there is one person who is very heavy. Yes, Uchiha. This was the only person among his tribe who could communicate with him rationally. He can still be saved. His thoughts can still be redeemed. Uchiha Jing decided to persuade him. "Yeah, I think you must have been deceived by these tribesmen. Believe me, their views are always wrong. Listen to me and believe in Mr. Tobirama's last words. This is absolutely the right thing to do. I heard that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes will definitely help Hiruzen take the position of Hokage. The Uchiha will have a future." Uchiha Jing tried his best to persuade Uchiha. In his opinion, he has done his best. "I persuaded him only because Uchiha had the will of the Hokage. Now is just confused by these mediocre and idle tribesmen, and there is still a chance for salvation. After all, I am too lonely in the tribe, and no one can understand my ideals." After hearing these words, no longer even had the thought of sneering. In his heart, he and Uchiha Jing had already sentenced him to death. This person who betrayed his clan has completely become Senju Tobirama's dog. He actually asked me to use my Mangekyo Sharingan to help Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is really something wrong with his brain. I already have a Mangekyo, so I'm instantly a Hokage. Cursed angrily, "Uchiha Jing, you were raised by the Uchiha clan from childhood to adulthood. He is not from the Senju clan, nor was he raised by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are such an ungrateful bastard." The Uchiha clan members are now in an uproar. If the clan leader was not talking to him, every Uchiha would want to go up and kill Uchiha Kagemai. Jing doesn't care about these mediocre people at all, he only cares about Uchiha. Jinglian's tone of voice was trembling. He just felt that the Uchiha in front of him was so strange. "You weren't like this before." He just felt that Uchiha was so strange. His evil look now was exactly the same as the people in his family. He is no longer the young man with the will of fire. Was he pretending to be like that before? That's too scary. Is there really someone who can pretend to be the successor of the will of fire for 18 years? Deep down in his heart he still hoped that Uchiha was pretending. He hoped from the bottom of his heart that the person who shared the same ideals as him and led Uchiha to prosperity with the will of fire would not be contaminated. If Uchiha changes into this, then the last bit of purity in his heart will be polluted. He said to Uchiha, yeah, Lord Tobirama has always placed high hopes on you and believes that you have inherited the will of fire of Konoha. He regrets not accepting you as his apprentice. Were you really pretending to be like that in the past? Uchiha was speechless. He dared to say that he had seen so many abstract people in the Uchiha clan, but this was the most abstract one he had ever seen. Pack? Uchiha laughed. Do you still need to install this kind of thing? As someone who received 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, caring for his companions, respecting the elderly and loving the young, and smiling when meeting strangers, is it possible that he doesn't know these most basic things? I have completed 9 years of compulsory education and was admitted to university. It's not a leaky fish. Everything is afraid of being set off. The Uchiha clan he belongs to is really crazy. Every member of them has the same genome. Each of them is the kind of person who is tsundere, arrogant, and looks down on others. Uchiha's behavior seemed like that of an ordinary person to him. In the Uchiha clan, that is truly an outlier. To be honest, it's like greeting every villager warmly. Uchiha would also help those old ladies with difficulty walking across the road. Being polite to small vendors is just a basic quality for college students. But no one from the Uchiha clan would do these things. In their opinion, doing these things is really too shameful. Of course, Uchiha later discovered that this method was indeed useful. Especially the short essay about the will of fire written in the ninja school made Senju Tobirama feel that Uchiha was also an Uchiha who could inherit the will of fire. He even wanted to take Uchiha as his disciple, but how could he agree? Couldn't help but recall his little essay on the will of fire that had made Tobirama cry. At that time, Tobirama cried and said, "Finally, there is someone who can understand me. The will of fire has a successor." Later, this short essay was even listed as a must-memorize composition for every student in Shinobi Village School. He was sure that was the pinnacle of his life, and he had used all his talents and knowledge in that composition, some of which were even the accumulation of his previous life. Uchiha thought about his current life of killing people like a knife, and couldn't help but recall the "On the Will of Fire" that he racked his brains to write at that time, which has been passed down through the ages. Below is a snippet. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. Where leaves are flying, the fire of hope will burn. The light of the fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will grow. Young people are the hope of the future. The older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but will inspire the young to become the pillars of the future. The will of fire is a selfless spirit. There is no barrier between the tribes and the village. We must put the overall situation first and protect our fellow villagers. Everyone in the village is one family. When Tobirama Senju saw this, he immediately added these contents to the will of fire. These are the words that Tobirama wanted to say but couldn't. Especially the last sentence, yet kept recalling his past peak. Fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. It is autumn, and the fallen leaves in the earth turn into nutrients to nurture the buds of next spring, making the trees grow bigger and stronger. When this sentence appeared, Tobirama began to doubt whether Uchiha was a member of the Uchiha clan. At that time, Tobirama savored these 2 lines of poetry carefully, and the more he pondered, the more he enjoyed them. The will of fire implies the principles of heaven and earth, and it is endless to savor. As soon as this article came out, Uchiha instantly came into Tobirama's sight. However, if you knew that Tobirama made the decisive decision to break off the relationship because of these 2 lines of poetry, what kind of mood should the knight be in? Is increasingly amazed at his own cultural peak. He couldn't help but blurt out on the spot, "Fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers." As soon as Jing heard this, his DNA started moving instantly. That's it. That's it. Fallen flowers turn into spring soil, nurturing the next generation. It was because of this sentence that I completely fell in love with Uchiha. The sunlight shone on Uchiha's face, and Uchiha Jing looked at him for a long time, unable to look away. That's how it feels. Looked at Jing's perverted eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. Well, he now admitted that he completely hated Uchiha Kagami. Now was too lazy to explain so much to Uchiha Jing. He didn't deserve to hear it. If that's what you think, then yes, Knight said casually. Seeing disguise torn off, Uchiha Jing felt cold all over. The Uchiha in front of him was more terrifying than he had imagined. He really pretended to be the will of fire's heir, and kept pretending until Lord Tobirama died. Only then his true identity was revealed. You, Uchiha Jing pointed at Uchiha with his finger, and he felt cold all over. There really are people who wear masks for more than 10 years. He hid it from everyone in Konoha, and this person happened to be his white moonlight. The more saw Uchiha Jing, the more awkward he felt. He formed seals with his hands and a ninja sword appeared out of thin air. A flash of azure blue lightning appeared, and the roaring sound produced by the blade cutting through the air came whistling. At this moment, the Bagua pattern in his eyes was spinning at a high speed, and he immediately saw through the flaws in Uchiha Jing's body. The knife was chopped out, and the knife light appeared, caught Uchiha Jing off guard. In an instant, a hideous wound appeared on his chest, and even his intestines were exposed. How so fast? He wanted to continue speaking, but it was obvious that his body could no longer sustain it. His eyes became increasingly heavy, and he passed out. Uchiha walked up to it, very satisfied with his masterpiece. It was a very measured move to cause serious injury but not death. After all, this Uchiha mirror only has problems with speech, but it has not taken many actions. Besides, if we really kill him, Uzumaki Mito's attitude will not be easy to deal with. After all, didn't know whether he could defeat Uzumaki Mito, but it was better not to fight. After all, he is the clan leader now, and he just needs to win the support of the majority of the ninja clans. The position of Hokage is definitely within reach. After all, politics is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social skills. Uchiha looked at the stunned expressions of the Uchiha clan members around him and said, "What are you all standing there for? Take him to jail." Then he left. Only the Uchiha clan members around were left looking at Uchiha Jing. They all sighed that the clan leader's swordsmanship seemed to have improved further. After all, although Jing has problems with his character, his strength is undoubtedly one of the best in the clan. Returned to his residence and looked at the stone tablet left at the Nanga shrine, the same stone tablet that had fooled Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara spent his entire life to complete the Munai project, which did not exist at all, and in the end his body became a vessel for the reincarnation of others. To be honest, Black Zetsu is really smart. By tampering with the instructions left by the Sage of Six Paths to Indra's reincarnation, he made every generation of Indra's reincarnation the target of his plan. But it doesn't seem to be very easy. After all, he probably secretly guided so many generations of Indra's successors before he waited for a figure like Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who had suffered the pain of war at that time, finally brought a brief peace to the entire ninja world through his own and Hashirama's powerful military force. But it is clear that this kind of peace does not stand up to scrutiny. It is entirely due to the powerful military force of these two people. Once they die, the ninja world will return to war. Even because they gathered the originally separate ninja clans into the ninja village, future wars will definitely be more brutal than the warring states period. Because in the past it was a struggle between families, but now it is a war between multiple families, and the intensity of the war is much stronger than in the past. So, when Uchiha Madara learned that he could no longer become the second Hokage, he also clearly realized that what Hashirama was doing was fundamentally wrong. So he left in disappointment and decided to follow the instructions left by the Sage of Six Paths. He would never have imagined that this instruction had already been tampered with. In a sense, Madara's life is simply a tragedy. His younger brother was seriously injured by Senju Tobirama and eventually died of his injuries. He could only humiliatingly transplant his brother's eyes to gain that powerful strength, but despite this powerful strength, he could not defeat Hashirama Senju. Of course, we can also see from here how sinister Senju Tobirama is. Uchiha Madara said Izuna was dead. Tobirama said on the surface, "How did Izuna die?" But in his heart he was determining the outcome of the battle. "Take your father's flying thunder god slash, and if you don't die, I'll eat you." The angry Madara wanted to kill Tobirama Senju to avenge his brother, but Hashirama kept stopping him. Later, the family's ninjas were gradually recruited by the Senju clan. Madara thought of his brother's last wish, for him to protect the Uchiha clan. In the end, he could only endure the hatred in his heart and live in the same village with the enemy who killed his brother. But later, Tobirama Senju kept doing bad things behind Madara's back, letting him know that it was impossible for him to succeed as the second Hokage. And if it wasn't him, then it must be Senju Tobirama. With the evil thing that is Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out sooner or later. He also realized that Hashirama's pattern would only lead to a larger scale war. So he decided to take the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. But the Uchiha clan, whom he had protected all his life, abandoned him at this moment. That day, no one from my tribe was willing to follow me. The reason why Susanoo has two faces is because there is no one behind him. What a pity. Any Uchiha who opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan must have had an extremely dark experience. They will all be disappointed with the whole world. The disapproval of Hashirama Senju and the unwillingness of the Uchiha clan to follow made Uchiha Madara's mood drop to the lowest point at that time. At this time, the Munai project was undoubtedly a guiding light, allowing Uchiha Madara to rush towards what he thought was a smooth road. In fact, it is just a case of someone taking someone else's place and reincarnating in another shell. Madara thought he was using Obito, but he didn't know that Black Zetsu was also using Madara. At this time, I was wondering what Lord Madara was doing at this time, but then I changed my mind and realized that it was nothing more than lingering on in some dark underground, constantly trying to figure out how to open the Rinnegan. Calculated the time and felt that according to the schedule, he would not be able to complete the Sand Dollar project on behalf of Obito. In his previous life, had always felt deeply saddened by the love-hate relationship between Hashirama and Madara. There is a point of view that people are always indignant at Hashirama's favoritism towards Tobirama, and feel that Hashirama actually protected Tobirama who killed someone else's brother. But why did Senju Tobirama develop so many ninjutsu targeting the Uchiha clan? It was because their younger brother, Senju Itama, died under the torture of Sharingan illusion. You know, he could have been killed directly, but he ended up torturing him repeatedly with illusions. Over the years, Tobirama has thought of countless tricks to target the Sharingan. Dark Path and Flying Thunder God can blind the Sharingan. Can the younger brother of Senju Tobirama who died in endless torture and the older brother who died soon after a battle with Madara come back? After all, from Tobirama's perspective, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have been enemies for generations, so there is nothing wrong with what he did. As for why Hashirama allowed Madara to run away? Because in Hashirama's view, the interests of the village are above everything else. Anyone who destroys the peace of the village, no matter who it is, even if it is your own brother, Hashirama would execute him without hesitation. This can be seen from the hokage robe that Hashirama wore during the negotiation. If Hashirama really wanted to keep Madara, he could have taken off his hokage robe and given it to Madara on the spot, and then pressured the top leaders to make Madara succeed as the second hokage immediately. How could it be impossible for Madara to accept it? You have to know that Madara just falls for this. It was because of Hashirama's determination that Madara saw his determination for peace. Madara said that he was very disappointed when he knew that Tobirama would be the successor to the second hokage. Then Hashirama fell silent, unable to make any promises. How could Uchiha Madara accept this at that time? At this moment, it seemed to Madara that Hashirama had broken his previous promise. At that time, Uchiha Madara was definitely in the best and gentlest temper of his life. I can't make any promises in the pillar room. At that moment, Ban knew deeply that he had nothing. The tribesmen didn't dare to follow him to eat Hashirama's wooden dragon. They have become accustomed to a comfortable life. Madara could only leave Konoha alone. But the result was just as Madara expected, although the Uchiha clan was not exterminated during the reign of the second Hokage. However, unfair treatment has been intensifying the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha, and the powder keg will be ignited sooner or later. In the end, it turned out to be true. Strictly speaking, maybe Tobirama feels guilty about Izuna, this is unknown. But during his lifetime, his methods cannot be described as suppression, but should strictly be described as checks and balances. At least they still treat the Uchiha clan as people from their own village. After all, Tobirama just felt that the Uchiha clan placed too much emphasis on feelings and were prone to doing extreme things. This is prejudice. Of course, the impression Madara left on him was too profound. Senju Tobirama Madara, after you left, everyone I saw looked 3 points like you. But after Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, what he did was really inhumane. Treat the Uchiha clan as Japanese. If there is any dangerous work, let them do it. When it comes time to share the benefits, he keeps silent. The next day, the civilian ninjas who had just joined the police force had been assigned tasks. Starting tomorrow, these newcomers will be able to start working. So, a not-so-small induction ceremony was held by Uchiha Ya. The large conference room of the police force was almost full of people at this moment. The police force originally had 237 Uchiha clan ninjas, and now has recruited 229 new civilian ninjas. Uchiha Ya entered the conference room and took a look at the situation inside. He could see that there was still a gap between the Uchiha clan and civilian ninjas, but there is no contact between them yet. There is no barrier, and it's pure nonsense. After all, in the eyes of these civilian ninjas, the Uchiha clan are all people who don't like to talk to others, arrogant and looking down on others. Most of them came for the treatment and the rarest ninjutsu. After all, joining involves learning ninjutsu, which attracts many civilian ninjas. But they were all very nervous inside. Will the Uchiha clan promise? After all, many big families have very strict restrictions on ninjutsu. It's very difficult to obtain. At such a formal time, they still chose to do it separately from the Uchiha clan's ninjas. The left and right are clearly divided, like the boundary between Chu and Han. The ones on the left are from the Uchiha clan, and the ones on the right are civilian ninjas. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Ya couldn't help but shook his head. The work of improving the image of the Uchiha clan still has a long way to go. The induction meeting begins. Uchiha Juyu first spoke a few words briefly at the ceremony, and then handed over the command of the venue to Uchiha Ya. After all, he is the clan leader, how could I possibly steal his prestige? This was a large-scale meeting that concerned the clan leader's understanding of the situation among his subordinates, so he must not steal Yes' limelight. After all, this is personnel power. Uchiha Ya walked up to the podium, glanced at the people below, and then said, on behalf of the original Uchiha members of the police department, I warmly welcome everyone who has come to take up the post. Under the leadership of the Will of Fire, the village's police department will better serve the villagers of Konoha village. Uchiha Zemo below took the lead in applauding, and the atmosphere at the scene gradually became more intense. After the applause died down, Uchiha continued, since you have joined the police force, you must have full confidence in the police force and the Uchiha clan. Since we will all be colleagues in the future, I think we don't need to be so distant with each other. Uchiha had a warm smile on his face and glanced at Uchiha Zimo and Uchiha Kinjian in the audience. Uchiha Zimo and Uchiha Kinjian reacted immediately. This is a task assigned by the boss, and we must carry it out well. Zimo and Kinjian stood up one after another, took the initiative to walk towards the newcomers on the other side, and invited them to come and sit down. The members of the night team saw their teammates and understood the instructions of their leader. Several people immediately took action. After all, they were the leader's direct subordinates. With their encouragement, some young people in the tribe also joined in. Only some of the remaining elders had resentment in their eyes. How could these people be worthy of sitting with the arrogant Uchiha? They refused to move, but fortunately they were in the minority. Xiao Ming, a brave civilian ninja among them, walked resolutely to the side of the Uchiha clan. Xiao Ming's mother is seriously ill and is now living in Konoha Hospital. His family no longer had the money to buy him ninjutsu, so he usually relied on some simple D-level tasks to support his family. The family's finances are very tight. After he heard that the Uchiha clan received such treatment, despite all the negative impressions of the Uchiha clan in his heart, he still came here for a living. He looked at the smiling clan leader on the stage, and knew that he was the widely praised Uchiha. Although he had a bad impression of the Uchiha clan, this adult was well known. Since he gave the order, Xiao Ming bravely walked towards the other side. I thought to myself, since their chief is willing to punish evil and promote good for us, then the tribesmen should be able to do the same, right? He looked over there and saw a seat, and in front of it happened to be a Uchiha clan member with a better-looking face. He was just about to sit here when the Uchiha member next to him suddenly looked up, his face calm and his pair of cold eyes were fixed on Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. His legs were shaking and he fell down. At this moment, the Uchiha steadied him and pressed him into his seat, saying venomously with a cold face, "Civilian ninjas are troublesome. They can fall even when walking." After saying that, he looked up at Chief Ye again. Xiao Ming's face instantly turned red. He hesitated for a long time before asking the Uchiha, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Ming, thank you very much." The Uchiha clan member looked at him in surprise. No one had ever said thank you to him. "Foreigners are trouble," he replied coldly. Uchiha Chien. Xiao Ming didn't dare to say much. What my family said was indeed true, the Uchiha clan was just aloof and cold. But he actually helped himself, so it seems that he is not as bad as everyone says. Xiao Ming is a microcosm of the civilian ninjas, and every Uchiha ninja has exchanges with these civilian ninjas in this way. So, the original Uchiha ninjas from the police department sat together with the newly arrived civilian ninjas. Seeing the scene, Uchiha on the stage clapped his hands gently, and warm applause rang out in the conference room again. Then, in the future, the Uchiha clan will definitely work together with the new ninjas to build our Konoha village better. I never like to say those polite words. If so, let's talk about the treatment issues that everyone is concerned about. Uchiha smiled and said, "Captain Ziyu and I have taken into account the average income of the ninjas in the village and the village's consumption level, and have temporarily set your salary at 70,000 ryo per month. The salaries of the old members who previously worked in the police department will also increase based on the original salary." Uchiha stretched out 3 fingers. 30%. As soon as Uchiha's words fell on the civilian ninjas below, they instantly showed incredible expressions. You have to know that they are just genin who make a living by completing tasks in the village, and they only earn 30,000 taels every month. In addition to daily consumption, they can also save some money to exchange for ninjutsu. According to what they had heard previously, the salary of the police force should not be so high. They thought it was low, but what really attracted them here was ninjutsu. However, I did not expect that the salary level for the D-level tasks mentioned by the Ministry of Police would not be subject to any commission or distribution rules. The original Uchiha clan members also had happy expressions on their faces. The original salary of the police department was just at that level, but now it has been increased by 30%. There's a lot of money. Who doesn't like it? For a moment, they were no longer so resistant to the joining of these civilian ninjas. Of course, they still understood who brought these things to them. It's the Night Clan leader. Yes, reputation is very high now. Yeah continued, considering that everyone's strength is not enough to complete the task, I will use my privilege as the clan leader a little bit. In order to improve everyone's strength and enable them to be better qualified for future work, the ninjutsu that was originally planned to be issued after 2 months of work will be issued immediately after the meeting. As soon as Uchiha finished speaking, the atmosphere in the audience was out of control. At this moment, Uchiha Zimo stood up suddenly and shouted, "Salute to the clan leader! Loyalty! Loyalty!" Everyone in the room stood up and raised their hands 45 degrees. Uchiha also raised his right hand in return and said, "For Konoha, for the Uchiha clan, loyalty." The civilian ninjas couldn't help but sigh that they had come to the right place today. When they came here, many people laughed at them, thinking that the Uchiha clan must be a liar. but now that they have returned, they will definitely regret it. Xiao Ming looked at Uchiha Chien, who was looking at the Night Clan leader fanatically. I thought my mother's medical expenses have been solved. A huge stone also fell from his heart. He decided to repay the patriarch with his loyalty. He gestured awkwardly, loyalty. After the conference was over, the newly joined police force members went home happily holding the ninjutsu scrolls distributed by the deputy captain. Their impression of Uchiha is surprisingly good now. When Uchiha Ye returned to his office, he saw Uchiha Ye with a gloomy face sitting in the office chair next to him. Night. When Ye saw Uchiha Zuyu's sullen face, she knew what he wanted to say. Ye replied, "Don't worry, Elder Zuyu, I will get a lot of money." Uchiha Sugaku is now having a headache about money. He was too lazy to listen to what Ye said. What he needs now is money. What is needed is money. He turned around and pulled Ye to another office nearby. Ye looked at the row of people in front of him and asked, "Zuyu, what are these people doing?" Uchiha Juyo pointed to the accountants standing in a row nearby. "My lord, these people are the accountants of the Uchiha clan. They were all accountants employed by the Uchiha clan, and of course, they were all civilians of Konoha. As for why there is no Uchiha among these people, the reason is naturally that the Uchiha clan is only good at killing people. These boring and complicated account books give the Uchiha clan a headache. Naturally, it can only be delivered to people from civilian families. The Uchiha clan members were very willing to do this and had no resistance at all. Uchiha Zuyu gave them a look. The accountants began to report on the family's recent situation. Master Patriarch, up to now, the compensation for the members of the family who died in battle has not been paid, and many people are arguing about it now. Master Patriarch, the business performance of our family's shops is not optimistic. Many tenants do not want to rent anymore. Master, the family's weapons industry is now in deficit. In order to cope with the war, Konoha has prepaid countless shurikens, kunao, and detonating tags from the family. The debt has not been paid yet. Chief, there is a row of accountants, one after another. He was mumbling over the account book in his hand, continuously reporting the accounts. There is only one sentence between the lines. The family is out of money. Transfer money. Ye looked at Uchiha Zuyu beside him. His meaning was very clear. The family had no money left, yet you promised those people so much money. Zuyu looked at him with a smile. Master Clan leader, don't forget that there are also the salaries of those civilian ninjas. Ye's face looked grim now. He knew that the family's financial situation was not optimistic. But I didn't expect it to be so bad. You just took office and you're treating yourself like this, right? Could it be possible that the Uchiha clan would go bankrupt in his own hands? The accountants were still saying that Uchiha Ye really couldn't stand their reciting like accounts. Just tell me the result. He said, don't say a word. How long can the family's current money last? Not counting the civilian ninjas, we can probably hold out for another month and a half. Ye continued to ask, what if it counts? It can only last half a month. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye took a deep breath. He had taken over a mess. Ye looked at Uchiha Zuyu, who was standing beside him, and Zuyu also looked at him with a strange smile. Damn, no wonder he agreed so readily. This is such a mess. Zuyu, has the family finance become so bad? Ye looked at Uchiha Zuyu, wanting to ask him for an explanation. As the patriarch of the family, shouldn't you give me an explanation when the finances are in such a mess? The financial situation exploded as soon as I took office. How can I deal with this? Master Patriarch, this war lasted too long. The war just ended, not just for the Uchiha, but for all the clans in Konoha. The entire ninja world is like this, and other ninja villages are even worse. Uchiha Zuyu also felt that he was very wronged. The war is over, isn't it normal to have no money? Moreover, he has already said that the money is not enough, but you keep throwing money out. Uchiha Sugaku seemed to want to explain that it was not that he did not have the ability, but that the situation was indeed difficult. He continued, most ninjas make money by completing missions, but when a war like this breaks out, there are no missions to do. A large number of ninjas were sent to the battlefield, and a large amount of Konoha's financial income was directly cut off. Under such circumstances, we still have to rely on each of our ninja clans to run their own businesses to supplement the finances of the wood industry. If the ninja clan hadn't been bleeding continuously, Konoha would have collapsed long ago. It's not just Konoha, the entire ninja world is like this. So the end of the First Ninja World War might have meant that no one could continue fighting. What about the name? We're keeping him safe, and he won't even pay? Ye asked in confusion. Uchiha Sugaku said, the daimyo gives Konoha 20 billion ryo every year, and in the past 3 years, it has been increased to 27 billion ryo, but it is obviously not enough. He didn't say the reason, but everyone knew it. The cost price of a detonating talisman is no less than 3,000 taels. In a small battle, no one knows how many detonating talismans will be used on the battlefield every day. Not to mention all kinds of war supplies. Kunao and shurikens were flying everywhere on the battlefield. This does not include medical supplies, various logistical equipment and losses on the road. The longer the battle line is, the more logistics losses will occur along the way. Plus there are some people with dirty hands who try to steal some things. War is not just about fighting, it's simply about burning money. The speed of burning money is slower than the speed of fighting a war. In addition to absolute strength, absolute financial resources are also crucial in fighting a war. Of course, the premise of all this is that there is no such thing in the current ninja world that it will be ended by someone absolutely powerful. Everyone's strength is about the same throughout the battle, so victory or defeat can only be determined by fighting a big war. If Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara were really alive, Uchiha Madara with his Susanoo and Hashirama Senju with his Wood Dragon Jutsu would be able to defeat tens of thousands of enemies on the battlefield. Why do we need to waste money like this? Therefore, the end of the war is inevitable, and Konoha is completely unable to fight anymore. Uchiha Tsuyu looked at Uchiha Ye, who looked like he was about to die, but still gave Uchiha Ye a sip of chicken soup. Don't worry, clan leader. The daimyo and Senju Tobirama have already reached an agreement and will allocate a large amount of funds to rebuild Konoha. Tsuyu didn't want the newly appointed clan leader to quit just because he had no money. That would be a disgrace to the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha at this age is young and energetic. It's not uncommon to do anything. Didn't he just overthrow the original patriarch? How much is it exactly? Uchiha Ye asked eagerly. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be too little. After all, if the daimyo doesn't provide funds, Konoha will consider whether to change to a daimyo who is willing to give money. After all, Konoha is the most powerful ninja village. It is because of the existence of Konoha that the daimyo of the Land of Fire can live such a stable life. In the thousands of years of history of the ninja world, there were many daimyos who were not sober-minded and not generous enough in paying money and were killed by their own ninjas. Anyway, they all work for the Fire Nation. Even if the daimyo dies, his son and brothers are still there. We can always find someone to inherit the name. Ninjas' military force is their livelihood. Only those who have the strength to launch an armed uprising are qualified to come to power. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Uchiha Tsuyu showed an intriguing smile. This old man said to keep it a secret. The knight suddenly felt unusual. He said, how could Senju Tobirama be able to research so many banned books? Besides his cleverness, he also needs a huge amount of money? It looks like this guy is trying to enrich himself, right? Uchiha Ye had reason to believe this. After all, he was the hokage and he was the one who allocated all the funds. He didn't even say how much funding there was, so isn't it him who has the final say on how much to distribute to everyone? I guess a considerable portion of it was stuffed into his waistband. Uchiha Tsuyu looked at Uchiha Ye, his eyes sparkling and staring at him intently. Master Ye, you must become hokage. After all, becoming hokage means you have the right to allocate funds for rebuilding Konoha. This huge sum of money is waiting for the next hokage to distribute. Which ninja eats more and which eats less is all decided by the hokage. We can't let the Senju clan seize the initiative this time. They already had 2 hokages, so the Uchiha must be the hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Tsuyu also developed a Mangekyo Sharinan because of the Uchiha clan. His attitude has also changed from being unsupportive at first. Isn't this what every ninja clan leader wants, to be hokage? He legitimately asked for money from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and then distributed the money. The family would then take some from it to train family ninjas and strengthen the family's strength. The one who mastered this to perfection was the 3rd hokage. Haven't you seen that the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans are gradually declining, while the Sarutobi clan is becoming more and more prosperous? This is the strongest hokage in Konoha's history, and his reputation is well-deserved. Of course, these are just the apparent benefits of being a hokage. Hokage, the leader of the entire village, naturally has various hidden incomes. After all, the construction of the entire village must be approved by the hokage, and policies are the code to getting rich. Things like the division of Konoha's missions, commercial secrets, and the sale of land are rights that only the top leaders can control. As long as the hokage doesn't leak the news, which ninja clan can know it? Every family is trying their best to occupy and gain as much as possible in the village of Konoha, and then train family ninjas to enhance the family's strength. This cycle repeats itself and is passed down from generation to generation. Whichever family can produce a hokage will naturally be able to eat a lot of meat, and its strength will be enhanced, and then it will want to become hokage even more. This is somewhat similar to the emperor in the previous life, except that the emperor's position is passed down through blood, while the position of these hokage is passed down through more obscure relationships, such as master and apprentice. The 2nd hokage was the 1st hokage's younger brother, the 3rd hokage was the 2nd hokage's apprentice, and the 4th hokage was the 3rd hokage's great-grandson. The 5th hokage was the apprentice of the 3rd hokage. The 6th hokage was the apprentice of the 4th hokage. The 7th hokage was the son of the 4th hokage and the apprentice of the 6th hokage. Everything is manipulated in secret. This is the closest the Uchiha clan has ever been to the position of hokage. Tsuyu doesn't want Ye to miss this good opportunity. After all, the family really needs money now. Yet teased Zuyu, who was standing beside him. Elder Zuyu, didn't you want the Uchiha to not fight for the position of Hokage? Uchiha Skaka did not act as uneasy as Ye imagined. Instead, he said to Ye very calmly, because I didn't know you had the Mangekyo Sharinan before. I know very well that with Mito's strength, there is no way that Uchiha can become Hokage. Instead of intensifying the conflict, it is better to take advantage of it. But now that you have awakened the Mangekyo, the Uchiha clan will naturally be able to gain more benefits for themselves. Uchiha Ye was a little surprised, but still made a promise, not only for himself, but also for his family. Of course there is Konoha. I will become Hokage. After all, in the original work, after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, Konoha gradually declined. It used to be a place where many geniuses emerged, but in the end, none of them remained. But the Sarutobi family is thriving. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply used the wealth of the Konoha village to feed his own family. If he came to power, Konoha and Uchiha would definitely prosper and develop together. Uchiha Juyu believed in him very much. Who in Konoha can resist Uchiha Yagamai, who has opened the Mangekyo Sharinan? Here are the documents that the clan leader needs to deal with. Uchiha Sukyu brought in another stack of papers, which were the documents he needed to deal with on a daily basis. There were all kinds of things, such as promotions for the Uchiha Police Department, arrangements for patrolling the streets of Konoha, the arrest of spies, and family business. The clan leader had to receive important clients, so naturally most of them were big businessmen and nobles from the Fire Nation. This is also the main source of finance for the Uchiha clan. Ye looked at the big client who was coming. This was a big businessman who had been cooperating with the Uchiha clan. He is responsible for supplying the Uchiha with raw materials for making weapons. Now he should be here to collect the debt. Uchiha Juyu answered. We have already owed them half a year's payment, and it has not been settled. He should be here this afternoon. Zuyu looked at Ye and said, the patriarch is relying on you. Ye naturally would not shirk his responsibility. After all, as the clan leader, these matters had to be handled by him. At least get familiar with it now, so that you can entrust it to Uchiha Zuyu with confidence in the future. Zuyu had no idea about his future working life, but it was arranged for him. Ye thought to himself, I have to please this big businessman and delay the payment of the debt. Alas, Ye felt a little helpless. A penny can make a hero fall. Ninjas engage in such a dangerous industry just for such a small amount of money. Konoha's current predicament is that it has no money. If it had money, would it still be afraid of these villages? Will there be a truce with them? If you have money, just challenge the 4 ninja villages alone. If there is enough funding, each of them could carry a few thousand detonating talismans and throw them at the enemies when they meet. Wouldn't they be wiped out? The style is exquisite and the appearance is gorgeous. This place is the most luxurious hotel in Konoha, and it is also where Uchiha will meet that important guest. Just this table of dishes cost them a total of 30,000 taels. This surprised Uchiha very much. Even with his worth, this kind of thing is just a drizzle. But after all, just eating it would still hurt his body. Of course, he was very fortunate that this meal was a public business after all, so he didn't have to pay for it himself, and the family would pay for it. The next person is called Ito Fumishuo. His family has leased the entire Fire Country's iron mine. It has always been the local boss of the Fire Country's iron ore business. It has always cooperated with the Uchiha clan. Of course, they have someone above them who is a high-ranking official in the Fire Nation. He has a very good temper and we have a good relationship with him. Uchiha Sukaku introduced Ito Buncho's family background and personal preferences. He taught Uchiha carefully from beginning to end. It can be seen that Uchiha Zuyu has now passed on all his experience as a clan leader to Uchiha without reservation. He has already accepted Uchiha as the clan leader from the bottom of his heart. After all, to be a ninja all you need is to be strong and be able to chop people, but to be a team leader there are many more things to consider. If he became the leader and could do whatever he wanted with force, then there would be no need for Senju Tobirama to balance everyone. Of course, the prerequisite is that no one has the ability to make everyone shut up like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. In Uchiha Sukaku's opinion, dealing with these powerful families in the Land of Fire is not as simple as being a ninja. After all, we need to rely on them to make money. Since Uchiha has opened the Mangekyo Sharinan, he is the future of Uchiha. Then for Uchiha, he would pass on his clan leader's experience to him without reservation. And this time it probably won't be so smooth. After all, we owe the Ito family so much money and it has been delayed for so long. It will probably be difficult to deal with it at the dinner table. That's why Uchiha Zuyu specially came with Uchiha this time. Uchiha Zuyu was afraid that Uchiha would get too carried away and rely on his own powerful strength to chop off Ito Buncho's head and step on it. After all, Uchiha's previous deeds are still being passed on by word of mouth among the neighbors in Konoha. If someone was really hacked to death, it would be a serious matter. After all, Uchiha was a debtor. When he failed to collect the debt, he hacked the creditor to death. Then the powerful people of the Fire Nation joined forces to ban Uchiha's business. We can't let such a bad thing happen. The Fire Nation nobles were originally afraid of the powerful strength of the ninjas, so this would definitely backfire. You know, all the ninja families in the ninja villages are now in debt in order to win this ninja world war. If everyone followed the example of the Uchiha, and simply hacked the creditors to death when they came to collect debts, then the powerful people in each country would not be able to survive at all. You know, as long as the Uchiha dare to be unreasonable and take the lead, the daimyos of various countries will unite and let the Uchiha know the power of money. The bounties would rain down like raindrops. The Uchiha clan would definitely not survive. After all, no matter how strong they are, their numbers are limited and they are just a ninja family. The first person who breaks the rules will surely be besieged by everyone and will ultimately fail. Only those who come from behind can keep a low profile and eventually succeed in turning the situation around. And the most important thing is that if such an Uchiha offends the powerful people in the Land of Fire, then Uchiha will definitely not be able to get the position of Hokage. Each ninja clan will use this incident to resist. Moreover, the final position of Hokage still needs the recognition of the daimyo. As long as Uchiha does not have the strength to fight against 10,000 people alone, they will not be able to pass the daimyo's test. Now Uzumaki Nito just can't find any stain on Uchiha. Once Uchiha did this, her opposition to Uchiha becoming Hokage would become a matter of course. Can't let Mito seize the opportunity at this time. At this moment, sighed in his heart, being weak is the original sin. Just as Uchiha was listening to Uchiha Zuyu's teachings, the door creaked and a slightly plump, middle-aged man with a round face walked in. His clothes were bright and fancy, and it was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. Zuyu, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. Uchiha Zuya came forward and exchanged a few words. He introduced Uchiha to Ito Fumushiro, the new head of the Uchiha clan. Ito Buncho looked at Uchiha's youthful appearance and obviously couldn't believe that he was the new clan leader. But he did not dare to underestimate Uchiha, because he had been dealing with the Uchiha clan for a long time and knew the temperament of these Uchiha people very well. They are all the type of people who are not very strong and don't want to submit to others. This young Uchiha can actually become the clan leader, so his strength must be the best in the clan, otherwise he would not be able to become the clan leader. Ito Buncho looked at Uchiha with a smile on his face and praised, Patriarch you are young and promising. As he spoke, Ito Fumushige introduced himself to Uchiha. Uchiha naturally took over the conversation enthusiastically. After saying a few words, Uchiha finally reacted. Isn't this just licking Party A's father? Uchiha is quite skilled in this area. Uchiha Juyu's eyes widened as he watched Uchiha speak as smoothly as flowing water. There were many auspicious words spoken at night. There were also those words of persuasion that I had never heard of before, which made Ito Fumio willing to drink one glass after another. Drink one cup. It seemed that Uchiha Zuyu's behavior of coming to help him save the scene today was a bit redundant. As soon as he sat at the table, Ito Fumushi felt that he was being served comfortably by Uchiha with his skilled techniques. Normally, he would never drink like this, because he simply couldn't drink as much as these ninjas. But after toast, he instantly felt the drinking culture of China. Before long, his face was flushed and he was obviously drunk. Only then did he remember his mission and mentioned the debt. How could Uchiha agree? I immediately took advantage of the fact that he was drunk and complained to him about how hard life was for the family. It was so miserable. Uchiha Juyu, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. This was too outrageous. As for the debt, Uchiha said it was not impossible to repay it. We just have to wait a little longer. If you want to delay, just delay it first. The longer you can postpone it, the better. We have to wait for the money from the Konoha high-level officials to come down, and then we have to pay back the first installment, and pay back the principal with interest. The relationship has been laid out to this point, and Ito Fumishio is too embarrassed to say anymore. After all, this money is not much to him. Since the dignified Uchiha clan leader and former clan leader have already put aside their pride, how can he have the nerve to do it again? You have to know that in the entire ninja world, everyone knows that the Uchiha clan has always been arrogant, but the fact that the clan leader is so kind and amiable in front of him makes Ito Fumushige feel so happy. Then continued to pour wine into him. Uchiha Zuyu and Uchiha skillfully spoke nice things to Ito Hirobumi and chatted a little more about topics that men love. He was so obsessed with Ito Fumishio that he started to treat him as a brother. Good brother, you don't need to tell me about the debt. Don't be afraid. I'm in charge. Supply the Uchiha with goods for another 2 months. Uchiha said to Ito Buncho with an embarrassed look on his face. Good brother, this is not good. The Uchiha clan is already very grateful, but where are you at home? Ito Fumishio waved his hand and said to his brother, brother, I still have some weight in the family. I will supply Uchiha with goods for another 2 months without interest. We are brothers, why do you still care about these things? Uchiha still looked inexperienced and embarrassed to accept it. No interest still needs to be calculated. Look shy, afraid of being taken advantage of. Ito Fumio was immediately anxious. We are brothers, right? Do you believe in me as your brother? Uchiha only then reluctantly accepted. Okay, thank you, brother. Brother, let me toast you again. Uchiha Ziwayu's eyes lit up. Make a written agreement. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were walking on the streets of Konoha. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen's meeting with Mito, Danzo Shimura has been worried about his safety. After Sarutobi Hiruzen came out, Danzo felt relieved knowing that he was safe. The two decided to find a place to get together and have a meal. When Danzo heard that Uzumaki Mito would support Sarutobi Hiruzen to become Hokage, his originally open-minded heart immediately calmed down. The mood also turned into joy. Of course, the jealousy that had been there from the beginning also lingered in my heart. He recalled the scene more than once, and said that if he had stood up first, he would have been willing to die. So could he be the third Hokage? Joy and regret filled his heart. There was a very good saying in the previous life, I am afraid that my brothers will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. This is exactly what Danzo is talking about now. At first he was still worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen's life. Now that it has recovered and may be able to become Hokage, he feels uncomfortable again. Even though he kept thinking that he wanted to be the last one to leave, in fact, as long as he thought about it, he was destined not to do it. If you don't do it and just regret it, you will never be as good as those who do it. But the brother he had been with day and night had suddenly become the village's top leader, which was more painful than killing him. But the two of them always felt a cold wind behind them, and they always felt that the eyes around them seemed unfriendly. Is someone jealous that Hiruzen is going to become Hokage? That's not right. How could they know? Both of them thought that the only thing that had been leaked was the news of their teacher's death, but they didn't know that the issue of who would be the Hokage had also been leaked. I'm so sorry, our store is full. The owner of a small restaurant sent away Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who wanted to eat here with a standard fake smile. Shimura Danzo was puzzled and pointed at the 3 tables in front of him and said, aren't there seats available? The boss, now getting impatient, told them, it's booked. The guests will be here soon. A coward and deserter who abandoned the Hokage, who caused the Hokage's death, is he worthy of being a ninja of Konoha? Still want to eat here, eat shit. Danzo was still very confused as to why all 3 tables could be reserved, but he still left with Sarutobi Hiruzen. We arrived at the next restaurant. As soon as they reached the door, the store manager came out and said with a smile, sorry, our store is about to close now. Shimura Danzo pointed at the many diners eating in the restaurant and said, what about them? The store manager said, I have something going on at home that I'm sorry. They are the last guests. Shimura Danzo was very confused. Why close the door at a different time? Why close it when they close? Just as he was about to question his boss, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him. Forget it, Danzo. The next one. Hiruzen, you are the only one who stopped me, otherwise I would have made him pay for it. Danzo was feeling very depressed, so he went to find a small, cheap restaurant that they usually like to eat at. I'm really sorry, our store here is also full. The owner of this fly-in-the-wall restaurant, like the other one, tried to send them away with a standard fake smile. Danzo was already completely furious, and pointed to the empty seat next to him and said the same thing, isn't there still room there? He was extremely angry that he was a dignified jonin of Konoha and the Hokage's bodyguard, but he was chased away just for a meal. Advisor to the future third Hokage. This is the third one already. I am the customer and your god. I came to take care of your business, and you guys actually come to chase people away. Do you really think you are a ninja who eats garlic? The shop owner had long seen that these people had no way of finding food. How could he allow these cowards, the guys who killed the Hokage, to ruin his store? Just go away, why are you still looking for trouble? He told them, this place is reserved and guests will be here soon. Danzo was extremely angry. This sentence again. It's booked again. He pushed away Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was trying to block him. He said angrily, I'll wait here, let's see when the guest you mentioned will arrive. He was extremely angry that he really got used to them. A bunch of unruly people. If we weren't fighting on the front line, how could you guys live so comfortably? The boss couldn't hold it in any longer. Do I have to make it so clear? I don't want your business. You guys who killed the Hokage, are you worthy of being Konoha's ninja? Get out of here now, don't ruin my store, I don't welcome you. Get out. What did you say? You troublemaker, I must teach you a lesson today. You are no longer an ordinary villager. Tuanzang was so angry that he jumped up and down. These untouchables whom he protected dared to bully him. It's really a rebellion. They had no idea how critical the situation was, nor did they understand the greatness of their teacher's will of fire. It seems that the problem will only remain on the surface. How dare they accuse me? I think they want a rebel. Do you really think that your title of Jonin is for nothing? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grabbed Shimura Danzo. After all, there are clear rules in Konoha that ninjas cannot attack civilians at will. If they violate the rules, they will be punished by going to the police department. At this juncture, if you enter the police department, you will definitely not be able to get out without losing a lot of skin. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't let Shinmura Danzo go to his death. When the shop owner saw that he was about to hit someone, he immediately raised his voice and asked, "What, do you still want to hit someone? I'm doing business, and you guys are bullying me." As he raised his arms and shouted, "How can you bully the old? Where is the real person?" These two people are too conspicuous now, and everyone in Konoha village is staring at them. Wherever they went, there were countless ninjas from various families scouting behind them. What's more, the two of them were wandering around here looking for a restaurant. Everyone is just of a slightly higher quality and will just look at them coldly instead of insulting them in public. If this happened to the low-quality villagers in Konoha village during the reign of the third Hokage in the original work, now both of them are probably covered in rotten eggs. After all, this can be seen from Naruto's childhood. The villagers, who had been holding back their anger, were instantly ignited. I started to criticize them verbally. "Coward, traitor, those who betrayed the Hokage. You don't deserve to live, just commit suicide. I want Hokage-sama back." Various voices filled their ears, and some people began to greet their family. After all, there is strength in numbers, so we are not afraid of them getting angry. As long as he dares to take action, the Uchiha who is watching from the side will dare to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced towards the corner. The two Uchiha clan members with 3 Megatama were staring at them intently. The villagers were not afraid at all. There are 2 Uchiha standing next to them. This is a member of Lord Uchiha's clan. They have made special arrangements that if anyone dares to take action, they will be thrown directly into jail. It won't come out anymore. They are not afraid of retaliation. Villagers can now express their anger as much as they want without any consequences. Danzo Shimura's face was flushed at this time. He really wanted to kill someone, but Hiruzen Sarutobi kept stopping him. Danzo was very angry at this time. Why is no one controlling them? They are spreading rumors like this. Is there any law? Danzo swore, anyone who spreads rumors will have a miserable death. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also feeling uncomfortable at this time. His face was ashen. After all, even the most amiable person would get angry if someone kept asking about his parents. But he still has reason. But at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to suppress his anger. His most urgent task now was to get Danzo out of here as soon as possible. Because he was really afraid that if he didn't pull him out, Danzo might really make a Wind-style breakthrough and kill all the villagers directly. By then, his position as Hokage will be in jeopardy. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Danzo Shimura out of the crowd and trotted to an open space. "Walk, Danzo." Danzo was very angry. "Damn it. This group of unruly people. I will teach them a lesson in the future. How dare you laugh at the village heroes so brazenly? Is there still law? Really, these damn Uchiha don't care about them. They have the power of the police department but they don't do anything. Master Tobirama is right, they are really a bunch of evil Uchiha brats." Danzo's hostility towards Uchiha deepened. But he still said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion, "Hiruzen, aren't you angry when they treat us like that?" Danzo didn't understand. After all, the villagers had just cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen much more harshly than they had cursed him. Danzo was confused as to why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so calm. Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry. After all, who wouldn't be angry when a group of people pointed at his nose and insulted him, and even insulted his own parents? But what's the use of getting angry? There are so many of them, and the more you explain, the more excited they will get. At this point, the explanation is truly a criminal's excitement tactic. He was not stupid, he had known for a long time that the Uchiha would use public opinion to defeat him. Then he would not be easily provoked by these ignorant villagers and fall into the trap of the Uchiha clan. Plus, the Uchiha clan next to them are watching them. If you dare to do it yourself, others will find an opportunity to use force against you. By then there won't even be a chance for fair competition. It was at this time that Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry at these powerful ninja clans. These people seriously occupy the village's resources and do not give them to the civilians. Hiruzen swore that as soon as he came to power, he would make these ninja clans pay the price. But he certainly couldn't answer like that openly. Hiruzen said, "This is not the time to be angry at such a sensitive time. I have more important things to do. As the Hokage of a village, I can't be brought down by something like this. It's all little things." Sarutobi Hiruzen has now begun to use the thinking of Hokage to restrain himself. If you want to become a Hokage, you must have the thinking of a Hokage. It's just some insults. As long as he can become Hokage, he is willing to be seriously injured. As long as I become Hokage, the future will all be my own, right? He looked in the direction he was coming from with a sinister look on his face. After listening to his words and looking at his high-spirited attitude, Danzo felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. That's right, the relationship between the two has always been in a very abnormal state. The two were indeed good friends, but Danzo had always felt jealous of the fact that Hitsuen was better than him, and when he learned that Hiruzen was appointed the third Hokage, this jealousy began to materialize. In the past, the jealousy was just simple envy, but since that incident, this kind of jealousy has become concrete. Danzo was unwilling in his heart. Is the gap between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen so big now? People often say that the differences are often seen in the details. When I faced their insults, I only thought about fighting back, which ultimately led to me falling into their trap. And Hiruzen, he could actually detect this instinctively. Is the gap already so big? Now I just feel that there is a pathetically thick barrier between myself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo Shinura began to imagine the future, a scene in which Sarutobi Hiruzen would become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore the divine robe of the third Hokage and said to himself with a smile, "Danzo is me, I'm Hiruzen." Then he was about to shout Hiruzen, but when he looked at the clothes on him, he could only blurt out those 4 big words, feeling humble and unconvinced. Hokage-sama. Thinking of this scene, Danzo Shinura felt very cold. If that were the case, he would rather not live. But the strength of Shinura Danzo lies in the fact that whenever he is able to realize the gap between himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would always feel jealous and want to catch up with him. This can be considered the bond between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I will not lose to you. Danzo would never admit the gap between him and Hiruzen. He will only charge towards Hiruzen. Captain Shinura, who thinks he is as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen in his life, believes that all he lacks between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen is a chance. It's just that the teacher didn't choose me at that time. If I choose myself, I will not be worse than him. But what Danzo didn't know was that opportunities in life need to be seized. A person can encounter countless opportunities in his life. As long as you don't seize the opportunity, you will think you have never encountered it at all. He was indeed hesitant at the time, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did take action, which was a huge difference. But a person like Danzo who is mentally deformed is just feeling regret and unwillingness. Danzo, stop daydreaming. Let's train. Only strength is king. Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not forget Mito's advice. Lord Mito could help him deal with the Uchiha, but there was still the opponent Senjuman waiting for him. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know that his Lord Mito had already seen how powerful Uchiha was. Now it has been decided to let him be the vanguard to test Uji the strength of boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still fantasizing. He must practice hard, improve his strength, and strive to defeat the Senju minion. Lord Mito did not show favoritism towards his son, and he could not let him down, so he had to complete this test. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly swore in his heart that he must not let down teacher Tobirama. He was also silently grateful to Uzumaki Mito in his heart, and made a secret promise in his heart: if he really became Hokage in the future, he would definitely not do anything to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. After all, if you do this, what's the difference between you and an animal? At this moment, a young man hurriedly walked in from the gate of Konoha village. He has black hair and looks about 60% similar to Hashirama Senju. Senju minion, who had just arrived from the battlefield, looked at the gate of Konoha. He hadn't been back for a long time and he should have been happy to go home, but he felt very uneasy at the moment, as if something big had happened in Konoha village. What on earth happened? He hasn't been home for a long time. He broke open Mito's door and saw his mother. "Mother, I'm back." Uzumaki Mito heard the voice and looked at Senjuman outside the room. She hurried over and looked at Chien Shao minion. The originally immature Senju minion has grown into a man who can stand on his own after being baptized by the battlefield. This face looks more and more like his father. He said to Men Yan, good boy. Growing up. Senju minion looked at his daughter and said to her with a smile, "Tsunade, you are here too. Why are you still reading? You're not the same person you used to be." Tsunade. Looking at his daughter, Menyan smiled kindly. Tsunade, who was standing by, also threw herself into her father's arms. Mito calmly took Tsunade away and said to Minion, "Come with me, something big has happened in the village." Mito took him and was about to go to the house next door to discuss something. At this moment, Qianshao Minion asked casually, "Mother, where is my second uncle? Haven't seen him for a long time? Is he still working in the Hokage's office?" At this moment, Tsunade on the side could no longer hold back and tears streamed down. Second grandfather. Second grandfather. He's dead. Father. With Yu, Uzumaki Mito looked at his son with a resentful look on his face. She took him to another house just to avoid reminding Tsunade of the sad things. "Now it's okay, I have to coax her again. I coaxed him for a long time before he stopped thinking about it." Uzumaki Mito wiped the tears from Tsunade's face and coaxed her patiently, don't cry, Tsunade, be good. Second grandpa doesn't want you to cry either." Tsunade's tears gradually decreased. But Qianshao Minion, who was standing nearby, was very shocked. He simply couldn't believe it. After all, who would dare to believe such a thing? In this era when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are no longer around, who can do anything to Tobirama Senju? How is that possible? How could my second uncle die? Second uncle possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and is covered in forbidden techniques. As long as he wants to leave? Who can stay in the ninja world? Qian Xiaomenyan looked at his mother, hoping to get it "that's not the case" out of her mouth. But after Uzumaki Mito nodded heavily, Senjumanin had to accept this sad fact. Tears glistened in his eyes as he recalled the time he spent with Tobirama Senju. After his father died, Tobirama Senju took on the role of a father and taught him like his own son. Tobirama has no son, so to Tobirama, Senjumanin is his own son. Needless to say, how good the relationship between the two is. Mito looked at Senjumanin and said to him, "Menin, now is not the time to be sad. Konoha is very unstable now." Menyan wiped the tears from his eyes and replied, "I know." Mito and Minyan came to another house. Senju Minyan was very nervous and was looking forward to news from Uzumaki Mito. The reason why he was called back from the front lines so anxiously must be related to the Saname Hokage. Senjumanin is ready to take over as the Saname Hokage. After all, there seems to be no one more suitable than himself in Konoha right now. In his heart, he silently made a wish to his second uncle. "Don't worry, second uncle. I will definitely make Konoha more prosperous and avenge you." The words he said the next moment made Qian Xiaomenyan's heart instantly fall to the bottom. According to Tobirama's last words before his death, he appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Qian Xiaomenyan couldn't believe his ears. What did he hear? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Who is this guy? He was just an apprentice of his teacher. With the small Sarutobi family behind him, was he qualified to covet the position of Hokage of Konoha? If you say that Tobirama passed the throne to Uchiha Kagami, then Senjumanin would force himself to accept it. What kind of insignificant figure is this Sarutobi Hiruzen? Is he worthy? That's not right. Qian Xiaomenyan cursed in his heart for a long time before he came to his senses. Isn't this Sarutobi Hiruzen a member of the Shadow Guard? My second uncle is dead, can he come back? How is this possible? As for the nonsense that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the heir and Tobirama sacrificed himself to protect the heir, how could Qian Xiaomenyan possibly believe it? Even if he is the heir, can he be more important to Konoha village than Tobirama Senju? If Tobirama Senju had not died, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be nothing but a heir. Senju Minyan said loudly to Mito, "Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Mother, how can you believe this? I have never heard of a Hokage dying but the Shadow Guard still alive. Second uncle's Flying Thunder God technique can bring him back from anywhere. How could he die? There is no conspiracy, mother, do you believe it?" Qian Xiaomenyan looked at his mother. "Mother, you have been smart all your life. Why did you start to act stupidly at this critical juncture?" Senju Minyan's defense was broken in an instant, but he didn't believe what Uzumaki Mito said at all. Uzumaki Mito had explained it to him several times, and she had verified it specifically, and everything she said was true. Qian Xiaomenyan had no choice but to accept this. He said to his mother, "You called me back so anxiously, don't you want me to help Sarutobi Hiruzen take the throne?" Qian Xiaomenyan swore that even if his mother said that this was her idea, he would not support it. "I can't understand it either. The position of the Hokage, no matter how much it is spread, it will never reach a small family. On Sarutobi Hiruzen." He, Senju Minyan, had never heard of how powerful the talent of Sarutobi Hiruzen was. "I was polite enough not to pursue the matter of him not protecting the Hokage. He also wants to be the Hokage. He gets all the good things. Besides, even if you agree to it, the Uchiha clan would definitely not agree. How is that possible?" "Of course I support you." His words made Qian Xiaomenyan's originally ugly face look much better. Qian Xiaomenyan thought to himself, "That's right, how could my mother support others?" Mito said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a small character, your real competitor is Uchiha. Menyan also nodded. In fact, he didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously at all. He only cared about his mother's attitude. As long as he wanted, with the strength of the Senju clan, the news that Sarutobi Hiruzen committed suicide because he was ashamed to face the second Hokage would spread in Konoha the next day. The Uchiha clan is the biggest threat now. Mito frowned and said to Senju Minyan, "Now there is a person in Uchiha who has opened the Mangekyo Sharinan." Suddenly, Qian Xiaomenyan lost his composure. When he thought of the Mangekyo Sharinan, the image of Uchiha Madara riding Susanoo on the battlefield instantly appeared in his mind. In that era, no ninja could defeat Uchiha Madara, except his own father. Now such a person has appeared in Uchiha, but he has not yet awakened his father's ability. He instantly became anxious because he did not inherit any of his father's powerful strength. He had no wood release, sage body, or sage mode, and he became nervous. It was obvious that the Uchiha was targeting the Saname Hokage this time. "My strength is definitely not enough to defeat the Uchiha, so I have no competitiveness at all." Senju Minyan frowned and said, "Who opened the Mangekyo Sharinan? Uchiha Sugaku?" Mito shook his head, and Senju Minyan continued, "Then it should be Uchiha Kagami. Could it be that he resolutely opened the Mangekyo Sharinan after witnessing the death of his second uncle? If this is the case, then Uchiha Mirror does have some conscience. Mito continued to shake his head. Who else could it be? Is there anyone in the Uchiha clan who is more outstanding than these two? Mito said yes name. Chien Xiao Minion couldn't believe it at all. How is that possible? Didn't he already have a deep understanding of the Will of Fire? In the entire Konoha village, everyone knows that the new version of the Will of Fire was completed under the perfection of Uchiha. Yeah, such a person who doesn't look like an Uchiha at all actually opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now he has to fight to become Hokage. It is true that the little black guy has shown his chicken feet. This made him nervous instantly. Mito looked at Men Yan and said solemnly, this Uchiha Yami is very well hidden. He is our biggest opponent. Mito looked at Men Yan, who looked a little unconfident, and in order to encourage him, he slowly said, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. Uchiha has only shown a little bit of strength. A person like Madara doesn't appear easily. The Uchiha clan has had people with the Mangekyo Sharingan before, but none as powerful as Uchiha Madara. I just want to remind you not to forget who your real opponent is, and to make you be on guard. But it's not to dampen your confidence. Men Yan, believe in yourself, and also believe in Kinshao's strength. According to Uzumaki Mito, in the 1,000 years of Uchiha history, a genius who could open the Mangekyo Sharingan would appear every few generations, and correspondingly, the Senju clan would also have a genius who could match the Uchiha. This seems to have become a routine. But Uchiha Madara is definitely the most special. Those Uchiha who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the past were far from as powerful as Uchiha Madara, and some of them couldn't even open Susanoo at all. If Uchiha had just opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mito would not be surprised at all. The key is that he already had Susanoo, but that's all. It is not invincible. Mito thought of Tobirama Senju's research. After all, for Tobirama, a scientific researcher, this kind of exception is the most fascinating. According to Tobirama's speculation, Uchiha's opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan has defects. The powerful ability will cause their pupil techniques to be overdrawn, and excessive use may even lead to blindness. The only way to make up for this defect is to replace it with the related Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, because he replaced his Sharingan with Uchiha Izuna's Sharingan, the strength began to take off. Whenever he thought of this, Tobirama couldn't help but blame himself for seriously injuring Uchiha Izuna at that time. By accident, Uchiha Madara became stronger. This is the thing that Tobirama regrets the most. Although this is just Tobirama's speculation, based on Mito's understanding of Senju Tobirama, since he can say it, he must be absolutely sure. Maybe he had dug up Uchiha Madara's grave, and the body might have already passed into the hands of Senju Tobirama. All I can say is that everyone knows Tobirama's character, and Uchiha Madara knows him best. Madara predicted Tobirama's actions. Therefore, since Uchiha lost both his parents when he was young and had no brothers or sisters, it was impossible for him to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And a blind Hokage is something Konoha doesn't need. Mito looked at Minion and decided to save his image in his son's heart. Minion, don't you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is very useful at this time? Since Tobirama values it, we might as well push it out first. Without us having to do anything, we can test Uchiha's strength and get more information. You can also let him consume Uchiha's pupil power first. Senjumanin nodded. In the world of ninja, the power of information is self-evident. It was because Jiraiya gained information about pain at the cost of his life. Only Naruto can fight so easily. Ninjas have too many strange ninjutsu, and even a jonin may be killed by a chunin due to insufficient information. Menyon looked at his mother and gave a cunning smile. It is still my mother who is resourceful and always thinks of me. Mito saw that his son agreed with his opinion and nodded with satisfaction. Hiruzen, don't blame me. It's Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and as long as you can deal with Uchiha, the Senju will not be an obstacle for you. After everything was discussed, Menyon returned to the next room to find his daughter Tsunade. He hasn't been back for a long time, and his daughter has hardly been with him. At this time, little Tsunade was holding a thick book and reading it diligently. This is a medical book. Chien Xiao Minion looked at his daughter, who was originally lively and active, and now she was reading quietly. Also a little surprised. Is this still my Tsunade? She walked over to him and said, What's wrong, Tsunade? Did you lose the gambling yesterday? Did your grandma punish you to read a book? But at the same time, he was also a little confused. Why would Mito let him read medical books? Wouldn't it be better to read more books on ninjutsu? Tsunade turned her head and looked at her father and said, How could that be? Tsunade always behaves this well, okay? Menyon looked at his cute daughter who was pouting and said, Okay, our Tsunade is the best. Tsunade then explained to her father, I must become the strongest medical ninja in Konoha. This made Menyon a little curious. After all, his goal at that time was to become the first female Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade continued, If I were an excellent medical ninja and followed my second grandfather, I could help him heal if he got hurt. Maybe he wouldn't die. Tsunade's face suddenly became sad, and tears appeared faintly in the corners of her eyes. The Uchiha clan is ambitious at this time. Under the leadership of Uchiha, each Uchiha now enforces the law with a smile. Although it's a bit stiff, the change has already shocked many Konoha villagers. Of course, there were also some rebellious villagers who thought that the Uchiha clan had become completely friendly to them and they could take advantage of them, so they began to provoke the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha people were not spoiled, they could whip those domineering villagers with a whip in one hand while still keeping a smile on their faces. I have truly grasped the essence of law enforcement with a smile. Now the Uchiha clan is full of vitality, everything is competing to become the Hokage. The Senju clan is also strongly supporting their young clan leader, aiming for the position of Hokage. Only at this time, Hinata, as one of the three giants of Konoha, was hesitating about whether to stand on the side of Senju or Uchiha. The current Hyuga clan leader, Hinata, really doesn't know what to do. He just felt that a lot of things seemed to have happened in such a short period of time. It was truly a major change that had not happened in 3,000 years. This choice will determine the future fate of the family. Am I on the side of the Senju or the Uchiha? The strength of the Hyuga family is far inferior to that of the Senju and Uchiha. He just felt that Konoha at this moment was like a powder keg, just waiting for a spark to ignite, and everyone was going to die. He was unwilling to just sit there and wait for death, he had to take action. As a patriarch, he knew that sitting back and waiting for death would only bring disaster upon himself. Hinata called the attendant outside in and said to him, "Has there been any response from Lord Uzumaki?" A day ago, Hinata had visited Uzumaki Mito in person, but Mito said she was not feeling well, so he did not go in. The follower replied, "No reply yet. The Senju clan seems to be closed." Hinata couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied at this time. After all, I am the head of the clan. Is it inappropriate to treat yourself this way? Considering the rumors in the village, I'm afraid the death of the second Hokage is true. Hinata had to integrate all the real information. After all, this decision concerned the future fate of the Hinata family. Uchiha, the spokesperson of the Will of Fire, has now awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan. Hinata couldn't help but feel admiration for this junior. After all, the biggest shortcoming of the Uchiha clan is that they pay too much attention to emotions. But at the moment, this Uchiha is too contradictory. Since he can open the Mangekyo Sharinan, it shows that his own emotions are quite abundant. The Will of Fire should be true. But the fact that he was able to resolutely take over the position of the head of the Uchiha clan during this special period also showed that he could endure and was smart. At this moment, an idea popped up in Hinata-Ian's mind. Could it be that he got the news first and learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to usurp the position of Hokage? Felt that under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, Konoha would surely decline. At this time, he began to doubt Lord Tobirama's decision and suspected Sarutobi Hiruzen's motives, thinking that it must be Sarutobi Hiruzen who killed Lord Hokage. For a moment, the Will of Fire felt dissatisfied with this injustice, and its emotions exploded. Its desire to protect Konoha increased, and it awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan. The more Hinata thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, why would a young Konoha ninja who could say fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers, awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan in the village without experiencing life or death? That's it. A powerful Uchiha with the Will of Fire and stable emotions. In addition, the Senju clan has already produced 2 Hokage, so it seems only natural for the Uchiha clan to have a 3rd Hokage. Thinking of this, Hinata said to his followers, "Please help me make an appointment with the Night Clan leader." He decided to have a close talk with this Uchiha to verify whether he was worth his bet. He then added, "By the way, remember not to let others find out." Yes, Hinata took a long breath. It really seemed like a storm was about to come. Konoha is a family composed of ninja clans. Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga are 3 big mountains. Below this, there are some small families, such as the mystical family composed of pigs, deer, and butterflies, which depend on each other to survive together. Then there are some strange ones, such as those that raise insects and dogs. Konoha is just a big pie, you eat more and I eat less. With the current strength of the Hyuga clan, there is a serious lack of top-level combat power and they are not qualified to become the 3rd Hokage at all. Look at this young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Hinata looked at the 19-year-old Uchiha in front of him and said with a smile, "Patriarch showed so much courage on the battlefield, I guess that the future leader of the Uchiha clan must be you." Looked at Hinata and replied, "Patriarch Lan, you are too kind to me, I am just helping Elder you to step down and let me take over." "But Chief Lan, what is the purpose of this trip?" Hinata looked at him and found that he did not have the arrogant aura of most Uchiha people. He replied, "The people in the village have been in a state of panic recently. With the death of Lord Tobirama, Konoha cannot be left without a leader." As he said this, he looked at Uchiha calmly. Continued to drink his tea and poured another cup for Hinata. Indeed, there are so many ninjas in Konoha who need to eat and complete their missions. The vacant position of Hokage is a big problem. Took over the conversation. But Master Tobirama passed the position of hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was a sigh in yes tone, which made Hinata-lan realize his unwillingness. Hinata-ian's mouth twitched, he really couldn't help it. Chief, yeah, please stop teasing me. What is this Sarutobi Hiruzen? Everyone knows what the ingredients are. He's back, but the hokage isn't. Everyone knows what's going on. Yeah finished his tea, poured himself a cup, and also poured a cup for Hinata-lan. Yeah could see that he wanted to unite with the Uchiha clan and become the next round of Konoha's meat distributors. Looking at the full cup of tea in front of him, Hinata-lan couldn't help it. This Uchiha yeah is really patient, but the more capable he appears, the more he likes him. He finally said that sentence. I wonder if the Uchiha clan has any idea about the position of Hokage. Hyaga and Uchiha are both Ijutsu families and have been friends for generations. When Lan said this, Uchiha yeah couldn't help but say, friends for generations. But Hinata-lan did not look surprised. The position of Hokage is now in Uchiha's pocket. Hinata is willing to lend a helping hand to the Uchiha. Ye no longer kept his composure at this time, as the dignified patriarch of the Hyaga clan had spoken so clearly. How could I possibly shirk my responsibility? The Hyaga clan is a very powerful fighting force. Especially his performance on the battlefield, he is like a god in terms of intelligence and vision acquisition. The Uchiha clan will definitely be on good terms with the Hyaga clan for generations. The two reached a consensus in an instant. The reason why Hinata-lan was so decisive was that he had his eyes on Uchiha yeah. Rather than saying that he bet on Uchiha, it would be more accurate to say that he actually took a fancy to Uchiha yeah as a person. Besides, the Senju clan didn't take him seriously and sent him away just because they were ill. What happened to finding Uchiha? The two started chatting and in a flash they were bragging to each other. Konoha is still in turmoil over the position of the third Hokage, and the various ninja clan leaders have their own ulterior motives, and no one knows what they are planning. But there is no doubt that the Hidden Cloud Village acted decisively and immediately selected the third Hokage. Of course, there is no dispute at all, as the son inherits the father's inheritance. But the newly appointed AI had a headache. The first problem facing him was how to ease Konoha's anger. You have to know that this was not the Konoha of the future. In the future of Konoha, the envoy sent by the Hidden Cloud Village to attack was beaten to death by the clan leader, who then had to commit suicide to pay for his life. There is no need to say much about Konoha's reputation today. This also forced AI to prepare well. There's really no way to reason with this, and everyone is already trying to stop the fight. That's why the armistice was signed. But now he has killed someone else's Hokage, even though his own Hokage is also dead. But we can't just say that to Konoha, they must take some practical action. AI looked at the body of Senju Tobirama and said to the attendant beside him, where are the members of the Hokage Shadow Guard? They're all ready to be sent over. Why don't you get them all over here? How do you do things? The attendant beside him could not bear AI's anger and said, we did not find the bodies of the Shadow Guards. AI frowned. Didn't notice? Dead without leaving any trace? How is this possible? He felt that it shouldn't be that simple. But the village is now unable to take care of itself and has no chance to obtain information about Konoha. He called the leader of the envoy group over and said to him, when you go to Konoha this time, you must try your best to meet their demands. There is no way the village can fight anymore now. But after entering Konoha, I always feel that it is not that easy to get information. Konoha's composition is very complicated, and their election of the Sandaime Hokage will definitely not be that easy. If you want to secretly sow discord between them, you can target the Uchiha clan. Enough is enough. Yes, Lord Hokage. AI thought of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. They were simply born to come to the Hidden Cloud Village. Staying in Konoha village would be considered burying them. Regardless of AI's appreciation for the Uchiha, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village rode to Konoha at full speed. As for the corpses, they are still arriving slowly. When the envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village arrived, the Senju clan, upon learning that their Hokage was really dead, wished they could skin them alive. The leader of the envoys felt that it would be difficult for him to survive, let alone sow discord among them. They immediately hurriedly stated that they were willing to pay compensation, and the conditions would be determined by Konoha. When the news of Tobirama's death came, the ninja clan leaders who had originally had fantasies in their hearts also sank into reality. The sky of Konoha is really going to change. Compared to the anger of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan had a smile on their faces. If everyone didn't know that the Uchiha had been enforcing the law with a smile recently, they would have accused them of betraying the village long ago. But Uchiha was a little panicked, and immediately asked them to change their expressions, and they turned back into Sema faces. It was difficult to talk to the Senju clan either. After all, we couldn't expect them to shed tears. But Uzumaki Mito was no longer pretending to be dead, the news could no longer be concealed. A big meeting is about to begin. At the meeting, members of the Senju clan shouted loudly, fight to the end. Revenge for the Hokage. Kill to the Hidden Cloud Village. The Uchiha clan members followed suit, not that they were feeling sad for Senju Tobirama. It's so funny, they can't even contain their Uchiha laughter. This was the first time they sincerely wanted to enforce the law with a smile. They just want to fight, that's all. Uchiha looked around and saw that everyone around him was in favor of war, with no one in favor of peace, and nodded. But only those who manage the money know the real situation, and there is no way to continue the fight. Konoha has already sold everything it has, and if it continues to fight it won't even have food or supplies. By then, those merchants will definitely raise the price, and Konoha will be in a state of being unable to advance or retreat. As for killing businessmen, behind them are daimyo and various nobles. If we kill them, Konoha's major funding will be cut off. By then, all the ninjas will be out of business. Reform cannot be achieved overnight. Revolution is not as easy as imagined. At least not now. Now no one said to stop fighting, but the Konoha high-level officials present all believed that they could not fight anymore. But they didn't dare to say anything. What nonsense, whoever said such words would be blamed. Why do you want a ceasefire? The hokage died in battle, and you didn't even avenge him? You must have betrayed Konoha. Who can stand it if you are accused of all kinds of things? By then your reputation will definitely be ruined and you will never be able to become a senior executive again. Looking at the indignant expressions of the Uchiha people, Uchiha smiled and nodded. He just felt that the children had grown up and had brains. But when I thought about it carefully and saw their smiles that were genuine from the bottom of their hearts, I immediately stopped thinking about it. I'm really crazy. Uchiha really only showed his most innocent smile at Tobirama's funeral. Not exposing the Uchiha's crazy laughter was already a credit to him for enforcing the law with a smile for so long. After all, it forcibly changed their expressions. Change their expressions from just indifference to laughter, and add a smile in the middle. From this perspective, he could be considered a pioneering patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Pinched his thigh. Damn, this time, it seems I thought too much. At this time, Mito looked at the surging public opinion below the stage and she really couldn't bring herself to take the blame. In fact, she wanted to attack the hidden cloud village the most, but the conditions were really limited. Mito had to dismiss everyone and organize another meeting. This meeting only includes the clan leaders of each ninja clan, that is, the meeting of those with real power. After much discussion, it was decided that this war must not be fought. It's over. But we can't just let it go. It's a good opportunity to make some money and everyone is short of cash. And the attitude cannot be so weak, it must be tough. Otherwise, the hidden cloud village would take advantage of it. Every penny counts at the negotiation table, and every calculation costs the life of one's own ninja. If we ask for more at the negotiation table, the village will be able to develop better. As soon as the meeting was over, all the Konoha ninjas didn't want to accept it from the bottom of their hearts, but they had to accept it. This is everyone's choice. This is the advantage of the meeting. Once the meeting results come out, they are the collective results of the top management. If you speak out, the voices of doubt won't be that loud. What if the top floors are rotten? Then a one-eyed stone man should be found by the river, and Mito kept hearing the nine-tailed fox calling at night. Konoha put its border troops on alert, but did not attack. At the same time, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village emphasized the seriousness of the incident. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village took a look and said, "Oh, it looks like we can talk. As long as they don't fight, it's fine. They are now penniless and the village is already in a fiscal deficit." Many grain merchants under the nobles raised the price, forcing AI to chop off several people's heads with his own hands. For a time, the Hidden Cloud Village was in a panic. If the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had not defended the rakeage, many nobles would have been ready to attack AI. AI had no choice but to accept this humiliating treaty. The Hidden Cloud Village could no longer fight. As for the compensation, it would certainly be a huge loss, but we had to get through it no matter what. AI could only sigh helplessly, let the people suffer a little longer. In fact, people have already starved to death in the Hidden Cloud Village. Even if this compensation is paid in installments, it will be enough to make famine incidents in the Hidden Cloud Village occur more frequently. AI looked at the devastated Cloud Village, ready to grit his teeth and get through this difficult situation. The more pain the Hidden Cloud Village suffers, the greater the benefits that Konoha Village will gain. The moment the compensation was negotiated, every ninja village chief's eyes widened. I was thinking in my heart, I must give more of this compensation to the family really needs this money. At the same time, although the position of the third Hokage has not been mentioned yet, everyone knows that this day is not far away. Konoha really needs a third Hokage to distribute the money and build the current Konoha. There is no doubt that no matter how strong or smart the third Hokage is, at least after he comes to power, Konoha will definitely prosper. Now Konoha's people's livelihood is in decline due to the war. No matter who comes to power, as long as Konoha recuperates, it will be able to move forward. Only at critical moments can the strength and talent of the Hokage be demonstrated. But there is no doubt that there are undercurrents in Konoha today. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of Tobirama Senju's body to give the second-generation Hokage of Konoha his final farewell. A few days later, Senju Tobirama finally arrived. Feeling guilty, the Hidden Cloud Village allowed Senju Tobirama to return to Konoha slowly and comfortably. a grand funeral was held by the Senju clan. This funeral was a grand occasion, with all the nobles of the Land of Fire and all the high-ranking ninjas of Konoha in attendance. Of course, it would take time for the nobles to arrive, so we could only bear the pain and let Lord Tobirama suffer for a few days. Anyway, the corpse would have already smelled bad. The coffin was paraded through the streets of Konoha, and countless Konoha citizens looked at their hokage with sad faces. Although Tobirama Senju is a very sinister person, does things by any means necessary and treats the Uchiha clan equally, no one will question his way of governing the village. He treated the people very well and divided the benefits fairly. Even the Uchiha people, whom he hated the most, would not lose out on any benefits. He can be said to be a natural-born politician. Therefore, countless people of Konoha felt sorry for the passing of this hokage. Many Uchiha also patrol the streets to maintain law and order. Normally they hated these menial tasks, but today they were very active, which could be regarded as a farewell to the eternal villain in the elder's mouth. A serious villager looked at someone smiling not far away. How could he allow this? He blurted out, "How can you laugh when the hokage is still alive?" Uchiha Chien looked at him and his original smile disappeared. As soon as the villager saw that it was an Uchiha, he immediately realized his mistake. "Uchiha-sama, I got the wrong person." Uchiha smiled faintly again, and the villagers instantly held their heads. He had heard that although these Uchiha warriors had smiling faces, they were ruthless when it came to beating people. This is worse than before? But he waited for a long time and did not see Uchiha Chien take any action. Uchiha Chien said to the villagers, "I smiled because Uchiha needs to enforce the law. My smile disappeared because I don't want the villagers to misunderstand Uchiha and think that Uchiha is disrespectful to the hokage. That's not the case. The Uchiha are the ones who respect the hokage the most." Uchiha Chien took out the piece of paper in his hand. The quality of the paper was very good, but it was visibly worn. At the top it says, "On the will of fire. Author, Uchiha." Yeah. The villagers then realized their mistake and quickly admitted it. "I'm sorry, Uchiha-sama. My eyes are dim and I misunderstood you, the Uchiha villager with the will of fire." The corners of Uchiha Chien's mouth rose slightly. He liked it the most when others praised him like this. Because Lord Ye is such a person, I must follow his example. Chien waved her hand to indicate that she had no other intentions. He continued walking forward and saw his subordinates. Xiao Ming was there, saluting Senju Tobirama awkwardly. Yes, by some strange coincidence, Xiao Ming was assigned to work under this Uchiha Chien. Uchiha Chien's face suddenly became uneasy. He hurried over and put Xiao Ming's hand down. "How can you salute this evil old ghost with 1,000 hands?" Xiao Ming looked very confused. "Master Chien, I was just practicing the salute." After that, Xiao Ming stretched out his right arm to 45 degrees and a little bit to 44 degrees, with his palm facing down and fingers together, and shouted, "Loyalty." Chien's expression eased a little, as long as she didn't really salute the 1,000-handed old ghost. But his head still hurts a little, and his posture is still not quite right. He reached out his hand, twisted his wrist, and adjusted his arm to 45 degrees. He said it so many times that he didn't know how many times. "Boy, it's like this." Xiao Ming didn't dare to move his arms. He had to remember the exact direction. Even if it is a little bit off, it cannot reflect his loyalty to Lord Ye. Chien looked at Xiao Ming's cautious look and subconsciously wanted to comfort him, but due to his personality, he couldn't say such words. He could only say awkwardly, "Boy, don't correct such a small gap. This is the gap between you and our proud Uchiha clan." Uchiha Chien didn't understand why he said this. He probably didn't mean it that way. Xiao Ming just looked up at the captain. "Captain, I will not give up." Uchiha Chien just nodded. Xiao Ming asked in confusion, "Captain, why can't I salute the hokage?" Xiao Ming Tian really looked at Uchiha Chien with his big eyes. Uchiha Chien always took this kind of problem seriously. He said solemnly, "No. This kind of etiquette can only be performed towards patriarch Ye. This is a matter of principle. This 1,000 hands." Uchiha Chien was too embarrassed to say it in front of the child, so he changed the topic and said, "The hokage of the Senju clan is a thing of the past. The Night Clan leader will be the true hokage." Chien's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Xiao Ming only sees this kind of reaction when Chien faces the clan leader. He also understood it. After all, it was the patriarch who saved his family. If it weren't for the clan leader, he wouldn't even be able to save his own mother. Xiao Ming nodded firmly. Chien then continued to check whether there were any safety issues ahead. Just as Xiao Ming was about to walk forward, a man put his arm around his shoulder and said to him, "Xiao Ming, it must be hard to stay in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan are all cold-blooded animals." Xiao Ming looked at his former classmate, looked at him solemnly and said, "Xiao Liang, apologize." Xiao Liang looked at his once cowardly classmate who was now so serious and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Is he still the Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming said solemnly, "The captain is very good to me, and the Uchiha family is also very kind. They all respect me very much." Xiao Liang's eyes were dull. How could it be? Why would he speak to Uchiha? Seeing that he was stubborn, Xiao Ming took out his baton. Xiao Liang then realized that he could not afford to provoke the Uchiha clan. He originally just wanted to get some pleasure from bullying the cowardly Xiao Ming who stayed in the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, he had changed so much that I could only reply respectfully, I was wrong. Xiao Ming then left with satisfaction. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of his master and the Uchiha. Although the master's words were a little cold, he would never refuse to help me, nor would he get angry because of embarrassment. Even though I always fail to get the angle for saluting right, my master would just say that I am not as good as the Uchiha, and then come over to help me. It's much better than those villagers. And he won't embezzle his own money. I have heard that many bosses will put their subordinates' salaries into their own pockets. The captain won't. What do you call this in the captain's words? Yes, with the honor of the Uchiha clan on my shoulders, I simply wouldn't bother to do such a thing. Hiruzen, get out of here right now, it's killing me. Hold on a little longer, I'm about to come out. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step forward and shouted with satisfaction. Danzo followed closely behind. It's finally out. It's much more spacious. The reputation of the two is now simply stinking, especially after the news of Lord Tobirama's death was completely spread. The villagers wanted to tear Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo into pieces. In their opinion, these two men had already colluded with the Hidden Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen still doesn't know that he has been betrayed by Uzumaki Mito, and now he still thinks that Mito is on his side. When the two heard that their teacher's funeral was about to be held, they both wanted to see their teacher for the last time. The two of them instigated and went to find Shi and Xiao Minyan together. As disciples, they wanted to carry the coffin for their teacher. Senju Minyan looked at their arrogant and shameless appearance and wished he could call out 100,000 hands ninjas on the spot to wipe them out. If he hadn't considered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still needed to contain Uchiha and consume his Mangekyo pupil power, would he have allowed him to be so arrogant in front of him? But even so, Shi and Xiao Minyan still couldn't face them calmly. He cursed loudly, "You guys, as the shadow guards, let my second uncle cover your retreat. You are a bunch of heartless, cowardly guys. Get out of here right now. If it weren't for them, second uncle would have retreated long ago." Just like that, the two people who originally wanted to carry the coffin for their teacher were driven out of the Senju clan. After they came out, they were discovered by the villagers, and they were thrown rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Today is the day of the official burial. The two of them no longer care about other people's cold eyes. They must see their teacher for the last time. I had no choice but to hide in that narrow gap, have close contact, and watch my teacher leave. They only showed up after people gradually disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the coffin of Senju Tobirama disappear into the distance with tears in his eyes, and shouted affectionately, "Teacher, I miss you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. Konoha will definitely get better." Yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed closely Senju Minyan was definitely not his opponent. As long as Lord Mito follows the agreement and restrains Uchiha, he will definitely be able to defeat Senju Minyan and take the throne of the third Hokage. Hiruzen cried with a hint of smile. There was a hint of regret in Danzo's crying. Tobirama's coffin finally arrived at the cemetery and lay peacefully in the ground. The corpse had started to stink after being there for so long, but Uchiha felt that it was full of fragrance. This is Senju Tobirama. He is a good hand at scientific research. If he were to be reborn and have sustained motivation, wouldn't he be a good black slave who could create value steadily? The next thing is to have the meal. By this time the sad atmosphere had dissipated a lot, yet couldn't help but sigh. The chef's skills are quite good, and the taste fascinated. The Senju clan has spent a lot of money just to collect the money this time. Although Senju Tobirama is the Hokage, all the funeral expenses have been paid to the Senju clan. That's a lot of money. Senju has squeezed out the last bit of surplus value from Tobirama. "Tobirama, for the sake of the will of fire, please sacrifice yourself for the village one last time. I believe that even in the netherworld, you will still be smiling at your people." Fallen petals are not heartless things, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. Although the nobles were quite stingy when selling grain, they were eager to raise the price of grain to the extreme. But for funerals like this, everyone pays a lot of money. Uchiha was so envious when he saw it. He wants to hold another Uchiha Madara death memorial service. I wonder if he will get much money? In this kind of situation, wouldn't it be that you, Senju Tobirama, pay the most money? Just felt that there was something he could do, but considering that Madara was still holding back his Rinnegan, he decided to give up. If Madara gets bored underground and suddenly wants to come out to get some fresh air, won't he explode as soon as he comes out? During the first half of the banquet, remained silent and just ate his food. At the same time, I kept this place firmly in my mind. He was prepared to wait until a dark and windy night, holding a Luoyang shovel, and come to capture the old zombie, Senju Tobirama. "Tobirama, don't be afraid, life in darkness is short. A few days. You just have to wait a few more days. Your most cherished Uchiha will take you home." In the second half, everyone toasted. After all, this kind of occasion brings together many talented people. All kinds of important people are here. If you communicate here, you will have more ways to do things in the future. As the patriarch, couldn't refuse. It's nothing more than saying one thing to one person and another thing to another. Chief, how are you? A familiar voice reached Yes' ears. It was this good brother, Ito Fumishi, who helped me a lot, must be taken seriously. Ito Fumishiwa led Ye to an old man in gorgeous clothes and said to him, Daimyo, this is the genius patriarch of the Uchiha clan I told you about. The era of the second generation hokage will never return. The election of the third hokage could no longer be postponed. The event was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were full of morale, aiming for the position of the third hokage. Before leaving, Uchiha and Hinata clinked the glasses in their hands and drank the wine in their mouths. They looked at each other and smiled. The patriarch Inyazuka, who had just returned to the Inyazuka family, received a visiting letter from the Uchiha clan. Inyazuka naturally knew what Uchiha meant by visiting the Inyazuka family tomorrow morning, since the Hokage selection meeting would be held tomorrow afternoon. Faced with such a matter that determined the survival of the family, Inyazuka did not dare to be negligent and quickly summoned the family's first elder and second elder. The three of them discussed the matter quickly. It has to be said that their small meeting is at least much better than the Uchiha clan's previous meetings. In the Uchiha clan, as long as there is no absolute suppression of strength, everyone will definitely split into two factions and argue with each other. When they get angry, they may even start fighting, and the entire Uchiha clan engages in an unlimited fight. The efficiency cannot be said to be low, it can only be said that it does not exist at all. After explaining what happened, Inyazuka looked at the first elder and the second elder, ready to listen to their opinions first. After all, the Uchiha are coming with great force, and this time we have to take sides. The great elder smiled and said to Inyazuka, it is rare for the Uchiha clan to send an invitation before visiting, and the one coming is from our Inyazuka family. Inyazuka did not think that the elder was belittling himself. The fact was that the Uchiha clan looked down on even Inoshikajo, yet they actually came to their Inyazuka family. Inyazuka said, this new era Uchiha clan leader is not only powerful, but also thoughtful. He told the elders that Uchiha had been dormant for 19 years, and now had awakened and was heading towards the position of Hokage. The great elder's eyes lit up. Yes, an ordinary Uchiha wouldn't be able to do such a thing. He spoke slowly. The young master of the Senju family probably doesn't have wood release. He is very old, having survived from the Warring States period until today, and he rarely moves. Inyazuka shook his head. More than that? He is not even 1/10,000th as good as his father. The elder said slowly but with the utmost certainty, this is a rare opportunity. Inyazuka said, then we should select the 30 best ninja dogs from the 50 newly trained ninja dogs of the family and send them to the Uchiha clan. The great elder said, not enough, far from enough. Either don't do it, or do it with all your strength. He said decisively, send 5 of the best dog trainers in the family as well. Tell the Night Clan leader that they are willing to join the police department. Inyazuka couldn't believe it. Such words would mean that he had completely sided with the Uchiha. There are no ninjas from the Shinobi clan joining the police department right now. If this happens, the Inyazuka clan will definitely become the target of public criticism. Our chief elder has always been cautious in his actions, why is he so radical now? In the past, I was the one who persuaded the great elder not to be too conservative. Today, I, a radical, think that the conservative elder is too radical. The great elder said, I always told you to be more cautious before because the Inyazuka clan is very weak. Not to mention that they are not as strong as the Senju and Uchiha clans. They are not even as strong as the Inoshikajo clans, which are also mystical clans. Being cautious is for the continuation of the family. But now, it's time to change. We have reached a crossroads. At this time, we must fight with all our might. The last time we had this kind of opportunity was when Konoha had just been established. At that time, we joined Konoha, and our family was able to continue, and our population grew. The second elder interrupted, you mean, joining the Uchiha club this time is as important as joining Konoha? The great elder narrowed his eyes that he was too old. I still trust my own judgment. Inyazuka is not an indecisive person, and he himself is optimistic about Uchiha. I decided to do it this way and just wait for Uchiha to come tomorrow. Inyazuka said to the great elder, Inoshikajo has the support of Senju. Even if Inyazuka stands with Senju, there will be no substantial change. If that's the case, then the Inyazuka clan should take the place of Inoshikajo. The great elder nodded. That choice made it possible for the Inyazuka to survive. But the Inyazuka clan has stayed on the outskirts of the village for too long. The three of them made the decision to fight a comeback against the Uchiha clan. After winning the battle, the Inyazuka clan directly became the first among the 3 big mountains. And where is Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time? He is still practicing, and for him, time is money. Every second of struggle now is capital to preserve your reputation. Soon, Danzo came in with a pot of good wine and a roast chicken, and said to him, Hiruzen, you have been training there all the time. Isn't your brain stupid? Danzo felt sad when he saw that his good friend had transformed into a demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Danzo, tomorrow is my time to shine, I can't let my guard down now. Danzo felt very unhappy when he saw that he did not accept his kindness at all. I put the food in front of him, but he won't eat it. Hiruzen was determined, I won't eat even if you feed me. Danzo was really stubborn at this time, do you still need some time to practice? Hiruzen remained silent and just practiced. Danzo's face turned black and he was so angry that he broke the roast chicken into a big drumstick. He stuffed it directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Hiruzen's eyes widened, obviously not expecting Danzo to do this. He couldn't refuse, so he had to swallow it. Go. Danzo continued to pour a glass of wine, and without asking Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, he started feeding him directly. A mouthful of wine poured into his mouth, and the chicken leg he had just eaten had not been completely swallowed. As soon as the meat and wine were mixed, Sarutobi Hiruzen started coughing instantly, and the originally fragrant chicken instantly became tasteless. Danzo saw that Hiruzen was feeling uncomfortable, so he quickly patted him on the back to calm him down. Hiruzen looked at Danzo and was speechless for a long time. After all, he just said that he didn't want to eat. Danzo noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and the originally angry Danzo now felt a little shy. Danzo couldn't believe it, his eyes actually looked a little withdrawn. What was he afraid of? He pretended to be calm and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the election for Hokage will be held tomorrow. How can we not have a good meal and celebrate? He didn't want to look directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he always felt a little uncomfortable. Do you want to eat now? Danzo said softly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen also stopped practicing and looked directly at Danzo, no more eating. Danzo's originally evasive gaze was leveled, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. Don't look at me, Danzo shouted, hiding his embarrassment. But Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly said to Danzo, Danzo, if I become Hokage, will you assist me? Hiruzen's words came from the heart. At this point in time, besides Mito-sama who was willing to help him, Danzo was the only one left. Danzo came to my place tonight with good wine and food, but I just ignored him. What a sin! Danzo looked at Hiruzen's determined eyes and knew that these were words Hiruzen said sincerely and he was not trying to deceive his loyalty at all. The dissatisfaction in his heart also subsided. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said those words. I do. Danzo is willing to share Hiruzen's worries and govern Konoha together. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and laughed. He picked up another chicken leg and handed it to Danzo. Seeing that he was stunned, Hiruzen asked him, Danzo, you have to eat too. Why, have you eaten? Seeing that Danzo was stunned, Hiruzen directly put the chicken leg into Danzo's mouth. Danzo didn't react in time and saw the chicken leg right next to his mouth. He had no choice but to open his mouth. Today, Danzo felt that all his years as a ninja were in vain. His thinking was so slow today. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and opened his mouth, then smiled and nodded. Only then did he come to his senses. Isn't this what Danzo did to me? Forget it, he sighed in his heart, it's a bargain. He did the same thing and fed the glass of wine to Danzo, and Danzo's reaction was the same. He choked for a while, finally opened his throat and shouted, Monkey? What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not intimidated. He looked at Shinura Danzo and said, Isn't that what you just did? Danzo wanted to say that I didn't mean it, but you did. But he still didn't say anything. Forget it. He will be under pressure tomorrow. Don't put pressure on him and don't bother with these things. Come, drink. The two of them drank and talked, talking about their youth. After chatting for a while, Danzo took the initiative to end the topic. He knew that Hiruzen needed to train, and he was only there to give him some relief, not to affect his progress. Fortunately, Zuyu has handled everything and all I need to do is agree to it. When it comes to handling official business, he still trusts Zuyu, the old Uchiha clan leader. Yao was preparing to go home and sleep. This was one of his few hobbies. Uchiha Yao knocked on the door and came in. Yao's performance was very impressive last time and he was very good at speaking for himself, so Yao promoted him to be responsible for coordinating with himself. Yao said to Uchiha Yao, Master Clan Leader, the traitor Uchiha Jing is now crazy in prison, and he said he must see you. Oh? Yao was puzzled that he had been much quieter since he was injured last time, but why did he jump out again now? Yao whispered, the clan members in the prison were discussing that you would become Hokage tomorrow, so I guess he knew about it. Yao understood, but what exactly did Jing want to do? What can he do in his current situation? Yao said to Yao, the clan members didn't mean it. The Uchiha clan hasn't had such a happy event for a long time. Everyone is very excited. Yao was afraid that Yao would implicate these talkative tribesmen. Yao said to Yao, there's nothing to blame for this, Yao. Yao patted Yao's shoulder, ready to see what trick the mirror was going to play. Yao felt the warmth on his shoulder and his face turned red. Yeah, Master Yao. When Yao entered the prison, the Uchiha clan members on duty became excited when they saw their clan leader coming. Loyalty. Loyalty. They all performed salute gestures. Yao looked at their coordinated movements and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, I will give you a big red envelope today. Here's a reward. You guys have worked hard. The Uchiha, who was already excited at the sight of the clan leader, was now even more excited. The salary has increased. It's not hard. Thank you, Patriarch. The salute posture is more standard. An Uchiha team member thought, damn, my posture is not 45 degrees, it is off by 0.01 degree, this is disloyal to the clan leader. Although the Patriarch didn't say anything, how could I not realize my mistake? He looked at his fellow Uchiha around him. Why did their eyes change? Damn, these guys are so cool. With a start, he instantly opened his Sharingan and tried his best to make his posture reach the perfect angle. Otherwise, it would be insufficient to express his loyalty to Patriarch Ye, and Patriarch Ye's loyalty would never be fulfilled. Ye couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene, but he actually didn't care about it. The unified action was just for their cohesion. Who would have thought that they would be so rigorous when saluting? What a great Uchiha clan, they are very rigorous in their work. In Knight's eyes, they are the cutest people. Whoever said they were evil, damn thousand-handed old ghost. He treats his subordinates very generously. If they work for him, the treatment they receive will definitely be good. He waved his hand and went to look in the mirror. Ye looked at the scarred Uchiha Jing and said, Jing, after all, you were once a member of the Uchiha clan, I will give you another chance. Why do you still want to go against the family? Ye actually felt that Jing would not agree, but after all, Jing had always been in front of him, calling him brother Ye, give him a chance. Ye sighed in his heart. Jing was actually very cute when he was a child, but ever since he became the apprentice of Senju Tobirama, he has plunged into it headfirst. Even the tribe members don't watch it anymore. They have really been fooled. If Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes the Hokage, how could the Uchiha clan become the Hokage directly? Jing's face turned pale, and he said weakly, now I just want to know if you are really pretending? Yes, sneered, still thinking about such a stupid question at this time, but at least the emotional value that Jing had provided to Ye before still made him feel sympathy for him. Forget it, after answering this question, let's send him on his way. It's hard to believe that he's so sad. Ye replied, I'm not pretending at all, I've always been like this. Jing couldn't believe it. His face was grim. How is it possible? Don't you support the will of fire? Now you don't respect Lord Tobirama's will and lead the Uchiha clan in rebellion? This has always been his obsession. He would not be willing to die until he figured it out. Jing, you are being inconsistent. My support for the will of fire has nothing to do with my disrespect for the last will of Senju Tobirama. Yoryuaki asked sternly, is the Hokage passed down by will? When the first Hokage wanted to appoint Madara-sama as the second Hokage, who was it that said the position of Hokage must be recognized by everyone in the village? Jing, tell me who you are. Jing didn't dare to look up at Uchiha Ye, he didn't want to say that name, but Ye helped him. It's Tobirama Senju, how can he be appointed Hokage again at this time? How can this be justified in the world? Jing was trembling all over. He was not afraid of being killed, but he was afraid of the collapse of his ideals. Why is it that every time an Uchiha is about to become Hokage, the selection of Hokage changes? This is a betrayal of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are the ninja clan that founded the village, but they can't even get the title of Hokage? The Uchiha must now achieve everything on their own, and you? But I have been their lackey time and again. Is that worthy of your eyes? Your eyes were given to you by your family, but you came here to take revenge on them. You have no conscience. There is no need to say more about the night. He felt that his words had touched Uchiha Kagemai's soul. Jing was speechless. It's not true, it's not true. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. I was completely disappointed when I looked in the mirror at night. He was so stubborn. I am so naive to think that I can change the mind of an Uchiha. Law. The thoughts and the minds of every Uchiha who has obtained 3 Megatama cannot be easily changed. Everyone is immersed in his own world and cannot extricate himself. Jing felt bitter. Do we still need this trick? But then his eyes became determined. He raised his eyes, and the 3 Megatama dispersed in an instant. Then they connected and merged into a hollow 4-edged shuriken, forming a square shape with 4 corners. The overall lines are smooth, with a simple beauty. Yeah, I was going to give you another chance, but you disappoint me so much. When Ye saw this pattern, he thought, this is Bitian Shen. Yes, his son is Shisui, and they are both good at illusions. It would not be an exaggeration to awaken the same pupil technique. Ye looked flustered and turned away quickly, not looking into his eyes. As the strongest illusion, Kota Amatsukami can end a war without causing any conflict and can make the caster fall into the trap unconsciously, directly invade the brain and permanently change the opponent's will, turning it into a puppet of the caster and acting according to the caster's will. In Jing's opinion, this kind of evil ninjutsu should never be used, but now it has come to the point where it has to be used. Forgive me, Knight, you are the one who has been stubborn. But imagining that Ye Jun could train her according to her own ideas, Jing's heart also became hot. A Ye Jun who can be manipulated at will is too tempting. He must make Ye Jun become what he wants him to be. Mr. Ye, you should be a humble inheritor of the will of fire who respects the Hokage. Jing couldn't wait any longer. Yeah, call me Master Jing. Tell me about your essay on the will of fire. Jing gave the order decisively that he was going to find his own white moonlight. Yet didn't react at all. What's going on? The other gods are ineffective. Jing was very puzzled. How could this happen? At this moment, Jing felt his brain suddenly become sluggish, as if it could no longer function. As the owner of Kota Amatsukami, he knew this feeling too well. Is this another god? How is that possible? It actually happened to me? The fact that he is still conscious now is the result of the power of the god of Otherworld stored in Jing's other eye. But that's all, Jing has no way to remove it. After this thought, Jing completely lost consciousness. At this time, yes, pupils were bleeding and he was gasping for breath. Damn it, I almost capsized in the ditch. He showed his eyes. 8 symbols are arranged around the pupil, with the black and white yin and yang fish becoming the background color. At this time, due to the activation of the pupil technique just now, the Bagua pattern was spinning at high speed, and blood was flowing as it spun. Ye felt that his pupil power was declining rapidly, and it was becoming difficult for him to use his eyes. Damn Uchiha Jing, I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. I was still not cautious enough that I should have thought that Uchiha Kagami was so emotional earlier and would definitely awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. If it weren't for the pupil technique of his left eye mirror reverse evolution, which could reflect damage, he would have been doomed this time. Mirror reverse to ninjutsu can rebound multiple ninjutsu and rearrange the attack direction and power. However, the more difficult and powerful the ninjutsu is to rebound, the greater the consumption of the caster's eye power will be. This time it was this eye technique that worked, otherwise I would have become Uchiha Kagami's puppet at his mercy. The pupil technique of his left eye is Yao Xiang Resurrection. This is based on the 8 trigrams and 6 Yao, and can trace oneself or a designated target back to a certain moment in the past. For example, restore a seriously injured teammate to the state before the injury and avoid the enemy's fatal ninjutsu. However, the side effects are naturally very serious. The same target cannot be used repeatedly in a short period of time, and the longer the time span of retracing back is, the stronger the backlash to the caster's body will be. Ya himself felt that these two skills were amazing, but they were too draining on the eyes. Moreover, this pair of eyes also adds a passive function. The power of basic elemental ninjutsu such as fire, water, and lightning is greatly increased, and they are naturally equipped with encirclement, blockade, and automatic enemy search mechanisms. Ye's face looked grim at this time. He could no longer use his kaleidoscope frequently as the consumption this time was too great. This system is truly a hands-off one. In the past, one could upgrade the Sharingan with merit points, but now no merit points will be earned by doing any good deeds. He has really pushed himself into a desperate situation that if he doesn't develop the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he will definitely go blind in this perverted world full of killing. Now the only task on the system panel is to become Hokage, and the reward is to upgrade the Sharingan to a higher level. I originally hoped to upgrade it to the Rinnegan, but now in order not to become blind, I can only upgrade it to the eternal Mangekyo first. Everything that has happened recently has been as expected, except for this incident, which is beyond my control. However, looking at the dazed Jing in front of him, Uchiha smiled wickedly, and he had a new Mangekyo teammate who was proficient in illusion. It's not too bad. Jing, you are now the Jing of Uchiha. Ye gave an order to Jing. You are ordered by the family to establish good relations with the second Hokage and maintain good relations between the Uchiha and Senju clans. But in the process, you discovered that Tobirama Senju was secretly harming the Uchiha clan, and you had to endure it in your heart. When you and the second Hokage were fleeing, the second Hokage left you a will before his death. Support Uchiha to become Hokage. If anyone has objections, all the ninja clans can jointly elect one. But Sarutobi Hiruzen colluded with others to tamper with the Hokage will and even threatened you. You can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists, so you have no choice but to accept it and send a message to me secretly. Mito couldn't accept the position of Hokage falling into the hands of Uchiha, so he had to temporarily accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's point of view. Ye issued several more key instructions. You completely trust Uchiha, his words must be carried out. Sarutobi Hiruzen and you will never reconcile. Jing's originally dull face became lively. He opened his eyes, looked at Uchiha whose eyes were bleeding, and said affectionately, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Tell me, isn't it Sarutobi Hiruzen? I will kill this evil Sarutobi brat myself right now. Laughed at the reaction in the mirror. The effect was very significant. But it's not someone else, it's you. Uchiha waved his hands at him to show that he was fine. Jing supported him with concern. Does this have any impact on tomorrow's election for Hokage? Was stunned for a moment when he heard this. That he had originally planned to crush the opponent with his strength, but now it seemed a bit risky. The biggest obstacle is Uzumaki Mito. Although the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is very effective against the tailed beasts, if the tailed beasts are trapped in the body of the Jinchuriki, the role of the Sharingan is really limited. At least he certainly couldn't change clothes for 9-tailed fox piece by piece like Madara did. Uzumaki Mito is already very powerful, and the 9-tailed fox's powerful recovery ability gives her the strength to fight a protracted battle. But now Uchiha has 2 pairs of Mangekyo. Ya patted Jing's shoulder. With you here, what should I be afraid of? Jing also patted Ya proudly. I will take you to the position of hokage. It's the Uchiha's turn now, but this hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen must be killed. Jing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did he actually dare to snatch Ya's position as hokage? Is he worthy of it? Ya smiled at him. The Uchiha Jing, who was trained by him personally, was pleasing to the eye. Not as annoying as before. Patriarch. The Uchiha clan members outside naturally didn't know that their clan leader was almost killed. They looked at their clan leader in confusion as he was supported by the traitor Uchiha Kagami. This is all a misunderstanding. Jing is a hero of the Uchiha clan. He first met with the Uchiha in the security department and felt their atmosphere of loyalty. Seeing that the time agreed on the invitation was approaching, he took the gifts he had prepared in advance and went out to the direction of the Inyazuka clan. The Inyazuka clan was very well prepared, and it was obvious that their clan leader had strong command capabilities. After deciding to stand on the Uchiha side yesterday afternoon, the entire clan immediately became active and prepared to welcome Uchiha Ya. When Uchiha Ya arrived at the gate of the Inyazuka clan, he saw the clan leader, 2 elders, and a group of young people waiting at the gate of the clan. This reminded Ya of the scene of the leader's inspection in his previous life. But the difference is that in previous lives, students' expressions towards their leaders were not particularly good. And now, the Inyazuka clan members looked at him as if they were looking at gods. Seeing how the Inyazuka clan respected him so much, Ya felt at ease. It seems that the Inyazuka clan has decided to stand on their side, and they also want to improve. Ya was determined in his heart. This glory will not be enjoyed alone, but will also be shared with the Inyazuka family. After seeing Uchiha Ya coming, Inyazuka Yu and the rest of the people all rushed over. Inyazuka Yu said to Uchiha Ya, Patriarch Ya, your presence here brings honor to our humble home. Of course, Uchiha would not let Inyazuka Yu speak alone there. After all, they were all family members from now on. Oh, no, it's me who's causing trouble for everyone. Uchiha Ya shook hands with the people in front of him one after another, and they also took Uchiha Ya to the hall where the Inyazuka clan met guests. Inyazuka Yu said to Uchiha Ya, the Uchiha clan leader is visiting today. What's the matter? If there is something to be done, the Inyazuka clan will definitely do its best. Although Inyazuka Yu knew Uchiha Ya's purpose, and he was determined to join the Uchiha clan, he could not state his purpose directly, as that would lower the value of the Inyazuka clan. Uchiha Ya was naturally sincere. He smiled and said to Inyazuka Yu in front of him, it's like this. As you all know, the police department has recruited a group of new people recently. Their strength is also okay. I get along well with the Uchiha clan, but after all, I don't have the Sharingan, and I don't have the Uchiha clan's natural keen observation ability, so I'm still a little helpless in hunting down criminals. So, the police department plans to order a batch of ninja dogs from the nobles. This is not to show goodwill to the Inyazuka clan. The Uchiha clan does have such a need. After all, throughout Konoha, the Inyazuka clan's reputation for training ninja dogs is obvious to all. Moreover, in Uchiha Ya's impression, it always feels a bit strange when the Uchiha clan, as police officers, enforce the law without a police dog by their side. It just so happens that this time we made up for it. This request was exactly what Inyazuka Yu wanted. Of course he agreed without hesitation. The Uchiha clan carries the importance of protecting Konoha's safety. We, the Inyazuka clan, are also part of the village. Since the police department needs us to do our part, there's no need to order anything if the dog family is willing to do this. Tomorrow I will select a group of outstanding ninja dogs from the clan and personally send them to the police department. Ya was happy in his heart and said, this is the best. It's not that Uchiha Ya feels sorry for such a small amount of money, but this is the only way to avoid being distant. But since they don't want the subscription fee, the treatment of the dog squad leader must be properly handled. For the Inyazuka family, who love dogs as their life, getting the police dog is a great satisfaction. Since the Inyazuka clan is so concerned about the safety of the village, please rest assured that after these ninja dogs join the security department, they will have their own organization as part of the security department. Each police dog receives a monthly salary of 20,000 taels, which is paid in the form of food. No one is allowed to deduct anything from them. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I guarantee that every ration will fall into their mouths. Yeah, I wonder who dares to snatch food from the dog squad leader. Inyazuka Yu on the side was stunned, because this kind of treatment is only given to the genius ninja dogs and their family. Moreover, with this kind of food allowance, even some low-income shinins would be willing to go, let alone the poor. For a moment, Inyazuka Yu looked at Uchiha Ya with even more admiration. He didn't simply believe that Uchiha Ya did this because he loved dogs. It was obvious that the Inyazuka family held a very important position in his heart. At this time, Inyazuka Yu only felt that the two were running in the same direction. A filter suddenly formed in my heart towards Uchiha Ya. At this time, the elder who had been silent all this time leaned on a cane and said slowly, although the ninja dogs trained by the Inyazuka clan are very gentle, the way they take care of ninja dogs is not like the ordinary way of raising dogs after all. Uchiha Yaya pretended that he didn't know, and said to Inyazuka with sudden enlightenment, "Yes, it may be a bit difficult for most of my clansmen to take care of dogs, especially the elite ninja dogs of the Inyazuka family. If I fail to take good care of them, I will be so sorry to you." Uchiha yet didn't intend to play this kind of interactive game with him, were you? And I talked a lot. Since the attitudes of both parties are already clear, he is too lazy to do so. It is nothing more than saying more himself. Anyway, the news that the Inyazuka clan was coming to welcome him at the gate today must have already reached the Senju clan. Since the Inyazuka clan is willing to take sides so blatantly, I am willing to give them face. After all, has always been generous. Simply gave up pretending to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. He said directly, "It's like this, the security department plans to hire several professional dog trainers and veterinarians from the Inyazuka clan. After all, everyone has their own expertise. In the entire ninja world, perhaps only the Inyazuka family is the best at this. As for the treatment, every dog trainer and veterinarian will be provided with the treatment of a squad leader of the security department." Inyazuka Yu's eyes lit up on the spot. Who doesn't know how high the salary of the Uchiha police force is? The sincerity shown by the Uchiha clan is enough. Now it is the turn of the Inyazuka clan. After all, this is the family's chance to make a comeback. Patriarch, there are some young elites in our family who have long wanted to join the Uchiha police force to uphold justice. The police force is a breed of dog that is supposed to protect Konoha's safety. All of us Inyazuka family children have this aspiration. Uchiha patted his head upon hearing this and said, "Since they are the elite of the Inyazuka clan, don't worry, the police force will definitely reserve their places." Inyazuka Yu and Uchiha shook hands. "In that case, thank you for troubling clan leader." The head of the Cloud Village messenger looked at his men and asked, "Sir, the news has been spread quietly. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan is now very tense. The news that Sarutobi Hiruzen is our spy has also spread." "Very good." Union Li Hongpom smiled and looked at his men. He was shocked to hear that the Konoha Uchiha had a Mangekyo, because he remembered how Uchiha Madara was invincible. But now think about it, based on my understanding of the Uchiha clan, if they had the strength of Uchiha Madara, they would have launched an armed uprising long ago. From this, it can be seen that he definitely does not have the strength of Uchiha Madara. Li Hongjian couldn't help but feel fortunate that he passed the message back himself, and he believed that the Raikage would not punish him when he returned. After all, he is wholeheartedly devoted to the hidden Cloud Village. A loyal heart dedicated to the country, not to myself. He also did not forget the instructions of Lord Raikage and muddied the waters of Konoha. He sent people to sow discord between the Uchiha and Senju clans, and in the name of the hidden Cloud Village, he cared about Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked Konoha Village to clarify the rumors. The hidden Cloud Village solemnly declared Sarutobi Hiruzen, the successor appointed by the Hokage, should not be blamed by the villagers. "We can't let heroes bleed and shed tears. I don't know what others think, but Sarutobi Hiruzen shed tears. This damn hidden Cloud Village is now blamed on me." Of course, there was no way Konoha Village could clarify such a fact, and instead the matter became a hot topic. Sarutobi Hiruzen is almost becoming a rape ninja. The strong man becomes the treacherous man. It is said that in the morning, the members of the Sarutobi clan went to open the door of their house. In a sleepy state, one of his hands was stained with the yellow mixture. I went to the police department to report the case, but there was no result for a long time. The Sarutobi clan questioned why the Uchiha law enforcement was so slow. I thought the Uchiha clan would fight each other, so that the Sarutobi clan could at least direct their spearhead at the Uchiha clan, but who knew that the Uchiha clan learned the tactic of procrastination from somewhere? It's not that it can't be done, but we have to wait 2 or 3 days, and the Uchiha police force is limited. Most of the police force is used to deploy Konoha's defense, and also to guard against spies carrying out terrorism in Konoha. Little things like this will have to wait for a while. The Sarutobi clan is so angry, and you guys are just drinking tea with 3 Megatama. You told me there aren't enough police officers? Damn, how come these Uchiha have changed so much? The Sarutobi clan was very surprised. This group of Uchiha used to only know how to put on a sour face and show their Sharingan when they disagreed with something. What, it's not a big deal to have pink eye. Now I politely refused their request with their sarcastic smile. What an outrageous change. The Sarutobi clan had an idea that none of them dared to believe. They actually saw the style of the second-generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in the Uchiha clan's behavior. It's not that we won't do it, but we have to take it slow. Tell lies with open eyes. Aren't these the methods that Tobirama Senju has mastered to perfection? Aren't you Uchiha people sneering at this? Why join now if you can't beat them? Where is the glory of your Uchiha clan? But no matter what, no matter how often the Sarutobi clan reported the case, the Uchiha clan was not in a hurry at all, and sat back on their laurels. In the end, they could say, if you Sarutobi clan come to harass the Uchiha clan again, you will be disrupting public affairs. Sarutobi looked at the empty police station and said, how did you disrupt public business? There's no one here. What kind of reputation do you have in the village now? don't you know it yourself? Who will report the case if you are here? They all dislike you. Uchiha Akane did not say this out loud, he just stopped at the point. This was a skill taught to him by the clan leader. I am a graduate of the clan leader's special training class for the Will of Fire and a genuine new generation inheritor of the Will of Fire. You, a family like Sarutobi that has no respect for the Hokage, still want the Uchiha to do things for you? Let's first let Sarutobi Hiruzen, the guy who betrayed the Hokage, turn himself in. Seeing that he was still not leaving, Uchiha Yui heard the words of the clan leader. If they are thick-skinned and don't want to leave, just talk to them in a veiled way. There is really no other way but to use force to expel them. Don't use force against villagers easily. If the Uchiha clan's words don't work, they are not ordinary villagers. It's time to let them have a taste of the stick. Uchiha Akane repeated yes words in his mind. The clan leader meant to do yin and yang first, but he himself doesn't know how to do yin and yang. Forget it, let's try it first. Considering that the Sarutobi clan's gate was sprayed with feces water, they must be unpopular among the villagers. Uchiha Yui blurted out, "You are not staying here to seek the protection of the Uchiha clan, are you?" Sarutobi, who was standing here, was stunned for a moment, wondering what this kid meant. The next words made him furious, "Because you will be beaten by the villagers if you go out, so you stay here, right?" Sarutobi's face instantly turned red. Good. Boy, the Uchiha clan is really good. He just left, he was too embarrassed to stay here. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he would lose a few years of his life. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a person? Uchiha Akane watched Sarutobi walking away, and his shock reached its extreme. Are the captain's words so useful? Originally, Su was suspecting that he was going to fail and was just about to open his eyes. Who would have thought that the old man would leave without even looking back? Before leaving, he praised himself. At this time, Su still felt that the captain's words were very useful, which allowed him, who had no knowledge of yin and yang, to achieve such a record. But he didn't expect that he had talent in this area. Most people in the ninja world can only find themselves and he has talent in ninjutsu, but rarely discovers talent in other areas. Today, Uchiha Akane finally discovered his talent. He was so excited that he decided to tell his classmates in the Firewall special training class about this matter so that they would admire him. Let them learn from it too. Unity of knowledge and action is the best state of learning. I have also implemented the words of Patriarch Ya. I'll talk to Chief Ya about it in the next class, maybe he can praise me. Thinking of Ya praising him loudly on the podium, Uchiha Aoi-san fully utilized the spirit of the Will of Fire and is a role model for everyone to learn from. At this moment, I seemed to feel everyone's admiration and felt very happy. No, that's not real. An idea suddenly occurred to him. His illusion technique was so advanced. If I only use it on the enemy, can't I use it on myself? The more I think about it, the more this makes sense. Practicing magic is so hard, why can't I just enjoy myself? I believe in one sentence, do whatever you think of and implement it. He quickly created an illusion for himself, in which he was the focus of all the Uchiha. There was constant applause, and classmates praised him one after another. Hey, you are awesome. How did you do that? Can you teach me? He was so happy in the illusion that he was reluctant to leave. The next person who appeared in the illusion made him feel extremely happy. Brother, can you teach me? I want to learn the Will of Fire. It's Mikato. Mikato is asking me to teach her the Will of Fire. I'm so excited to write this. Let Fugaku and Mikato be born earlier. Ancient Greek god of birth, Su was completely hopeless, and he had created a real illusion for himself. Strictly speaking, this content should be a dream, but due to the excellent illusion skills of the artist, this illusion is also very realistic. In the dream, Mikato, who had been ignoring Hao and was very cold, bent down and looked at Hao gently. Uchiha Fugaku, who looked up to the sky, also begged him humbly, Senior Aoi, can you teach me the Will of Fire? Fugaku looked at Mikato and himself with a hint of envy and resentment. So cool, so cool. He thought about how he had previously disdained the Will of Fire, and now he really liked it. He thought of those members of his family who were not optimistic about the class and laughed at him. They are the ones who really missed the treasure. In fact, he didn't want to learn before, he just came to the class because he wanted to hear the voice of the Patriarch. Until he heard Ya talking about how this subject was proposed by the first Hokage and perfected during the time of the second Hokage. He and his fellow Uchiha classmates instantly clashed. After all, everyone grew up listening to the evil stories about Senju Tobirama since childhood. All they have for Senju Tobirama is respect for him as the Hokage, and that's all. Learning his Will of Fire always makes me feel like I'm betraying the Uchiha clan. But when their beloved clan leader, Uchiha Yasama, said, learn the skills of the foreigners to defeat them, the Uchiha people reluctantly accepted the courses of the Will of Fire training class. After all, it was not shameful for the proud Uchiha to learn the skills of the despicable Senju Tobirama. Thousand hands is ye. To be honest, this is no different from self-deception, and feels a bit like the AQ spirit. Life always needs a bit of AQ spirit. He hit me, it's okay, it was my son who hit me. It will be easier for you to force yourself to accept it, and you won't feel so uncomfortable. Just use it appropriately, as long as it's not as outrageous as AQ. Of course, Uchiha had no choice. The Uchiha clan was a little too straightforward. Although the Uchiha clan does not need the brains of the Nara clan, it is always good to know how to adapt. All it takes to get them to accept the will of fire is to give them a reason. Coincidentally, Senju Tobirama is the perfect entry point. However, Uchiha probably never imagined that the Uchiha clan could have an abstract character like Uchiha Aoi. It was Uchiha who created the environment for people like Uchiha Aoi to display their talents. Uchiha Yui also questioned the Night Clan leader at first. Clan leader, is this the will of fire? He looked at what Patriarch said. The will of fire means that we must have a sense of the overall situation and not just fight and kill for everything. You have to reason first. If you can't reason, then take action. At that time, Su asked how to make sense. This. He picked up the baton in his hand and gestured to Ya. Ya was stunned for a moment, but still explained, yes, but no. How to explain the truth is just talking, you will understand it in practice in the future. At that time, he seemed to be thinking about something, but now he seemed to understand. Ya also talked about a series of extremely sinister methods. Also in the classroom, Uchiha Chien, who still had a Sema face, asked, Clan leader, this is not the same as the will of fire that you wrote. As Uchiha Chien, who studied the clan leader's classics all the time, had never heard of this point of view in that book, which made him feel itchy. Yeah, he said righteously, all this knowledge of the will of fire is tailor-made for my Uchiha clan. Our Uchiha clan is very different from others, so we naturally need an exclusive manual of the will of fire. None of the Uchiha present refuted. The Uchiha were already more powerful than the others. Was there anything wrong with the will of fire alone? No. Considering the changes in the Patriarch, could it be that it is this version of the will of fire that makes Lord Ye so powerful? Everyone became excited. After all, maybe Lord Ye was training the 4th generation Hokage among them. There are 2 generations of Senju, and the Uchiha can't be lower than the 3rd generation. In this way, they studied more seriously. Ye was very pleased to see them studying hard. In their previous lives, these Uchiha would have been promising academic achievers. It really made me experience what it feels like to be a teacher. No wonder Teacher Huang enjoys being a teacher so much every day. I almost got addicted after playing the game myself. Who wouldn't be confused? Captain. He was sweating there, and when he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw a big face. Although he is handsome, he is not a rabbit. He was so scared that he stepped back. In other words, the Uchiha clan is not weak in any aspect. If the Uchiha clan had the physique of Jiaogo, it no longer has any function at this time. Uchiha Lu, who was standing by, quickly supported the captain and said, Captain, what's wrong with you? I just saw you going up and down like you were under an illusion. Uchiha Lu was really frightened. The captain just now seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, his body moving up and down like a maggot, just like he was charging on the battlefield. But I don't know why, I keep repeating the action. There was an evil smile on his face, and he kept shouting a few words, which seemed to be Chin. Lu didn't dare to think too much, because he knew that the former patriarch's wife seemed to be called Yukin. Captain, this is not possible. Uchiha's face turned red instantly. What happened? How come the illusion was projected into reality? I feel a little inflated. He gathered his thoughts, trying to calm them down, but to no avail. He looked at his subordinate's strange eyes and quickly explained, how is that possible? With my attainments in illusion, other than Lord Jing, what illusion can harm me? He quickly explained, I was just performing a newly developed illusion that will make people feel very painful, so painful that they wish they were dead, specially used to punish those prisoners who refuse to tell the truth. Uchiha Lu remembered that the captain seemed to have been ambushed before, and he also deeply felt the power of this torture. Give a thumbs up to the captain's illusion talent. Captain, you must be careful and don't overwhelm yourself, Uchiha Lu asked with concern. Uchiha Akane nodded and waited for Lu to leave. He supported his waist and said, it's a bit hard to bear. Hey, made up my mind to study it carefully when I get home tonight. Once the research is clear, I can share it with everyone. Illusions don't have to be used on others, they can also be used to bring enjoyment to yourself and your companions. Now that Uchiha Akane thinks he has established his own school in the world of illusion, he has decided to perfect it. He is thinking, should I ask Lord Jing to perfect the specific details for me? After all, his attainments in illusion are indeed higher than mine. He thought of how Lord Jing and Lord Ye both became spies in order to fulfill their ideals of the will of fire. He was also whipped like Lord Ye for acting in a play. It's really like a fight at night, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. In this case, I believe that Lord Jing will support my cause of the will of fire. The heads of the Uchiha, Hyoga, and Inyazuka clans sat together. Uzumaki Mito and Senjumanen looked at them chatting and laughing, and their faces looked very ugly. 2 days ago, Mito sent someone to invite the head of the Hyoga family, Hyoga Lan, to the Senju clan in an attempt to win him over. No matter what happens, we can't let him side with the Uchiha clan. But Hinata Lan actually declined, and the reason was very ironic. It turned out that he was bedridden, and the reason was the same as mine at the beginning. Mito would never have thought that he had not met Hinata-lan just to conceal the news. Hinata-lan got in touch with the Uchiha clan so quickly. As for the Inyazuka clan, who doesn't know this? This morning they were busy welcoming Uchiha, so they didn't stand too firmly. Seeing that the remaining ninja clan leaders were sitting on the Daiawotai, Mito couldn't help but curse in his heart, what a bunch of old foxes. However, there is indeed no particularly strong one among the younger generation of the Senju, and the same goes for the original Uchiha, whose strengths are all roughly the same. But Uchiha is now truly unique in strength among the younger generation. Hinata-lan now directly expressed his thoughts. Lord Mito, the second Hokage has passed away and Konoha has just experienced a war. There is a lot of work to be done, and we need a Hokage. Inyazuka Yuya rushed to the front line. We must exert our strength now. Yes, the Hokage should have been chosen long ago. But the Senju clan has been shirking responsibility for this matter before, and now the fact that Lord Tobirama has passed away has been confirmed. The Senju clan won't shirk responsibility, right? Inyazuka Yu looked at Uzumaki Mito with a sharp gaze. Mito could naturally hear the conflicting tones in their voices, but it was indeed because he had previously harbored fantasies about Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had been refusing, trying to block the news to stop them. But as soon as the Mangekyo came out, these originally wavering ninja clan leaders stood on the side of the Uchiha clan without hesitation. She replied, naturally, the purpose of this meeting was to select the third Hokage. Then she said, but before his death, the second Hokage appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. She still had illusions about Senju Keimonen becoming the third Hokage, and wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to clear up the trouble for Senju Keimonen first. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very excited and stood up at the signal of his father. Lady Mito is indeed reliable. As long as she stops Uchiha for me, what else should I be afraid of? Jing, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you from the Uchiha clan. As soon as Uzumaki Mito said this, every clan leader present frowned. No one would believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be appointed Hokage. Everyone just thought that since Mito believed it, they would just reluctantly admit it. After all, the second generation is Mito's brother-in-law. She is not in a hurry, so why should we be in a hurry? At this time, Uchiha Zemo stood up and said, Lord Mito, are you sure you want to protect this guy who tampered with the Hokage's will? Mito's face changed, and he said to Patriarch is this how you Uchiha confuse right and wrong? Uchiha smiled and said to Mito, Mr. Mito, what do you mean? Isn't this something that all the villagers of Konoha village know? Senju Minion on the side looked at him angrily and said, who doesn't know where that rumor came from? It's from you evil Uchiha. Was not angry. Lord Mito, we are all talking in a friendly manner here, why are you making personal attacks? The Uchiha clan is also part of the village, and we are all companions. The Uchiha shed their blood for the village. Why is the Senju young clan leader treating the Uchiha heroes like this now? What kind of logic is this? Is this still the will of fire? Are you going to make the hero bleed and cry? Stared at Senju Minion. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I cannot tolerate such behavior. Senju Minion became angry when he heard this. Everyone knows what you evil Uchiha clan say about our Senju clan behind our backs. Mito knew that his son could never win an argument with Uchiha and in this situation, this kind of words. It's really not conducive to unity, especially since you still want to be Hokage. She said to Menyan was not thoughtful enough. However, the matter of Tobirama's will is indeed true. Mito still believes in the Nine Tails' ability to sense good and evil and the Kagura's mind's eye of the Uzumaki clan. At this time, Uchiha no longer wanted to focus the topic's conflicting point on the fact that their shadow guards did not guard the Hokage. After all, Jing is on his side now. Uchiha said loudly, really, why didn't I know that was the case? Just when everyone was wondering what Uchiha was going to do, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Who dares to interfere with official business at this time? Everyone looked in that direction. It's Uchiha Mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him happily. The mirror was back. Was it Mito-sama who rescued him? As expected, I was not mistaken about Mito-sama. But why are Jing's eyes so cold? It must be the evil Uchiha who tortured him, damn it. He walked forward, wanting to greet Uchiha Jing. But Jing didn't even look at him, and came directly in front of Uchiha and said to everyone present, Sarutobi Hiruzen tampered with Tobirama's will. Master Tobirama is going to appoint the Night Clan leader as Hokage. But they threatened me and told me to shut up, that I couldn't beat 4 people with my own fists, so I had to accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Mirror. How could you be like this? I did my best to protect you from Lord Mito. Danzo Shinmura and the remaining 3 people below couldn't help it and stood up. Shinmura Danzo said angrily, Uchiha Kagami, I was right about you, you evil Uchiha, you should be killed. Uchiha Jing looked at Uzumaki Mito, Mito-sama, if I tell you the truth now, they will all want to kill me. Uzumaki Mito didn't reply, she was already confused at this moment. What's going on? He didn't lie. Just now, Uzumaki Mito had already proved the correctness of Uchiha Kagami's words, and what he said was true. How is this possible? There is always one wrong one. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not wrong at the beginning. Of course she couldn't judge, and at this moment Jing subconsciously believed that what she said was the truth, because this was written in his mind at night. Hinata-lan looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Yeah, I was wondering why it was passed on to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It makes sense that it should be yeah. After all, everyone knows that he perfected the will of fire. He is very capable and is the most suitable candidate to be Hokage, although he didn't know what exactly happened, and why the mirror was reversed. But it doesn't matter, as long as the family wins. We can just give a conclusion about these things when the time comes. Inyazuka Yu replied, indeed. Add to that the shouts of the Uchiha and the silence of the clan leaders, and it really seems like everyone supports the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, why did you betray me? Jing sneered at him, what a joke. How can it be a betrayal if I tell you the truth? You are a monkey in human form, the guy who tampered with the Hokage's will. As the strongest illusion, Kota Amatsukami can end a war without causing any conflict and can make the caster fall into the trap unconsciously, directly invade the brain and permanently change the opponent's will, turning it into a puppet of the caster and acting according to the caster's will. In Jing's opinion, this kind of evil ninjutsu should never be used, but now it has come to the point where it has to be used. Forgive me, Knight, you are the one who has been stubborn. But imagining that Ye Jun could train her according to her own ideas, Jing's heart also became hot. A Ye Jun who can be manipulated at will is too tempting. He must make Ye Jun become what he wants him to be. Mr. Ye, you should be a humble inheritor of the will of fire who respects the Hokage. Jing couldn't wait any longer. Yeah, call me Master Jing. Tell me about your essay on the will of fire. Jing gave the order decisively. He was going to find his own white moonlight. Ye didn't react at all. What's going on? The other gods are ineffective. Jing was very puzzled. How could this happen? At this moment, Jing felt his brain suddenly become sluggish, as if it could no longer function. As the owner of Kota Amatsukami, he knew this feeling too well. Is this another god? How is that possible? It actually happened to me? The fact that he is still conscious now is the result of the power of the god of Otherworld stored in Jing's other eye. But that's all. Jing has no way to remove it. After this thought, Jing completely lost consciousness. At this time, Ye's pupils were bleeding and he was gasping for breath. Damn it, I almost capsized in the ditch. He showed his eyes. 8 symbols are arranged around the pupil, with the black and white yin and yang fish becoming the background color. At this time, due to the activation of the pupil technique just now, the Bagua pattern was spinning at high speed, and blood was flowing as it spun. Ye felt that his pupil power was declining rapidly, and it was becoming difficult for him to use his eyes. Damn Uchiha Jing, I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. I was still not cautious enough that I should have thought that Uchiha Kagami was so emotional earlier and would definitely awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. If it weren't for the pupil technique of his left eye mirror reverse evolution, which could reflect damage, he would have been doomed this time. Mirror reverse Tenenjutsu can rebound multiple ninjutsu and rearrange the attack direction and power. However, the more difficult and powerful the ninjutsu is to rebound, the greater the consumption of the caster's eye power will be. This time it was this eye technique that worked, otherwise I would have become Uchiha Kagami's puppet at his mercy. The pupil technique of his left eye is Yao Xiang Resurrection. This is based on the 8 trigrams and 6 Yao, and can trace oneself or a designated target back to a certain moment in the past. For example, restore a seriously injured teammate to the state before the injury and avoid the enemy's fatal ninjutsu. However, the side effects are naturally very serious. The same target cannot be used repeatedly in a short period of time, and the longer the time span of retracing back is, the stronger the backlash to the caster's body will be. Ye himself felt that these 2 skills were amazing, but they were too draining on the eyes. Moreover, this pair of eyes also adds a passive function. The power of basic elemental ninjutsu such as fire, water, and lightning is greatly increased, and they are naturally equipped with encirclement, blockade, and automatic enemy search mechanisms. Ye's face looked grim at this time. He could no longer use his kaleidoscope frequently as the consumption this time was too great. This system is truly a hands-off one. In the past, one could upgrade the Sharingan with merit points, but now no merit points will be earned by doing any good deeds. He has really pushed himself into a desperate situation that if he doesn't develop the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he will definitely go blind in this perverted world full of killing. Now the only task on the system panel is to become Hokage, and the reward is to upgrade the Sharingan to a higher level. I originally hoped to upgrade it to the Rinnegan, but now in order not to become blind, I can only upgrade it to the eternal Mangekyo first. Everything that has happened recently has been as expected, except for this incident, which is beyond my control. However, looking at the dazed Jing in front of him, Uchiha Ye smiled wickedly, and he had a new Mangekyo teammate who was proficient in illusion. It's not too bad. Jing, you are now the Jing of Uchiha. Ye gave an order to Jing. You are ordered by the family to establish good relations with the second Hokage and maintain good relations between the Uchiha and Senju clans. But in the process, you discovered that Tobirama Senju was secretly harming the Uchiha clan, and you had to endure it in your heart. When you and the second Hokage were fleeing, the second Hokage left you a will before his death support Uchiha to become Hokage. If anyone has objections, all the ninja clans can jointly elect one. But Sarutobi Hiruzen colluded with others to tamper with the Hokage's will and even threatened you. You can't beat four hands with two fists, so you have no choice but to accept it and send a message to me secretly. Mito couldn't accept the position of Hokage falling into the hands of Uchiha, so he had to temporarily accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's point of view. Issued several more key instructions. You completely trust Uchiha, His words must be carried out. Sarutobi Hiruzen and you will never reconcile. Jing's originally dull face became lively. He opened his eyes, looked at Uchiha whose eyes were bleeding, and said affectionately, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Tell me, isn't it Sarutobi Hiruzen? I will kill this evil Sarutobi brat myself right now. Laughed at the reaction in the mirror. The effect was very significant. But it's not someone else, it's you. Uchiha waved his hands at him to show that he was fine. Jing supported him with concern. Does this have any impact on tomorrow's election for Hokage? Was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He had originally planned to crush the opponent with his strength, but now it seemed a bit risky. The biggest obstacle is Uzumaki Mito. Although the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is very effective against the tail beasts, if the tail beasts are trapped in the body of the Jinchuriki, the role of the Sharingan is really limited. At least he certainly couldn't change clothes for nine-tailed fox piece by piece like Madara did. Uzumaki Mito is already very powerful, and the nine-tailed fox's powerful recovery ability gives her the strength to fight a protracted battle. But now Uchiha has two pairs of Mangekyo. Patted Jing's shoulder. With you here, what should I be afraid of? Jing also patted proudly. I will take you to the position of Hokage. It's the Uchiha's turn now, but this hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen must be killed. Jing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did he actually dare to snatch position as Hokage? Is he worthy of it? Smiled at him. The Uchiha Jing, who was trained by him personally, was pleasing to the eye. Not as annoying as before. Patriarch. The Uchiha clan members outside naturally didn't know that their clan leader was almost killed. They looked at their clan leader in confusion as he was supported by the traitor Uchiha Kagami. This is all a misunderstanding. Jing is a hero of the Uchiha clan. He first met with the Uchiha in the security department and felt their atmosphere of loyalty. Seeing that the time agreed on the invitation was approaching, he took the gifts he had prepared in advance and went out to the direction of the Inyazuka clan. The Inyazuka clan was very well prepared, and it was obvious that their clan leader had strong command capabilities. After deciding to stand on the Uchiha side yesterday afternoon, the entire clan immediately became active and prepared to welcome Uchiha. When Uchiha arrived at the gate of the Inyazuka clan, he saw the clan leader, two elders, and a group of young people waiting at the gate of the clan. This reminded of the scene of the leader's inspection in his previous life. But the difference is that in previous lives, students' expressions towards their leaders were not particularly good. And now, the Inyazuka clan members looked at him as if they were looking at gods. Seeing how the Inyazuka clan respected him so much, felt at ease. It seems that the Inyazuka clan has decided to stand on their side, and they also want to improve. Was determined in his heart, this glory will not be enjoyed alone, but will also be shared with the Inyazuka family. After seeing Uchiha coming, Inyazuka and the rest of the people all rushed over. Inyazuka said to Uchiha, Patriarch, your presence here brings honor to our humble home. Of course, Uchiha would not let Inyazuka speak alone there. After all, they were all family members from now on. Oh, no, it's me who's causing trouble for everyone. Uchiha shook hands with the people in front of him one after another, and they also took Uchiha to the hall where the Inyazuka clan met guests. Inyazuka said to Uchiha, the Uchiha clan leader is visiting today. What's the matter? If there is something to be done, the Inyazuka clan will definitely do its best. Although Inyazuka knew Uchiha's purpose, and he was determined to join the Uchiha clan, he could not state his purpose directly, as that would lower the value of the Inyazuka clan. Uchiha was naturally sincere. He smiled and said to Inyazuka in front of him, it's like this. As you all know, the police department has recruited a group of new people recently. Their strength is also okay. I get along well with the Uchiha clan, but after all, I don't have the Sharingan, and I don't have the Uchiha clan's natural keen observation ability, so I'm still a little helpless in hunting down criminals. So, the police department plans to order a batch of ninja dogs from the nobles. This is not to show goodwill to the Inyazuka clan. The Uchiha clan does have such a need. After all, throughout Konoha, the Inyazuka clan's reputation for training ninja dogs is obvious to all. Moreover, in Uchiha's impression, it always feels a bit strange when the Uchiha clan, as police officers, enforce the law without a police dog by their side. It just so happens that this time we made up for it. This request was exactly what Inyazuka wanted. Of course he agreed without hesitation. The Uchiha clan carries the importance of protecting Konoha's safety. We, the Inyazuka clan, are also part of the village. Since the police department needs us to do our part, there's no need to order anything if the dog family is willing to do this. Tomorrow I will select a group of outstanding ninja dogs from the clan and personally send them to the police department. Ya was happy in his heart and said, this is the best. It's not that Uchiha feels sorry for such a small amount of money, but this is the only way to avoid being distant. But since they don't want the subscription fee, the treatment of the dog squad leader must be properly handled. For the Inyazuka family, who love dogs as their life, getting the police dog is a great satisfaction. Since the Inyazuka clan is so concerned about the safety of the village, please rest assured that after these ninja dogs join the security department, they will have their own organization as part of the security department. Each police dog receives a monthly salary of 20,000 taels, which is paid in the form of food. No one is allowed to deduct anything from them. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I guarantee that every ration will fall into their mouths. Yeah, I wonder who dares to snatch food from the dog squad leader. Inyazuka on the side was stunned, because this kind of treatment is only given to the genius ninja dogs and their family. Moreover, with this kind of food allowance, even some low-income shinins would be willing to go, let alone the poor. For a moment, Inyazuka looked at Uchiha with even more admiration. He didn't simply believe that Uchiha did this because he loved dogs. It was obvious that the Inyazuka family held a very important position in his heart. At this time, Inyazuka only felt that the two were running in the same direction. A filter suddenly formed in my heart towards Uchiha. At this time, the elder who had been silent all this time leaned on a cane and said slowly, although the ninja dogs trained by the Inyazuka clan are very gentle, the way they take care of ninja dogs is not like the ordinary way of raising dogs after all. Uchiha pretended that he didn't know, and said to Inyazuka with sudden enlightenment, yes, it may be a bit difficult for most of my clansmen to take care of dogs, especially the elite ninja dogs of the Inyazuka family. If I fail to take good care of them, I will be so sorry to you. Uchiha didn't intend to play this kind of interactive game with him, were you? And I talked a lot. Since the attitudes of both parties are already clear, he is too lazy to do so. It is nothing more than saying more himself. Anyway, the news that the Inyazuka clan was coming to welcome him at the gate today must have already reached the Senju clan. Since the Inyazuka clan is willing to take sides so blatantly, I am willing to give them face. After all, Ya has always been generous. Ya simply gave up pretending to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. He said directly, it's like this, the security department plans to hire several professional dog trainers and veterinarians from the Inyazuka clan. After all, everyone has their own expertise. In the entire ninja world, perhaps only the Inyazuka family is the best at this. As for the treatment, every dog trainer and veterinarian will be provided with the treatment of a squad leader of the security department. Inyazuka eyes lit up on the spot. Who doesn't know how high the salary of the Uchiha police force is? The sincerity shown by the Uchiha clan is enough. Now it is the turn of the Inyazuka clan. After all, this is the family's chance to make a comeback. Patriarch, there are some young elites in our family who have long wanted to join the Uchiha police force to uphold justice. The police force is a breed of dog that is supposed to protect Konoha's safety. All of us Inyazuka family children have this aspiration. Uchiha patted his head upon hearing this and said, since they are the elite of the Inyazuka clan, don't worry, the police force will definitely reserve their places. Inyazuka and Uchiha shook hands. In that case, thank you for troubling clan leader. The head of the Cloud Village messenger looked at his men and asked, Sir, the news has been spread quietly. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan is now very tense. The news that Sarutobi Hiruzen is our spy has also spread. Very good. Union Li Hongpom smiled and looked at his men. He was shocked to hear that the Konoha Uchiha had a Mangekyo, because he remembered how Uchiha Madara was invincible. But now think about it, based on my understanding of the Uchiha clan, if they had the strength of Uchiha Madara, they would have launched an armed uprising long ago. From this, it can be seen that he definitely does not have the strength of Uchiha Madara. Li Hongjian couldn't help but feel fortunate that he passed the message back himself, and he believed that the Raikage would not punish him when he returned. After all, he is wholeheartedly devoted to the hidden Cloud Village. A loyal heart dedicated to the country, not to myself. He also did not forget the instructions of Lord Raikage and muddied the waters of Konoha. He sent people to sow discord between the Uchiha and Senju clans, and in the name of the hidden Cloud Village, he cared about Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked Konoha Village to clarify the rumors. The hidden Cloud Village solemnly declared Sarutobi Hiruzen, the successor appointed by the Hokage, should not be blamed by the villagers. We can't let heroes bleed and shed tears. I don't know what others think, but Sarutobi Hiruzen shed tears. This damn hidden Cloud Village is now blamed on me. Of course, there was no way Konoha Village could clarify such a fact, and instead the matter became a hot topic. Sarutobi Hiruzen is almost becoming a rape ninja. The strong man becomes the treacherous man. It is said that in the morning, the members of the Sarutobi clan went to open the door of their house. In a sleepy state, one of his hands was stained with the yellow mixture. I went to the police department to report the case, but there was no result for a long time. The Sarutobi clan questioned why the Uchiha law enforcement was so slow. I thought the Uchiha clan would fight each other, so that the Sarutobi clan could at least direct their spearhead at the Uchiha clan, but who knew that the Uchiha clan learned the tactic of procrastination from somewhere? It's not that it can't be done, but we have to wait 2 or 3 days, and the Uchiha police force is limited. Most of the police force is used to deploy Konoha's defense, and also to guard against spies carrying out terrorism in Konoha. Little things like this will have to wait for a while. The Sarutobi clan is so angry, and you guys are just drinking tea with 3 Megatama. You told me there aren't enough police officers? Damn, how come these Uchiha have changed so much? The Sarutobi clan was very surprised. This group of Uchiha used to only know how to put on a sour face and show their Sharingan when they disagreed with something. What, it's not a big deal to have pink eye. Now I politely refused their request with their sarcastic smile. What an outrageous change. The Sarutobi clan had an idea that none of them dared to believe. They actually saw the style of the second-generation hokage, Tobirama Senju, in the Uchiha clan's behavior. It's not that we won't do it, but we have to take it slow. Tell lies with open eyes. Aren't these the methods that Tobirama Senju has mastered to perfection? Aren't you Uchiha people sneering at this? Why join now if you can't beat them? Where is the glory of your Uchiha clan? But no matter what, no matter how often the Sarutobi clan reported the case, the Uchiha clan was not in a hurry at all, and sat back on their laurels. In the end, they could say, if you Sarutobi clan come to harass the Uchiha clan again, you will be disrupting public affairs. Sarutobi looked at the empty police station and said, how did you disrupt public business? There's no one here. What kind of reputation do you have in the village now? Don't you know it yourself? Who will report the case if you are here? They all dislike you. Uchiha Akane did not say this out loud, he just stopped at the point. This was a skill taught to him by the clan leader. I am a graduate of the clan leader's special training class for the Will of Fire and a genuine new generation inheritor of the Will of Fire. You, a family like Sarutobi that has no respect for the Hokage, still want the Uchiha to do things for you? Let's first let Sarutobi Hiruzen, the guy who betrayed the Hokage, turn himself in. Seeing that he was still not leaving, Uchiha Yui heard the words of the clan leader. If they are thick-skinned and don't want to leave, just talk to them in a veiled way. There is really no other way but to use force to expel them. Don't use force against villagers easily. If the Uchiha clan's words don't work, they are not ordinary villagers. It's time to let them have a taste of the stick. Uchiha Akane repeated yes words in his mind. The clan leader meant to do yin and yang first, but he himself doesn't know how to do yin and yang. Forget it, let's try it first. Considering that the Sarutobi clan's gate was sprayed with feces water, they must be unpopular among the villagers. Uchiha Yui blurted out, you are not staying here to seek the protection of the Uchiha clan, are you? Sarutobi, who was standing here, was stunned for a moment, wondering what this kid meant. The next words made him furious, because you will be beaten by the villagers if you go out, so you stay here, right? Sarutobi's face instantly turned red. Good. Boy, the Uchiha clan is really good. He just left, he was too embarrassed to stay here. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he would lose a few years of his life. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a person? Uchiha Akane watched Sarutobi walking away, and his shock reached its extreme. Are the captain's words so useful? Originally, Su was suspecting that he was going to fail and was just about to open his eyes. Who would have thought that the old man would leave without even looking back? Before leaving, he praised himself. At this time, Su still felt that the captain's words were very useful, which allowed him, who had no knowledge of yin and yang, to achieve such a record. But he didn't expect that he had talent in this area. Most people in the ninja world can only find themselves in he has talent in ninjutsu, but rarely discovers talent in other areas. Today, Uchiha Akane finally discovered his talent. He was so excited that he decided to tell his classmates in the Firewall special training class about this matter so that they would admire him. Let them learn from it too. Unity of knowledge and action is the best state of learning. I have also implemented the words of Patriarch Ya. I'll talk to Chief Ya about it in the next class, maybe he can praise me. Thinking of Ya praising him loudly on the podium, Uchiha Aoi-san fully utilized the spirit of the Will of Fire and is a role model for everyone to learn from. At this moment, I seemed to feel everyone's admiration and felt very happy. No, that's not real. An idea suddenly occurred to him. His illusion technique was so advanced. If I only use it on the enemy, can't I use it on myself? The more I think about it, the more this makes sense. Practicing magic is so hard, why can't I just enjoy myself? I believe in one sentence, do whatever you think of and implement it. He quickly created an illusion for himself, in which he was the focus of all the Uchiha. There was constant applause, and classmates praised him one after another. Hey, you are awesome. How did you do that? Can you teach me? He was so happy in the illusion that he was reluctant to leave. The next person who appeared in the illusion made him feel extremely happy. Brother, can you teach me? I want to learn the Will of Fire. It's Mikato. Mikato is asking me to teach her the Will of Fire. I'm so excited to write this. Let Fugaku and Mikato be born earlier. Ancient Greek god of birth, Su was completely hopeless, and he had created a real illusion for himself. Strictly speaking, this content should be a dream, but due to the excellent illusion skills of the artist, this illusion is also very realistic. In the dream, Mikato, who had been ignoring Hao and was very cold, bent down and looked at Hao gently. Uchiha Fugaku, who looked up to the sky, also begged him humbly, "Senior Aoi, can you teach me the will of fire?" Fugaku looked at Mikato and himself with a hint of envy and resentment. So cool, so cool. He thought about how he had previously disdained the will of fire, and now he really liked it. He thought of those members of his family who were not optimistic about the class and laughed at him. They are the ones who really missed the treasure. In fact, he didn't want to learn before, he just came to the class because he wanted to hear the voice of the patriarch. Until he heard Ya talking about how this subject was proposed by the first hokage and perfected during the time of the second hokage. He and his fellow Uchiha classmates instantly clashed. After all, everyone grew up listening to the evil stories about Senju Tobirama since childhood. All they have for Senju Tobirama is respect for him as the hokage, and that's all. Learning his will of fire always makes me feel like I'm betraying the Uchiha clan. But when their beloved clan leader, Uchiha Yasama, said, "Learn the skills of the foreigners to defeat them," the Uchiha people reluctantly accepted the courses of the Will of Fire training class. After all, it was not shameful for the proud Uchiha to learn the skills of the despicable Senju Tobirama. Thousand hands is ye. To be honest, this is no different from self-deception, and feels a bit like the AQ spirit. Life always needs a bit of AQ spirit. He hit me, it's okay, it was my son who hit me. It will be easier for you to force yourself to accept it, and you won't feel so uncomfortable. Just use it appropriately, as long as it's not as outrageous as AQ. Of course, Uchiha had no choice. The Uchiha clan was a little too straightforward. Although the Uchiha clan does not need the brains of the Nara clan, it is always good to know how to adapt. All it takes to get them to accept the will of fire is to give them a reason. Coincidentally, Senju Tobirama is the perfect entry point. However, Uchiha probably never imagined that the Uchiha clan could have an abstract character like Uchiha Aoi. It was Uchiha who created the environment for people like Uchiha Aoi to display their talents. Uchiha Yui also questioned the Night Clan leader at first. "Clan leader, is this the will of fire?" He looked at what Patriarch said. "The will of fire means that we must have a sense of the overall situation and not just fight and kill for everything. You have to reason first. If you can't reason, then take action." At that time, Su asked how to make sense. This. He picked up the baton in his hand and gestured to Ya. Ya was stunned for a moment, but still explained, "Yes, but no. How to explain the truth is just talking, you will understand it in practice in the future." At that time, he seemed to be thinking about something, but now he seemed to understand. Ya also talked about a series of extremely sinister methods. Also in the classroom, Uchiha Chien, who still had a Sema face, asked, "Clan leader, this is not the same as the will of fire that you wrote." As Uchiha Chien, who studied the clan leader's classics all the time, had never heard of this point of view in that book, which made him feel itchy. "Yeah," he said righteously, "all this knowledge of the will of fire is tailor-made for my Uchiha clan. Our Uchiha clan is very different from others, so we naturally need an exclusive manual of the will of fire." None of the Uchiha present refuted. The Uchiha were already more powerful than the others. Was there anything wrong with the will of fire alone? No. Considering the changes in the patriarch, could it be that it is this version of the will of fire that makes Lord Ye so powerful? Everyone became excited. After all, maybe Lord Ye was training the fourth generation Hokage among them. There are 2 generations of Senju, and the Uchiha can't be lower than the 3rd generation. In this way, they studied more seriously. Ye was very pleased to see them studying hard. In their previous lives, these Uchiha would have been promising academic achievers. It really made me experience what it feels like to be a teacher. No wonder Teacher Huang enjoys being a teacher so much every day. I almost got addicted after playing the game myself. Who wouldn't be confused? Captain. He was sweating there, and when he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw a big face. Although he is handsome, he is not a rabbit. He was so scared that he stepped back. In other words, the Uchiha clan is not weak in any aspect. If the Uchiha clan had the physique of Jiaogo, it no longer has any function at this time. Uchiha Lu, who was standing by, quickly supported the captain and said, "Captain, what's wrong with you? I just saw you going up and down like you were under an illusion." Uchiha Lu was really frightened. The captain just now seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, his body moving up and down like a maggot, just like he was charging on the battlefield. But I don't know why, I keep repeating the action. There was an evil smile on his face, and he kept shouting a few words, which seemed to be Chin. Lu didn't dare to think too much, because he knew that the former patriarch's wife seemed to be called Yukin. "Captain, this is not possible." Uchiha's face turned red instantly. "What happened? How come the illusion was projected into reality? I feel a little inflated." He gathered his thoughts, trying to calm them down, but to no avail. He looked at his subordinate's strange eyes and quickly explained, how is that possible? With my attainments in illusion, other than Lord Jing, what illusion can harm me? He quickly explained, I was just performing a newly developed illusion that will make people feel very painful, so painful that they wish they were dead, specially used to punish those prisoners who refuse to tell the truth. Uchiha Lu remembered that the captain seemed to have been ambushed before, and he also deeply felt the power of this torture. Give a thumbs up to the captain's illusion talent. Captain, you must be careful and don't overwhelm yourself, Uchiha Lu asked with concern. Uchiha Akane nodded and waited for Lu to leave. He supported his waist and said, it's a bit hard to bear. Hey, made up my mind to study it carefully when I get home tonight. Once the research is clear, I can share it with everyone. Illusions don't have to be used on others, they can also be used to bring enjoyment to yourself and your companions. Now that Uchiha Akane thinks he has established his own school in the world of illusion, he has decided to perfect it. He is thinking, should I ask Lord Jing to perfect the specific details for me? After all, his attainments in illusion are indeed higher than mine. He thought of how Lord Jing and Lord Ye both became spies in order to fulfill their ideals of the will of fire. He was also whipped like Lord Ye for acting in a play. It's really like a fight at night, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. In this case, I believe that Lord Jing will support my cause of the will of fire. The heads of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inyazuka clans sat together. Uzumaki Mito and Senjumanen looked at them chatting and laughing, and their faces looked very ugly. 2 days ago, Mito sent someone to invite the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Lan, to the Senju clan in an attempt to win him over. No matter what happens, we can't let him side with the Uchiha clan. But Hinata Lan actually declined, and the reason was very ironic. It turned out that he was bedridden, and the reason was the same as mine at the beginning. Mito would never have thought that he had not met Hinata Lan just to conceal the news. Hinata Lan got in touch with the Uchiha clan so quickly. As for the Inyazuka clan, who doesn't know this? This morning they were busy welcoming Uchiha, so they didn't stand too firmly. Seeing that the remaining ninja clan leaders were sitting on the Daiaotai, Mito couldn't help but curse in his heart, what a bunch of old foxes. However, there is indeed no particularly strong one among the younger generation of the Senju, and the same goes for the original Uchiha, whose strengths are all roughly the same. But Uchiha is now truly unique in strength among the younger generation. Hinata Lan now directly expressed his thoughts. Lord Mito, the second Hokage has passed away and Konoha has just experienced a war. There is a lot of work to be done, and we need a Hokage. Inyazuka Yuya rushed to the front line, we must exert our strength now. Yes, the Hokage should have been chosen long ago. But the Senju clan has been shirking responsibility for this matter before, and now the fact that Lord Tobirama has passed away has been confirmed. The Senju clan won't shirk responsibility, right? Inyazuka Yu looked at Uzumaki Mito with a sharp gaze. Mito could naturally hear the conflicting tones in their voices, but it was indeed because he had previously harbored fantasies about Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had been refusing, trying to block the news to stop them. But as soon as the Mangekyo came out, these originally wavering ninja clan leaders stood on the side of the Uchiha clan without hesitation. She replied, naturally, the purpose of this meeting was to select the third Hokage. Then she said, but before his death, the second Hokage appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. She still had illusions about Senju Keimonen becoming the third Hokage, and wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to clear up the trouble for Senju Keimonen first. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very excited and stood up at the signal of his father. Lady Mito is indeed reliable. As long as she stops Uchiha for me, what else should I be afraid of? Jing, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you from the Uchiha clan. As soon as Uzumaki Mito said this, every clan leader present frowned. No one would believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be appointed Hokage. Everyone just thought that since Mito believed it, they would just reluctantly admit it. After all, the second generation is Mito's brother-in-law. She is not in a hurry, so why should we be in a hurry? At this time, Uchiha Zemo stood up and said, Lord Mito, are you sure you want to protect this guy who tampered with the Hokage's will? Mito's face changed, and he said to Yep, Patriarch, is this how you Uchiha confuse right and wrong? Uchiha smiled and said to Mito, Mr. Mito, what do you mean? Isn't this something that all the villagers of Konoha village know? Senju Minion on the side looked at him angrily and said, who doesn't know where that rumor came from? It's from you evil Uchiha. Was not angry. Lord Mito, we are all talking in a friendly manner here, why are you making personal attacks? The Uchiha clan is also part of the village, and we are all companions. The Uchiha shed their blood for the village. Why is the Senju young clan leader treating the Uchiha heroes like this now? What kind of logic is this? Is this still the will of fire? Are you going to make the hero bleed and cry? Stared at Senju Minion. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I cannot tolerate such behavior. Senju Minion became angry when he heard this. Everyone knows what you evil Uchiha clan say about our Senju clan behind our backs. Mito knew that his son could never win an argument with Uchiha, and in this situation, this kind of words. It's really not conducive to unity, especially since you still want to be Hokage. She said to Yap Men Yan was not thoughtful enough. However, the matter of Tobirama's will is indeed true. Mito still believes in the Nine Tails' ability to sense good and evil and the Kagura's mind's eye of the Uzumaki clan. At this time, Uchiha no longer wanted to focus the topic's conflicting point on the fact that their shadow guards did not guard the Hokage. After all, Jing is on his side now. Uchiha said loudly, really, why didn't I know that was the case? Just when everyone was wondering what Uchiha was going to do, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Who dares to interfere with official business at this time? Everyone looked in that direction. It's Uchiha Mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him happily. The mirror was back. Was it Mito-sama who rescued him? As expected, I was not mistaken about Mito-sama. But why are Jing's eyes so cold? It must be the evil Uchiha who tortured him, damn it. He walked forward, wanting to greet Uchiha Jing, but Jing didn't even look at him, and came directly in front of Uchiha and said to everyone present, Sarutobi Hiruzen tampered with Tobirama's will. Master Tobirama is going to appoint the Night Clan leader as Hokage, but they threatened me and told me to shut up, that I couldn't beat 4 people with my own fists, so I had to accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Mirror. How could you be like this? I did my best to protect you from Lord Mito. Danzo Shinmura and the remaining 3 people below couldn't help it and stood up. Shinmura Danzo said angrily, Uchiha Kagami, I was right about you, you evil Uchiha, you should be killed. Uchiha Jing looked at Uzumaki Mito-sama, if I tell you the truth now, they will all want to kill me. Uzumaki Mito didn't reply, she was already confused at this moment. What's going on? He didn't lie. Just now, Uzumaki Mito had already proved the correctness of Uchiha Kagami's words, and what he said was true. How is this possible? There is always one wrong one. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not wrong at the beginning. Of course she couldn't judge, and at this moment Jing subconsciously believed that what she said was the truth, because this was written in his mind at night. Hinata-lan looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Yeah, I was wondering why it was passed on to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It makes sense that it should be After all, everyone knows that he perfected the will of fire. He is very capable and is the most suitable candidate to be Hokage, although he didn't know what exactly happened, and why the mirror was reversed. But it doesn't matter, as long as the family wins. We can just give a conclusion about these things when the time comes. Inyazuka replied, indeed. Add to that the shouts of the Uchiha and the silence of the clan leaders, and it really seems like everyone supports the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kagami, why did you betray me? Jing sneered at him, what a joke. How can it be a betrayal if I tell you the truth? You are a monkey in human form, the guy who tampered with the Hokage's will. While Ye was sleeping soundly in bed, the young patriarch of the Senju clan, Xianxiaominian, was still doing scientific research seriously. Ever since Uchiha was elected Hokage, all members of the Senju clan have been very depressed. Who wouldn't be depressed? They thought the position of the 3rd Hokage was in their pockets, but it fell into the hands of Uchiha. It must be very uncomfortable. However, it's okay. The Senju clan has not been exterminated just because of the missing 3rd Hokage since its establishment. Everyone was still very calm. After all, Lord Mito hadn't said anything yet, so what was there for a bunch of little shrimps like them to worry about? It is impossible for Uchiha to wipe out the Senju clan. Deep inside the Senju clan, Senju Minion's expression was solemn. He was still not sure whether to start the plan. The top secret plan that was started by his second uncle but eventually closed. But the thought of Uchiha getting the position of Hokage made Senju Minion unable to sleep. He walked there for a long time, hesitating, and finally decided to start. He called his confidant and explained everything to him. The subordinate said worriedly, young patriarch, this is a project that was shut down by the Hokage himself. Not only that, all the people who conducted the research were dealt with. Xianxiaominian looked at the experimental data and various books left by his second uncle, and murmured to himself, I don't want to either, but, as long as I master my father's wood release, Uchiha will be a small fry. Why can't I use my father's wood release? This has almost become Senju Minion's inner demon. Since he was a child, he has been longing to awaken his father's wood release one day. As he grew older, his hopes grew fainter and fainter, until they were all gone. He and the entire Senju clan slowly accepted the fact that wood release seemed to belong only to Senju Hashirama. But apart from studying his father's cells, he really has no chance of turning things around. He secretly made up his mind, Father, don't blame me, blame my second uncle if you want to blame someone. He was the first to study it. Xianxiaominian was afraid that he would be beaten by his father after going down, but fortunately, his second uncle was there to share the burden with him. My good second uncle. The subordinate asked him hesitantly, are you sure you don't want to think about it again? He knew very well that experiments required subjects, and he knew how miserable those experimental subjects were at the beginning. So much money was spent, so many people died, and in the end we only got some key data. I don't know how long it will take to fully reproduce wood release. Besides, are you really not going to tell Uzumaki-sama? There was a hint of hesitation in Xianxiao Minyan's eyes, but he quickly became determined. I will explain to my mother. All you need to do now is to complete this task. Subordinate, yes. Senju Minyan is eager to obtain wood release. But wood release is something that only Hashirama Senju can use to have the power of wood release. If someone else uses it, it won't be as powerful as the world sees it to be. The Inyazuka clan arrived at the police department early in the morning. There's no way around it, the hokage inauguration ceremony will be held at 9 o'clock. They had to get up early in the morning to come here. Their eyes lit up as they saw a large banner hanging at the entrance of the police department. It was written on it, Konoha Police Department Police Dog Donation Ceremony and Celebration to welcome Inyazuka to join the police department. The place was decorated with lights and a group of Uchiha welcomed us at the door. Uchiha Juyu and Uchiha Jing were waiting at the door, which really showed the utmost welcome. Inyazuka Yu and the rest of the Inyazuka family felt that nothing about them was serious. I looked at my clothes and felt they looked out of place. Inyazuka Yu's son, Inyazuka Kage, was awarded the title of captain on the spot, and his ninja dog was also given the police number 00001. Inyazuka Yu was instantly moved. Even though he had become Hokage, he still treated the Inyazuka clan with such courtesy. This time the bet was right. Uchiha Juyu held Inyazuka Yu's hand and said, "We have been waiting for you here for a long time." After changing the young people of the Inyazuka clan into the uniforms of the police department, the Uchiha and Inyazuka clan took a group photo. Celebrate this great collaboration. At this time, Uchiha Ya was still sleeping soundly in bed. He is very good at sleeping and can always sleep for a solid 10 hours without feeling uncomfortable the next day. It is also an alternative talent. As soon as Ya woke up, Mikato came to Ya's room wearing the Hokage's divine robe. Ya looked up and said, "Is it Mikato?" Uchiha Mikato smiled and said, "I am here to give the clan leader a divine robe." Clan leader Ya, the Uchiha clan will also have a Hokage. She raised her eyes and smiled. Ya didn't know why the task of giving the divine robe fell into Mikato's hands. But Ya never cared about these trivial matters. He took the divine robe and put it on. But my goodness, it's so hard to wear. After trying for a long time, I still couldn't get dressed properly and ended up looking like a mess. Mikato was amused by the tribe leader's funny look and laughed while covering her mouth. He walked up to him and said directly, "Don't move." Ya subconsciously listened to Mikato's instructions, and Mikato skillfully adjusted the clothes and put them on Ya. Every link was done very well. Mikato's fingers always accidentally scratched Ya's body, and her face hurt. "All right, I don't know how long it took me to put on my clothes." Ya was a little confused. The divine robe shouldn't be so difficult to wear. He saw that Senju Tobirama's clothes were very simple. Why is mine so complicated? But you know what, it's pretty handsome. Ya expressed his gratitude to Mikato, and when he opened the door, he ran into Elder Setsuna. Looking at Elder Setsuna's big smile and shy Mikato, Ya felt that things were not that simple. Elder Shana is still harboring evil intentions. "Clan leader, let's go to the Hokage building." Uchiha Setsuna said this hurriedly, not knowing whether it was because there was really not enough time or he wanted to shut himself up. Looking at Mikato's shy look, forget it. Uchiha Ya quickly arrived at the Konoha Hokage building. This is the center of the entire Konoha, and the Hokage's office is here. Ya went in to take a look yesterday, but he couldn't find the crystal ball after digging 3 feet deep. It seems that it was not Tobirama who did it himself. After all, how could he do such a thing when he was dying and didn't even have a wife? Here are the statues of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. As for the statue of Uchiha Ya, it is still in the planning stage. Many Uchiha clan members wanted to carve this statue by themselves, but were eliminated by Uchiha Sukaku. Even if Uchiha Akane used Uchiha Fugaku's relationship, Fugaku still didn't agree. At 9 o'clock, Uchiha Ya stood on the podium wearing his divine robe, looking at the sea of ninjas and civilians below. Countless people supported him and cheered for him. At that moment, even Ya, who was not so obsessed with power, felt the charm of power. Originally it was supposed to be handed over by the outgoing Hokage, but obviously the conditions for this are no longer in place. Ya looked at the people in the audience and signaled for silence with his finger. Everyone in the audience immediately quieted down, ready to listen to the Hokage's instructions. Ya said loudly, "From today on, I am the 3rd Hokage of Konoha." Then there was warm applause from the audience. As we all know, the Uchiha are a family of great love. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I will lead the village to glory. Let every villager in Konoha enjoy the fruits of glory. The voice was extremely infectious, and the subtle illusions of the kaleidoscope moved the hearts of every villager in the audience. We are all one entity, all ninja clans are one family. I hope there will be no rifts between the families and villagers, and that we can all stand united against the outside world. Ya expressed his expectations, and it would be good if he could do it. But the possibility is not very high. But in politics, if it is put on the table, it must be good. Otherwise, why would anyone believe you? Uchiha Zemo realized that the time had come, and he quickly raised his arms and shouted, "Long live the Hokage! Long live Konoha!" The Uchiha police force members patrolling the crowd followed suit. They were spread out in every corner of the team and were able to monitor everyone's actions. Among them, the police force from the Senju clan has the largest number of personnel. Many civilians said from the bottom of their hearts, "Long live the Hokage! Long live Konoha!" But there are always some people whose characters are not so good, or some people's families have some conflicts with they don't really want to. But under the scanning of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, they still decisively raised their arms and opened their mouths. They swore it was definitely not because the Uchiha smiled and said to them, "Little mouth, open." Mito did not come today. The host was Senju Minion. He thought to himself with envy and jealousy, "Damn it, he was saying all my words. Those are all my words. The villagers look up to me." But then his envy turned to humiliation. Uchiha Kagami opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and stared directly at Senju Minin. Jing didn't have to make that kind of gesture to show his loyalty to Jing's mission is to make the Senju clan eat this pile of shit. The Thousand Hands tribe members all looked at Thousand Hands Men Yan, and their meaning was very clear. "Master Uzumaki is not here, young clan leader? Just express your opinion, we will all listen to you." Chien Shao Minion's face turned sour. Did he really have to do this? Senju Minion looked at the elderly Hinata-lan who was shouting loudly in the distance. "My own psychological bottom line has also been lowered. This is how people are. If everyone else has done it and it doesn't seem like anything important when you do it, you will gradually change yourself. Senju Minion is like this, looking at Hinata-lan, who is older than him, like a lackey. He will feel that this is not so difficult to accept." In any case, Chien Shao Minion accepted the request. Well, in his opinion, this was a request, but he just generously agreed to this group of evil Uchiha guys. He raised his arms tremblingly and said slowly, "Hokage, Hokage-sama." He hesitated for a long time and couldn't say it. Why should I say these things to the Uchiha people? When my second uncle was still alive, he just let these Uchiha call him Hokage-sama. How did this damn Uchiha come up with the shameful title, "Long live Hokage"? You know, even my father didn't live to be 100 years old. Uchiha Jing frowned. The Senju young clan leader was unwilling to even show his attitude? The patriarch is still too kind to them. He should teach them a lesson. Do they still think that the Senju clan is in charge now? Chien Shao Minion only felt the power in Jing's body surge, and the evil aura became stronger. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Daddy. Love you. Give me the wood release. Look at what I've been forced into. My mother is not around, so I have no choice but to give in." All he could say was, "Long live the Hokage." He spoke in an unusually low voice, which made Jing somewhat dissatisfied, but then he shouted loudly, "Long live Konoha." Senju Minion still had the nerve to say this, because the Mu in Konoha is still Senju. Uchiha Kagami decided to let him go. After all, he was the son of the first Hokage, so he didn't push him too hard. Seeing the clan leader's statement, the Senju clan had no choice but to obey, and they all shouted softly, "Long live the Hokage! Long live Konoha!" But they are not Chien Shao Minion. Jing will not give them a good face. With just a glance, the group of guys instantly became obedient and came forward one by one. He raised his arms and shouted. His level of loyalty made the Uchiha clan jealous. The Uchiha clan members were stunned when they heard this. "Are you so unprincipled? This is our patriarch." At first, they were forced to shout, and the shyness and humiliation made the Uchiha clan members it feel so good. "But why are you still taking our jobs?" In order to prevent the clan leader from doubting their loyalty, each Uchiha shouted even more fiercely. But their shouting was so intense that it caused great harm to the civilians of Konoha. A group of Uchiha with batons who kept saying law enforcement should be warned were shouting so fiercely. How could they dare to shout at the Uchiha masters? "We can only follow," which is indeed a form of internal circulation. For a moment, the whole audience was very enthusiastic. Uchiha on the stage was stunned. "Is my popularity so high?" Uchiha then said a lot of chicken soup, but there was nothing he could do. There were too many people. "You definitely can't talk about key policies, otherwise it will be misinterpreted and very damaging to your image. It is almost over, and Uchiha Zemo, the man who controls the atmosphere of the whole venue, has now decided to complete his swan song." The Uchiha clan also felt the biggest drama of the day. "This time, I can't let these guys from the Senju clan steal my limelight. This is our patriarch. Those of you who come later, please go aside. You can go up after we finish." Uchiha Zemo stretched his arm to 45 degrees, and the high-precision observation of the Sharingan made the angle highly accurate. "Everyone stand at attention. Salute to the Hokage-sama." All the Uchiha opened their Sharingan, and even under the scorching sun it was difficult to conceal the mysterious red light of the Sharingan. They were obviously separated in the team, but now that the action started, it was as if they were one. Straight and solemn. As the arms were bent at a 45-degree angle, firm voices rang out. "Loyalty! Loyalty!" Yes smiled and said, "Good. The Uchiha clan are all good men." But then Zemo added, "This is not enough to show our loyalty to Lord Hokage." At the same time, all the Uchiha began shooting everyone around them. With their positions, that should be enough to cover everyone. Then, everyone stand at attention. Salute to the Hokage-sama. After the succession ceremony in the morning, Uchiha's first meeting after becoming Hokage began in the afternoon. There are not so many people coming this time that they are all powerful figures from each family. Yeah, I was about to say, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, let's leave the court. Qian Xiaominian, who had been feeling depressed for the whole morning, finally perked up and tidied up his clothes. He stood up and said to Uchiha, Hokage-sama. Now Qian Xiaominian talks about this very naturally, without any of his original restraint. It's no wonder. After being forced to shout Hokage-sama for the entire morning, it has almost become muscle memory. He said, Hokage-sama, the Senju clan is short of funds right now. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Senju clan had collected so much funeral expenses before. Now, except for the Uchiha clan, you are the richest. Why are you still crying poor? Qian Xiaominian was also helpless. The original money was indeed enough for the Qian Xiao clan to operate, but experimenting is expensive. This little bit of money will just be wasted, otherwise why did Senju Tobirama embezzle the funds given by the daimyo? Therefore, if Senju Minion wants to use wood release, he must have money. The only way to get the money is to ask the newly appointed Hokage, and since he is an Uchiha, it will be even easier to get the money. Senju Minion told everything that the Senju clan wanted, including ninja pensions and the money for a series of ninja tools that the Senju clan had previously voluntarily provided. These are the things that the Senju clan voluntarily donated during the previous war, and they are still owed. The original Hokage was Tobirama Senju, so the Senju clan naturally wouldn't care. It seems natural to be at the forefront in a war, but now that the Hokage is an Uchiha, does he still care so much? What you owe must be repaid. Unless you give Hokage to our Senju clan. All the ninja clan leaders present looked at each other after hearing this. There was no other reason, they were all in the same situation. It's just that no one among the Senju clan is willing to sacrifice like this. After hearing this, Uchiha really wanted to say, go and ask Senju Tobirama to pay you back for what you owe him. Why would you mind my business? But I didn't dare say it out loud, because if I said it, I would become alienated from everyone. Not really. Seeing that no one spoke, Hinata-lan said with a guilty look in his eyes, Hokage-sama, in fact, my Hyaga clan has been unable to make ends meet for a long time. Then it was revealed that Konoha owed Hinata money. Hinata-lan had no choice. Senju Minion had already stepped forward to start a fight. Hinata was really short of money. As the clan leader, I can't be timid when asking for money, otherwise I will be criticized by my clan members. Then things got out of control. Senju and Hinata also spoke up. These small ninjas will no longer have any worries. As for Uchiha, Uchiha is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. How could an Uchiha speak? As a result, the originally solemn meeting room became noisy with everyone talking at once. They are all reporting how much money they want. The first meeting after taking office as the Hokage of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world started in this way. It's no different from a vegetable market, just open your mouth and you get money. Uchiha's face turned dark and he glanced at Senju Minion. There is no need to be afraid of Qian Xiaominian, as he has not done anything corrupt or illegal. It's fair and just to ask for money. What's wrong with that? I already called you Hokage-sama, so what's wrong with you paying me back? Senju Minion is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, as long as he doesn't do anything out of line, what can Uchiha do to him? My father is Hashirama Senju, and my second uncle is Tobirama Senju. In this Konoha village, he has a good family background. Uchiha Juyu sat there eager to try. Konoha still owed the family a sum of money, so it was time to tell them whether to pay or not. The clan leader is so careless all the time that he doesn't even bother to look at the account book. Maybe he has forgotten about it. Uchiha looked at Zyuyu who was trying to stand up and glared at him. I can't control others, so why can't I control you? Are you still worried that there is no money at home? If Konoha had money, the first thing it would do would be to pay off the family's debts. Uchiha would not be confused about this matter. After all, even though he is the Hokage, if he wants to freely control the village's wealth, he must first get past the old woman Uzumaki Mito. Even though she couldn't beat him, when the time came, she would hold up Hashirama's banner and the group of ninja village chiefs would directly advise him. As for the family's money, you can do whatever you want with it. Looked at the ninja clan leaders in front of him and decided. Still dragging it on. He said to everyone knows the financial situation of the village. It's not that we won't give you the money, but you have to wait for a while. Senju Minion just told Uchiha not to deny it, as he couldn't do such a thing as threatening a Mangekyo. Don't push Uchiha into a corner, or he'll kill all the members of the Senju clan. This can't be exchanged. Although Uchiha's emotions are quite stable now, who can guarantee that the mental state of a Mangekyo Uchiha is normal? Looked at the ninja clan leaders who understood him, and his back teeth were bitten off. The 4 billion yuan from the Hidden Cloud village had not even arrived yet, but it had already been overdrawn by these guys. These families plus the Uchiha have a deficit of more than 5 billion taels. Tobirama, you really left me a prosperous Konoha. At this time, the Sand Ninja had already withdrawn. Retreat from the battlefield. There is no other conspiracy reason, it's just that they have no money left. The Sand Village is all desert and the conditions are harsh. This can be seen from the fact that the village later relied on Fengying's gold mining to make money. Moreover, the daimyo of the Wind Country did not support it, which led to the Sand Village being the first to withdraw from the war. The Hidden Cloud Village has already made peace with Konoha, leaving only the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Iwagakure Village. Fortunately, there was no major war, but the troops on the border could not be withdrawn. This is another expense. It's all money. After discussing these key topics, such as village construction and border troops, the meeting ended. As soon as I went out, there was a little girl with golden hair, about 11 or 12 years old. She is very cute. As soon as she saw Uchiha, she immediately straightened her posture. With his arms raised 45 degrees, his little mouth uttered 2 words in a clear and loud voice, loyalty. Was very surprised, as this person looked a bit like an old acquaintance. Looks very familiar. Senju Minion, who had just come out, hurriedly stopped. Tsunade, Hokage, please forgive me for making fun of you. Tsunade has been a naughty girl since she was a child. Only then did Ya realize that it was Tsunade, no wonder. However, I didn't expect that this little thing is quite unique. Tsunade pouted. Dad, what are you doing? I'm saluting Hokage-sama. Tsunade said unhappily. She looked at Uchiha in front of her. This person who succeeded as the third Hokage after the death of his great-grandfather and second grandfather is from the Uchiha clan, which his second grandfather hated the most. She looked at the handsome Uchiha who had a smile on his face. So young. Looks very nice. Came over and patted her head. He said to Senju Minion, Tsunade, she's very cute, then left. Senju Minion looked at the head that touched and instantly felt dirty. Evil Uchiha. Tsunade, go back, wash your hair. Why, I don't want it. Damn daddy. Senju Minion was very depressed. Hadn't the Senju clan always been at odds with the Uchiha clan? How could Tsunade have a good impression of the person who stole her position as Hokage? Zuyu walked to the Hokage's office and looked at Uchiha who was hanging around there, seemingly in a daze. He waved his hand in front of Yes' eyes, and Yes said, stop shaking it. You don't think I'm in a daze, do you? Although Zuyu didn't say anything, his eyes were very clear. Isn't it? Skaka continued, Hokage-sama, you don't have to worry too much about the money. Oh? Looked at him. Deming still has 20 billion in funds. Yes' eyes lit up. Yes, with funds from a famous company, what is there to be afraid of? 20 billion. As the Hokage, it's reasonable for me to take 3 billion. It's only because of this money that I can do it, otherwise if Xianxiao Minion forces me again, just let Senju Tobirama be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and let Minion talk to his second uncle. Yes said, I will leave immediately. Uchiha Juyu was a little surprised. Hokage-sama, there's no need to be so anxious. Moreover, Uchiha had just come to power, and his control over the Umbu was not so accurate yet. In other words, his foundation was not yet solid. I will leave the mirror here. With him here, these guys can't make any trouble. Yes said very confidently. Zuyu thought so too, but he was still a little worried. After all, it always feels a little weird for the Hokage to be alone outside. How about you bring some people to protect your safety? Wanted to laugh. You forgot about Tobirama Senju. Zuyu suddenly realized what he was thinking about just now. With Lord Hokage's strength, it would be useless if he couldn't deal with someone he could not deal with, no matter how much he called. Yes said, just me. As long as I am within the borders of the Fire Nation, I don't believe anyone can kill me. In fact, there was another reason why wanted to come out this time, and that was to save an Uchiha senior. Last night, tinkered with Senju Tobirama's desk. This old guy is really not honest. He actually dared to embezzle 1 billion out of the 5 billion allocated at that time. I also discovered the sealed book. All I can say is that the rumor is true. When Hashirama saw that Tobirama had developed a new ninjutsu, he first asked if it was water jutsu. If not, he would directly put it in the Book of Seals. This is the reputation of Tobirama. Among them, Uchiha was most interested in the impure world reincarnation technique, but it is still in its infancy. Without Orochimaru and Kabuto, this impure world reincarnation is just a half-baked one. But fortunately, at this time, a system that had not bubbled up for a long time appeared. Ding. A mission-critical item has been detected and is now fully upgraded. Afterwards, a very mature impure world reincarnation technique appeared in Yes' mind. What remains is a series of research results. Will preserve them well, as they are all valuable experimental data. There is also an ancient book, which records that the Sarutobi clan and the Senju clan jointly sealed an Uchiha member. The writing is very crude. Only understood the general situation, and he didn't know why no one in the family went to save this member of the clan. Maybe the news was blocked. After all, this thing. Looked at the paper in his hand that was almost patented, and it must be quite old. I don't know if he is dead or not. But as the clan leader responsible for leading the Uchiha clan to glory, he still felt it necessary to find out. No member of the tribe can be abandoned. That's why Ye reached daimyo so quickly. The sealed place is within the borders of the fire country, so it's a good opportunity to stop by. Ye didn't explain to anyone else. The more he explained, the more trouble he would get into. He went into battle lightly equipped, and some people provoked him along the way, making him feel like a lamb to be slaughtered. At this time, Uchiha Ye regretted not wearing the Hokage's divine robe. That thing looked very cool when he wore it. At least in the land of fire, he would definitely be able to charge forward in one breath. Without these minions to steal the protagonist's role, there would be no point in doing such a brainless slap in the face. But after the succession ceremony in the morning, Mikoto helped herself to take it off. It's really troublesome to wear that thing again, and I'm embarrassed to trouble others. Thinking about this incident, Ye always felt that Mikoto was not in a good state recently. She always touches me when she takes off her clothes. If I didn't know that she was the granddaughter of Elder Shanshan, she wouldn't hurt me. Otherwise, it would have been extinguished in a rage. As he hurried along at night, he muttered to himself, I can't see through it. Mikoto always blushed and kept talking in a boring way. In other words, I have high emotional intelligence and I always answer her every question with warmth. Ye admires himself. What a good patriarch. My dear people, where are you? Ye thought, this is the place, why can't I find it for so long? The clan leader is here to see you, hurry up and say hello. There was no sound for a long time, and then Ye realized that he was sealed. Yes, I have to continue searching hard. This vine is unusual. Ye fired a water dragon bullet and the vines were destroyed instantly. A stone wall suddenly appeared in the night sight. There are densely packed sealing spells on it. Yes, evaluation, it's just like a ghost painting. In his previous life, when Ziya was in elementary school, he hated drawing. Every time the teacher asked him to take colored pencils and notebooks to draw, Ziya would deliberately not take them. The teacher would always ask, why did you forget again? Come and draw with your deskmate. Ye ran to his classmate, who was drawing, and he watched her draw. Later, I simply stopped bringing her along and just enjoyed watching her draw. Just like a painting. It's a pity that I came into this fucked up world right after entering college. It's disgusting that I was sent to the battlefield to kill people when I was only 6 years old. Later, I became numb from killing people, and there was nothing in this world that I particularly wanted to stay in. The reason he stepped forward to change the ending was simply because he didn't want the Uchiha clan to end up like that. After all, Zimo, Kinjian, Sang and even Zuyu are all very good people. Ye was filled with thoughts as he looked at this sealing technique that looked like a ghostly drawing. There was an inexplicable anger in his heart, and he slapped it directly with a burst of anger. In an instant, the stone wall collapsed, revealing the cave inside. Ye looked at all this in surprise. Was the seal broken? Yes, I can't solve the sealing technique myself, but I can solve the problem of the carrier. Under absolute strength, any sealing technique is useless. After all, sealing technique is also another use of chakra. Yes, that's what I thought. Ye is still very shameless about this kind of thing. It was very dark down there, but Ye was not afraid and went straight in. It is very narrow at first, but then it becomes passable. Gradually, everything became clear. Lying on the ground was a little girl. Ye was a little surprised. It's a girl? He is still so young, only 13 years old. How could this be sealed? The girl curled up there like a hedgehog, with tears in the corners of her eyes. As if it was still, Ye came here and looked at her for 2 seconds. The tears finally fell, and the girl shook her body and raised her head. This is amazing to see. Ye was stunned for a moment. This is a mixture. He looks so much like Suzuki, and his hairstyle is exactly the same as Madara's. Ye exclaimed, Mr. Madara, your transformation looks so good. Well, this is purely the abstract heart of the night at work. Has the seal been lifted? Was it this person in front of me who saved me? Forget it, let him go. The girl forgave him in her heart, and she really wanted to take revenge on this sick world. But he saved my life, and my mother said that I should be grateful to the savior. But the long pause made her not know how to speak, and she had not spoken a word before being sealed. Yes, I am just a tool. Nameless. There was a coldness on the girl's cold face as she swept through the night and walked to the other side. In the blink of an eye, I will be walking out. Ye was stunned. This guy is so rude. Even if you are a senior of the Uchiha clan, I am the clan leader now and you have to listen to me. Ye thought for a long time before uttering, hey, kid, I saved your life, and you won't even say a word? The girl was stunned. She had never seen such a brave person before. But it seems like that is the case, and I haven't thanked him yet. The girl thought for a long time, and Ye was about to knock on her brain, but the girl was very fast. He dodged and looked at Ye with a vigilant face. If the knight's strength hadn't been so weak, the girl would have fired a shot of Amaterasu to send him to heaven. Kid, is there something wrong with you? Ye looked at her in a daze and seriously suspected that she was mentally ill. The girl finally uttered, thank you. Then he looked at Ye again, also, don't touch me. Yeah, smiled. This personality is indeed very Uchiha. Yeah, asked like an adult, what's your name? Yeah, decided not to reveal his identity as the clan leader for the time being, otherwise how would he discuss seniority when the time came? The girl was stunned, she didn't know how to answer. Yeah, felt more and more that she was locked up stupidly. After a long while, I heard one sentence, no name. Don't you have a name? Yeah, asked. The girl didn't say anything else, her hair was blown by the breeze. Yeah, thought that he had indeed lost his memory and didn't even know his own name. But little do people know that nameless is a name, not the absence of a name. Yeah, looked at the cold and pitiful girl. As the clan leader, he had saved her. Just let her be responsible to the end. Yeah, did not mention his identity as the clan leader, as that would probably make the girl feel restrained. As for saying that he is from the Uchiha clan, yeah, didn't realize it at all. What a joke. The one who came to save her wasn't her clansman. Could it be someone else? Yeah, didn't know Uchiha Hikaru, as a responsible clan leader. Uchiha yeah looked at the girl and said, in that case, I will give you a name. The girl didn't answer. Is this guy so familiar? Yeah, thought the girl agreed, so he started thinking of a name for her. My name is Yeah. Yeah was a bad namer, and he thought of the ray of light he saw when he just came out of the cave. So I blurted out, how about you just call me Guang? It's just opposite to my night, I am the night and you are the light. Yeah, couldn't help but sigh at his own cleverness. It turned out to be right. The girl's emotions fluctuated instantly, and she could hear a breathing sound from her nose. The corners of my eyes are wet. Light? How did he know? Just by looking at Uchiha. Yeah, no, he couldn't possibly know. It has been a long time since anyone has called me by this name, and I feel like I am nameless. How about it? Doesn't it sound nice? Yeah looked at her and showed her a sunny smile. At that moment, this scene was imprinted in Uchiha Hikaru's heart. Guang sobbed and said, it sounds good. It sounds especially good. Of course it sounds nice. How could it not sound nice if it was given by my mother? Uchiha Naitai was very happy to see that Guang approved of the name. Looking at Uchiha Guang wiping his tears, yeah just felt it was very pleasing to the eye. He grabbed Guang's hand and said, let's go now that you've been here for so long, there's nothing left for you to stay for. Guang realized that his fair hand was held by Yeah, and his face turned red instantly. This guy is really rude. But she wasn't that resistant, and the ninja world didn't seem that bad. Night? Yeah, June, can you please stop holding my hand? Uchiha Hikaru blushed and spoke in a low voice. What did you say? At this time, Yeah was about to go up with Guang, and his hand was holding tighter. But you know what, this hand is so small and white. Guang repeated, I said, Lord Yeah, can you please not hold my hand? Uchiha Yeah only heard it clearly at this time, oh, excuse me. Only then did Jia realize that the most important thing when walking with a child is to hold her hand first and not let her run away. This was indeed what he had been taught since childhood. Guang lowered his head, it's okay. Yeah June. Very interesting kid. Come on, come with me. Yeah put his hand on Uchiha Hikaru's shoulder. Just thinking, if I hold his hand, does that mean I will go with him? No, I remembered what my mother said to me when I was a child, don't get in touch with boys, or bad things will happen. My mother spoke to me in a very serious tone at that time. Before he could react, Guang just felt that someone was holding him up. It's Yeah June. How could he do this? Yeah Kangguang didn't reply to him, so he thought that her strength had not recovered yet. He just picked her up like a princess and carried her upstairs. Quite light. Yeah put the little Uchiha Guang down. Guang's face was red, as if he had a fever. Yeah subconsciously touched Guang's head and asked, do you have a fever? Guang pushed Ye's hand away and said with a pout, Mr. Ye, you can't touch a girl like this. Ye laughed and said, hey, you are still a child. If I don't do this, you can't get up. Let's go. Ye waved towards Guang. Guang was stunned, are you going with him now? The light said tremblingly, can you wait for me for a while, I still have enemies. Uchiha Hikaru was a little scared as he was touched all over his body. You don't want to have a baby, do you? No, I also want to take revenge on the Uchiha clan. Even though he was able to break the seal, it was still a stretch for him to fight against the Uchiha clan. He is my savior, I can't let him fall into danger. I just need to face the Uchiha clan alone. Ye thought she was afraid of Senju and Sarutobi, so he took Uchiha Hikaru's hand and walked towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Guang, don't be afraid, they don't even dare to fart. I still feel that he doesn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. But forget it, I'm about to have a baby. It would be better to wait until the child is born before seeking revenge on the Uchiha clan. Guang said to Ye again, can you please stop holding my hand? Guang felt that she was already pregnant with a child, and if she was touched again, she would have to give birth to another child, and she would have no time to take revenge. Ye found the angry child very interesting and decided to tease her. Guang, are we friends? Uchiha Guang was a little scared when he saw Ye suddenly speak loudly. She didn't want to lose this relationship as no one cared about her for a long time. Of course. But just think about giving birth to you in the future, not now. Then as a friend, can I hold your hand? Guang hesitated for a moment, as a friend. Okay, if you think so, then. Guang acquiesced, but the heat in her ears showed her inner unrest. Guang, why is your face so red? No, you are seeing things. Still it's under a kid. The knight clasped his two hands together and swung up the slope. Let us row our oars and sail through the waves. Ya hummed a nursery rhyme. Guang didn't dare to sing at first, but was led by Ya step by step. The smile on her face grew larger and larger. It doesn't matter what, just give birth to a house full of them. Anyway, those Uchiha guys are probably all dead by now. Let's row the oars. Uchiha Hikaru's voice was soft and pleasant. Guang, why are you still holding hands now? When they arrived at the Fire Nation's capital, there were no refugees at all. If it weren't for what Uchiha saw and heard along the way, he would have really thought that the Fire Country had reached a well-off level. After all, there are no refugees here, and life is peaceful and prosperous. If the Fire Nation's capital and other territories were populated by humans, they would be almost reproductively isolated by now. But Uchiha can't take care of so many refugees now. His main job is to ask the daimyo for more money. Otherwise, Konoha village would not be able to hold on. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I am still a small shrimp now, how can I have such a broad mind? Along the way, because they brought Uchiha Hikaru, a guy who looked very deceptive, many people wanted to eat them alive. If he didn't have some fighting power, these refugees would have almost killed their hokage. When people are hungry, they really eat anything. The bark and guanyin soil are pretty good, but this thing is only edible at the beginning. It's not that I became picky and didn't want to eat it anymore, but I finished it all. After eating, I started looking for meat that I couldn't eat at all. Hey, this is ready-made. The Fire Nation lacks everything except people. There are more people than grass. Can't beat others, can't eat? It's always okay to have your own children, they're young and easy to target. But I can't bear it. It's okay, let's take turns, you eat mine and I eat yours. This will make you feel much better, and you can use more force with your teeth when biting. If you haven't eaten for a long time, it can be considered as exercise and can loosen up your teeth. You can't hear the child crying either, so you have the best of both worlds. But what if he is a spirited young man who is almost 20 years old? What if his parents can't handle him? That's easy, do it at night. Don't want to take the knife, feel bad? Talk to my belly. I've spoiled you. If you don't eat it, there are plenty of people who will. I thought it was lying on the ground and no one wanted it, but suddenly it appeared in my sight. How come it suddenly appeared in my mouth? It's not easy. We are all living our lives to the fullest. It would be fine if everyone was like this, but obviously there are differences between people. The capital of the Fire Nation is like a wall, separating joy and fear, separating weight loss and weakness, and cutting off the path to ascent. On this side of the wall, the vegetables have been poured out and the food doesn't taste good. On the other side of the wall, are your children still there? Inside, a fat pig was surrounded by 2 or 3 swans. Outside, the mother swam with her body in exchange for food. Thought that if the Fire Nation was like this, what would the Thunder Nation be like now? He also had to pay himself 3 billion taels of silver. AI's sword was almost smoking, but he still couldn't completely curb those unscrupulous businessmen. If the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had not defended AI would have been sent to the guillotine long ago. In the eyes of those unscrupulous businessmen, we have noble lords behind us, so what if you are the rakage? I'll cut off your money and offer a reward. As long as everyone unites, what can you do alone? If it were the daimyo of the Wind Country, he would have listened to the advice of the nobles and wise ministers and killed these arrogant and domineering ninjas. AI was helpless and could only make the people of the Thunder Kingdom suffer. Paying compensation to Konoha will not balance the price of food, and the expenses of ninjas cannot be reduced. AI is clear about his base. Without the support of these ninjas, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning might sell him out. In AI's opinion, the people can understand military and national affairs. Make the people suffer and be cursed? Why would there be a bad reputation? I have devoted all my energy and worked day and night for the Hidden Cloud Village and the Kingdom of Lightning. There can be no infamy. Held Uchiha Guang's hand. The girl became more and more open to him after getting to know him better. When I saw a stall, I wanted to reach out and take a look. So I glanced at the small candied ha's shop next to it. Looked at her short hair now, which was very clean. It's just that before it was a messy beauty, but now it is another kind of beauty. Why, you want to eat? Knight looked at her. Uchiha Guang opened his big, Kazilan eyes wide and looked at intently. I want to eat. Even after changing the name, she still felt that the title was too unfamiliar. Good. 2. Okay. The boss took out 2 skewers. Handed the candied ha's to Guang. When Guang took it, he accidentally poked Ye's finger and blushed subconsciously. But then she thought that they had been holding hands all the way, so this one time might not make any difference. But why am I still shy? Is there any difference between one child and many children? Just thinking about the countless children like her calling her mother, her face instantly turned red. Guang, what are you thinking about? It would be better if I could meet Ye earlier. Thinking of what happened before, Uchiha Guan was filled with anger that he believed that he would destroy this group of Uchiha sooner or later. Watching Ye eating the candied haws one bite at a time, Guan smiled. It's not too late. This period of time is so beautiful. Guan was almost wondering if he had been hit by the Tsukuyomi. She touched her closed eyes. No way. Tsukuyomi is right in front of my eyes, how could I be deceived by it? Guan has thought it through. When the time comes, it will be a bunch of children. Let them fight the Uchiha and avenge themselves. Hee, Guan started to giggle. When I think of my children, I can't control myself. Maybe it was because my mother was very good when I was young, and Guan also believed that she would be a good mother. But will I be able to give birth to a child? Looking at his flat belly, Guan began to question himself. This may seem like a lot, but it only takes a moment. As soon as Guan looked up, he saw Uchiha Ye's big head dangling on his candied haws. What about his? Uchiha Ye's stick was already lying on the ground. Uchiha Guan looked at Ye biting his mouth. That half piece. That's my bite. Ye clearly saw Uchiha Guan's expression change from a silly smile to surprise, and now to the shame and anger. Night, Guan said in an uneasy voice. Uchiha Ye felt guilty, and he subconsciously replied, here. Ye couldn't help but wonder why he said this subconsciously. Just hearing the word arrive makes me a little confused. The slightly angry expression had faded, but the atmosphere had already heated up. Guan still gritted his teeth but said with anger and shame in his voice, didn't you notice that the one was incomplete? Ye finally reacted, and it seemed to be true. He quickly said to Guan, I didn't mean it. Although Ye is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, this is indeed not fair. Even though she looks only 12 or 13 years old, she is still an old lady. I don't know if the age is considered when it is sealed. That shouldn't count. Ye took a quick look and saw that the body hadn't grown at all. Uchiha Hikaru nodded in satisfaction. Are you angry? Ye asked. Guan was not actually angry, he was just a little shy, because this was a kiss after all. The Hokage's authority will help him with the rest. The present Uchiha Ye and Guan were taken to the arranged place. I guess they thought Guan was the lover of Hokage-sama, so they arranged a room for her. But fortunately, the interior space is very large because it is a palace, tall and gorgeous. Ye couldn't help but sigh that these noble lords lived such a comfortable life. There are already guys like ninjas with special powers, but this bunch of parasites can still exist. This world is really a bit of a failure. Ye thought that this situation would have to change, but not now. The first thing is to change the ninja's mindset. That they all believe in the ninja tool theory and think that they are just tools of killing and are willing to be driven by these parasites. If I don't change their backward thinking, they won't follow me to do great things. Let them feel the sweetness first, then you won't be afraid that these guys won't follow you. The servant announced the time the banquet would begin and left. Ye Guan looked at her confused expression and realized that he had not told her about the current situation. So he said, light, now the ninja tribes have united into a country, which is different from the previous individual ninja tribes. Guan nodded, she didn't care about it. As long as she lives comfortably, that's enough. Ye brought Guan to a room and said, Guan, you will stay here tonight. Guan was stunned and hurriedly said to Ye, what about you? Are you going to abandon me? Her body stiffened and she felt a strong sense of crisis. Ye didn't understand, and quickly explained, no. Then he seemed to realize something, smiled teasingly and said, what's wrong? Are you afraid of sleeping alone? The tips of Guan's ears turned slightly red. No way. Then I'll sleep with you. Guan was very flustered and didn't dare to look at him. No, I'm just afraid that you will suddenly disappear in front of me, and I don't want to leave you. She suppressed her panic and dared not look at him. Okay, the light is so bright now, you don't need me to accompany you. Ye turned around and went to his place. Uchiha Guan looked up at the mirror in the distance. The person in the mirror had a flushed face and red ears. She buried her head in the quilt. Guan, what are you talking about? Guan just felt that her emotions seemed to have been affected by Uchiha Ye. She didn't know what it was, but she just thought it was pretty good. After a while, Ye pushed the door open and threw a gorgeous and beautiful dress at Uchiha Guan. Guan, give, new clothes. Guan took it and liked the beautiful clothes very much. Yeah, is it for me? Hikaru asked. What else? Guan looked at Uchiha Ye shyly, and Ye asked doubtfully, what's wrong, Guan? Why do you always blush? Do you want to see a doctor? No, yet I want to change my clothes. She became embarrassed. Oh, Ye finally reacted and hurried out. Are you ready? It's so slow, the knight complained. A figure pushed the door open and walked in, which made Ye's eyes light up. Hey, not bad. Let's go, let's eat. As soon as Ye came in, he saw the elderly daimyo drinking there. You are old, but you still eat and drink so much. Aren't you afraid of sudden death? Haven't you heard that the emperor is easily soluble in water? Daiming was already old, but when he saw Ye coming, he immediately stood up and walked towards Ye. He is still strong despite his age. The hokage is here. The Uchiha clan finally has a hokage. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. The daimyo was generous with his praise, so the knight certainly didn't get in the way, as the topic kept on going back and forth. After all, although Konoha village elected the hokage, they are still the king and his subjects, and they need the daimyo to give them a legitimate status. The daimyo wouldn't care who comes up, since they are all his thugs anyway. As long as they are not too strong, the daimyo would be willing to accept them if they are stronger. But Uchiha Guang on the side was stunned. What did she just hear? Uchiha? The first time I heard this name from someone else, if it were the newly emerged light, I'm afraid I would have thrown an Amaterasu at him a long time ago. But now she is much calmer than before. But I still felt very indignant. Is Ye from the Uchiha clan? No way, Guan doesn't believe it. Or maybe she just couldn't believe it. She lowered her head, feeling depressed. The banquet has begun. The delicious meals were served one after another, with a wide variety of dishes. The two of them prepared 100 dishes. It was said that there were originally 90 dishes, and they added 10 more dishes after the hokage came. Uchiha Ye couldn't help but indulge in a luxurious life. It was too cool. Daimyo is old and has a poor appetite. It would be good enough if I could taste every dish. After all, there were so many dishes to prevent anyone from poisoning the daimyo. What if all 50 dishes were poisoned? That's pure bullshit. If things can be done like this, there's no need to resort to poison. Uchiha Ye was really enjoying a feast, but he just looked at Guang beside him and didn't eat much. He directly picked up the chopsticks and put something on Guang's bowl. Guang, what are you standing there for? Guang let out an "oh." I didn't realize anything else at night and was ready to ask for money. The daimyo clapped their hands. One row the singer stepped forward and danced gracefully and charmingly. Then the music and the dancing. Watching at night, oh my god, if this was not an extraordinary world. Otherwise, looking at this fire kingdom at night, it would seem that the country is on the verge of destruction. It is this kind of deformed world that makes things so weird. The eyes have had their fill, now it's time to get paid. Ye blurted out the words that he had been thinking about for a long time. Daimyo, Konoha has suffered heavy losses in this war in order to protect the interests of the Land of Fire. The financial situation in the village is very tight right now. The daimyo had already guessed what he would say. Don't worry, Konoha's budget is 30 billion, not a cent less. Uchiha Ye rubbed his fingers together. Daimyo, this amount of money may not be enough. What? Lord Ye doesn't know what 30 billion means. The daimyo still felt that Uchiha Ye had no idea how much 30 billion was. Originally, I wanted to restore it to 20 billion? Where do you get so much money? Ye replied, based on Konoha's current situation, it will take at least 40 billion to recuperate. Daimyo's face was sour. Stop joking, Lord Ye. 30 billion is the maximum limit that the Fire Nation can give. Are you kidding? I've given you all the money, what should I spend? The Fire Nation is home to the most fertile land in the entire ninja world. All other countries are eyeing the Fire Nation covetously. In this war, in order to safeguard the interests of the Land of Fire, every Konoha ninja has fought bravely and sacrificed their lives without hesitation. Even the second Hokage was young and strong, and he died on the battlefield without hesitation in order to prevent the Land of Fire from being bullied by other countries. Yet couldn't help but twitch his lips. Tobirama, I'll let you have the honor. Every Konoha citizen regards the Fire Nation as extremely important. They died on the battlefield and were buried in their horsehide. But Konoha's finances are on the verge of collapse now, and we can't even afford their funeral expenses. Yet pretended to have tears. As the Hokage, I dare not go to their homes, dare not go to see their wives and children. I'm afraid they'll ask their dads, where are their husbands? Ye looked at Daimyo, but Daimyo seemed unmoved. A pure old fox. Damn, it's so dirty, isn't it touching? Ye felt that he had lost his basic compassion. Mencius said, people have 4 hearts. The heart of compassion, the heart of shame and disgust, the heart of courtesy and humility, and the heart of right and wrong. Without any one of them, one is not a human being. That's why Mencius said, man is born good. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Sunzi said that human nature is evil at birth. Mencius did think that people are good from the beginning and will change over time. If you are not good, Mencius will kick you out of the human race. And this daimyo obviously knew that the common people were having a hard time, and it was obvious that no one was deceiving him. He simply knew that as long as the ninjas were there, it would be useless for the civilians to rebel. Ye sighed, what an incredible worldview. Seeing that he couldn't play the card of being touched, Ye could only increase his intensity. Of course, he didn't think this path would work. Ye said, the ninjas are already very emotional, 40 billion will be needed to calm them down. Daimyo, a lot of money needs to be used to satisfy them, and a lot of money needs to be used for the daily construction of the village to guard against the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Rock Village. The daimyo said, 32 billion taels. Listen, at night, there is a play. In my previous life, I went to the vegetable market and was a person that even the stall owners didn't dare to look at. 38 billion, 33 billion, 36 billion, 33 billion. Ye looked at him and asked, why don't you get promoted? It's very simple, the daimyo doesn't want to pay anymore. Yeah, continued, 36 billion. The daimyo said nothing. Don't you give me face? Now the Kirigakure and Iwagakure are preparing to take a bite of the big piece of meat called the Fire Country. Although I am the hokage, if my subordinates really don't want to fight, I really can't control them. Yeah said helplessly. Daimyo's eyes widened. Are you threatening me? Yeah looked surprised. Daimyo, what are you talking about? Did I say anything? Did someone spread rumors to the daimyo? The daimyo actually suspected me. Who is daimyo? I am loyal to you. The daimyo looked unhappy. How could the Uchiha clan have such a person? The daimyo missed Hashirama Senju a little. Although he was extremely powerful, he was also reasonable. This Uchiha is usually a nice and dull person, and I thought he was easy to control. Why is it that when it comes to important things, he becomes like a different person? Who is trying to sow discord between the hokage and the daimyo? Uchiha only felt that he had put his whole body into it. He discovered early on that whenever he spoke in front of a large group of people, he would become more and more excited. I shouldn't do that. I'm not very good at drawing and I don't like it. How can there be such a talent? However, he was addicted to this state, which fascinated him. Yes, is it you? Yes, finger pointed at the dancer in the daimyo's arms. The dancer was already trembling with fear because of the quarrel between the two, and now she was even more frightened when being pointed at. Your Majesty, I didn't. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Daimyo was already a little annoyed, and hearing her crying made him even more annoyed. He waved his hand and asked everyone to go down. Yeah Jun, please stop talking nonsense. Yeah smiled. Oh, I don't. Has daimyo made up his mind? We Konoha ninjas still need to eat. Okay, 36 billion. That's right. That's the right name for Konoha. Daming, you are coaxing a child. Uchiha only then realized, damn, he had coaxed Guang too much. Talking to anyone now feels like talking to a child. Now that the money is in hand, there is no need to put pressure on daimyo. After all, I never like to put pressure on my teammates. You are truly the greatest daimyo the Fire Nation has ever known. There is no one before and there will be no one after. Didn't feel uncomfortable with the praise, because in his current impression the strongest in history were all rubbish, thanks to a certain strongest. But the daimyo was very surprised that he was indeed not an ordinary Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has always given others the impression of being arrogant and presumptuous. This hokage is really not generally. Anyway, I have given in now, so there is no need to ruin my relationship with the hokage. After all, he is the one in charge of the strongest military force in the Fire Nation. The daimyo has always been aware that the current system is strange. The hokage is in charge of the Fire Nation's strongest military force, but the purse strings are in the Fire Nation's hands. One is in charge of the troops, and the other is in charge of the operation of the country. Even so, successive daimyo have been promoting the ninja tool theory. Instill in these ninjas that they are just tools and just need to do their mission. This is how you maintain your position. So I won't go against them unless it's absolutely necessary. Normally, hokage just needs to get the money, but this Uchiha never mind, no matter how strong he is still just one person, as long as all the ninjas in Konoha still have to rely on their own money to live. The daimyo pulled Uchiha and acted very close to him. Just went along with him, and the two of them seemed like close friends regardless of age difference. Talk about ideals. The daimyo complained to him about his grievances, such as a group of refugees rebelling and an official cooking the books. The officials' families took advantage of the war to hide many civilians. All the value created by civilians was taken away by them. Just felt that this imperial court team was about to collapse, and these daimyo and officials were still fighting for money. No one cares about the lives of civilians. They seem to only care about the value they produce, not who they are as individuals. Daimyo complains to himself? Can't you just send it back yourself? Told him about the conspiracy of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo, which made the daimyo very angry. It is really despicable that this guy not only does not protect his teacher but also tamper with the teacher's last words. Thought in his heart, forgive me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It has now become politically correct to belittle you. Now that daimyo has nodded, the matter is finally settled. I'm afraid that you will also be on the list in the future history of Konoha. Continued to talk about how those ninjas were bullying people, and the daimyo instantly resonated with them. After a few exchanges, the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. At this time, just looked at the light beside him without saying a word, and refused to eat such a delicious meal. Is this unhappy? Didn't talk to her? What a child. Hurriedly said to daimyo, in that case, daimyo, I will go back to rest. It's been a long and tiring journey. The daimyo tried to persuade him to stay for a few seconds before he agreed. If the daimyo hadn't seen that Uchiha's attitude was quite firm, he might have refused and given in to him 3 times. After being out for a while, I was almost at the room, but there was no sign of anyone speaking. Said to Guang, what's wrong, Guang, are you angry? Sorry, I thought you would like food. Before Ye could finish, Guan looked directly at him. Yeah, you are from the Uchiha clan, right? Her voice was cold and urgent, as if eager to get a result. Ye was stunned for a moment. Huh, of course I'm from the Uchiha clan, I'm the clan leader. Uchiha. Ye was stunned. What was this? If I weren't the head of the Uchiha clan, why would I come to save you? Uchiha Guan hoped that she had guessed wrong, but Ye's answer still made her heart turn into despair. Is this how Uchiha is going to play tricks on me? They deceived me directly before, but now they gain my trust first, deceive me indirectly, and finally let themselves become their weapon? Nameless, right? Why did I believe it when he subconsciously mentioned the word light before? How is it possible that someone could guess one's own name directly? It's not such a coincidence. I still associate night with light. I am so stupid, really. I actually developed a good impression of him. Guan's eyes were empty and dull, as if his heart was broken. My whole body aches, every nerve is tense and clamoring. The ninja world is too evil. The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil clan. I've seen everything. Destroy them all. The sound of light was so soft that Ye could hardly hear it clearly. He moved closer, only to see the cute and adorable Uchiha Hikaru's expression turn cold. The originally dull eyes suddenly widened, and the pupils changed instantly at that moment. This is kaleidoscope. Night, hang on, kaleidoscope, what's going on? He really couldn't believe that Uchiha Hikaru, who was originally harmless and would blush when holding hands, was actually a mangekyo. Uchiha Hikaru has completely fallen into his own world of despair. In that hopeless world, there were only the orders of the evil Uchiha clan and the frightened shouts of the enemies. It's Wyoming, run. He used himself as a weapon, killing everyone numbly. The enemies shouting, the indifference of the tribesmen, and my own numbness. Until the night comes, but all this is fake. He is deceiving himself. Her right eye burst into flames. Amaterasu. At this moment the night is directly facing the light. Amaterasu is known as a flame that burns everything, and it will not disappear until its target is completely burned. Although everyone says it can't kill anyone, Amaterasu's black flames brought great danger directly to Ye's eyes. The speed is so fast. Uchiha Yes Bagwa Mangekyo was instantly activated, and the pupil technique of his left eye mirror reverse heavenly evolution detected that his eye was almost gone. The powerful danger makes it passively activated. Mirror reverse Tenenjutsu can rebound multiple ninjutsu and rearrange the attack direction and power. However, the more difficult and powerful the ninjutsu is to rebound, the greater the consumption of the caster's eye power will be. The originally unstoppable Amaterasu instantly burned Uchiha Hikaru's body, and the powerful black flames enveloped her. Blood flowed from her right eye and flowed down her face. Coupled with the black flames all around, an evil aura was overwhelming. Ye looked at Uchiha Hikaru, who was in pain, although he didn't realize what was happening. But there must be a misunderstanding. She seems to have some conflict with the Uchiha clan. As soon as I revealed my identity, I went straight towards him. Her first attack was a powerful one. How could this girl, who is usually very gentle, be so extreme in a fight? Ye still felt a little bit reluctant when he saw her in pain. Yao Xiang comes back to life. Ye used this left eye pupil technique to restore Uchiha Hikaru's state to the time before she attacked. This eye technique is based on the 8 trigrams and 6 Yao, and can trace back the state of oneself or a designated target to a certain moment in the past. Ye used it generously, for no other reason. Holy shit, with the eternal kaleidoscope and this extraordinary eye technique, do you know how cool it is? There are replies and rebounds. The enhanced attribute of the movement also makes his 5 elements ninjutsu work just like a full-scale one. The fireball is even more outrageous than other people's fire extinguishers. Uchiha Guan, who just realized that he was not in pain, looked at Ye. Was it him who saved me? No. Thinking of the deception she had suffered, the aura emanating from the Mangekyo Sharinan engulfed her consciousness. A Mangekyo Uchiha who had always been used as a weapon encountered the light and thought he was redeemed. It turned out to be a scam. The strong emotional impulse makes the kaleidoscope of light almost as intense as the eternal kaleidoscope. Tsukuyo mi. Yeah, Wunai really didn't use his brain at all. My Amaterasu has rebounded, so why should I be afraid of your Tsukuyo mi? Besides, my pupil power is so weak. Do you think you can pull me into the illusion? As expected, Uchiha Hikaru quickly fell into the environment woven by Tsukuyo mi. Yeah watched her sleeping peacefully, walked back and carried her back to her bed. A nice little girl, but actually quite crazy. They kept saying that the ninja world was too hopeless. And those few words, destruction. As soon as Ye heard these words, she knew that this must be a purebred Uchiha. This kaleidoscope must have been opened by himself, otherwise he wouldn't be so crazy. Just be normal. It was as if he would be embarrassed to admit that he was an Uchiha if he didn't take revenge on the world after opening his eyes. He covered Uchiha Guan with a blanket. Judging from the time, it's time for her to come out. Guan could clearly sense that everything in front of him was an illusion, just his own memories. But she didn't want to go out, as she couldn't beat the night. Rather than going out and being humiliated and deceived by him, it is better to stay like this. She experienced everything over and over again, things she had recalled countless times. At this moment her kaleidoscope awakened. This is the beginning of the nightmare. 8,000 spears? Through marking, he can control other people's minds and chakra regardless of distance. Make the tribe fear and covet. He took in his own people but deprived them of his own name. Make yourself nameless. Every time on the battlefield, she would be pushed onto the bloody battlefield and manipulated like a puppet. There is no war, but he is thrown into a cold and gloomy dungeon, waiting to be exploited in loneliness and darkness. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. Uchiha Guan curled up her body. The little girl longed for her parents' hug. She subconsciously hugged herself forward, it hurt so much. The only response she got was the cold wall. She began to try to use illusion to break the confinement, but only received more severe punishment. The desire to escape was gradually eroded, leaving only numbness and despair. It's so long. So lonely. Guan tried to commit suicide, but the strict supervision did not allow her to do so. Only beatings. Hit me, hit me, hit me to death. I want to see Mom and Dad. Uchiha Hikaru made a request, but no one responded to her. It will only make her suffer, not kill her. She is the family's weapon, and the weapon must be used. Until it is sealed, just thinking about it is a relief. This dirty world. In Guan's subconscious, have we come this far? Can't go on. She was afraid that after experiencing the sweetness that followed, she would not want to stay here any longer. Although it is lonely and desperate here, I have experienced this many times and the harm it has caused me is not too great. If you continue, you will only add more troubles to yourself. I really don't know how to face him. Uchiha Hikaru continued this cycle. I don't know how long I've been in this cycle. Uchiha Hikaru curled up in this dark dungeon, his clothes stained with dirt and blood. Her long hair was draped over her face, and her dull Sharingan revealed her despair and numbness. She felt a stinging sensation coming from her Sharingan, which was the backlash of excessive use of eye techniques. She clenched her teeth, trying not to make any sound, and beads of sweat dripped from her head. In a trance, Uchiha Guang saw that her parents had prepared the meal and said to her with a smile, "Guang, come, eat. Which boy will marry you in the future if you are so slow?" Guang's lips trembled and tears came out of his eyes. Mixed with sweat, it fell on her Mangekyo Sharingan. The already painful Sharingan became even more painful, and she couldn't open her eyes at all. But she still endured the severe pain and wanted to see her blurry parents. When she recovered, her clear eyes could no longer see any illusions. No matter how clearly the Sharingan could see, it could not see its deceased parents. She cried out, Why is my life like this?" Just then, a voice came from the dungeon. "Nameless, stop imagining that you are just a weapon of our Uchiha clan. Don't dream of having another life. Figure out your own position." Uchiha Hikaru clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. But nothing works. She couldn't do anything at all. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my clan's dungeon?" Guang faintly heard a sound. What followed was a series of screams. "Are you an Uchiha? Why betray the family?" Uchiha Yaishi fired a shuriken and killed him directly. "What a noise! I am the head of the Uchiha clan. I declare that you have betrayed the clan." In Yes' understanding, the people he recognized were the members of the Uchiha clan. Are these inhumane guys worthy of being Uchiha? Don't ask, this is the object of all Uchiha's loyalty, the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Hikaru's emotions started to change when she heard the familiar voice, and she raised her cloudy Sharingan with difficulty. "It's him. It's him. He entered Tsukuyomi and came to find me. How should I face him? He actually killed these Uchiha. Isn't he the leader of the Uchiha clan? I seem to have misunderstood something again." Uchiha Guan just felt that he had done something stupid before, and didn't want to see him anymore. It was raining heavily outside at this time. The sound of rain can be heard clearly in this dungeon. Uchiha Ye kicked open the iron door of the dungeon. The dungeon smelled of blood and moisture. He held up a burning torch, illuminating the little girl curled up in front of him. "Guan, how are you? Since you won't face me, I have no choice but to come in and find you. You don't mind?" Ye stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Guan. Just like before, Guan's originally pale face also became uneasy. The previous misunderstanding. She asked for no reason, "What are you doing here?" "Because I don't want you to be in the dark anymore, light. I want to take you to find the light." Ye Lu smiled and said to her, "What, are you still angry with me?" "That's right, it's my fault for having a preconceived idea. I don't know your past." Uchiha Guang hurriedly stopped him. "No, I don't blame you, Ye Jun." She buried her head and said, "It's all my fault for not understanding it clearly." She just felt that she was stupid for avoiding it. Let Ye Jun find himself in Tsukuyomi. Did Ye Jun really guess his name by coincidence? He wants to lead himself to find the light. Ye stretched out his hand. "What? You said you don't blame me, but but you won't even hold my hand. Are we still friends? Uchiha Guang shook his head like a rattle, indicating that he did not mean that. I can only put quotation marks, otherwise it will become Uchiha Guang too. Yeah, I was really a little surprised. We are really not friends anymore. Guang quickly shook his head again, but felt something was wrong. Doesn't this mean that they are no longer friends? I can't explain it clearly at all, and I don't know what to do. Her face was flushed and her long neck was white and rosy. She quickly handed over her hand, her heart pounding. Until Ye did not resist, a warm current entered Uchiha Guang's body. Her anxiety finally calmed down. I want to be friends with Ye. Yeah, can you please not blame me? Uchiha Hikaru wrapped his fingers around hers and said to Ye fearfully. Ye smiled and said to her, what's so strange about this? I can't wait to be happy. My cow Tentaru was released in no time. These fighters are all very strong. I will rely on you for protection from now on. Guang patted his undeveloped chest and said, don't worry, I will ensure Ye Jun's safety. Seeing the usually gentle Guang acting like a little adult, Ye laughed. Guang, I know everything about your past. Don't worry, I am indeed the head of the Uchiha clan, but I promise that the Uchiha clan under my command will never do such a thing. So please allow me to tell you what happened during the time you were sealed. Ye told the story of how the Senju, Sarutobi, and Uchiha put aside their grudges and worked together to build the ninja village. Ye looked at the obedient Uchiha Guang in front of him. Guang, I still prefer the way you opened Amaterasu directly before. One eye is bleeding, and it can be considered a limited edition skin. Uchiha Guang hurriedly covered himself with the quilt. Yeah, I already said I don't care about these things. For her, this was no different from social death, so she stopped there for the night. The next day, after getting the receipt, Ye followed Uchiha Hikaru back to Konoha village without stopping. After all, everyone is eager for this money to solve their urgent needs. Uchiha Ye brought Guang to meet Uchiha Zuyu. Uchiha Juyujen was about to sigh that the clan leader had finally returned, but he was about to say it. Why did he bring a girl with him when he came back? Hokage-sama, this. Uchiha Zuyu expressed his doubts. What's going on? You pick wildflowers instead of domestic ones, right? Uchiha Ye naturally did not understand Uchiha Zuiu's idea. This is the ancestor of the family. Uchiha Zuiu was confused. Who would understand this? The head of the family went out and brought back an ancestor, who was a 12-year-old child. Zuyu was afraid that Ye was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he found this excuse to frame himself. Ye quickly explained everything, of course only talking about the seal and not mentioning the Uchiha bullying of Guang. This is also Guang's opinion. Guang said, I don't want to create a gap with everyone. Ye could only say light is still too authoritative. Uchiha Zuiu finally accepted the fact and let the clan leader find whatever wild flowers he wanted. He is so powerful that I can't control him. Anyway, they are all Uchiha, and their bloodline will not be diluted. It's enough for them to be able to give birth to children. If it wasn't an Uchiha, he would force the clan leader to marry another Uchiha. Hey, the patriarch is back. I heard his voice before I saw him. Sure enough, it was Uchiha Setsuna, the Uchiha clan elder who was once the most angry with the second Hokage and now praises Tobirama every day. Ever since he was released from prison, he heard that Senju Tobirama had passed the throne to Uchiha, and his attitude towards Senju Tobirama changed instantly. He doesn't know whether it is true or not, but no matter what, let's make it clear first. It would be even more fun if it wasn't true. Okay, you, Senju Tobirama, have been smart all your life that you must guard against us Uchiha from entering the center of power. Now you, the old fox, have been defeated by us Uchiha. This only made Uchiha Setsuna more excited, and gave him the pleasure of defeating Senju Tobirama. Now, Shanshan is free of the anger he had before and feels relaxed and at ease all day long, enjoying the sun among the Uchiha clan. He was lying on a chair as a bunch of blind Uchiha kids surrounded him. Tell them the glorious history of Uchiha. Of course, Senju Tobirama was among them, but this was against his own family, so all the dirty words were used. The only time Tobirama was praised was when he was talking about his impending death, and that was just to highlight Uchiha's advancement. In today's world, it seems that children's education must be good. It's not that we should hate the Senju. Now that the Hokage advocates the Senju, the Uchiha family is one. I will not challenge the authority of Hokage. However, it is still possible to let every Uchiha member remember the evil of Senju Tobirama, and Setsuna decides to carry this out until his death. The only thing that worried him was that the clan leader didn't seem to be interested in Mikado. This is the only regret that Setsuna has. Therefore, he must always move towards Hokage-sama, and at least let Hokage-sama keep a child. Yeah, replied. Setsuna walked over and saw Uchiha Hikari beside Uchiha at a glance. Now Setsuna is very sensitive to the women around Lord Ye has a woman by his side. Setsuna has sharp eyes. He sifted through his mind. No, neither is correct. She is not a member of the Uchiha clan. She is a foreigner. No, this will dilute the glorious bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Setsuna is a man who only cares about fighting and killing, and has never been interested in memorizing or writing things. Whenever I do these things, I hold my head and say I have a headache. He has used this excuse to get rid of various tasks assigned to him by Uchiha Zuu. But because of his concern about Uchiha's marital status, he took a complete look at the appearance, personality, figure, etc. of every female member of the Uchiha clan. It is still firmly engraved in my mind. And all women. Does anyone know if Lord Ye likes women in their 30s or 40s? Setsuna doesn't want his negligence to cause the Hokage to not have any offspring. At least in the Warring States period, Setsuna had heard that the Uchiha clan had produced two Mangekyo masters. There was one who specifically liked married women in their 30s or 40s, and this caused him a lot of trouble. The other one is even more weird. He only likes old ladies in their 60s or 70s. It can only be said that the conditions for Uchiha to open the Mangekyo are too harsh. One must experience extreme despair, and the strong emotional stimulation will cause the eye nerves to change, thereby opening the Mangekyo. But there are strong emotional conflicts, which means that the person to be protected has also died. After opening the kaleidoscope and possessing strong combat power, it is reasonable for him to take revenge on the world. In this situation, any mentally ill person who appears is normal. It's common. The history of Uchiha is long enough, and naturally there are countless members of the Mangekyo clan among them. It is normal to have various types. But Elder Shana first ruled out the second possibility, that Ye could not possibly like the old lady. Because Uzumaki Mito can be said to have both of these conditions, she is both a wife and a widow. The yin dun made her look still charming, and her age made her look kind. It can be said that she is a perfect combination of these two conditions, but the Hokage obviously has no feelings for her. Uchiha Setsuna was once very distressed, because the Hokage seemed to be very friendly to everyone, and it seemed that everyone could feel his warmth. He doesn't have any special feelings for anyone, so how could he fall in love with someone else? He was so distressed that he even prepared to go to the Hyaga clan to look for him, risking his old reputation to see if he could help the Hokage find one in Hyaga. As someone who has been negotiating with the Hyaga clan for a long time, he naturally knows that these guys are spineless. That bullshit system of main family and branch family is simply bullshit. A main family with little strength can actually order the powerful branch family around. How can the strength of the family be guaranteed? Such a system produces people who are spineless and weak externally but tough internally. Setsuna believed that with the prestige of the Hokage and his own intimidation, wouldn't it be easy for him to take the daughter of the Hyaga clan? She looks pretty, but her figure. Can this give birth to a child? It looks shriveled, but it has a better temperament. He also has the same hair as Madara-sama. Setsuna did not have a good impression of this foreigner. He was thinking about how to say it so that Hokage wouldn't feel disgusted with him, but at the same time make Hokage give up on her and embrace the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Juyu looked at Uchiha Setsuna, having worked with him for so long. Zuyu knew what kind of person Shanshan was. He used to be unruly and even looked down on himself. Now she has restrained herself a lot and become a matchmaker. He immediately noticed Uchiha Setsuna's thoughts and hurriedly introduced Uchiha Hikaru. Don't create any misunderstanding. Zuyu pointed at Uchiha Hikaru and said, Elder Setsuna, this is the Uchiha clan member that the Hokage-sama is looking for outside. Oh? Shanshan thought, why haven't I heard of it? Setsuna asked, Chief, is this a member of the Uchiha clan? Zuyu sighed inwardly, he was still so reckless at this moment. In other words, the patriarch has a good temper. Ye nodded. Said, light. Uchiha Guan looked at Uchiha Ye blankly, yeah, what are you doing? Uchiha Setsuna just felt that it was not simple that he called the Hokage by his name, so the relationship was not simple. It's bad, the head of our family was attacked by a wild boar outside. Ye pointed to his eyes. Only then did Guang react and his eyes changed, first to 3 Megatama. Uchiha Setsuna on the side was stunned that he was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. That's fine. At least it proves that the patriarch still has desires. But the 3 Megatama that followed quickly disappeared and formed 3 arrow patterns. The pattern radiates outward from the pupil, interdependent and yet implying a mysterious connection. The arrows spun, deep and strange. What? Another kaleidoscope? Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Sugaku were both shocked. God truly bless the Uchiha clan. Lord Hokage just went out for a while and brought back a Mangekyo. Oh my god, isn't this kaleidoscope something that can only be seen once in a century? How come this is as cheap as cabbage? Uchiha Setsuna felt as if his spirit was sucked away by the kaleidoscope. His legs went limp and he lost his balance in an instant. Ouch. He fell straight down. Elder Setsuna. Uchiha Ziwiya quickly helped him up. Uchiha Setsuna's old face turned red with shame. He actually doubted whether she was Uchiha. This is a kaleidoscope. His blood is purer than mine. I'm old and I can't even open a kaleidoscope. How shameful. Uchiha Sugaku was not much better off. His lifelong wish was to open the Mangekyo, but he ended up opening them all. At that time, he clearly said that he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. All I can say is that there are gaps between geniuses. Fortunately, I am not so obsessed with power, otherwise I would have been dead by now. He now fully realized the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Now I really don't have the title of clan leader anymore, and I have to do all the clan leader's work myself. In fact, Zuyu once told Ye that this was inappropriate and that he could not interfere. But he was directly rebuked by Ye's words, if I say you can do it, you can do it. Yes, CAI is too lazy to care about such trivial matters that he just needs to check the results every day. Now Uchiha Setsuna has completely given up his idea. The idea just now was nonsense. This bloodline is so pure. Give birth to a baby quickly, I want to be this child's teacher. With 2 Mangekyo, Uchiha Setsuna couldn't even imagine how powerful this kid was. The Prince of Konoha. But the reason for this was that Uchiha Setsuna secretly glanced at the harmless Uchiha Hikaru. Just now he felt a force in the pupils confusing him, but Zuyu didn't react. He just fell down himself, so he didn't believe there was anything fishy going on. I guess this little girl did it. But Uchiha Setsuna didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was the one who was rude first. Besides, it's normal for Kaleidoscope to do this kind of thing. Having seen Lord Madara's style of doing things many times, Shanene felt that this was really child's play. If it were Lord Madara, he would have been beheaded long ago. Uchiha Setsuna subconsciously replaced Ye with Hashirama, and Uchiha Hikari with Uchiha Madara. Imagining this scene satisfied Setsuna's bad taste. In his time, many Uchiha actually felt that there was something wrong between Madara-sama and the first Hokage. Otherwise, why didn't Madara-sama marry a wife? At that time, Lord Madara was unwilling to come to Konoha, but many Uchiha people wanted to come here. Many people could see that Lord Ben wanted to come, but he was just considering their tribesmen. So everyone said that they wanted to come to Konoha, and as expected, Lord Madara declined at first and then went to talk to Hashirama Senju. According to Setsuna's understanding of Uchiha Madara, no one can help him do something he doesn't want to do. It was not until now that Shana realized, oh my god, this little girl is so similar to Lord Madara. Not only do their hairstyles look similar, but their smiles are also similar. The hole cannot be opened, and with this association it feels more and more like it. Is this Master Madara's gender change? No, even if Lord Madara were dressed as a woman, he couldn't be this good looking. But luckily it was Lord Madara. If it was Lord Madara, my head would probably have fallen off by now. Seeing the expression that seemed to show concern for whether he was injured or not, Shana felt that this woman was truly terrifying. He hurriedly saved his image. He is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. What Shanshan said was really a case of flattery that hit the horse's leg. Telling Guan that he is a member of the Uchiha clan is no different from insulting someone. Shana felt that the clan leader's wife seemed unwilling to pay attention to him, and he was too embarrassed to say anything more. Ye felt that the surroundings were a little awkward, but how did he feel that? Just don't say anything. In order to ease the atmosphere, Uchiha Ye stepped forward and said, Zuyu, please arrange a place for Guang to live. Zuyu was about to agree, but Guang interrupted and said, I don't want it, I don't want to live alone. Ye was in a dilemma. What should I do? The scorching sun shines on Guang's face, and the light and shadow in her hair make her look very beautiful. She said in a soft voice, I came here because of you, Uchiha, why are you leaving me now? Her ears turned red. You're the only one I know here, and I'm about to have a baby for you. But you left me. The two people on the side became excited. They got the meaning. Patriarch. So touched. For the prosperity of the Uchiha clan, you actually sold out your feelings. Uchiha Ye thought, that seems to be the case, she is unfamiliar with the place and even has a grudge against the Uchiha. In that case, let Mikato live with her? There should be communication between two people of the same age. Guan can also have friends to accompany him. This is a good method. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Ziwio on the side didn't dare to say a word. Until I heard Elder Setsuna, can you let Hikaru live with Mikato? Ye also said to Guang, Mikato is about the same age as you are now, let's make friends, okay, Guang? Only then did Uchiha Setsuna vaguely feel that something was wrong. It seems that the clan leader's wife hasn't taken office yet. He stomped his feet in anger, and the 4 arrows in his eye socket spun wildly, and the blood color became increasingly intense. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Only then did Guang realize that Uchiha Ye was so stupid. Why did he keep making excuses? Wouldn't it be irresponsible if I got pregnant? Uchiha Setsuna smelled something unusual. It seems that I have overestimated the clan leader. He is still the same taciturn person. This Uchiha Hikaru seems to be in unrequited love. Looking at the anxious Uchiha Hikaru, Uchiha Setsuna decided to step forward and say nothing else. This Mangekyo obviously came here for the clan leader, and we can't force him to be on the opposite side of the Uchiha. This would also do the lady a favor. Shan-Ane couldn't tell whether his sudden fall just now was caused by the lady. Setsuna didn't want to gain the hostility of a kaleidoscope. Besides, Uchiha Setsuna didn't even dare to imagine what kind of monster the two Mangekyos could produce. As a person who is dedicated to achieving the glory of Uchiha, Uchiha Setsuna will definitely not miss this precious opportunity. Setsuna coughed, and said to Uchiha, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Master, Mikato's place is not big enough. Then he said calmly, Chief, I remember yours is quite big. Why not let Miss Uchiha Hikaru live there first? Uchiha felt it was inappropriate as soon as he heard it. Although Guan was very cute, he was a single man, so this was not appropriate. But he didn't have time to say anything. Uchiha Guan pursed his lips and didn't give Uchiha any chance at all. He said quickly, okay, I'll just stay at Yes house. No, have you asked for my opinion? This is my home. I've known you here, yeah, she pouted. Sorry for the trouble, yeah. The gentle, little white flower's voice reached Uchiha's ears. That's fine. Anyway, the house is quite big. Uchiha Setsuna was overjoyed. It was indeed so. My guess turned out to be correct. This Uchiha Guan is indeed unrequited love. Clan leader, please forgive me. I really want the Uchiha clan to progress. Just sacrifice yourself for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Juyu standing by had already smelled something, but Elder Setsuna kept talking, and he really couldn't do anything like a pimp. That's why no sound was made. He sighed in his heart. Elder Setsuna has now completely fallen, and he will do anything for the next generation of the Uchiha clan. He even did all kinds of pimping things. He still missed the rebellious Uchiha Setsuna who looked down on everyone and who had opposed him, Ishine, and Senju Tobirama. Now he's like a different person. What a contrast. The Uchiha have changed so quickly since Ye became the clan leader. The Uchiha clan members who were previously cut from the same mold are now letting themselves go. There is Uchiha Asa, who works hard to learn the will of fire and aspires to become the fourth Hokage. There is Uchiha Akane, who is highly skilled in illusion, has a very abstract mind and is full of clever ideas. This guy just has a pair of Sharingan, otherwise he wouldn't want to admit that he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Even his own son had the same personality as himself, or even a little more extreme. Now I train every day, and the key is to always be with Uchiha Aoi. This is not to say that there is nothing wrong with it, but eating and sleeping together. Zuyu always felt that something was wrong, it must be an illusion. Brotherhood is very common in the Uchiha clan. I must have been making a fuss. Including the clan leader Uchiha, who usually seems to care about nothing and has a very slow brain. But when it comes to the Uchiha clan and political speeches, the appeal is doubled and it is also very flexible. In addition, Elder Shanshan, who was originally a rebellious person and only wanted to rebel, has now become a pimp and matchmaker. Zuyu was speechless. Originally, he was the most abnormal person in the Uchiha clan, and he knew that he had to maintain good relations with the top leaders so as not to let this bunch of crazy clan members bring the family to its doom. He doesn't fit in with this group of reckless Uchiha. But now looking at the Uchiha clan, which is now full of talents, Zuyu feels that he has fallen behind the times. The Uchiha clan has changed a lot, and its members have become more and more abstract. If the Uchiha in the past had one personality, now it is 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. But it doesn't matter, Zuyu is still very happy. At least the Uchiha clan is truly powerful. Such a diverse personality is also more suitable for helping the Hokage manage the village. As for why Lord Hokage doesn't manage the village? Oh, when he went to see the daimyo, he handled the affairs for him. Based on Zuyu's experience. This young Hokage is a perfect hands-off boss. Zuyu is too lazy to spray. Uchiha naturally would not refuse, and took Guang back to his home. Only Zuyu and Setsuna were left staring at each other. Zuyu, do you think this little girl can take down the clan leader? Zuyu touched his nose, thought for a moment and replied, I don't think it's possible. The clan leader doesn't seem to have the heart to indulge in romantic relationships right now. Uchiha Setsuna became anxious when he heard this. How can this be allowed? He is now determined to let Ye have a child. Zuyu hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, I don't think it's because the clan leader doesn't feel anything, but Shanshan was listening when it was suddenly interrupted, and he became anxious instantly. Say it now. Zuyu then replied, the clan leader's emotions must be underdeveloped. What? Setsuna was puzzled. Uchiha Juyu speculated rationally based on the facts. The clan leader lost both his parents when he was young, so he has no idea about what a partner is. Plus, his strength increased so quickly, perhaps at the expense of his emotions, and so that led to the current situation. Setsuna seemed to be thinking, so the clan leader has no idea at all now. Right. Uchiha Guan slowly entered Uchiha Ye's home. Is this Ye's home? Quite clean. Yeah, where are your parents? Uchiha Guan asked. She has to get along well with her mother-in-law. They died when I was very young. Ye replied calmly. Uchiha Guan was stunned for a moment, looking panicked, and he didn't know where to put his hands. I quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Uchiha Guan looked flustered and at a loss, which made Uchiha laugh. He waved his hand and replied, no need to do that, it's nothing. You didn't mean it. Uchiha actually didn't care that much. After all, he came here only after his original body's parents died. It was a bit boring to be alone since I was a child. In other words, my mental state is at the adult level, otherwise I would have gone crazy long ago. It is no wonder that those people in ancient times who lost both their parents when they were teenagers later achieved great success and had a promising future. Nonsense, I do everything by myself and I can only face difficulties by myself. By the time they reach their teens, those who have no talent will have honed it in advance. Those who did not survive will naturally not be counted, which can be considered as survivor bias. Children from poor families have to grow up early. Uchiha Guang also didn't expect that Ye had no parents. She comforted Uchiha Ye and said, "It's okay, yeah, there will be someone to accompany us after the baby is born." Guang decided to have many children so that he and Ye would not be lonely. It doesn't matter that both of their parents have passed away, Uchiha Hikaru believes that she must be a good mother. The knight must be too. Children will definitely grow up in love. Uchiha Guang looked at Uchiha Ye with a drawn look. And Ye's brain is now in a state of shutdown. The birth of the child? Whose child? His parents will let the child accompany us? 3 extreme questions were asked at night. Uchiha Guang said shyly, "Of course it's our child, yeah. How many children do you think we should have? Is it okay to have 8 children?" Seeing that Ye didn't look happy, Guang quickly corrected him. "At most 10. My mother said I shouldn't have too many children, so she only gave birth to me." Guang said this with a flushed face. Ye was dumbfounded. "We are going to have a baby, Guang?" Ye confessed that he had no idea yet, the light was too small. Guang became flustered. "You can't default on your debt. I'm pregnant." He won't really deny it. Ye was confused. What had he done? Ye thought about it carefully and realized that he was not unconscious. Impossible. "Guang, you must have misunderstood. How can we have a child?" Uchiha Hikaru's mental state became abnormal, and the blood-red light of the kaleidoscope illuminated the room. "Yeah, why is it so loud again? You forgot that you held her hand for such a long time." Ye finally understood. Did she think they could get married just by holding hands? Ye didn't dare to relax, and quickly raised his vigilance and opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, because she felt that Uchiha Hikaru's eye power had increased compared to last time, and was almost comparable to her own eternal Mangekyo when she had just awakened. The progress is too fast. How come the growth of pupil power is so exaggerated? He swore he was definitely not worried about the current strength of Amaterasu. "Guang, you won't get pregnant if you hold hands." Jin said hurriedly, "Damn it, is there really anyone who would believe such a weird statement?" Guang was stunned for a moment. "How could it be? That's what my mother said." "I'm so confused. Why would Guang's mother use such words when she is worried that her daughter might be kidnapped by Huanmao? Wouldn't this make it easier for someone to be kidnapped by a yellow-haired guy? As soon as the yellow-haired man took my daughter's hand, she started to imagine." Thinking about how much Uchiha Hikaru believed in himself, he instantly understood. "Damn it, I'm yellow-haired." He was wondering why Uchiha Hikaru followed him so happily. Even though she originally had a dark heart and was warmed by a little redemption, she should not ignore her hatred for the Uchiha clan. Now, everything makes sense. He became a yellow-haired man and stole the girl's heart. "I forgive because of love. But I want to cry but have no tears at night." "But dear, this is not love. How can you get pregnant?" Guang said angrily. Uchiha Ye felt that if he didn't answer now, Guang would cause a big disturbance in Konoha village tonight. "It reminded me of a book I have at home." He hurried back to his room and rummaged through the drawers to find his old things. Uchiha Ye slowly and timidly handed Uchiha Guang a book. As soon as Guang took it and looked at it, his face changed instantly. All the anger was gone and his face became redder and redder. But the movements of his hands did not stop. The pages of the book were turned one by one, and the strange light of Uchiha kaleidoscope faded little by little. She finished reading it but remained silent for a long time. Ye didn't say anything either. It was so awkward. It was originally a misunderstanding, and now that this book is taken out, it is even more embarrassing. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Uchiha Hikaru's heart was in turmoil. Is this how you can have a baby? Why do boys look different from me? So shameful, so shameful. Is it all wishful thinking? Uchiha Hikaru just felt like he was being carried up and couldn't get down. "What should I do, Mom? What should I say?" Thinking that there is such a book in Ye Jun's house, it means. Her face was blushing as she blurted out word by word, "Ye Jun, are you willing to?" "Willing." "Yeah, Guang, what happened?" Finally, Hikari said, "Can we dot this?" She pointed at Lu Baiwen in front of her. Ye felt like he was being pushed in the face. This little girl is so fierce. Ye swore that the book was not really a reward for himself, it was just left by his predecessor. "I just discovered it by chance one day. I took a look at it and threw it aside. The level of this painting is too low. It's clearer than what I imagined." Having been used to eating the bran of the previous life, these immature industries of Konoha village were not even in Ye's eyes. But observing Uchiha Guang's eyes, Ye knew that she must have misunderstood. "I'm really not that kind of person. Yeah, said to Guang earnestly. Guang, you have to know that this kind of. He was too embarrassed to say it out loud. This kind of thing can only be done with someone you like and are willing to date. Guang expressed his doubts, but I like the knight. Yes, face also turned red, he felt bad and was hit by a straight ball. Uchiha Hikaru continues his offensive, and the Mangekyo is about to defeat the eternal Mangekyo. Does Lord Ye hate me? Of course not. Ye is now in a passive position. Eternal Kaleidoscope is at a disadvantage. Offense and defense change. Did you fall in love with me that night? Guang continued to ask based on his instinct. This, Ye no longer knew how to answer. After thinking for a long time, I could only reply, yes, I like you, but not that kind of like. What a joke. We've never talked about that. Seeing that Uchiha Ye didn't say anything, Uchiha Guang immediately went, since you haven't dated before, how do you know this isn't love? Ye was about to answer when there was a knock on the door. Good, good, good. The savior has arrived. Uchiha Ye instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally someone came to save the hokage. No matter who comes, everyone will be rewarded. Ye said excitedly, come in. Then he saw Elder Shanshana sticking his head in and taking a look. Ye said, Elder Shanshan, don't be so timid. Come in quickly. What's the matter? Ye looked at him eagerly, hoping that he could lead him out of danger. Uchiha Setsuna looked at Uchiha Ye, clan leader, I am here because Mikato wants to talk to Miss Guang. Oh, Mikato, what could she say to Hikaru? Never mind, let's send her away quickly. Ye looked at Guang, Mikato is busy, why don't you go with him? Uchiha Guang was dissatisfied with his answer being evaded again and was about to refuse, but his subconscious felt that what happened next seemed to be in his favor. So he followed Setsuna out to look for Mikato, but Elder Setsuna stopped by the roadside, leaving Uchiha Hikaru puzzled. Guang would not be nice to other Uchiha, she just had a good impression of Uchiha Ye. As for the others, it's good enough that she didn't kill them. Uchiha Setsuna could naturally feel that Uchiha Hikaru was not in a very good mood, but at this time, Setsuna already regarded Guang as the incarnation of Madara, and was determined to help the old patriarch realize his wish. Looking at Ye's hairstyle, which was extremely similar to Madara's, and his indifferent look, he felt more and more that this was Madara. If you ask, do you want to dance? Uchiha Setsuna was about to kneel down to welcome the return of Lord Madara. Setsuna carefully considered his own way of speaking, Banda. No, Miss Guang. Do you want to be our clan leader's wife? Uchiha Setsuna decided to go straight to the point. After all, this guy didn't seem like the kind of person who would be timid. Guang's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, how did you know? I was speechless for a moment, and it was written all over my face. Guang held his head with his hands and looked at Setsuna, but he doesn't seem to accept me. It's so annoying. When Setsuna looked at the adorable Uchiha Hikaru, he felt a little touched by her cuteness, but more of a strong sense of guilt. As for why, now in his opinion, this face has been automatically replaced by Madara-sama. Such performance made me, who originally regarded Lord Madara as a god, actually feel a little excited. Shanda was a little surprised. Why did he feel so excited? If someone thought like this, Uchiha Setsuna would definitely strike back hard. How could he blaspheme Madara-sama? But as for myself, although I don't know why such thoughts come to my mind, I don't want to restrain myself. He comforted himself in his heart. This is all about knowing yourself and your enemy, so you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. If you don't first experience how others blaspheme Madara-sama, how can you realize that other people have such thoughts and behaviors? His theory instantly provided rationality for his own behavior. Uchiha Setsuna, the famous rebel leader of the Uchiha clan, who now considers himself Madara-sama's #1 fan and a master of emotions, began to analyze. Miss Guang, you don't know that the clan leader has always been slow to show emotions. Perhaps because he is too decisive in battle, he always avoids dealing with emotions. Uchiha Setsuna taught his knowledge in detail according to his own theories. Uchiha Hikaru opened his eyes wide and looked at Uchiha Setsuna intently. Setsuna felt so happy when he felt Madara-sama's gaze on him. His idol was watching his speech and listening to it so seriously, which made Uchiha Setsuna reach the peak of his life. But he felt a chill on his back for no apparent reason. Wrong. It must be an illusion. Lord Madara's body is already cold, so he shouldn't care about his mistake. Besides, I am fighting for the glory of the Uchiha clan. If Madara-sama knew that Uchiha had a hokage, he would probably even brag about himself in the underworld. This little thing shouldn't be taken seriously. Finally, after receiving countless admiring glances from Uchiha Hikaru, Uchiha Setsuna spoke out his own conclusion. Therefore, when dealing with people like the Night Clan leader, you must not be impatient, but boil the frog in warm water. As long as you live in his house, you will have plenty of time to interact with him. Over time, things will naturally become a done deal. Seeing Guang still puzzled, he took out the key magic weapon for his trip, a bottle of medicine. This is something I acquired in my early years. The medicinal effect is extremely powerful, the best I have ever seen in my life. Use it to take down the patriarch, it's a piece of cake. Uchiha Setsuna stroked his beard and made plans. Uchiha Hikaru held the bottle of medicine and wondered if it would have any effect on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Did Shanda feel that Lord Madara didn't trust him? How can this be allowed? If you don't believe me, Miss Guang, smell it. Uchiha Setsuna was very confident about the power of this potion. Uchiha Hikaru didn't believe it, so he opened the bottle cap and smelled it, and suddenly he felt dry all over. Hot. Setsuna was very anxious. No, how can you smell it like that? Follow the guy's instructions and wave your hands around to get a little bit of the scent into your nose. He was very panicked. Where was the patriarch? Call the clan leader quickly. It seems that the Uchiha clan's mission of reproduction will be completed ahead of schedule. It took Guang a while to calm down. I was very surprised. The drug is so effective? Uchiha Setsuna also felt relieved. As long as there was no attack, it was good. He just asked a few questions. I didn't drink it again. Of course, a clan leader with his strength would definitely have to drink it. I got this medicine from a man in strange clothes. It's extremely potent. If it's not an aphrodisiac, it's just poison. I have already used it on those two guys, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Can they still drive away Lord Madara? Guang doesn't care what Hashirama is, as long as he knows that the thing works. Then I'll go back and use it now. Guang prepared to go back happily. Uchiha Setsuna panicked when he heard her words. No. This item can only be used when emotions have reached a critical point, otherwise it will only backfire. I don't dare to use it at this moment. If I really use it now, you will be fine. I will be killed by the revenge of the clan leader. Afterwards, Uchiha Setsuna taught several useful methods, and Uchiha Hikaru felt that he benefited a lot. I went back happily. Uchiha Setsuna was already looking forward to the clan leader's performance and how Guang would be grateful to him. Of course he would not admit that there was even a hint of Madara-sama in it. Just as Uchiha Setsuna was daydreaming, Uchiha Akane and Uchiha Fugaku, who had been watching the battle for a long time, came closer. Of course, strictly speaking, it was not two people approaching each other, but Uchiha Aoi's personal action. Wherever Uchiha Akane went, Uchiha Fugaku followed. According to Uchiha Akane's point of view, this is the bond between the two of us. Uchiha Yui quickly approached Uchiha Setsuna and said, Elder Setsuna, is that girl the clan leader? Setsuna was surprised and asked, how did you know? The news has spread among the clan. The chief brought back a member of the Kaleidoscope tribe and hid him in his home. Uchiha Akane said happily. Now that the clan leader has this girl, doesn't that mean Mikato herself will have a chance? Then he looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Although this guy has been very friendly to him recently, the two of them have been practicing every day. But Uchiha Akane was also worried that this guy was fighting an undercover war against him. Don't let your guard down by then, because he might appear out of nowhere and take Mikato home with him. If that happened, Uchiha would have opened his Mangekyo on the spot. Uchiha Setsuna didn't expect that this news could spread. How far has it spread? Uchiha Akane thought for a moment. Perhaps. Even the Inyazuka clan's ninja dogs know about it. Uchiha Setsuna slapped his head. Doesn't everyone know this? When did the tribe members become so gossipy? But Uchiha Akane doesn't care about Guang and the clan leader. He only cares about his Misaki and being on guard against Fugaku. But Fugaku obviously only cared about his love. During this period of time together, Fugaku found that Akane was really worthy of being a friend. It's humorous and has a lot of clever ideas. These are things that he dare not do but extremely desires to do. As a result, Uchiha Fugaku has added several layers of filters to his view of Akari. In Fugaku's heart, only Akane is his good friend. Only I still think that Fugaku still has feelings for Mikato, so as to guard against him. But strictly speaking, there is no mistake in prevention. It's just that there's something wrong with the angle of defense. Uchiha Akane said to Setsuna, Elder Setsuna, what about Mikato? Uchiha Mo's true intentions are known to everyone. As the biggest matchmaker of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna naturally noticed it, but he was powerless to do anything. Mikato has been training like crazy lately, just to catch up with the clan leader. But the gap is too big. Shanta looked at Sue, and actually Sue had good strength and talent. But obviously this eccentric personality does not meet Mikato's standards for choosing a husband. He patted Uchiha Akane's shoulder and said, you have to talk to Mikato about this. I can't help you. After saying that, he left. Only Uchiha Akane was left with a helpless look in his eyes. No, you helped the patriarch like that. Why did it become like this when it came to me? Uchiha Fugaku said, Aoi, don't worry. As long as you train well with me and become stronger than Mikato, you will definitely have a chance. He smiled bitterly and said, it's the only way. Seeing how miserable Aoi was, Fugaku was also very sad. In fact, Fugaku has a secret that he has always kept in his heart. He has only one friend, but he has many friends. This troubled him a lot, and a thought always popped up in his mind, how nice it would be if I were the only friend. The thought once occurred only occasionally, but now it occurs more and more frequently. Mr. Singh, it would be nice if it was just me. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it, but quickly denied it. How could I do this? But Uchiha Akane on the side obviously couldn't see the torment Uchiha Fugaku was in. Fugaku said to Aoi, let's go train. He immediately agreed. He wanted to improve quickly. Mikato like strong men. Fugaku thought that as long as Akane trained with him, the two of them could stay together for a long time. He likes to stay with his friends. There is a phenomenon, as long as two people stay together for a long time, no matter how beautiful or ugly they are or what gender they are, they will eventually develop feelings for each other. This is because when you are alone with each other for a long time, many emotions will arise in your heart, but they are all about each other. Then you will gradually like others. So the statement that even if all the men in the world died, I would not marry him is most likely false. If there are only two of you in the world, there is a high probability that you will be able to achieve a happy ending. Uchiha Guang slowly returned to Uchiha Ye's house. Ye looked at Guang, hoping that Guang had forgotten about that incident. After such a long time, he still couldn't come up with a solution. Damn it, if I hadn't entered Tsukuyomi, I would have killed her long ago. But having experienced Tsukuyomi myself, I felt deeply moved by this girl's experience. But I also felt a little heartbroken, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Can you kill someone with your own hands who only has eyes for you? Anyway, Uchiha Ye can't do it. Uchiha Guang brushed his hair and said to Uchiha Ye, yeah, why are you so nervous? No. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly said, I think we have known each other for too short a time, so. She dodged her eyes and raised her mouth horn. It is so hard to say what Elder Setsuna taught me. So let's get to know each other for a while longer. Yeah, June. Uchiha Hikaru bravely extended his hand. Uchiha Ye didn't expect that the problem would be solved like this. He looked at the gentle and beautiful girl in front of him, shyly extending her hand towards him. For a moment, Uchiha Ye only felt his heart pounding. This weird feeling. It feels completely different from before. The last time my heart beat was when I killed someone for the first time on the battlefield. The impact that challenged my psychological limits had on my heart. But now, although my heart is beating, it is very gentle. So, is this love? Ye didn't know, but he held Guang's hand. Okay. Although he didn't know what Mikato and Elder Setsuna said to Hikari, this saved his life. Elder Setsuna, thank you. You are really my savior. Uchiha Ye's inner gratitude towards Elder Setsuna cannot be expressed in a few words. He wiped out the grudge that Elder Shana had previously had against him as a pimp. Guang, there's no one else here, just treat this place as your home, Knight said. Guang looked at the house, smiled and nodded. I originally regarded this place as my home, but I still need to work hard. I woke up at night and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Uchiha Guang's beautiful face. Oh my god. I was scared to death. Only then did Ye realize that there was a little girl in his family. Ye said to Uchiha Guang, Guang, why did you wake up so early? Guang said doubtfully, yeah, it's already 10 o'clock. Aren't you the hokage? I'm sorry, yeah, I've always been like this. All important meetings are scheduled in the afternoon. As for the hokage's official business, why does he need Uchiha to help you? He should be happy that he was given the power to handle affairs for free. It's enough for you to just know it. Of course, I can't let Guang know about this, so as not to ruin my image in her heart. Hey, I'm used to dealing with it in the afternoon. Uchiha Guang pulled Uchiha Ye to the table to eat. It's cold, wait for me, I'll heat it up for you, Guang said. Uchiha Ye quickly stopped her. No, Guang. Don't bother, I usually don't eat breakfast. Guang pouted and said, you can't skip breakfast, Ye Jun. Ye had no choice but to accept that there was a new person in the family, someone who cared about him. It does bring some excitement to the night life. In the afternoon, a meeting was held as scheduled. Uchiha Ye arrived just in time. As soon as he saw that everyone was there, he walked slowly and leisurely to his seat as hokage. What a joke. I am the hokage and I wonder who dares to say that I am missing a beat. Ye slowly began to speak, the funding from the daimyo has come down. Everyone was a little lazy at first and didn't listen to the lecture seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Uchiha Ye. The imperial court has issued relief grain that if you are not active now, you will have no place to complain when you don't get your share later. Everyone was present at this meeting. The meeting of Uzumaki Nito, Senjumanin, Hyagaran, and Inyazuka can be said to be a meeting of real power. Of course Ye would not reveal all the money, a total of 36 billion. The 6 billion yuan was earned by me at the cost of my life, so it's not too much to charge 6 billion yuan as a handling fee. Ye loudly announced the original allocation for this time was 20 billion, but due to my strong arguments, it increased to 30 billion. Hinata-lan exclaimed, the hokage is so powerful. Inyazuka was not to be outdone, thank you for your hard work, hokage. The night was a bit uncomfortable at the beginning. Without Simo, there was no atmosphere for me to talk. But now that Hinata-lan and Inyazuka have stood up, the speech has become interesting. Yeah, answered without hesitation, it's all for the various ninja clans and all the villagers of Konoha. It's not hard. This instinct really made Ye blurt out. As for why Ye emphasized the increase in funding, it was not for bragging, but to implicitly tell them that it didn't matter if the Uchiha clan got more, it was all due to his hard work. Hinata Lan and Inyazuka Yu naturally took advantage of the victory and expressed their attitude to Uchiha Ye. Our two families have supported you until now, so don't forget us when you share the benefits. When this number came out, it naturally caused a lot of chatter. But it's not too exaggerated. After all, apart from the nearly 10 billion owed to various ninja clans, there is also a lot of overhead. The civilians' money is used to pay for the ninjas' training this year, including ninja tools and treatment costs. Those are astronomical figures. There are also a lot of miscellaneous items left. The next step is to count the current gaps in the village. The statisticians in the rear calculated quickly and came up with 50 billion, but only 30 billion is still not enough. As for the 6 billion embezzled? What a joke, that's Ye's own. Hinata Lan said, what if the next war breaks out? No one answered, so there is no need to say anything. When the cannon fires, it brings in a ton of gold. By then it will be a waste of money, and this little money will be too little. Uchiha Ye didn't expect that he was still short of money. Damn it, he really had to take action against those stupid nobles who were just sitting there doing nothing. Of course, this is the amount of money that will allow Konoha to quickly recover and develop. Looking at everyone present, Uchiha Ye said, this is the financial situation. It's a bit tense, so we all need to tighten our belts for a while. Who will tighten their belts after these words are spoken? How can the common people afford such a huge sum of money? It can only be us. In fact, Uchiha Ye also thought so, that's what he had thought. How much money do those civilians have? The big money is in the hands of these ninjas. Don't look at how miserable they are now. But everyone knows that the losses are heavy, but not to the point of serious damage. The reason why everyone is crying so miserably is because if they don't cry a little, they won't get any money. Ye continued, Konoha is going through a hard time. This is something that must be overcome. This war resulted in countless casualties, and countless ninjas from Konoha fought bravely to achieve today's situation. Heroes' pensions cannot be ignored or embezzled, but we cannot let heroes bleed and shed tears. Everyone agreed. After all, this is what should be done. If the pensions for the fallen soldiers were embezzled, then Konoha would be on the verge of destruction. As for the other expenses of each ninja clan, I'll have to postpone them for now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone lost their composure instantly. No, why, you need money. Ye hurriedly said, it's not that I won't return it, but I have to wait for a while. The village will pay back 40% first, and the remaining 60% will be paid with interest according to the bank's loan rules. In the end, it will definitely be paid off. Yes, earnest words only eased everyone's expressions a little, but no one wanted to accept it. I finally got rich, but now this happens. I'm speechless. Uchiha Ye said righteously, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, I will be the first to agree to this measure. I firmly support it. No one wants to pay attention to Uchiha Ye, but you are the hokage, so you are right. Today's Uchiha Ye has just come to power, and his position is not very stable yet. Of course, you can't do whatever you want. Uchiha Ye looked at Hinata Lan, Hinata clan leader, what do you think? Hinata Lan didn't want to talk, but he was an ally, so he was in a dilemma. Uchiha Ye naturally knew the details of the Hokage clan, and each of them was good at changing with the situation. You can tell from the daily differences and daily feat that they are all weak bones. At this time, they don't dare to turn against us. Hinata Lan had no choice but to support him, and Inyazuka Yu naturally expressed his opinion clearly. The unbreakable alliance remained unbroken. These three have been confirmed, so who else is missing? It's not hard to guess. Senju Minion scolded Uchiha Ye, damn it, you put yourself in this situation. The most powerful thing about the Senju clan is the reputation and fame accumulated by 2 generations of Hokage. Now Uchiha Ye directly praised the Senju clan to the highest point in words, as if the Senju clan's disagreement would be a betrayal to the 2 Hokage and to the villagers of Konoha. Chien Xiaomanyan was very reluctant to agree to this because the scientific research of his father's cells would cost too much money. The little money in the family is just a drop in the bucket. But what the Senju clan cannot afford to lose most now is their reputation, which is the foundation of the Senju clan's foothold in Konoha. There is no need for wood release, but as long as he has the approval of every villager, Senju will be invincible. Compared to this, wood release. Well, wood release is indeed more important. But whether wood release can be researched is indeed a castle in the air and a piece of drifting wood in the water. It's simply an uncertain thing. Senju Minion was conflicted, but he thought about the Uchiha, Hokage, and Inyazuka who had all expressed their opinions. And now the Uchiha are 2 Mangekyo, and the Senju can only avoid the edge temporarily. Although Uchiha Ye had always spoken to them in a gentle and reasonable manner, Senju Minion knew that Uchiha Ye had the ability to overturn the table. Strength. Strength. Still strength. In the final analysis, it was because Senju Minion did not have wood release. Senju Minion had no choice but to accept this suggestion. What are you talking about, Hokage? As long as the village is doing well, what does it matter if the Senju clan suffers a little? The Senju have always been at the front, protecting the village. Rather than waiting for Uchiha to have both the face and the money, it would be better to earn the face now. Uchiha laughed out loud. He knew it would be like this. Moral blackmail is so useful. The Senju clan is still so majestic. Since Senju is willing to give face, Uchiha will naturally not be stingy. It's nothing but a few flattering words. How much is face worth? Suddenly, the wind direction changed instantly. Those who originally disagreed were still hoping that Senju might take up the banner and lead them to resist Uchiha. Who knows, they gave in. Well, that's it now. Let's all live a hard life. Uchiha knew that the situation had been decided, but he still asked, is there anyone who objects now? He decided to open up channels for communication, demonstrating that he never abused the power of Hokage and that all decisions were made jointly by everyone. Definitely not a dictator. If you really have any objections, feel free to speak out. A meeting is for everyone to participate and work together to achieve results. Some people who didn't want to agree didn't even dare to raise their heads. Just kidding. If anyone objects, please feel free to express your views. They are not stupid. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hokage have all expressed their opinions. What good are their opinions? If it were really said, the Hokage would verbally express good opinions, but would not adopt them. I'm afraid they have all been secretly put on a small list. There will be no way out from now on. Everyone is very clear about this point. Uchiha was also very happy. It seems that everyone is very supportive. Very good, then everyone has recognized us that we are all people who have made contributions to the village. Regardless, the decision has been made. Everyone saw the Hokage smile, so naturally they couldn't all have sad faces. Everyone should smile along with the Hokage. Even if you don't smile, you can't look sad. I didn't expect that everyone would understand my work so well, but I'm very happy. Uchiha's speaking personality was truly aroused and he couldn't stop. You are all people who fully understand the will of fire, and you are all the best clan leaders in Konoha. The heroes of Konoha, the future people of Konoha will remember everyone present here. A string of official words came out of Uchiha's mouth, and the people below were about to scold him to death. But on the surface I had to maintain an understanding expression. It's really disgusting. It's like being fed shit and having to hold my breath to trick my brain into telling the Hokage-sama that it smells really good. But Uchiha didn't know all this. He would probably be happier if he knew. After the meeting, Uchiha lay in the Hokage's office in a daze. Uchiha Zuyu came to Uchiha with a pile of documents, and just looked up. Wow, the desk is filled up with documents. Zuyu was holding a pile of things in his hands. Looked at Zuyu in confusion. What's wrong? There are so many documents given to me for approval. Zuyu looked at the Hokage, who was lazy and not doing anything, and suppressed the urge to beat him up. Here are today's documents, clan leader. Members of the Uchiha clan are still accustomed to calling clan leader Uchiha when no one is around, which seems cordial and comfortable. What's wrong with today? I just want the final approval. Uchiha Zuyu was speechless. This was the first time he had seen such a nonchalant guy. Clan leader, I was acting on your behalf because you went to negotiate with the daimyo. But now, Uchiha Zuyu didn't want to deal with the matter in such an unfair way, as it might cause him trouble. Only then did understand. Don't worry, I'm going to set up a team to assist the Hokage. You are the leader of this team. Uchiha Sukaku, I still have to work on my feelings. Patted his shoulder and said, assist you, you are 40 years old and in your prime. At this age, it's time to fight for the village. Uchiha Zuyu looked at the beardless Uchiha and said nothing. Also felt that this might help you to collapse. Don't worry, I plan to appoint Nara Lunan as another assistant to the Hokage. Go and inform them later. You two will go to work today. Remembered that the Nara clan was quite smart, and that could help you share some of the pressure. Zuyu then said, the Nara clan is also good. Comforted Zuyu and said, these are all symbols of the power of the Uchiha clan. Elder Zuyu, do your best. The glory of the Uchiha clan depends on your efforts. Talked back for a while, and used Pua to help you for a while. Clan leader, what about the Uchiha clan's affairs? Of course you still have to handle it. You can't always count on Elder Setsuna, right? Uchiha Zuyu thought Elder Setsuna is probably still bragging to the kids about this matter. Elder Shana is really unreliable. By the way, I remember that Uchiha Dan is quite good and worth training. Uchiha thought of Uchiha Dan, and Uchiha who usually held books about his opinions on the will of fire. Uchiha walked out of the Uchiha clan territory stealthily. With a Luoyang shovel in hand, I will play the role of an old Taoist priest tonight to capture the old zombie, Senju Tobirama. Digging graves is a technical job, especially since Tobirama Senju is the second Hokage. If anyone saw this, I would be completely ruined. Therefore, Uchiha specifically comes out at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Followed the route from last time and moved step by step to the vicinity of Senju Tobirama's tomb. As he walked, Uchiha began to recall the expression on Senju Tobirama's face after his resurrection. Today, I came here specifically for Tobirama Senju, so I asked Uchiha Hikaru to help me put on the complicated and difficult-to-wear hokage robe. Damn it Zuu, the divine robes of the previous ones were all cloaks, which they put on with just a cover. Only he himself wore a divine robe that was more complicated than the formal attire worn by daimyo when paying homage to their ancestors. The most important affairs of a state are sacrifices and war. That is, sacrifice and war. According to Uchiha Sukaku, Uchiha has already wronged himself to become the third-generation Hokage, so can't the divine robe be more formal? Considering that Uchiha Zuu has worked hard to handle things for me, I should forgive him. However, why did they wrong the Uchiha to be the third Hokage? Your son is really amazing, using a kaleidoscope as a soft bag. The way he educates his child is also a weird thing that he was sent to the battlefield at the age of 3, which resulted in a weird child who wiped out his entire clan. However, the more Uchiha looked at the Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, the less he looked like the one in his memory. Being around Uchiha Aoi every day, if she didn't know that he finally married Mikato and that there was no problem with his sexual orientation, Uchiha would really think that Fugaku was crazy. As soon as Senju Tobirama came out, he saw Uchiha, whom he trusted, wearing the clothes of the third Hokage. What will the expression look like? Why are you wearing Hiruzen's clothes? Look, you evil Uchiha brat, how dare you deceive me? Flying Thunder God / Thinking of this scene, Uchiha's evil taste was instantly satisfied. It's so fun, I have an eternal kaleidoscope. What can you do to me? If you push me to the limit, I will resurrect your elder brother to accompany you. Uchiha was walking here and daydreaming. A faint cry was heard. Damn it, why are there still people here to mourn for this evil old ghost with 1,000 hands at this time? Didn't expect that at this time, there would still be people coming to mourn. Ruined my plans. Uchiha checked and saw a little girl pounding on the tombstone of Senju Tobirama. She has golden hair tied into 2 playful ponytails, and her big brown eyes are bright and lively. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. It's Tsunade who is crying at Tobirama's grave. However, this is indeed something Tsunade can do. Originally was ready to cast an illusion, but now he doesn't have to do that. As for whether he will change his mind, why change it? Wouldn't it be better for Tsunade to see her grandfather earlier? But the most urgent task now is to get Tsunade away. Uchiha slowly walked towards Tsunade. Ahem. Night pretended to be pretentious. Tsunade noticed someone coming and quickly wiped away her tears. Who, Grandma, is that you? Tsunade thought that it must be her grandmother who noticed that she had come out. Walked in and said worriedly, Tsunade, why are you out alone so late? It's so unsafe. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it wasn't her grandmother. Seeing the Hokage, she relaxed a lot. She said to Yahweh, Hokage-sama, I couldn't sleep alone, I missed Grandpa and second Grandpa very much. So I came out to look for them. Grandpa is so biased that he just left me alone. She shed little tears, and finally couldn't hold back her emotions. In an instant the dam burst. Was panicked. Why were the little girls crying in front of him without saying a word? He hurriedly comforted her. Tsunade, don't be sad. Lord Tobirama sacrificed himself for the village. He has an extremely great heart. Tsunade could never have imagined that the Uchiha Hokage would look at her grandfather this way. Seeing that Uchiha had finally stopped crying, he quickly changed the subject. He said gently to Tsunade, Tsunade, you can wait until daytime to pay respects to Grandpa. It is not safe to go out alone. Understood, Hokage-sama. But I'm going to be the Hokage woman in the future. This is just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning at all, Tsunade said confidently, her hands on her hips. Uchiha smiled and said, okay, then you are also a candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage. The breeze blew away the divine robe of the third Hokage Uchiha and fell into the eyes of Tsunade Senju. She nodded, yes, then Hokage-sama, you must save a seat for me. Certainly, Tsunade suddenly asked, Hokage-sama, why are you here in the middle of the night? Tsunade was very confused because she missed her great-grandfather and second grandfather. It would be fine if surname was Senju, but he chose to have the surname Uchiha. Tsunade knew how tense the relationship between the Senju and the Uchiha was. Mr. You can't say that I'm here to dig up your second grandfather's grave. So he pretended to be sad and said, war just after it ended, the second Hokage died on the battlefield. He did not pass the position of Hokage to me because of the feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans. I certainly can't let him down. As he spoke, Uchiha looked towards the grave of Senju Tobirama. Well, it's quite full. I guess I'm not too late. The door is still there. In this way, Uchiha felt relieved and began to poo at Tsunade with full emotion. Tsunade saw Uchiha's longing eyes fall on her grandfather, and she agreed with his words even more. Grandpa was not wrong. Lord Hokage is indeed a person who possesses the will of fire and respects Grandpa very much. My father and grandmother were both wrong, but the situation in the ninja world is so unpredictable that I sometimes can't tell the difference. Plus, the lives of countless civilian ninjas in Konoha rest on my shoulders. Uchiha showed a tired expression. The civilians of Konoha need to eat, the ninjas need to train, spend, and fight. Konoha village needs to develop. Everything made me very tired, but it was because of this that I realized the ability of the second Hokage. Whenever I run out of energy, I come here. Let the second Hokage give me motivation and hope. Tsunade didn't expect that although the Hokage was an Uchiha, he actually respected his second grandfather so much in his heart. Her eyes were full of stars and she had already begun to admire Uchiha. She said to the Hokage-sama, "Hokage-sama, you have worked so hard. I believe that my grandfather's spirit in heaven would be very pleased to see you and that he did not choose the wrong person." Tsunade was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Uchiha took over the conversation. "I'm afraid your father is still insulting me in private." Tsunade's face flushed. "Hokage, please don't misunderstand that my father is just caring about it makes you confused." Tsunade herself didn't know what to say. At this moment, she was blaming her father in her heart for misunderstanding an Uchiha who was loyal to Konoha. She thought to herself, the Senju are still too prejudiced against the Uchiha. Uchiha turned his back to Tsunade, and the transparent moonlight shone on Uchiha's body. It presents a feeling of sadness and pity. I understand the conflict between the Senju and the Uchiha. A century of grudges cannot be settled overnight. He turned around, and Tsunade saw Uchiha's determined eyes. But since the second Hokage appointed me as the third Hokage before his death, no matter how difficult it is, I must turn this difficult situation around. Tsunade felt the loneliness of Uchiha who was walking alone. "Dad, Grandma, what are you doing? He is not an ordinary Uchiha. He is the one who inherited the will of his second grandfather." Deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound hoarse. The strange red color of the Sharingan did not give a feeling of terror at this moment, but instead combined with the moonlight it created a feeling of loneliness and coldness. "The Uchiha clan members don't quite understand me. Why don't they oppress the Senju clan? But how can I do that? We are all from the same Konoha village. We are all family, and fighting will only make the relationship worse. Brothers quarrel within the walls, but defend against external insults. I can only bear it alone, the lack of understanding from my tribe and the lack of trust from the thousand hands. I could still bear it at first, but later I would always feel uncomfortable. When I feel uncomfortable, I will come here to seek comfort from the spirit of the second Hokage in heaven." The more Tsunade listened, the more seriously she took it. She had never listened to anyone so seriously before. She has been completely infected by Uchiha. This man is so powerful, but he still maneuvers between the Senju and Uchiha for his second grandfather's dying wish. The Uchiha clan, his family did not understand him, and even the Senju clan, who was favored by him, thought he was hypocritical. He really couldn't please both sides, and Tsunade felt extremely distressed. This was the first time she felt that the Senju's prejudice against the Uchiha was unreasonable. Uchiha let out a long breath, as if all his depression had dissipated. "Tsunade, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. It's better to just say it out loud." After receiving Uchiha's thanks, Tsunade felt even more uncomfortable. Even though it was clearly the Senju clan's fault, the Hokage thanked me just because I listened to what he said. Lord Hokage is still too kind. At this moment, Tsunade thought she had seen the weakness of the Hokage. Although she was still a child, her protective heart instantly came up. If the adult Tsunade met Uchiha at this age, she would probably hold him in her arms like a son. But Tsunade is still too young at this age, otherwise she wouldn't have been fooled like this. "Don't you see how much the Uchiha clan supports Uchiha?" At this time, Tsunade, as a little cutie, said to poor Uchiha, "Hokage-sama, you are really great. I believe that the Senju and Uchiha will get along well in the future. If you don't mind, I can listen to you carefully in the future." Tsunade said sincerely. Was a little surprised, thinking that he seemed to have used too much force. Tsunade had been completely fooled by herself. But now that it's over, continued, "Okay, thank you Tsunade." After saying so much, Uchiha was done. If they didn't start digging, it would be dawn. "Tsunade, it's so late, go back quickly. When your grandma wakes up, it will be troublesome." Tsunade finally reacted and was about to leave. "By the way, Tsunade." Uchiha put on a shy expression. "Tsunade, don't tell anyone about what happened today, okay?" Tsunade patted her chest. "Don't worry, Hokage-sama, this is our secret." I turned around and left quickly. If I didn't leave, Grandma would really wake up. Uchiha was afraid that Tsunade would tell others and that old fox Uzumaki Mito would think too much. Tsunade thought that Lord was afraid that others would know his little secret. She would keep it a secret, of course. "This is a little secret between me and Hokage." Uchiha's expression returned to normal. "Tsunade is just a child, so easy to fool. No wonder the law to protect minors was introduced in later generations. With his mental development not fully developed, he would really follow you if he was fooled. Not to mention that everyone in this world is lacking in love. If you give them a little love, they would be eager to go with you. They have not received any systematic education and only kill people. Their ideological concepts need to be improved." Uchiha took out the Luoyang shovel and finally got to work on the real business he came here for. It should have been done long ago, but Tsunade had dragged herself here for so long. This was really unexpected that no one would have thought that the little girl would not sleep in the middle of the night and come to the grave. He said he was going to use a Luoyang shovel to dig the soil, but this Luoyang shovel is of no use no matter what, because adults, times have changed. I have the ability to escape underground, and to be honest, the tomb of Tobirama Senju is quite well made. Although it is not as extravagant as that of an emperor, it is still a big tomb. Uchiha quickly used Earth Escape to find Senju Tobirama's grave and opened the coffin. Damn, it smells so strong. Tobirama, you are so different from your brother. Your brother is still alive, but you smell like a sewer. Uchiha brought the body of Senju Tobirama to the Uchiha's secret room. That is where Izanaga's 2 forbidden techniques are stored. You can't keep this thing in your home, otherwise it'll be no different from a haunted house. I didn't consider the body of Hashirama Senju. Firstly, the body was already there and could be moved at any time. Second, Xianxiao Minion is currently conducting research, so let's take a look at his progress first. If I don't resurrect Tobirama Senju first, how would I get the brains to study Hashirama's cells? Besides, Uchiha's strength is almost invincible in the ninja world now. Uchiha Hikaru and Uchiha Kagami were standing next to him. Who would dare to look at him? Without Indra's rebirth, forget about the onion eyes. It's all Tsunade's fault for disrupting my plans yesterday. Doesn't she know that I can't stay up late? He looked up and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. He arrived at the Hokage's office. He lay there leisurely, dealing with the plan prepared by the Hokage's assistants. Actually, it's just a look and a signature. Still believed in Uchiha Zuyu's ability to handle affairs. Suddenly, he remembered something. He quickly called Zuyu over. The number of students admitted to Konoha's ninja village school will increase this year. Uchiha also suddenly thought of this matter. Because of the war, the number of admissions to ninja schools continued to decrease, and later there was a shortage of ninjas. Even the children went to the battlefield only 3 years after they entered the army. But now that we have the funding, it doesn't make sense that the number of people is still so small. In the future, the world will be ruled by civilian ninjas. Although civilian ninjas do not have bloodline limits, there will inevitably be quite a few geniuses among the huge base number. It is impossible for civilian ninjas to produce the same genius as Naruto, Sasuke, and Itsutsuki. But the film level is still okay. People like Minato, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are all like this. But Minato is truly a monster. His talent in time and space is so absurd that it is almost the same as cheating. Just like when learning mathematics, some people are puzzled by the geometric figures of space and cannot imagine it at all. For example, the various cross-sections of a regular polyhedron were something I just couldn't understand no matter how the teacher described it. It is indeed something that can only be understood but not expressed in words. But he is more talented in calculation, algebra, and other things. This thing is really abstract and innate. The ninja school has always been run by the Hokage, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the disciple of the emperor. But just like in the previous life, those who passed the imperial examinations were all disciples of the emperor, but they would only try to curry favor with him when disaster struck, and no one would be so shameless as to keep talking about it. You are a disciple of the emperor, am I not? Therefore, only the disciple accepted by the Hokage himself can use the title of Hokage in public. According to common sense, the apprentice accepted by the Hokage will most likely be the next or the next 2 generations of Hokage. Uchiha Zuyu thought for a moment and said, of course we have to increase it this year. Previously, there were 600 quotas, which were reduced to 300 during the war. According to our opinions, this time it can be increased to 1,300. Yeah, that's good. Uchiha agreed that you can be poor in anything but not in education. But Uchiha Zuyu paused. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me you're still playing this kind of trick here. Uchiha said, what else do you want to pretend? Zuyu had no choice but to say, but the ninja school may not have so many teachers. He probably felt that his statement was very obscure, so he continued, there are not many ninjas among the civilians now, but the ninja clan has to educate the people in the family. No one wants to teach in a ninja school. This is what Uchiha Zuyu is worried about. During this period, everything started to revive. The ninjas in the clan usually have to train themselves and can just take care of the younger generations in the family. So why would they join the ninja clan? Uchiha thought about it and there was really no solution. But this is a society based on strength. If you don't want to, then you don't want to? Then what do you need me, the Hokage, for? If the Hokage came to be the one to be bullied, I'm afraid no one would come. Uchiha is not someone who will be bullied. Each family must send some people to teach. You decide the number. The Uchiha clan, please come out first. The Senju, Hyuga, and Inyazuka, don't even think about escaping. After thinking about it, I think it's time to give them some benefits. After all, they are the people who support you, and you cannot keep exploiting them. Give a slap in the face and then give a sweet date. Konoha assistant, add the names of Senju Minion and Hinata-lan. As for the Inyazuka clan, their foundation was so poor that they had to compensate in other areas. Also, hasn't Elder Setsuna always been teaching the children in the family? Put him there too. Uchiha also did not forget Elder Setsuna, and none of the Uchiha could be lazy. Everyone must go to the village to help him shine. Nara Lunan, who was standing by, held the ancestral head of the Nara clan and said to Uchiha, "Thank you for the promotion, Hokage-sama. Inoshikajo is willing to go through fire and water for Hokage-sama." Nara Ronin took the opportunity to quickly thank the Hokage. After all, he was very surprised and shocked when he learned that he had become the Hokage's assistant. "I can actually be with Hyuga, the leader of the Senju clan. This is all the appreciation from Lord Hokage. Loyalty." Nara Rokunan said, "Hokage-sama, Inoshikajo is willing to let the family ninjas become teachers, and will also send the core young generation of the family to the ninja school to study and listen to the teachings of Hokage-sama." Nara Ronin hurriedly expressed his loyalty. This must not be forgotten. Uchiha smiled and said, "Okay, you can help Yufu to handle government affairs." Nara Kanon nodded. Although Uchiha felt very uncomfortable with the hair of their clan, it also felt a bit funny. But after all, it is someone else's family heritage. He couldn't interrupt. Then Uchiha said to Uchiha Jing said, "Jing, I will give you the most difficult task. I appoint you as the new Umbu chief. Jing can now summon Susanoo, and he is one of us. Knight is completely trustworthy. Bring the rising stars of the family into the Umbu, and disrupt and redistribute the original Umbu. Keep a close eye on those people from the Senju clan, but don't do anything dangerous. We are all from the same village after all." Uchiha took this matter very seriously, as it concerned the stability of Konoha. The Umbu had been in the hands of the Senju clan for 2 generations of Hokage. If he didn't find someone who was stronger than him, would not feel at ease. Jing nodded and turned around to deal with the matter. Uchiha was really not used to the fact that Mirror talked so little. But thinking about Uchiha Jing, who looked at him strangely before, still felt that this was still a good thing. People should be content. Uchiha continued to talk to Zyuyu. "For those talented civilians in the ninja school, you can observe them privately. It's a pity that Uchiha did not study medicine, otherwise the medical level in the ninja world might have developed rapidly." Yes, Uchiha suddenly thought of Tsunade. "Even if I have all the knowledge in my head, can I compare with Tsunade, who was born with buffs? Anyway, Uchiha has enough funds to let Tsunade implement it. After all, medical treatment can save most ninjas. Many ninjas were only slightly injured, but if the wounds were not treated and encountered something dirty, their condition would quickly worsen. After all, the ninja's fighting ability is strong, but in terms of defense, without using ninjutsu, their physical fitness is still very weak." Uchiha stretched. "For example, today's workload is far beyond my workload. As for whether or not to build a crystal ball to conduct daily inspections of Konoha village, Uchiha felt that he did not need it yet. He went to the prison and took out the body of a death row prisoner. This makes it easy to use and there is no psychological burden." Uchiha pointed at the people who were imprisoned. "These people are not ninjas, why are they still imprisoned here?" A member of the Uchiha clan said, "These are the people who usually disrespect the Uchiha clan and Hokage. They are no longer ordinary villagers. They are all unruly people." Uchiha Ko said angrily. Uchiha smiled at them and dared to take advantage of them. "Don't spoil them." At that time, Uchiha K was holding a baton and waving it fiercely. Every blow of the stick represents his loyalty to the patriarch. The smile on his face showed that he had no personal opinion towards the villagers and was just speaking out for justice. Every stick strike represents the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's martial arts. It can maximize the pain of the troublemakers without causing them serious injuries. At that time, we can also let these unruly people maximize the interests of the village. These are all the teachings of the patriarch. Every Uchiha now is studying Uchiha's words and deeds. Do things in line with him. Uchiha looked at Uchiha K's admiring eyes and felt secretly happy. But he didn't look surprised. These people shouldn't stay in prison, they're taking up Uchiha's land. "Who has a pen and paper?" Uchiha asked. The chief uses mine." All of the Uchiha clan members around gathered around at once, eager to provide paper and pen to the clan leader. Uchiha K handed over paper and pen at lightning speed, and looked at the remaining dejected Uchiha with a smug look. Uchiha wrote down the plans and instructed them to execute them this afternoon. Then he left. Uchiha K didn't even look at him, he turned around and ran away. There is no other reason. Just look at the Uchiha teammates chasing after him. "K, I'll give you whatever you want. I only want this piece of calligraphy. K, don't run." Uchiha K knew that these guys wanted to steal his treasure. "This is the reward from the clan leader for his loyalty. How can you guys measure it with money and favors? Get away from me." Uchiha K's legs ran faster. When everyone stopped chasing him, Uchiha K looked at the words written above and smiled brightly. "Patriarch, you are a great talent. Uchiha was excited when he thought about what would happen in the afternoon. The sun is at its strongest in the afternoon. In this part of the village where the sun shines brightly, normally no villagers would stay here, but now everyone is watching a good show. They saw police officers arresting the bullies and troublemakers who used to be lawless and bully ordinary people like them. These unruly people all had an expression of dissatisfaction on their faces. They had been beaten by the police department and were now released outside. They all thought that these Uchiha were going to let them out, so they were naturally very arrogant. "Let me go, a most ferocious man is showing his fangs and claws." Bang! Uchiha didn't tolerate him and hit him with his stick one after another. He was hit with 6 sticks in a row, leaving the unruly man unable to move, but there was no trace of blood. The unruly man was in pain all over, and only started screaming after he was beaten with 6 sticks. As for whether he is stupid, he started screaming after 6 blows. No, that's not the case. Because Uchiha hit 6 times with the stick in 1 second, this was all the instructions from the clan leader. At that moment, the sticks were swung into afterimages. Uchiha said to the group of unruly people, "Who else? Come out, don't be cowards." His ferocious look instantly frightened the group of people. The villagers nearby cheered immediately, and some lawless people mixed in the crowd were secretly frightened. "Hide your tracks and prepare to escape." Suddenly, one of them was caught by a police force member. He hadn't used his stick skills yet, and hadn't even spoken a word. Just by starting to smile, the guilty thief instantly became scared. He knelt on the ground, put his hands on his head, and said, "Sir, I will tell you the truth, please stop hitting me." The police officer was stunned for a moment. "I haven't done anything yet." What a spineless person. Before the team members could say anything, this guy said honestly, "I shouldn't have done that. I was so born." He stroked his face gently. "I was born." He was terrified when he noticed the Uchiha's eyes were fixed on him. He became ruthless and slapped himself hard in the face. Both faces turned red and swollen for a moment. The police officer was excited for a moment. This was a great achievement. "Don't compete with me, I'm going to make a great contribution." His eyes captured the team members beside him, and he wanted to enjoy the glory alone. "Speak, tell the truth." He held the baton and sternly warned the troublemaker. "It would be best if you were a spy, then you would have made a great contribution." The unruly man said pitifully, "I shouldn't have hooked up with the wife of Mr. Wang next door, but it's all my fault. It was that woman who seduced me. It's all her fault, sir. I was wrongly accused." He looked indignant, as if he had done nothing wrong. This police officer looked gloomy. What was going on? "What about your own great achievements?" "Ah." He refused to give up the last glimmer of hope. "Is that all?" The unruly man was stunned for a moment, then looked embarrassed. The police officers took a look and thought there might be some hope. "Do you want to test my stick skills to see if they are smooth?" The man had no choice but to be coy and confess everything. "Many women followed me, but they were the ones who came to me. I really feel wronged. For example, the widow Wang in the village. We just take what we need." "Wow, he's also a romantic." The team member realized at this moment that something was wrong, and he subconsciously looked down at the guy. "Everyone, run around the village. I want to see who dares to be lazy." Uchiha said loudly. Uchiha is preparing to learn the third young master's unique skills and run to strengthen his will. It is also the Shrek Ancestral Treasure Book. Finish the race within 2.5 hours. If you don't, expect more punishment. As soon as this voice came out, the faces of these unruly people instantly turned ugly. Uchiha looked at the man in the front. "Why are you showing me that? I know you. You were the one who didn't pay respect when Hokage-sama ascended the throne. This is a heinous crime. We must strike hard." Then comes a complete bone-setting meal. "Sir, stop fighting. I know I was wrong." The man ran away with his head in his hands. "You know you're wrong? Humph. I see you know you're going to get beaten." Uchiha looked at him and sneered. "If you don't get tempered, you won't realize your own problems." The team members behind followed suit, and a unilateral humanitarian transformation movement began. Only when these people could no longer speak did Uchiha order the education to stop. "Now is the time to exercise." At this time, a beautiful landscape rose in Konoha village. A group of thugs were running around Konoha in an orderly and powerful manner. No one dared to be lazy and everyone strived to be the first. Behind them were police officers, holding batons, and following leisurely. "Why don't you run away? Run!" The supervisor behind him saw that he was trying to slack off and hit him with his baton without mercy. Swish, 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 he hit it all in one breath. "Sir, stop fighting. I know I was wrong." Xiao Ming has lost his former naivete and now looks at this group of unruly people. He shouted sternly, "You bunch of insects, you really have the strength to shout. I think you still have the strength." He swung the stick in his hand with greater force, but due to his low strength, he could only swing it 3 times per second. Xiao Ming felt indignant about his loyalty. "Can't I do it? No, I must repay the Hokage's kindness." Thinking of the Hokage's kindness in his heart, his hands moved more vigorously. You're all shouting slogans at me, didn't you hear me? 1.121, 1.123, 4. A blow from the stick hit his leg directly, and he moved around holding his leg in pain. What's going on? Don't you understand what people are saying? Won't it fall according to the slogan? The smiling police officer naturally corrected his mistake seriously. To deal with these unruly people, only a solid blow with a stick can directly penetrate their souls. This is what Hokage taught them. Follow me and shout. 1.1.121, 1.2.3, 4. Then the weak voices of these guys were heard. 1.2.3, 4. Didn't you eat? Keep shouting. The unruly people then gathered their courage and shouted as loudly as they could. 1.2.3, 4. It is also a beautiful scenery in Konoha village. As expected, these guys didn't complete the task in the stipulated time at all. The iron-faced and impartial Uchiha looked at the unruly people who were exhausted and piled up like a puddle of mud, and said, "Everyone, get up. The mission is not completed that you all have to do 100 sets of frog jumps." Fujino said angrily, "You don't treat us as human beings. We don't have any strength left." Uchiha looked at him and laughed, "You are just a bunch of insects, not even human. Let me tell you, after passing this test, you are now a human being." A group of Uchiha taught him this principle, each with a stick. "Okay, because of Fujino's provocation, each of you will do 20 sets of frog jumps." Uchiha Ko said mercilessly. Why should we be punished if he resists?" Uchiha sneered, "Why?" He walked towards the person who said this and hit him with a stick. "Just because you are a collective, now you have to add 30 more frog jumps." Fujino clenched his hands and was about to resist, but when he saw his angry companions around him, he remained silent. "I no longer have any companions. These brainless guys only hate victims like me." Uchiha reminded quietly, "You two are living together today. You can blame these two guys if you want to. Because of their resistance, you now have to do 50 sets of frog jumps." The contradiction was resolved instantly. The frog jumps are not over yet, the obedience test has not yet been conducted. Turn right, to the left, squat down, turn around. The string of instructions made these people instantly confused. At first their faces changed a little, but later they gradually became numb. This obedience test was a success. Uchiha looked at the current state of these unruly people and praised the clan leader for his outstanding talents. "From now on, I will be in charge of your reform movement. Do you know?" "I know," these people shouted loudly. Uchiha looked at them with a smile. There was already some effect. A man in green clothes and tight bangs passed by and saw so many people gathered here, working out so obsessively. He became excited and shouted, "This is youth. Do 100 sets of pull ups today." The young man in green clothes ran with majestic steps, full of youthful vitality. Uchiha entered the dark secret room. "It's so dark." Uchiha lit the light. The appearance of the secret room unfolded before his eyes. This was the secret place of the Uchiha clan. It stores secrets and the magic of Izanagi and Izanami. No wonder this technique has not been passed down to other people. It's too buggy. If the Uchiha clan finds out, they might even attack their own people. By then, they will probably start killing each other, and the Uchiha clan will no longer exist. From this perspective, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan were still very wise. He knows his people too well. But Uchiha always felt that each of his Uchiha subordinates was very smart. There are all kinds of weird personalities. They didn't appear in the original novel. It really can make things happen. Uchiha prepared the corpse and the necessary things. The responsibility of resurrecting Tobirama fell on him. The prisoner was tied firmly to the ground, his body covered with spells. Uchiha made hand seals, kicked the prisoner beside him, and shouted, "Tobirama, Tobirama, soul return." Well, this is not a necessary procedure, it's just Uchiha's whim. How come such a big limited edition version of the Rabbit Year limited edition Senju Tobirama skin suddenly disappeared? Where did this thief come from? When the night was filled with indignation, a ding sound rang in my mind. The key target of the mission, Tobirama Senju, has appeared. The system is automatically upgraded. Uchiha immediately realized that this damn system was causing trouble again. That's okay. After all, it has become a blank system before. Let's see what magical pictures it can produce. After about 10 seconds, the system has been upgraded to an emotion perception system. Bound object, Tobirama Senju. As long as you get a strong emotional conflict from the subject, you can extract the necessary ingredients from the subject. Uchiha thought deeply in his heart, does this mean that I can have fun again? To be honest, Uchiha was originally planning to let Senju Tobirama go, but now, it's better not to be so tolerant, you evil old ghost with 1,000 hands. Uchiha's bottom line in this regard is still very loose and can be changed flexibly. Discovered that Senju Tobirama had appeared in his spiritual space, very similar to Uzumaki Naruto and the Nine Tails. It's nothing more than the nine-tailed fox being tied up by a big chain, with no freedom and no tailed beast powers. According to Tobirama, it seems that whatever Uchiha wants, he can do it now. A series of impulsive thoughts emerged in Uchiha's mind, but because Ye was never an extreme person and respected the second Hokage, Ye decided to restrain himself a little. Where am I? Senju Tobirama gradually regained consciousness. Wasn't I killed? Senju Tobirama only remembered that he would cover the rear and let the monkey go first. Unexpectedly, the strength of Jinjiao and Yinjiao was a little bit beyond the limit, and they were left there as well. Fortunately, Konoha's legacy has been passed on to the next generation, and Konoha is not over yet. Is this the place after death? Senju Tobirama asked. No, but he quickly realized it himself. He had clearly sensed a very strong smell of impure world reincarnation before, but it disappeared later. The second Hokage, who was very smart all his life, also found it difficult to grasp his current situation. He looked around. It was a very ordinary space, but there are some limitations. It's very much like. Senju Tobirama's expression turned ugly, like a place where the tailed beasts are imprisoned. Damn it! Tobirama had long heard from his sister-in-law about the environment in which the nine-tailed fox was imprisoned. There was clearly nothing here except chains. Even the dignified second Hokage couldn't help but feel ashamed at this moment. Does this mean that he considers himself a Jinchuriki? Is this impure world reincarnation or soul magic? Impure world reincarnation, but I am not bound. Soul magic, it seems so, but what was the taste I experienced before? Just as Senju Tobirama was hesitating, firm footsteps were heard from a distance. Senju Tobirama looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. He saw Uchiha Yami, a man he trusted very much and who, like Uchiha Kagami, was seen by him as a breakthrough point for the Uchiha clan. Why is Knight here? Is it to save yourself? Senju Tobirama is used to thinking about unreasonable things when he sees them, and his brain is like a machine running endlessly all day long. But he stopped thinking about it because he noticed Uchiha's clothes. Is this a divine robe? The third Hokage's divine robe. Could it be that? Uchiha lifted his clothes towards him and said to him with a smile, "Second generation Hokage, how are you? Long time no see, I missed you so much." Uchiha started to exchange pleasantries and began to send friendly signals to Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama didn't dare to believe it at first, but after seeing Uchiha's sarcastic smile, he understood everything in that instant. You inherently evil Uchiha brat. You actually used this evil sorcery of impure world reincarnation to disturb the souls of the dead underground. You are so cunning and insidious, you deserve to die. Senju Tobirama was indeed the most sinister second generation Hokage. He did not give Uchiha too much time to argue. He teleported over directly with a flying thunder god slash. Hokage-sama, please don't be so angry. Anger is harmful to your health. Uchiha easily stopped Senju Tobirama's body. Only his face can change. Ding, drastic change of mood. Reward Tobirama's water escape talent. Uchiha didn't expect that getting gold coins would be so easy. Tobirama-chan, too much emotional fluctuation is not good for your health. Senju Tobirama's face was full of disbelief. How could it be possible? He was in complete control of himself. Senju Tobirama only felt that he had completely lost control over his body, and his body was at the mercy of Uchiha. Then his face turned into humiliation, thinking that he had been a wise man all his life, but he never thought that he had made a mistake now. To have fallen into such a state. Uchiha was not angry. Now that their identities had been reversed, he had plenty of time to play with Senju Tobirama. Then he said slowly, "It is not advisable to see the whole picture through the tube, second Hokage. Your guess may be wrong." Explain slowly. Released the control over Senju Tobirama. Unexpectedly, just as he released his power, Tobirama rushed in front of him, wanting to repeat the same thing as before. That time, Uchiha sighed, "Why bother?" In an instant, Senju Tobirama fell straight down from the sky. "Master Tobirama, I have great goodwill towards you. You are making it very difficult for me to handle this." But Senju Tobirama obviously couldn't believe it and started cursing. "You bastard, I have been on guard against Uchiha all my life, but I never thought that I would be deceived by your birth. You are such a good pretender." Senju Tobirama was extremely angry. He had finally relaxed his attitude towards the Uchiha and valued both Uchiha. "Now I realize that I was too lenient towards the Uchiha, but I can't trust any of them." Uchiha smiled widely. "Lord Tobirama, please take back your words. We Uchiha have shed every drop of blood for the village. This will hurt the Uchiha clan members who have dedicated themselves to the village." Senju Tobirama, "I'll hurt your mother's head." The brighter Uchiha smiled, the more painful Senju Tobirama's heart felt. In the eyes of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha's big smile was a mockery and insult to himself. Tobirama has his own language system, and any expression of Uchiha will be automatically converted into another system in his place. As for how the transformation took place, only he himself knows. Uchiha said, "I don't know why Lord Tobirama has so much prejudice against me. I have always been the same person, and my personality has never changed. I go to bed at 10 p.m. and get up at 9 a.m. the next day. I live a very regular life and don't smoke or drink. Day after day, nothing changes. I practice diligently every day, help the elderly and children, and have a gentle personality. The villagers of Konoha have witnessed it all. Even after becoming Hokage, it's still the same. I don't understand why Lord Tobirama is always so prejudiced against the Uchiha. Uchiha yes words were touching, but Tobirama didn't want to listen at all, so he had to listen to the Uchiha's words in the opposite way. I have been deceived once. Is it possible for an Uchiha to have such a character? Senju Tobirama knew that he could do nothing about Uchiha who had deceived him for 18 years. This guy was really damn patient. The most urgent thing is to pretend to be submissive and wait for Uchiha to let down his guard so that he can attack in secret and deliver a fatal blow. This is how Tobirama Senju has always done things, including in combat. Tobirama, the situation is critical, it seems I have to come out. There is no way that Tobirama Senju would hand Konoha over to the hands of these crazy Uchiha guys. They will definitely lead Konoha into the abyss. No one understands Uchiha better than Tobirama Senju. A group full of love can possess great power because of love, but you can also destroy the whole world for love. Tobirama would not let them destroy Konoha village. This was the life's work of himself and his elder brother. No one can interfere. This is the bottom line of Hashirama and Tobirama. Tobirama said, "What did you do to the monkey?" Monkey was the Hokage he appointed himself. If Uchiha was the Hokage, Tobirama didn't want to hear that answer. Uchiha smiled, but did not hide it. He died, and died with Danzo. Senju Tobirama still heard this answer. In Tobirama's opinion, it was no big deal for these ruthless Uchiha guys to do these things in order to get to the top. But what Tobirama didn't expect was Danzo. Tobirama had long seen through Danzo. He had no courage to do great things and was always hesitant. This is also the reason why he did not pass the position of Hokage to Danzo. I didn't expect Danzo to be so decisive this time. Tobirama couldn't help but sigh that he was getting old and his vision had declined. Not only did he fail to see through this disguised Uchiha, he couldn't even see his own land clearly. He continued to ask, "What about my sister-in-law? What did you do to her?" What puzzled Tobirama was Mito. With Mito in charge, how could the Uchiha possibly turn the tables? Uchiha would of course answer. To him, Senju Tobirama was a turtle in a jar. There is no problem in satisfying him. Mr. Mito is of course safe and sound. Uchiha would naturally not be so cruel as to kill Uzumaki Mito, because if he did that, the Senju clan would turn against him. Konoha village will sooner or later be in civil war, and a ruined Konoha village is not what he wants. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. Is this how Tobirama-sama sees me? I support Mito-sama enough, so how could I hurt her? I will only strike hard at people like Sarutobi Hiruzen who forged the will of the Hokage and intended to usurp the throne. Uchiha said to Senju Tobirama. Don't you think so, Tobirama-sama? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha. What are you talking about? Senju Tobirama was ashamed of Uchiha's shamelessness and wanted to falsify history in front of him. What a hateful guy. Tobirama looked at Uchiha fiercely. How could he force himself to eat this pile of shit? Uchiha walked forward slowly, and the strange light of the eternal Mangekyo shocked Senju Tobirama. Oh, isn't it? How is that possible? Senju Tobirama's pupils widened and his eyeballs almost popped out. The Mangekyo Shari-nan, this power. In comparison, Izumi Naka is much stronger. I'm afraid he can already compete with Uchiha Madara. How could Uchiha be so powerful? How could he awaken the eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan when he has no relatives? 100 question marks arose in Senju Tobirama's heart. He just felt that he had gone down there once. Why did he feel out of touch with the times? Is the change so big? Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan looked at Senju Tobirama and smiled. Tobirama, I'm afraid you don't know what your disciples have done. Looked at Senju Tobirama's incredulous expression and felt secretly happy. Ding reward, 1000-handed incomplete immortal body, 1/10 good reward, but only 1/10, Tobirama you are such a loser. In that case, I'll tell you, said loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinira Danzo and his group of 5 people threatened Uchiha Kagami, and several people tampered with the Hokage's will. He changed the throne to Uchiha Yari and gave it to Sarutobi Hiruzen in an attempt to deceive Mito-sama. But with the help of Uchiha Kagami, Lord Mito came to his senses and united with the Uchiha, Hyuga and all the ninja clans of Konoha to destroy the Shadow Guard's attempt to usurp the throne. Passionate voice reached the ears of Senju Tobirama. Tobirama subconsciously wanted to refute. What kind of bullshit is this? It's okay that you, Uchiha, go and deceive others, but you also feel like you were showing off your skills in front of an expert. Did I say that? But then I thought about how I had resisted twice before, and it was completely useless. I have been completely controlled by Uchiha. Tobirama thought to himself, just be patient for a while. When the time comes, kill him while he's ill. Senju Tobirama was well aware of the shortcomings of these Uchiha people. Each one was more arrogant than the other. Senju Tobirama lowered his head and let you be proud for a while. Uchiha, yeah, this is the last time. His expression was distorted and he felt uncomfortable all over. Uchiha, yeah, was a little disappointed. He thought Senju Tobirama would fight him 1v1. However, looking at Senju Tobirama's coy expression, Uchiha, yes, sense of satisfaction was also come up. After all, what could be better than being coy and wanting to kill me in your heart but having to please me on the surface? It is precisely because Tobirama's personality is unable to do these things that when he makes such a gesture due to the situation, this unexpected thing makes people feel a different kind of satisfaction. Tobirama tried to keep his tone as calm as possible and asked, Mito will never follow you into this evil situation. Uchiha, yes, sneered, but this is the fact. She also has a son, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, she will not give up. Uchiha, yeah, looked at Senju Tobirama. To Tobirama, I have never understood why you passed the position of hokage to Senjumanin, but you had to pass it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? I have been saving your face and answering your questions. I think you shouldn't not answer this question. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha, yeah, my good intentions are beyond the understanding of a small person like you. Uchiha, yeah, laughed and said, have I been too kind to Lord Tobirama? Lord Tobirama, don't you know your current situation? In an instant, countless steel pipes pierced through Senju Tobirama's head. There are 2 steel pipes inserted in Senju Tobirama's head, which looks like a white little rabbit and also similar to a cockroach. Uchiha, yeah, looked at him like this and didn't say anything more. So Tobirama-sama, now you understand the Uchiha's sincerity, right? Stop showing off your status as the second Hokage. Do you see the clothes I'm wearing? Uchiha, yeah, turned around, and the breeze blew up the third Hokage's divine robe. Written on it were 4 large characters, third Hokage. The font is domineering and shocking. Senju Tobirama opened his eyes wide. Those are all Hiruzens, that damn Uchiha, yeah. You are already a relic of the old times, so stop trying to act so arrogantly here. Compared to what you did to the Uchiha, I have done my best now. Uchiha, yes, said with a cold face. Although he still needs Senju Tobirama, the one he needs is definitely not the current Senju Tobirama who is so arrogant and looks down on everyone. You can allow him to talk back a few times, and you can have a more harmonious relationship with him, but it is impossible to let him use cold violence and not do any work. My own definition of Senju Tobirama is a cow or horse that can provide emotional value. As for cattle and horses, you don't need them to have a good opinion of you, that you just need to ensure that they continue to create value for you. Senju Tobirama's head, nailed to the ground, slowly lowered and he closed his eyes. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If you have anything to ask, just say it. In fact, due to Senju Tobirama's arrogance, this little humiliation would not make him surrender at all. No torture was a problem for Tobirama Senju. No one could question his willpower. Even if Uchiha performed sterilization surgery on Senju Tobirama, I'm afraid Tobirama would only scold him and would never give in. Senju Tobirama still has this ambition. But now the future of Konoha is still bleak, and Senju Tobirama will not let Konoha be destroyed by the Uchiha clan. Tobirama Senju can say with certainty, no one in this world knows Uchiha better than himself, including Uchiha Madara. In Tobirama's eyes, as long as Uchiha becomes Hokage, Konoha will definitely fall into the abyss. Uchiha, who possesses the Mangekyo, is too emotional, and being a leader requires stability and overall coordination. A wrong decision would plunge the entire Konoha into the abyss. Uchiha, who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, will never stop his actions just because someone dissuades him, because the person who could have persuaded him had died the moment he awakened the kaleidoscope. By then, once the Uchiha, the Hokage, has made a decision, no one can undo it. Now in the eyes of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha is such an existence. It will even do crazier things. At this time, Tobirama Senju felt that the safety of Konoha village was entirely in his own hands. Uchiha has been pretending for so many years, and now that he is released, he will only go further and further away from the opposite of what he pretended before. He is too dangerous. I can't put Konoha in danger just for my own reputation and dignity. If that happens, not only will I not be able to forgive myself, but my brother will probably be disappointed in me in the underworld. When he thought of Hashirama, Tobirama decided to sacrifice himself and let Uchiha control him. Wait until he relaxes, then kill him with one blow. Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama, whose expression was much more relaxed than before, and said with a smile, Tobirama, that's right. Uchiha asked the question that he really wanted to know. I really want to know why you want to pass on the throne to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why not pass it on to Chien Shao Minion? Uchiha really wants to know the answer. This is simply an unsolved mystery. If I had not come to this world, it could be attributed to Kishimoto's problem, but this complete world should have some logical rationality. At the very least, there will be a way for Tobirama Senju to justify his behavior. It couldn't be that Senju Tobirama was controlled by a pair of invisible hands at that time. Uchiha wanted to see what the result would be. Will this result be achieved by lowering the IQ of Tobirama Senju, or will there really be the same plot as in those female-oriented novels about a cold and aloof master? Without saying anything else, Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama. I see that the charm is still there in the doorroom. Not bad looking. Senju Tobirama knew this was the question, and he answered with a cold face, this old man. He paused, noting that there was something wrong with the wording. He straightened himself up. Of course I am thinking about the future of Konoha. This is the decision that is most beneficial to Konoha. He didn't dare to keep the secret, and immediately said, since ancient times, there have been constant wars in the ninja world. In order to grab resources and survive, the various ninja clans often fight each other. The Senju and Uchiha are like this. Uchiha looked at him intently. Wanted to see what kind of fart this Tobirama could hold back. Later, a conflict broke out between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Uchiha Madara was defeated by my eldest brother and begged him not to kill him. That's how Konoha came into being. Senju Tobirama said this solemnly, as if this matter was true. Uchiha laughed. This guy was still here to slander Uchiha at this time. Uchiha said, but I heard that Lord Madara had the upper hand. He stabbed the first Hokage with a kunao, but because he couldn't bear it, he didn't kill him. Senju Tobirama's face was grim. He clenched his fists, his face turned from pale to blue. What nonsense. It was Uchiha Madara who was stepped on by the eldest brother. Tobirama insulted Uchiha Madara in his heart. How could you tamper with it like this, Uchiha Madara? I really underestimated you. You have such a dirty heart. What is that? Uchiha teased. It was obvious that Big Brother couldn't bear to kill that bastard Uchiha Madara. In the end, that guy even said that Big Brother had to commit suicide before he would join Konoha. What an evil Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama said angrily in his heart. Uchiha oh, why do I feel like I missed something? I remember that Master Madara mentioned 2 conditions, right? Senju Tobirama's face looked grim. How could he not know what the other condition was? Senju Tobirama was really panicked at that time, because he clearly felt that his elder brother's breath was changing and his mind was in a thinking state. Hashirama usually doesn't think much, and when he starts to think, it means he really encounters something difficult to decide. There is no doubt that Hashirama was definitely considering killing himself at that time. Fortunately, in the end, the eldest brother and Madara put on a show. When his eldest brother stabbed him with the kunao, Senju Tobirama was really panicked, but he wanted to see if it was really like this. After all, Big Brother has a strong body recovery ability. Can a kunao really do it? But in the end, Madara stopped him, and he finally gave in. While Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief, he was also thinking about what would happen if Madara didn't hold the kunao firmly and poked forward. What expression would he have when he was horrified to find that the kunao couldn't penetrate the penis at all? This ending is so beautiful that Tobirama doesn't dare to think about it. Tobirama cursed in his heart, damn Uchiha Madara, you old bastard, you tell everything to others, and what you say is processed, you are so shameless. Senju Tobirama subconsciously attributed the reason why Uchiha knew it to Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama regretted very much that he did not kill Uchiha Madara at that time. The eldest brother did not take any action at all, was indecisive, and even hoped that he could influence the evil Uchiha Madara with love. How is that possible? Persuasion will never work on this group of Uchiha. Are there any good results? All it did was cause him to bring the 9-tailed fox to wreak havoc on the village. If my elder brother hadn't stopped me at the beginning, I would have wiped out the entirety of the problem and killed Uchiha Madara with one shot. I had to stop myself, otherwise all these things would not have happened. Uchiha Madara, you are still tampering with the facts behind my back. Senju Tobirama's impression of Uchiha Madara became even lower. To put it simply, it would be from -99 points to -100 points. Tobirama looked at Uchiha who was smiling at the side, and tried desperately to restore his image. Nonsense, it's obvious that Uchiha Madara is prejudiced against me, so he proposed the second condition. He wants to challenge my image in Big Brother's eyes. Senju Tobirama would never admit that it was Aizuna's fault. It's clear that Uchiha Madara is narrow-minded. It was a one-on-one battle between him and Uchiha Aizuna. It's 1v1. He defeated a Mangekyo Uchiha in a fair fight. Uchiha Madara is narrow-minded. Uchiha said, Master Tobirama, don't play any tricks on me, I also know some truths. You can try, but I'm tired of seeing the bunny. If you want to see more animals in person, you can try it. Of course I wouldn't mind. Senju Tobirama was too lazy to pay attention to this guy and continued. After Konoha appeared, the ninja clan united and became more powerful than ever before. But gradually, as my eldest brother passed away, I began to feel something was wrong. Senju Tobirama frowned. Uchiha knew that what was coming next was the key point. The village was originally built by a large number of ninjas and civilians, but the civilians, due to their humble strength, actually don't get many benefits. And the improvement of ninjas' strength is subject to great restrictions, such as Uchiha said slowly. For example, they can't get good training techniques at all. Many big families keep ninjutsu very strictly, making it difficult to spread it out. Besides, it costs too much to train a ninja, and they don't have the financial resources to accomplish this. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha with surprise in his eyes. It's not because I think Uchiha is so amazing that he can say such words, but in his impression, the Uchiha are the ones who value family honor the most. They are all too arrogant and refuse to interact with the villagers. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could Uchiha have any insights into such issues? Did I really blame him wrongly? Tobirama looked at Uchiha. This guy is really intriguing. It's really hard to see through. But Tobirama likes to explore puzzles, and the more complicated they are, the more they arouse his interest. This evil Uchiha brat is a guy worth studying. Senju Tobirama became interested in Uchiha. He went on to say, the establishment of Konoha was originally intended to eliminate the barriers between the various ninja clans. That's why Big Brother was willing to treat Uchiha Madara in this way. Uchiha complained in his heart, I do not deny that Hashirama Senju had this idea, but this reason for treating Madara is definitely not the main reason. After all, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been friends since childhood, and they even competed to see who could pee farther. But no matter what Uchiha thought, Senju Tobirama was still stating his point of view. It is true that the barriers between everyone have been gradually eliminated, but due to the excessive strength of the ninja clan and a series of key resources such as ninjutsu, it is difficult for civilians to obtain them. Therefore, the conflict between the common people and the ninja clan is still very sharp. And because my elder brother and I have served as hokage for 2 consecutive terms, the prestige of the Senju clan is very high. Even many people in the Senju clan believe that the position of hokage can only be held by the Senju clan, if the third hokage is still held by Menyan. Senju Tobirama showed a worried look. I am afraid that the Senju clan will monopolize the position of hokage, and the common people will never have a chance to rise. If that happens, it will not be the purpose of building Konoha. The original intention. Moreover, if Senju inherits the hokage stably, Konoha will inevitably lose its ambition to make progress. The strength of each generation of hokage will become lower and lower. Not to mention the internal instability, there will also be external pressure. And if the hokage had been passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Senju wouldn't have been put at the center of public attention. The strength can also be preserved, and Konoha will become better. Senju Tobirama expressed his good intentions. At first glance, Uchiha thought that it made some sense. The future development direction of the ninja world is that civilian ninjas will gradually become the backbone. As the hokage of the Senju clan, Tobirama Senju has a very long-term vision. He does not base his vision on the interests of his own clan, but considers the development of the entire village. As the hokage, he deserves the title. Even for someone who loves to explain like Senju Tobirama, it is difficult for him to argue with words at this moment. But he was forced to do something, and Senju Tobirama was just about to answer. Compared to Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen is only slightly weaker. Wouldn't it be easier to let the Senju go by relying on the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans? Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami has the support of the Uchiha clan. In what way can he not be the third hokage of Konoha? Before Senju Tobirama could finish his words, he was scolded by Uchiha again. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami is more suitable in every aspect. But it's impossible. These Uchiha guys are all psychos. Konoha must not be handed over to these people. This is something Senju Tobirama could never allow. Senju Tobirama was about to speak in rebuttal. Uchiha didn't give him a chance and choked him directly. Are you trying to say that Uchiha is too evil and unworthy of being hokage? Senju Tobirama was speechless for a moment, but his lip movements clearly said, isn't it? It was also because Senju Tobirama's previous words were too absolute, making him look so glorious. He can be said to be the most powerful and glorious hokage in Konoha. The embodiment of light, Tobirama Senju. It was as if a BGM would sound when he appeared, the light of righteousness. He talked freely in the brilliant light, and perhaps an Uchiha with darkness around him would appear and be destroyed by him like a villain. Uchiha sneered, don't you think what you said is too funny? They keep talking about eliminating the barriers between the ninja clans and making everyone in Konoha one family. What did you do, Senju Tobirama? Senju Tobirama turned his head and crossed his hands in front of his chest, making it clear that he didn't want to listen. As a former hokage, is all you can do to avoid problems. Tobirama, it seems that I overestimated you. Uchiha conjured up a bowl of tea and drank it leisurely. The hokage only felt his anger being aroused in an instant. Why did this guy speak so harshly? Is he an Uchiha? Based on my unprecedented and advanced research on Uchiha, it is impossible for such a personality to appear. At that moment, Senju Tobirama even began to doubt Uchiha's Uchi ethnicity. He always manages to piss himself off, to the point where his energy-building abilities are destroyed. Seeing Senju Tobirama's angry look, Uchiha laughed and said, why, so angry? It seems I touched your sore spot. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Senju Tobirama tried his best to endure his anger. I will endure it. Wait until the future, Uchiha, yeah, I will make you pay. While Tobirama used fantasy to hide his anger, Uchiha did not relax his attacking posture at all. This is so cool, who knows this feeling? The second Hokage, who was once loved by everyone, can be treated however he wants in front of him. Let yourself be at your mercy. Especially the look of not daring to get angry and controlling one's temper is very charming. The charm of the pipa is half hidden, and beautiful things that are covered are the most tempting. Uchiha Yake enjoyed the most the pleasure of slowly opening it up and exploring it on his own. Senju Tobirama is like a treasure book that provides oneself with precious emotional value, and every page is a surprise. The further you read, the harder it becomes, but the sense of satisfaction you get after reading it is so great. Especially after reading to the end and seeing through everything, the book that was originally unwilling to open up to you suddenly becomes obedient and surrenders to you. He made up his mind to continue like this for a few days, not to rush Tobirama into scientific research, but to play around for a while. Uchiha said with an intriguing smile, it seems that I need to say it, okay, Tobirama. Then, 2 words were spoken in a rhythmic manner, master. These 2 words were obviously very common words that Senju Tobirama had heard before, but now they seemed very new to him, or even shameful. In this situation, Uchiha is in a strong position. Can such words be said by an evil brat of the Uchiha clan as good words? This bastard is still humiliating him. Looking at his evil smile, Senju Tobirama wanted to kill him directly with a flying thunder god slash. But there is no way. At this time, Senju Tobirama missed Izuna at that time. Uchiha's voice will not let go of Senju Tobirama. They keep saying that there should be no barriers between the various ninja clans, but they are most wary of the Uchiha clan. Second Hokage, is this what you mean by no barriers? Is this the original intention of you and the first Hokage to establish Konoha? Senju Tobirama was completely speechless. There was no way to explain it at all. Uchiha said, if you don't want to tell me, fine, I'll tell you. You are prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. On the surface, they say that Konoha is like a family, but you treat everyone equally. But they don't consider the Uchiha to be part of the village at all. On the surface, giving the job of the police department to the Uchiha seems to be a great favor to the Uchiha clan, but in fact, it is just the result of your calculations. Senju Tobirama was surprised to hear these words. This guy actually saw through it? Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama with a wise look. The police department is just a cover for the Uchiha. Rather than being a cover, to be more precise, it's a dog chain. You simply look down on the Uchiha, but the Uchiha clan's great strength is needed to protect the village. Give out such a dog chain to win the hearts of the tribesmen. Although this guy has great power, he is not suitable for Uchiha at all. It will only create a wider rift between the Uchiha and the villagers. Senju Tobirama never expected that there would be a member of the Uchiha clan who could see through this stuff. This was something he had not expected. When I gave this position to the Uchiha clan, many Senju clan members suspected that I had betrayed them. How superficial he is, actually doubting the great Senju Tobirama's enthusiasm for the Uchiha clan. But Senju Tobirama was even more certain at that time, since the Senju people couldn't see it, than those idiots from the Uchiha clan, whose minds were only filled with killing, certainly couldn't see it either. It's like Superman. It was this group of villagers who bullied Naruto at first and supported him later. According to Uchiha's opinion, a heavy blow is needed to deal with this group of villagers. Those who rely on their family power to bully civilians must be punished, but there are more who are just troublemakers. Simple punishment has no effect on them. Only physical and mental training can make them become new people. This is why Uchiha appointed Uchiha K. However, Uchiha K seemed to get more and more addicted to training. He insisted on staying there and refused to even change shifts. He looks like he is determined to devote his whole life to this career. He is now becoming more and more skilled and has become a veteran. A rule was also made that one had to shave his head again when leaving the house. It means starting over again, and it can also be regarded as a punishment. Because he had no hair after being out for a long time. As soon as others saw him, they knew that he was the one who was transformed by the Hokage. Naturally, there was an extra sense of contempt in my heart, which could be considered an early case. However, there are no Uchiha people who bully civilians. First, no one would cause trouble for Hokage-sama, because I'm afraid that Uchiha Sukaku would deal with him as soon as the incident occurred. Secondly, the Uchiha clan does have a bad temper. At most, they look down on the villagers, but they don't bully them. If other members of the tribe knew about this, they would also think that this was a despicable act. Bullying ordinary people is really a loss of face. What's your ability to bully ordinary people? It will only bring shame to the proud Uchiha. In comparison, they feel more proud when they defeat someone stronger. If he bullies civilians, every Uchiha will look down on him. And since Uchiha came to power, this situation has become even rarer. Every member of the Uchiha clan is doing their best to learn the will of fire from Hokage, and strive to produce another Hokage for the family. At first, they didn't trust the will of fire very much, but after consulting Uchiha Asa, they all suddenly understood. They all felt that the will of fire was a really good thing. Everyone holds a booklet on the will of fire in their hands, and this has become a trend in Konoha. And the will of fire taught by Uchiha Asa? Naturally, it is the part about Uchiha Yemokai. The current Uchiha has ideas and strength, and can be said to be the future of Konoha. Uchiha Ye must do a good job in his ideology, and he cannot allow another weasel like Uchiha Itachi to appear again. A person who is both virtuous and talented will become a sage, a person whose virtue is greater than his talent will become a gentleman, and a person whose talent is greater than his virtue will become a villain. Even if he has no talent or virtue, he is just a commoner and will not cause much damage. A villain whose talent is greater than his moral achievements, although he has outstanding talents, will only cause harm to others. It's like this with Uchiha Itachi. He went to the battlefield at the age of 3 and had psychological trauma. The third generation was deceived and directly believed that the will of fire against heaven was a universal value. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's unique emotional ability, his whole life was ruined. I feel like I'm the only one sober while the whole world is drunk, and I look down on other people's ideas. In the end, he actually killed all his own clansmen. Is this something a human can do? You have to know that Danzo was shocked at that time. Danzo thought to himself, my goodness, I just put all the family money into the root and I feel like I'm nothing. I originally wanted you to rebel, but you actually killed everyone in your family. I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't told me. The weasel is quite amazing, as he can make even our Lord Danzo feel ashamed of himself. At that time, Senju Tobirama knew deeply the character of the Uchiha clan, so he dared to give the position to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan members will definitely not tolerate these unruly people. Not only will their mood be disturbed, but they will also be prejudiced against those normal villagers. As time went by, its reputation among the villagers became worse and worse. The future of these children born to civilians will be the future of Konoha. After a few generations, Konoha will be completely stable. The Uchiha were providing less and less help, but they hated Konoha. Having become a threat to Konoha, Uchiha has offended all the high-level officials and villagers. Naturally, I can't survive. Come to think of it, it's those Uchiha elders who have problems with their brains. There are rebellions every day, but no decision can be made. The news spread everywhere. The most important thing about a rebellion is to keep the news confidential. If everyone knows about it, it wouldn't be considered a rebellion. You still hesitate and deserve to fail. Uchiha Ye looked at Senju Tobirama, who looked like he had eaten shit, and said with amusement, Tobirama, am I right? Senju Tobirama had to admit that what he said was right. This guy is like a worm in my stomach. He knows what I am thinking. Could it be that he really hadn't pretended before? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but have this fantasy. No, that's not right. Absolutely not. Senju Tobirama cut off his unrealistic imagination. Uchiha clan, absolutely impossible. This clever Uchiha will be even more ruthless when it comes to doing bad things and harming Konoha. Senju Tobirama remembered the puppy he raised when he was a child. It was very cute, but it smelled so good when it ate shit. It is impossible for the Uchiha clan to have such a pure and kind person. Fake. He will only lead Konoha into the abyss. But when you live under someone's roof, you still have to answer. Senju Tobirama could still figure out this kind of problem. He doesn't want to be a rabbit. Even though it doesn't hurt, it's humiliating. Yes, that's what I thought. Senju Tobirama admitted. Uchiha Ye said even the Uchiha clan is excluded. How reasonable is your plan? Senju Tobirama turned his head away, not wanting to pay any attention to Uchiha Ye. He finally understood that Uchiha Yui was the most powerful. It's not enough to just talk about yourself. Even your situation is bad and you don't even have the right to have an equal dialogue. But Uchiha Ye was not satisfied yet. I can only say that you were really stupid. In fact, if you come back by yourself, I will definitely not be able to become the Hokage. Ye still wanted to whip him. Tobirama, it's because of you that Uchiha became Hokage. You alone made Uchiha become Hokage, fulfilling the long-cherished wish of countless elders. Elder Shana has a smiling face all day long now. Uchiha Ye looked at him with a smile. Senju Tobirama's face flushed red. He felt that he had done nothing wrong. My original intention was good, the only variable was Uchiha Ye, a pretender. But Uchiha became Hokage. What should Konoha do? The more I thought about Senju Tobirama, the more upset I felt. Impossible. I did nothing wrong. It's all because of you, you bastard, who dared to deceive me. Please bear with you. Uchiha Ye looked at Senju Tobirama lying motionless on the ground and felt a little scared. Damn it, did I use too much force? I hope this second generation won't be ruined. But he didn't let it go. What? Am I not telling the truth? Senju Tobirama didn't say anything. Uchiha Ye continued. Tobirama, don't be so depressed. I am much better at being a Hokage than you and the first Hokage. After hearing what Uchiha Ye said, Senju Tobirama finally reacted. He sneered. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan was fine with fighting, but as for managing the village? Oh, Even if Senju Tobirama changed his surname to Uchiha and called himself Uchiha Tobirama, this thing would not have happened. Uchiha managing the village, Sao climbing a tree is more likely to happen than this. Senju Tobirama's originally lively expression finally appeared, no longer the original stagnant expression. Uchiha Yaya became excited. The energetic Tobirama-chan was still interesting. I haven't had enough fun yet, Tobirama can't be knocked down. The most interesting character is Tobirama Senju, who is full of anger but helpless. Uchiha Yaya looked at him, from the beginning to the end, you have always been prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. The sincerity shown by the Uchiha clan is enough, whether it was when they persuaded Madara-sama to come to Konoha or when they did not follow Madara-sama to leave. Without exception, the Uchiha clan all chose the village. Senju Tobirama naturally knew this as well. Tobirama was well aware of Uchiha Madara's hatred for him, but he didn't understand. 1v1, he won. What's your name, Uchiha Madara? Aside from his eldest brother, a big reason why Banken came to Konoha was that many members of the Uchiha clan at that time also wanted to come to Konoha. In Madara's eyes at that time, the most important thing besides Hashirama was his clan members. After all, Izuna's last words before her death were for Madara to take good care of his people. Until later, Ban ran away. The Uchiha clan did not leave with him, but stayed in Konoha village. Uchiha Yes words entered Senju Tobirama's mind over and over again. Uchiha has devoted himself to the village, but what about you, my second generation? As the Hokage, you have such a great slogan in your heart. Uchiha Yes sneered, how great, it actually wants to eliminate all the barriers between the ninja clans. Is there anything greater than the rift between the Uchiha and the Senju? He stood there inside, you are prejudiced against other ninja clans, and you still have the nerve to say that your goals are noble. Then he turned around and looked at Senju Tobirama, who was lying on the ground. He put on a sanctimonious appearance, but in fact he is just a rat in the gutter. Senju Tobirama clenched his fists. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, it's the Senju clan. Do you think you're really doing the right thing? Senju Tobirama propped himself up with a panicked expression. What did you say? What on earth did you do to the Senju clan? Senju Tobirama was extremely frightened. Could it be that this crazy Uchiha had massacred the entire Senju clan? Based on his views on the Uchiha clan, people like Uchiha who are able to endure will only become more evil in the end. The more good they pretend to be, the more evil they will be when they are finally released. Uchiha sat on the chair that appeared, drinking the delicious tea that appeared, and said leisurely, don't be anxious, what are you in a hurry for? As he spoke, the restrictions on Senju Tobirama's body were released, and in the blink of an eye, a tea table similar to the one used by Uchiha appeared in front of him. Uchiha smiled and said, Master Tobirama, have some tea. It tastes very good. As he said this, Uchiha drank it all in one gulp like an old cow chewing a peony. Then he poured another glass and drank it all. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha who was calm and composed, and couldn't figure out what kind of medicine he was selling. He also had a drink, which tasted good, but this was not the time to do that. What on earth did you do to the Senju clan? The tone is still so arrogant. But didn't care at all, the situation would not lie. Just like buying something expensive will not change your class, it will only give you an illusion. No matter how arrogant Senju Tobirama's tone is, it cannot change his current miserable and inferior situation. Uchiha said slowly, how could I do anything to the Senju clan? The Senju clan is my good partner. Only then did Senju Tobirama breathe a sigh of relief. But if the Sarutobi clan takes over, the Senju clan will really suffer. What do you mean? Senju Tobirama didn't understand why the monkey was mentioned again at this time. Uchiha smiled and said, Tobirama, you don't really think that your disciple is a kind person, do you? Seeing the questioning look on Senju Tobirama's face, Uchiha was too lazy to talk nonsense. In an instant, light and shadow appeared in the space. Shapes gradually appeared above. What is this, Uchiha? What are you doing? Senju Tobirama felt that Uchiha was using illusion on him and said angrily. Uchiha said slowly, Tobirama, don't be impatient. One of the abilities of my kaleidoscope is to see into the future. This is the trajectory of Sarutobi Hiruzen after he ascended to power. Senju Tobirama stared at Uchiha. Night seemed to be determining whether it was true or false. Uchiha stared at Senju Tobirama with his big kaleidoscope eyes. Senju Tobirama turned his head and looked at the light screen. Uchiha, you little bastard, Konoha is now thriving. You are destroying Konoha now. I knew you wanted to destroy Konoha, so that's why you killed the monkey. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha, his eyes seemed to be spewing flames. It was only because he saw that monkey, with the help of Mito, was becoming more and more adept at handling Konoha. It was obvious that his vision was not wrong at all. It was all because of this evil guy Uchiha who wanted to destroy Konoha. Uchiha said, don't be impatient, take your time. Until the hidden whirlpool village was attacked, the head of the Uzumaki clan fought desperately and spread the news to Konoha. Monkey and Danzo did not make a decision after seeing the news, and Konoha, as a staunch ally of the Uzumaki clan, did not send a single soldier. The Uzumaki clan leader was still shouting until the last moment of his death, "Everyone hold on, Konoha will come to rescue us soon." After the hidden whirlpool village was destroyed, the talents arranged by Konoha secretly rescued a member of the Uzumaki clan and took away all the sealing scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. In his old age, Uzumaki Mito no longer has much strength left, and he keeps saying, "Send troops." But Shimura Danzo, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato and advised, "Konoha's strength has been greatly damaged and it can't sustain this attack." Uzumaki Mito watched them trying to stop him and remembered that he once single-handedly pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the position of hokage. At this time, the monkey was wearing the divine robe and remained silent. Uzumaki Mito remembered the oath that Sarutobi Hiruzen once made: he would protect the Senju and Uzumaki and not let Lord Mito down. Haha, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage wearing the divine robe and looking sanctimonious, the elderly Mito is no longer strong enough. Qianshao has become weaker and weaker over the years, and he is completely helpless. She just felt that she was deceived by these shadow guards. You know, the Uzumaki clan is Konoha's most solid ally. Even this time, they attacked for the safety of Konoha's flank, but now they are betraying them. Monkey, you are really cruel. Mito walked away dejectedly. Senju Tobirama, who was outside the light screen, was stunned when he saw this scene, and then after hearing Uchiha's laughter, he couldn't hold back his laughter. His face flushed in disbelief. "What the hell are you doing, you evil Uchiha brat? I've already played out your clumsy tricks, still want to deceive me?" Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama's disbelieving expression and was not in a hurry. "It's okay, there are many more things like this." Who asked Kishimoto to change a short story into a long novel? There are many things like this that are criticized, and he has no shortage of materials. Just show a few to Senju Tobirama. Don't take too much. Are you questioning the kaleidoscope's ability to predict the future? Do you think this story is made up? Don't you find that the logic behind it is so clear? There's no need for me to deliberately make up such a big lie to deceive someone like you who has no value to me anymore. Although Uchiha's words were a bit harsh, they were indeed correct. Stories can be made up, but what is displayed on the light screen is the scene of the entire ninja world. No one can do this except the Mangekyou technique. Although Senju Tobirama has always despised the Uchiha clan, he still believes in the ability of these eye techniques, as the Mangekyou abilities have completely different effects. Even if it's right, the monkey can still understand it. The village has suffered heavy losses in the battle. This is no longer capable. Senju Tobirama was still talking to himself, which made him gradually believe that what he said was right. He forced himself to believe it, but recalled his sister-in-law's desperate expression just now. Senju Tobirama still couldn't convince himself. Uchiha smiled and said, "Really, no ability anymore? Then you can still take care of the orphans of the Uzumaki clan." Uchiha Yebian said. The content on the light screen continued to change, and the content on the screen was given to a mother and daughter. In the picture, the daughter is curled up in her mother's arms, and her red hair reveals their identities. A group of ninjas walked in from outside. The leading ninja gestured with his sword, and the mother burst into tears, but he still stretched out his arm. A white arm, covered in teeth marks and blood, stretched out. The injured ninja bit his mother's arm viciously, and the wound on his body healed quickly. But the mother's breath became weaker and her body became weaker. The ninja looked at the mother, his body extremely excited, and he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh. The leading ninja quickly slapped him and said, "Do you understand the rules?" The little girl at the side looked at her mother's miserable appearance and cried, "The ninjas of Konoha will avenge us." The injured ninja laughed. "Yeah, I'm so scared." As he said this, a large group of people around him started laughing. If Konoha wanted to help you, it would have left long ago. Everyone knows that Konoha doesn't care about you at all. Ha 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 ha. The little girl looked at her mother's pale face, and recalled the omnipotent Konoha ninjas in the eyes of her elders. She simply couldn't understand why they didn't send down divine soldiers from the sky to save herself and her mother. The group of ninjas left without doing anything to the little girl, but it was obvious that the mother's body could not hold on for much longer. The mother held the little girl in her arms with all her strength. The little girl cried, "Mom, why didn't the ninjas from Konoha come to save us?" The mother did not answer, and the little girl was left alone crying in the narrow bloody room. Senju Tobirama watched this scene and clenched his fists. He had been able to deceive himself before, but now, no matter how hard he forced himself to accept it, he couldn't. "Monkey, what on earth are you doing?" Uchiha was drinking tea when he saw Senju Tobirama like this. Said, "Tobirama, are you still going to deceive yourself? I can't wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. If you insist on saying that Konoha has no strength, I won't say much. Then let's send out a message to the entire ninja world. Konoha will definitely hold anyone who bullies the widow of the Uzumaki clan accountable. The Uzumaki clan will never fall into such a state. It's fine if they bully the remaining 4 major ninja villages, but even this small Kusagakure village has come forward. Tisk, Interesting. Uchiha-yes words penetrated deeply into Senju Tobirama's heart and planted a seed. Senju Tobirama would not admit his wrong decision so quickly. He said, the monkey just made a wrong decision at the moment. It is indeed his fault, but his previous contributions cannot be discredited. Uchiha laughed when he heard what Senju Tobirama said. He knew, based on Senju Tobirama's personality, he had already regretted it by now. It's just that I can't admit it because of my face. That's all. No hurry, teach your own apprentice and ruin your own reputation. If you want to, keep watching. Tobirama, the best is yet to come. Senju Tobirama didn't say anything, but the words of the little girl were still in his mind. Mom, why didn't the uncle from Konoha village come? The little girl's words made Senju Tobirama feel extremely sad, because this was his sister-in-law's family. There is no difference between them and the families in Konoha village. Why can't we even issue a statement? This is the real weakness of Senju Tobirama. His heart was filled with protecting Konoha and the people he loved most. Rope tree. Watching the death of Senju Nawaki, Senju Tobirama screamed in pain. Senju Tobirama didn't need to think about what the Senju clan would do when they felt they were not strong enough. Damn it, it must be him who is causing trouble for his eldest brother again. After all, this is. Senju Tobirama felt a little guilty. After all, he was the one who opened it first. But Tobirama could say from the bottom of his heart he really had no thoughts about his elder brother's body. But why is the eldest brother so awesome since they have the same father? You have to know that when I was a child, my elder brother was inferior to me in every way. Just because. When the Senju clan members discovered the affair between their eldest brother and Uchiha Madara, they realized that the two men's strength increased dramatically after they met. No one could explain this clearly. Later, the unwilling Senju Tobirama even contacted Uchiha Izuna, but he still did not obtain the wood release. This allowed Senju Tobirama to eliminate this factor. Yes, if every member of the Senju clan could awaken would release after coming into contact with the Uchiha, then Hashirama Senju would not be the role model that every member of the Senju clan worships. But later, after his eldest brother died, Senju Tobirama accidentally discovered that his eldest brother's body did not show any signs of death. His whole body was full of vitality, which shocked Senju Tobirama's scientific views at that time. Damn, I don't believe in science anymore. The curious Senju Tobirama was shocked at the time. He started to have bad thoughts towards his own biological elder brother. He looked at his eldest brother's head and an evil thought came to his mind. Tobirama naturally needs to get some of his elder brother's tissue cells, but he is his elder brother. How could Tobirama do anything to him? He simply took some of his eldest brother's hair and took it back to study. After all, he didn't want to go down and get beaten up by his eldest brother. The research progress of Senju Tobirama was very poor. At the beginning, he selected some prisoners, but the adaptation effect was very poor and the result of the experiment was very bad. Finally, an idea came to Tobirama. Then the Senju clan should have a high degree of adaptability. Senju Tobirama would naturally not go up, he is the hokage. What will Konoha do if I am missing? He gathered his family members and told them the matter in secret. Batches of Thousand Hands tribe members had no resistance and enthusiastically agreed to his idea. On the contrary, there were too many people, so Tobirama had to set a quota. After all, the power of Hashirama Senjus would release is too great. Once any member of the Senju clan obtains wood release, he will have the power to end an era. It did work a lot better, but it was still failing. Countless tribesmen who participated in the experiment became neither human nor ghost. The painful roars of the tribesmen could be heard throughout the laboratory all day long. Ultimately, lack of funds and the intensifying war forced Senju Tobirama to terminate the experiment. And most of the people involved in the experiment were destroyed on the physical level. This news must not be leaked out. It's enough for only a few people to know about it. After all, no matter what the original intention is, it is not glorious. Senju Tobirama thought about these things and associated them with the situation of the Senju clan. Under his own arrangement, Monkey became Hokage. No matter how much benefit the monkey brings to the Senju clan will definitely not be willing to accept it. After all, the two consecutive Hokage have made them accustomed to it. The Senju clan, whose wishes are not fulfilled, will definitely pursue power, which is would release. Uchiha said, "It seems that you are not stupid, Tobirama." Then Uchiha said in surprise, "Oh, right. I remember now, you were the one who first came up with the idea of destroying the remains of the first Hokage for experiments." Senju Tobirama looked at the guy's pretentious appearance and said angrily, "If you don't understand, just don't talk. What do you mean by destroying a body? I just took a hair." Uchiha laughed and said, "What's the difference? It was you who disturbed Lord Hashirama's peace first, wasn't it?" Senju Tobirama did not answer, but stared at the light screen. Uchiha looked up. He wanted to see what he had done that would make Tobirama give up arguing with him. Tsunade. Senju Tobirama uttered this sentence from his dry throat. Uchiha and Tobirama watched Tsunade walking dejectedly on the streets of Konoha. At this time, her lover and younger brother had both passed away. Watching Tsunade hungover, gambling, and alone. Finally a little girl dragged her back home. The next day, Tsunade and the little girl left Konoha village. Senju Tobirama looked at this desolate scene and asked, "Where are the members of the Senju clan? This shouldn't be the case. How come there isn't a single Senju clan member around Tsunade? The Senju clan shouldn't be so miserable." Uchiha clapped his hands and praised Senju Tobirama. "Well done, Master Tobirama. You really are a thoughtful person, and a good hokage of Konoha. He is meticulous in his attitude towards his family and does not seek benefits for the family. I admire him." Senju Tobirama looked unhappy. How could this happen? Could it be that Tsunade was the only one left in the Senju clan? This is not the result I wanted. I just want the Senju clan to not be the only one in power in Konoha, not to be removed from the clan like they are doing now. Why exactly? Uchiha replied, "Why? This is not you caused the result. You have destroyed the hope of the Senju clan. Tisk, 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 it was done by the clan leader they wholeheartedly support. Of course they want to become the fourth Hokage and gain great power. And for the Senju clan, isn't would release their dream?" The strongest group of people kept entering, suffering heavy casualties. Later, more and more people died, and fewer people remained. What do you think will happen to them? Should I stop or take a gamble on the probability? Senju Tobirama slowly closed his eyes. He knew very well that when it came to that, he would definitely keep going. Whether it was the huge sunk cost or the desire to obtain would release, they were hanging on them all the time until the last of the Senju clan died. But Tobirama didn't believe that the monkey didn't notice this. Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama with interest. "Tobirama, who do you think will benefit the most?" Tobirama thought, although this evil Uchiha kid likes to disguise himself, he is naturally bad-tempered. But his brain is indeed the smartest among the Uchiha clan that I have ever seen. Tobirama agreed with his analysis. Tobirama murmured to himself, "Monkey, what role do you play in this?" The smiling face of the monkey appeared in Senju Tobirama's mind. Could it be that he really couldn't tolerate Senju? Uchiha was stirring up discord. Tisk tisk, the once arrogant Senju clan was finally expelled from Konoha village, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage left Konoha. What a show! Senju Tobirama just glanced at Uchiha, and then the screen continued to display the content. Seeing that Konoha had won the Ninja World War, Senju Tobirama's previous feeling that his descendants were not up to par gradually subsided. Facing Uchiha, he gradually gained confidence. No matter what, Konoha has won. There are always mistakes in political decision-making. It is impossible to succeed in everything. Senju Tobirama was making up for Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, but he also indirectly indicated that he began to agree with Uchiha's words. This is the future trajectory of time. He looked at the golden-haired Namikaze Minato on the screen and couldn't help but praise him. "See, there is nothing wrong with my idea. Commoners will also rise up. This Namikaze Minato is an example. You can actually transform my Flying Thunder God technique to such perfection." Uchiha, you are wrong. At this moment, Tobirama Senju was like a child, trying his best to prove that there was nothing wrong with his decision before his death. Uchiha nodded. Minato was indeed a genius. With Flying Thunder God and Reborn, he was invincible on the battlefield. Yellow Flash is the best example of taking Flying Thunder God to its full potential. With the application of Reborn on the basis of Flying Thunder God's second stage, he can use Reborn to seriously injure the opponent when he teleports behind the enemy or above the enemy. Of course, this is also due to the fact that all the skill values of the ninjas in the ninja world are invested in attack power, and there is no defense value at all. They are all squishy. That's why Minato's move is so unstoppable. No! Uchiha Madara? Not long after, the originally smug Senju Tobirama suddenly shouted. He started to panic when he heard the masked man call himself Uchiha Madara, but then calmed down. At the same time, he warned himself in his heart, after spending some time with Uchiha, my judgment ability has declined. Uchiha Madara is dead. I examined the body myself and it was clear that he was dead. Moreover, in such a situation, how could Uchiha Madara still be alive? Looking at Uchiha, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but complain in his heart, being with this guy, I feel like my IQ is getting lower and lower. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama saw with his own eyes that this guy came to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and released the Nine Tails. Kaleidoscope? The Uchiha clan? As expected, you evil Uchiha clan still dare to have ideas about the Nine Tails. When Senju Tobirama saw the Nine Tails beginning to wreak havoc on Konoha, he was reminded of the time when Uchiha Madara happened. When Uchiha Madara made a comeback, he put Susanoo on the Nine Tails as new clothes and destroyed Konoha. Is that you? Uchiha? The righteous Lord Senju Tobirama was the first to point the finger of suspicion at Uchiha. After all, Uchiha did not show up at all in this light screen display. Who knows what conspiracy is planned behind the scenes? Uchiha never dreamed that he would be suspected. How could it be possible? Even if he was born again, he would never be able to harm his master and his mistress. Is this something a human would do? Tobirama, do you think I am that kind of person? I think you Uchiha are the most capable of doing such a thing. Especially you, nothing you do is too much. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms, expressing his unique opinion of Uchiha Ya. Uchiha Ya expressed helplessness. This was an insult to himself. This is the result of my deduction using the Mangekyo. It is the trajectory of space and time without me. Uchiha Ya had no choice but to deceive Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama was half believing and half doubting. But then we see Uchiha Fugaku bringing the Uchiha clan members to the rescue. He was instantly furious. How dare you come? Danzo, kill them all. Uchiha Ya was speechless when he saw the angry look of Senju Tobirama. The current Senju Tobirama was nothing like the calm person he used to know. He was just an angry young man. When everything was over, Senju Tobirama said sadly to the monkey on the screen, "Monkey, you have suffered a lot. I really regret having to come back to govern Konoha at my age." As he said this, he looked at Uchiha Ya. "I really regret not killing all of these evil Uchiha guys. You have to work so hard in both worlds." Uchiha Ya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the light screen. Uchiha Ya couldn't tell what Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was like, but Ya could still clearly see Danzo's face beside him. The joy could not be concealed at all, and the bandages were about to break apart. Judging from the momentum of the two of them heading into the fire together, they should be thinking similar things. In the light screen, Danzo couldn't hide his smile. "Monkey, I'll take the Jinchuriki. He's still young, so it's a good time to train him. I will train him to be a weapon for the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, "Danzo, he is Minato's child, not just a Jinchuriki. He has a name, it's Naruto." Danzo sensed the monkey's dissatisfaction and said in a slightly more relaxed tone, "Okay, Naruto, leave it to the root." Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, "Impossible. He is the son of a hero and should be in the light, not in the dark roots." Hearing the monkey's firm refusal, Danzo said angrily, "The Jinchuriki cannot be controlled. Give it to me, so I can bring out his true value." Hiruzen. Hearing that Danzo was still arguing with him, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette. Smoke rings rose up. "Impossible." Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even look at Danzo and began to deal with the affairs of Konoha village. Danzo looked at the room, the Hokage's office. Danzo would recall the scene of that day countless times in his dreams. "I was about to go out at that time. It was the monkey who took the lead and snatched his position as Hokage." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was handling government affairs on the side, he shouted in his heart, "These are all mine. I am the man who will become Hokage. The one who is thinking about these things here now should be the monkey." He said angrily, "Hiruzen, you're going to regret this." A voice that Danzo was extremely familiar with but never wanted to hear rang out, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Sitting in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, "Only the will of fire can nurture people who are truly dedicated to the village." Then he started to handle government affairs. Not long after, the Hidden Cloud Ninja arrived in Konoha. They wanted to take down the Byakugan while Konoha was weak. One night, he sneaked in and was eventually killed by Hyaga Hayashi. In the meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen said righteously, "Hayashi, you've caused a big disaster this time. The village can no longer afford war. The anger of the Hidden Cloud village needs to be calmed down." Hinata Hayashi said angrily, "Are we just going to let them take my daughter away? Just let Hinata's blood flow out there?" The ninja clan leaders below the stage were silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, and Danzo felt that it was his turn to appear. Walk out with swagger. Even though he had just had a fight with Hiruzen, they both had one thing in common: no quarrels overnight. Once such a process is completed, it means that all previous dissatisfaction will disappear. The two have been working together for so long that they have already developed a tacit understanding. When Sarutobi Hiruzen farts, Danzo will know whether it is fragrant or smelly, and what he ate last time that caused the smell. Danzo is very clear about his position, just like his title, Darkness of the Ninja World. He is the dark side of Konoha, or perhaps the dark side of the Hokage. To put it bluntly, white gloves. It is to do things that monkeys are not convenient to do. As for whether he has his own ideas, Danzo said that as long as the monkey does not object, it means he agrees. If anything goes wrong, it will be my own fault and has nothing to do with the Hokage of Konoha. The scapegoat. Danzo looked at the angry Hyaga Hayashi. "No one wants Hyaga's blood to be spread out, but why did you kill him? Isn't the pressure on the village big enough now? Just beat him up and seriously injure him. Why did you want to kill him? How are we going to explain this to the Hidden Cloud village?" Danzo looked at Hyaga Hayashi with sidelong eyes, and uttered words that made Hayashi feel chilled to the bone. Hinata Hayashi just felt cold all over and looked at the various ninja clan leaders around him who were silent. "Is this Konoha? Then you can kill yourself and hand over your body to the Hidden Cloud village." Hinata Hayashi was thinking about this matter under the dim light. "I don't know what to do." At this time, a member of the Hyaga clan who looked very similar to Hayashi walked in and bowed respectfully to Hayashi, Master Clan Leader. Rizu looked at his younger brother, who had grown up with him, and saw that he was now so distant from him, nodded helplessly. Hinata Hisashi expressed his willingness to die in someone else's place, and Hinata Hayashi agreed despite the pain. Just like that, the dignified chief of the Hyaga clan actually died for a ninja from another village. Uchiha smiled and looked at Senju Tobirama. There is no need to say more about this. You and I can both see that this monkey simply feels that the ninja clan still poses some threat to his position. But this way. Uchiha raised his eyebrows and looked at Senju Tobirama. Could it be that you learned it from Tobirama? After all, he is your direct disciple, and he was entrusted with the task in times of crisis. Senju Tobirama covered his face and said, I don't have such a disciple. This is all made up by you. It's not true. You have killed the monkey. Uchiha didn't care that Senju Tobirama was deceiving himself. He continued, what if Konoha negotiates peace? But this method is really unheard of. For a dead person who coveted Konoha's blood, the Hyaga clan leader was killed. He has simply tarnished the name of Hokage. Senju Tobirama was also confused. How could the monkey, who used to be the most resolute and thorough in facing problems, become like this? Expert in civil war, amateur in foreign war. Uchiha stood up and said to Senju Tobirama, Tobirama, your successor is very good. Tobirama said coldly, what exactly do you want me to be reincarnated into? Just to disturb my peace and criticize my decision before my death, to laugh at me? Uchiha Senju Tobirama's pride would not allow him to give in front of this Uchiha brat. Uchiha looked at him, of course I have my reasons. Do you think I'm really that boring? Senju Tobirama's expression relaxed a little, which meant he had some plan. Yes, he must want something, otherwise he wouldn't have talked to me for such a long time. Then, Uchiha laughed, you're right. I'm just so bored, Senju Tobirama, you evil old Senju ghost. The laughter was rampant and unrestrained. What a bunch of crap decisions you made before you died. Why choose that damn Sarutobi Hiruzen when there are Uchiha instead of him? What's the point? We are experts in civil wars, but amateurs in foreign wars. Uchiha spoke loudly, expressing the dissatisfaction in the hearts of every Uchiha clan member. The Uchiha sincerely want to integrate into the village, but it is because you have been on guard that there has always been a gap in everyone's hearts. What a bastard! Do you think you really understand Uchiha? Is it reasonable to use your own will to replace the personalities of all the Uchiha clan members? Is it scientific? Senju Tobirama's back teeth were almost broken, he couldn't wait to refute. Although there is some of the comments are reasonable, but the insults are too dirty. I don't want to pretend anymore. What a bullshit Uchiha. After all, I am the second generation Hokage. But he was horrified to find that he couldn't say a word at all. The little devil had sealed his mouth. Uchiha was still complaining, especially when he saw Senju Tobirama was obviously angry but couldn't say anything. His desire to complain increased. The Uchiha joining was the will of the first Hokage. As his younger brother, you disobeyed your brother's wishes. This is unfilial. It is disloyalty to disobey the decision of the previous Hokage. First he said the Hokage is elected, then he appointed the Hokage himself. What a double standard. It's unfair. You are such an unfilial, disloyal, and unfair person, and you are still angry here. What right do you have to be angry? As Uchiha gave Senju Tobirama a chance to catch his breath, he heard him groan. But even if I had a million words to say, how could I possibly say them? But it doesn't matter anymore. The Uchiha clan members now get along well with the villagers of Konoha. Just wait, I want you to see with your own eyes how Uchiha is making Konoha stronger and stronger. You and the first Hokage are now a thing of the past. Senju Tobirama also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guy would abandon him once he had vented his anger. If I kick myself aside and my soul returns, I won't be able to save Konoha. But before that, there is one thing I really want to do. As he spoke, Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama's entire body, especially his mouth. Senju Tobirama, whose nerves had originally relaxed a little, looked at Uchiha and was very scared. His burning gaze swept over him, and Senju Tobirama instinctively felt a great sense of malice. This is the inherent evil of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha has the most. He just felt as if Uchiha was going to do something evil to him. What are you going to do? Don't come over here. Hearing such respectful and loyal words from Senju Tobirama's mouth, Uchiha felt as if every cell in his body was awakened and he felt extremely happy. Senju Tobirama, who was standing by, only felt that he was dirty. His mouth was dirty. His face was full of despair, like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. Uchiha looked at the time and realized it was getting late, and it was time for him to go to bed. Without wasting any time, he removed the restrictions on the Thousand Hands door and left. Do you really think he was deceiving Tobirama Senju? He is a model Hokage who goes to bed early and gets up late every day. Anyway, no matter how much Senju Tobirama jumps around in his spiritual space, he can't do anything as long as he blocks his perception of the outside world. Looking at Uchiha who didn't even turn his head, Senju Tobirama was a little confused. He just left like that? Shouldn't he be held responsible? At least I should be allowed to curse a few words, and while thinking about it, Tobirama Senju cursed a few words casually. In an instant, several steel pillars fell from the sky and pierced directly into Senju Tobirama's head, forming a familiar hairstyle for him. The voice that Uchiha had prepared in advance came from the space. Tobirama, as the third Hokage, I now appoint you as the third Hokage's assistant. By the way, Assistant Tobirama, don't think of doing anything bad. This is not a lawless place. If you want to get such a fashionable hairstyle again, you can continue. But I can't guarantee that no one in Konoha knows that the former second Hokage had such a hairstyle. You don't want your photo to be known by the Senju clan, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, the original steel pillar disappeared instantly and Senju Tobirama returned to normal. He gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you use the 1,000 hands to threaten me, this evil Uchiha? But this time is different from that time. Lying dormant is the path you should choose. My prestige must not be affected." It's another day of the third Hokage's reign. There were still members of the Uchiha clan on duty on the streets as usual. Because Konoha village has recently cracked down on street vendors, many street vendors have gathered together. The commander-in-chief was scouting the enemy, observing the situation stealthily in the corner. The area is large, with neither too many nor too few people, no members of the police department, and the sun is shining brightly. Good feng shui. He rolled up the bedding in his hand and prepared to set up the stall first before telling his colleagues. It only takes a few breaths to get something from behind. A stern police officer appeared in front of him like a ghost. There was still a smile on his face. The commander-in-chief felt goosebumps all over when he saw this smile. He had dealt with these police officers a long time ago, that although every one of them had a smile on their face, they were ruthless when enforcing the law. While beating him, he was holding the booklet in his hand and muttering to himself something like law enforcement should be moderate and the baton should be hit with warmth. The commander-in-chief didn't know if he had misunderstood this sentence. Didn't it say moderation? Why does it hurt so much when you get hit on the body? Waving with great force. The baton is talking about temperature, and it is the temperature at what angle? The commander-in-chief felt a little nervous and said uneasily, "Sir, what can I do for you?" The police officer still smiled and said, "No, it's just a routine patrol." "I see you're busy. What are you busy with?" The commander-in-chief panicked and clutched the items behind him, saying, "Nothing, just busy with life." The police officer seemed to understand, but still spoke with a warning, "It's okay to keep busy for a living, but remember not to get involved in anything illegal. Don't violate the police department's orders, understand?" The commander-in-chief nodded as he listened, looking as if he understood. He raised his hands and loudly expressed his loyalty, "I will never tolerate evil." The police officers were amused by his peculiar accent and said, "It's okay as long as you know it." The commander-in-chief immediately breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to take action after he left. Unexpectedly, he suddenly turned around, looked at the commander-in-chief and said, "The Hokage is kind-hearted and has set up a factory on the outskirts of Konoha village. If you want to make a living, you can go there. Hokage-sama is generous, so you should not break the law knowingly, then continue to patrol the next area." The commander-in-chief then realized that he had already discovered it. Knowing that his plan had failed, he decided to try the place the police officer mentioned. A factory. Loyalty. Loyalty. Uchiha Yoryuaki walked into the police department and heard a series of loyal words before he saw anyone. Uchiha nodded and came to his own office. Zuyu had told me before that there were some people who had made complaints and asked me to pay attention to them. Uchiha asked someone to call these guys and their captain over. Before long, the place was full of people. Many of them lowered their heads, but most of them had dissatisfaction and indignation in their eyes. Ye glanced around and saw that most of them were teenagers who had just joined the police department. She exudes a youthful aura all over her body. His heart was filled with the will of fire and loyalty to Uchiha, so he acted recklessly, and it didn't matter if he was complained by that group of unruly people. As one gets older, one naturally learns to protect oneself, and no longer has this pure will of fire. As Hokage, Uchiha would never wrongly accuse someone who possesses the will of fire. "Hey," Uchiha's sharp eye spotted a person in the crowd, Uchiha Chien. "He doesn't seem like such an unstable person." Xiao Ming noticed the Hokage's gaze and lowered his head deeply. Uchiha Chien took a step forward. "Hokage-sama, this matter is indeed not the fault of these young team members. Our police department has always enforced the law impartially and strictly implemented the smiling policy. I will never wrongly accuse a good person, and I will never let any bad person go. Many civilians even call us the Great Lord of the Heavens. These complaints are malicious complaints." Uchiha sat on the chair and said, "I didn't call everyone here today to criticize you. We always have enforcement reports for every enforcement we do, so we won't wrongly accuse anyone." After Uchiha finished speaking, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice if they weren't punished. Hokage-sama is still as wise as ever. Uchiha flipped through the information in front of him. Xiao Ming Chinen, a member of Uchiha Ace's team. We handled 4 cases of illegal road occupation and 3 cases of illegal gambling. When Xiaoming heard his deeds being recited by the hokage in front of so many people, he didn't know where to put his hands and was very nervous. He said stiffly, "Hokage-sama, this is what I should do." Uchiha Yes tone changed, "But your complaint rate is a bit too high." When Xiaoming heard this, his already nervous heart became even more uncomfortable. He said in panic, "Hokage-sama. I." Before he could react, Uchiha Yes smiled brightly and walked over, patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be so nervous. In our police department, complaints are not included in the usual performance evaluation. Do a good job." Xiaoming, who was originally frightened, was stunned for a moment. He was ready to be criticized. The treatment here is so good and the bonus is so high. Even his old mother's illness was cured. What's wrong with getting scolded? The saliva that the hokage spits out when he scolds me is all precious. Thunder, lightning, rain and dew are all grace from the Lord. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Chien, who was standing beside him. Our work in the police department is destined to make many villagers dislike us. Of course, this is also the reason for the existence of our police department. If the police department is loved by countless corrupt villagers, then the police department will just go with the flow and will be unable to protect the interests of the majority of villagers. Uchiha Chien on the side listened attentively. These words spoken by the hokage himself are the latest version of the will of fire. As the person with the strongest will of fire in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chien will not miss this precious opportunity. You should know that many honest villagers will not file a complaint. Most of them will just thank you for your action in their hearts, and when you pass by them, they will thank you with the most sincere eyes. Every Uchiha present agreed with this statement. Ever since they came to power because of Uchiha Yaru, they have changed their law enforcement policies. Many of the kindest villagers also made them feel a lot of warmth. Perhaps they would not deceive themselves like those unruly people. But when he looked at each Uchiha with the most respect and admiration, he could feel their recognition. Uchiha are the most sensitive to emotions, and this kind of emotion makes them even more overwhelmed. It would be more heartwarming to use the sticks to treat those troublemakers who bully these honest and law-abiding villagers. Therefore, only a very small number of villagers who have been forced into a desperate situation will complain, and the rest are mostly those troublemakers. They are all bad people among the masses, the ones who destroy the peace of Konoha and the happiness of the people. The main culprits among them need to be reformed in Uchiha K's education team, and those who are not serious but just have the signs need our police department members to educate them. Uchiha Yes words penetrated into the hearts of every member present. It's normal to be misunderstood when doing something like this, just relax. For the prosperity of Konoha, it's okay to suffer a little injustice. We are doing a great thing, we just need to remember the will of fire and do it. We need to take action. Each of you is doing your part to help Konoha prosper. As he spoke, Uchiha took out a big red envelope from his arms and handed it to Xiaoming. You did a great job. Take this money and go out and treat yourself. Then Uchiha gave a big red envelope to everyone in the room. Well done, everyone is working for the prosperity of Konoha. Don't be wrong. Keep yourself healthy so that you can work more conveniently for everyone. Everyone present was very excited that they originally thought they were going to be scolded, but now they were not only encouraged, but also got a lot of money. They just feel that they have to work hard, otherwise it will not be enough to repay the hokage. It's time to let these unruly people feel their loyalty to the hokage. Everyone raised their arms to a 45-degree angle and praised the hokage loudly. Loyalty, loyalty. Uchiha looked kind. Okay, go out and treat yourself. They came in with empty hands, and left with a big, heavy red envelope each. Next, Uchiha did not show favoritism and gave big red envelopes to everyone in the police department. Even the education team sent people to escort them out. Now it seems that the Uchiha members in the education team are having a great time. None of them are staying there and won't come back. Especially that guy Uchiha K. Now he has many different ways of educating people. He didn't go back to his home late at night and just slept there. Originally, Uchiha thought that he loved his work so much until he heard that screams were heard from the education team dormitory from time to time. Then he realized what had happened. Didn't have any objection, as it was part of the job. This group of unruly people must be severely punished both mentally and physically. Only in this way can they be completely transformed. Return peace and order to Konoha. Uchiha distributed money with a smile, feeling the loyalty of the police force members. I always feel like something is missing. Something doesn't seem right. He slapped his head hard. That's right. Where is Senju Tobirama? I feel uncomfortable without his voice. Tobirama was in his own spiritual space, and he clearly remembered allowing him to observe the outside world after waking up. Oh, I disliked him for being too noisy, so I told him to shut up. Uchiha hurriedly checked the mental space, only to see Senju Tobirama wearing a limited edition skin, pouting and lying on the ground. Woo woo woo. A faint sound came from Tobirama Senju. Uchiha hurriedly lifted his ban. Uchiha how dare you leave me speechless on Konoha's territory. Then came some incomprehensible things. Uchiha smiled and said, call them and see if they agree. Uchiha came to the streets of Konoha, continuously receiving respect and admiration from the people. Uchiha said to Senju Tobirama in the spiritual space, how is it? What I did was not bad, was it? Uchiha was walking on the road, enjoying this peaceful and harmonious life. A golden-haired figure in front entered Uchiha's sight and also entered Senju Tobirama's sight. He stood up suddenly, his body shaking. Yes. Tsunade. In Senju Tobirama's sight, as soon as Tsunade saw him, she ran towards him, with a happy smile on his face. Tsunade, why are you so obedient? Tobirama smiled gently that he had no children, and in his heart all his eldest brother's descendants were his own children. The one I love the most is Tsunade. But when Tsunade came closer, Senju Tobirama vaguely felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Can Tsunade see herself? Hokage-sama. Tsunade walked over with a pout and handed the octopus balls in her hand to Uchiha. Here you go, Hokage-sama. It's delicious. As she spoke she took a bite and the juice burst out. He swallowed it with relish. Uchiha took it with a smile. Ever since the conversation at her grandfather's grave that night, Tsunade felt that she had a special connection with the Hokage of the Uchiha clan. When I'm with him, I feel like we're equals. It's a friendship, not like other elders treat you like a child. Moreover, I have also mastered the little secret of Hokage. I didn't expect that a member of the Uchiha clan, would have such a great admiration for my second grandfather. Senju Tobirama was stunned here. How could Tsunade, whom he raised since childhood, be so close to that bastard Uchiha? What happened? Your home was robbed? Uchiha, what on earth did you do to Tsunade? The roar from Tobirama. Senju took a bite first and it was juicy. I'll tell you, Hokage-sama, it's delicious. Tsunade was very happy to receive the praise from the Hokage. The boss on the side suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, these two did not cut corners, otherwise the Hokage would punish them. Smiled and said to Tsunade, I am very grateful for what you did last time. How about this? I will treat you to a meal. Didn't have this idea originally. After all, he just wanted to trick this girl away quickly, so he said that. But as soon as he saw Senju Tobirama in the spiritual space, his interest was instantly piqued. He really felt like he was Tobirama's Jinchuriki. All I think about every day is training Tobirama. Seeing Tobirama jumping up and down makes me feel happy. Tsunade replied cheerfully, yes, Hokage-sama, but I want a feast. You are already the Hokage, so you can't treat my mouth badly. As she spoke, she made a big gesture with her hand. The gestures are very lifelike. Sure. Let's go. Uchiha reported the name of the restaurant, and Tsunade quickly grabbed his hand and ran over. Hey, Tsunade, there's no way I wouldn't treat you to a meal. Slow down, don't rush. Uchiha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's hard to say. Besides, Hokage-sama, I'm extremely hungry right now. I'm going to bankrupt you. Tsunade's voice and expression were engraved in Senju Tobirama's mind. In the spiritual space, Senju Tobirama stomped his feet, furious. Let go of her hand, you evil Uchiha brat. Don't touch her. Looking at Uchiha who was holding Tsunade's hand, Tobirama just felt that his little cotton jacket was dirty. Just a moment after I died, the Uchiha leader usurped the throne of Konoha. Even Tsunade was deceived by Uchiha. Tsunade, you haven't remembered any of the fine traditions of the Senju clan. Why are you just like your grandfather, following the Uchiha people when you see them? Senju Tobirama thought of Senju Hashirama at that time. No matter how I tried to persuade my elder brother, he wouldn't listen. He had to follow Uchiha Madara no matter what. When it comes to Tsunade, it's the same again. They are truly a grandfather and grandson. The stall owner looked at Uchiha's receding back and sensed the business secrets. He had an idea and listened to the booth for a while. Then a voice came from the stall, Konoha octopus balls tasted by the Hokage himself. It's refreshing when it bursts, and it's free if it doesn't burst. It attracted many people to buy it. Boss, why are those octopus balls thrown into the trash? Aren't you selling them? Oh, those are from yesterday. They don't taste good anymore. I definitely can't let you eat stale food. The boss is very open-minded. Of course, otherwise how could the Hokage like to eat it? It is just an honest business, a small business. For a time, it was crowded with people and became as famous as an unknown ramen. Become the common people's delicacy of Konoha in the future. In the hotel, Tsunade was halfway through her meal when she glanced around furtively. Then he said to Uchiha, Hokage-sama, don't worry, I haven't told anyone your secret. Uchiha said, then I'll trouble you Tsunade. Although I am an Uchiha, I also have respect for the second Hokage. The second Hokage doesn't look at me with prejudice just because I'm an Uchiha, but I will naturally take over the responsibility and protect Konoha. Tsunade looked at Uchiha and said, Hokage. Uchiha said, Tsunade, don't call me Hokage at this time. Every time I hear someone say these two words, I can think of the scene of Lord Tobirama's death. This hokage is not supposed to be mine, it should belong to Master Tobirama. Uchiha's words were so touching that Tsunade's eyes almost turned red. At this time, Tobirama Senju in the spiritual space knew very well that this damn Uchiha was using him as a shield to seduce Tsunade. Uchiha, I'm telling you, stay away from Tsunade. I asterisk 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 I asterisk 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 asterisk. Just as Senju Tobirama was engaged in a verbal battle, Uchiha's desire to speak became stronger as he listened to the curses and felt Tsunade's eager eyes. In countless dark nights, when I look at the divine robe on my body, I will think of the second Hokage. Hokage is not just about power and prestige. To me, it's more about responsibility. So, Tsunade, when you're working, call it by your job title. It's a normal time now, so don't yell like that. Tsunade nodded. She understood Uchiha's longing for his second grandfather. Okay, brother, yeah. Senju Tobirama screamed, Tsunade, don't. Sitting in this position, I now fully understand how much responsibility the Hokage has to bear. But no matter what, I will never disappoint the second Hokage, and I will do my best to improve his prejudiced view of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade spoke up for Uchiha and said, Brother, my second grandfather is prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Everyone knows this. Senju Tobirama never expected that his Tsunade would betray him and start saying bad things about him. You evil Uchiha, what on earth did you do? He actually stole my house, what a bastard. Said, not only the second Hokage, but even the Senju clan has a rift with the Uchiha. I believe these issues will be resolved, and we will all be a family in the end. Tsunade nodded. Brother, don't worry, I believe you. Then Tsunade started complaining about her troubles, probably because Tobirama had just died and Tsunade was feeling a little upset. Now I have found an outlet for my emotions. Uchiha didn't take it too seriously as there was still a lot of time left. There are many opportunities to break Tobirama's defense, so this one won't be a big deal. Not long after, the two separated. Uchiha watched Tsunade walk away. Senju Tobirama said to Uchiha, what do you want? You can treat me however you want, why do you want to bully Tsunade? Senju Tobirama was furious. This bastard had no bottom line and actually went to a kid like Tsunade for revenge. Uchiha said speechlessly, I said that I didn't want to bother with Tsunade at first, do you believe me? Seeing that Senju Tobirama didn't believe it, Uchiha told him everything that had happened before. He said in disbelief, so that you mean that you told my granddaughter in front of my grave that you revered me? Then after she left, she dug up my grave. Imprison an old man like me. You still act as if it's normal now, don't you? Uchiha was stunned for a moment, and said, what you said seems to make sense. I asterisk 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 asterisk. This evening, the sun sets. Akutogawa Yasunari, a member of the police force who was not on night duty, returned to his home, opened his diary, and wrote the following. My name is Akutogawa Yasunari, I am 14 years old, and I was just a mediocre Chunin. I was called a Chunin, but in fact I was only promoted temporarily because of the war. However, because the war ended quickly, I never went to the battlefield. I did some trivial things in the village every day in exchange for commissions. Later I heard that the second Hokage had died. It seems that he was murdered by the Shadow Guard. I don't know exactly what it is. It has nothing to do with me, a small person, I just want to live a good life every day. I was beaten again today, and most of my money was taken away by Kawabata Ryu. The money left was only enough for me to eat. I thought about fighting back against the people who were also bullied, but they said it was protection money. I don't understand, I was clearly beaten and bullied, why do I still ask for protection money? Later, a guy with red eyes chopped Kawabata Ryu with a knife. It was so refreshing. I went over to ask around and it seems like he's from the Uchiha clan. They have a bad reputation, but they did help me and I got my share of the money. But life is still so boring. Until later I heard a piece of news. Now I think, this news changed me. The color here is very new and is obviously newly added. The Uchiha clan has started recruiting civilian ninjas like us in the police department, and it seems that the clan leader has been replaced. He is the red-eyed guy who saved me that day. The benefits are very high, but people around me don't believe it, so I'm going to go. My neighbor lady tried to dissuade me from going, saying that these guys all had red eyes and were cursed, and that staying with them would lead to bad consequences. I politely rejected her. I have nothing to lose except my life. That adult helped me, so I want to give it a try. When I got here, the Uchiha clan members all had cold faces. People like me didn't dare to get close. Our two sides were clearly separated. Later, the conference began. A young ninja came over. He was the one who helped me that day. I can clearly feel that the Uchiha clan members on the other side have become restless since he arrived. He asked us all to sit up in a mixed group. I was surprised that the Uchiha clan members who were usually difficult to talk to listened to him. What kind of person is he? I was assigned to a small team, and the captain was an Uchiha ninja named Uchiha Dan. Because the clan leader wants to implement a smiling policy in the Uchiha clan, he is practicing smiling there. But laughing is scarier than crying. Just because I laughed accidentally, he asked me to draw my sword 1,000 times in a row. Uchiha Dan is not an easy person to get along with. Although I am treated differently by people around me, the welfare benefits of the police department are really good. On the day I arrived, I was taught the fire style, Great Fireball technique. I heard this is the Uchiha clan's most powerful ninjutsu, every Uchiha must learn it. It's a bit difficult to learn, I'm always scolded by the captain. He always said, you commoners are no match for us Uchiha, but I really don't know why the clan leader wanted to recruit you. But every time I have a question, I ask him for advice. He always cursed at first, but still guided me very carefully. I talked to the members of other teams, and it seems that every Uchiha captain is like this. I started to improve my perspective. The meals I prepare every day are something I never dared to imagine before. 3 full meals a day. You can see meat at every meal. This is something I never dared to think about before. I only treated myself to meat during festivals. Once, when arresting people for illegal gambling, I wasn't paying attention, and a man stabbed me with a knife. If it were me now, I would have definitely dodged it. But I was stunned for a moment and was about to die, but the captain stepped forward and saved me. But his hand was stabbed and bleeding heavily. He said to me fiercely, "What are you standing there for? Kill him." I am at work today. I am a member of the police department welcoming the hokage. In the police department, I watched the hokage slowly approaching. Although he has become the hokage now, his expression is still so gentle, but no one will look down on him. Salute to the hokage. The captain's order rang in my ears. Loyalty. Hokage-sama returned the greetings to everyone with a gentle smile. This look reminded me of the Hokage-sama who killed Kawabata Ryu that night. He was decisive in killing. It's completely different. Hokage gave each of us a big red envelope. It is said that this is a reward for our efforts, but shouldn't this part of the salary have already been paid? I raised my doubts, but the captain just told me to accept it. I feel more and more that I owe Hokage-sama too much. I must work hard and repay Hokage-sama. Loyalty. Akutagawa Yasunari wrote down these 2 words, picked up the booklet of the Will of Fire in his hand and looked at it carefully. I read it for about half an hour, repeating it over and over again from time to time. Then he went to bed that he had to get enough rest so that he could repay the Hokage's kindness. The next day, Uchiha Juyu walked quickly towards the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open heavily. Uchiha put down his legs that were resting on the desk. It was not uncommon for Zuyu to be so flustered. What's up? The 4 major ninja villages have gathered in Konoha village. Is the Uchiha clan's regime about to fall? Zuyu, what are you panicking about? Those who achieve great things should be calm. Before Uchiha could finish, Zuyu interrupted hurriedly, "Clan leader, there is something very important. Our spies in the capital report that the daimyo is seriously ill." Uchiha became excited instantly. The daimyo was seriously ill. Having been influenced by history in his previous life, he instantly smelled something unusual. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? Well, I am the feudal leader. The daimyo is seriously ill. I think there may be a way. Uchiha said excitedly. Zuyu was stunned. He felt that the clan leader thought differently from him. What I mean is to make friends with the current prince, the future Hokage, so that it will be easier to ask for money in the future. Uchiha drank the tea in his hand and said, "When I went to negotiate last time, I saw that the daimyo was in good health. I am afraid that he was harmed by evil people." Zuyu realized that the clan leader seemed to be serious, and his eyes changed. "Clan leader, it has always been the case that the Hokage cannot leave the village during the daimyo succession unless it is necessary." Uchiha said, "The situation has changed. I am worried that there is a big conspiracy hanging over the Fire Country. Besides, whether the Uchiha can surpass the Senju and truly make the villagers of Konoha remember the Uchiha depends on this one move." Uchiha Zuyu knew Uchiha's temper, and no one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. All he could say was quietly, "Then be careful along the way. I will stay in Konoha and keep an eye on them." Uchiha nodded, "I'll take the mirror away. Wang is very powerful, but don't let her do it easily." During this period, Konoha village entered a wartime state. Tell Hinata-lan to take a group of elite jonin and set off 20 minutes after I do. You stay in Konoha. Remember that group of elite jonin, there are at most 2 members of the Hyaga clan. Uchiha gave orders to Uchiha Ziwiu. "I understand. Don't worry." Uchiha took Uchiha Jing and headed to the capital of the Land of Fire as quickly as possible. Daimyo. A hurried voice came from outside the daimyo's palace. "What's wrong? Didn't you see that the daimyo is seriously ill? Keep your voice down." Eunuch Cao quickly kicked him away to avoid disturbing Daming. The subordinate wiped his butt and said quickly, "The Hokage is coming from Konoha village." "What?" Eunuch Cao panicked instantly. The Daming was seriously ill in bed. What was he doing here? The Hokage said he had something important to discuss. Eunuch Cao went in nervously. "What's wrong? You're making so much noise," the daimyo said with a cough. "Daimyo, the Hokage is here. He said he had something important to discuss." Daimyo's coughing became more severe, his mind full of thoughts. "Big deal, is it such a coincidence?" "How are the Water Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom?" asked the daimyo. "Daimyo, everything is fine." Daimyo became panicked. He always felt that the person who came was not friendly. "Arrange a court meeting with all the ministers, and then let the hokage in at the end." "Yes, daimyo." The daimyo forced himself to get up and prepare to see what kind of medicine Uchiha Yagula was selling. With so many ministers present, he wanted to see what important things Uchiha had to say. If he was really being unreasonable, his name would be announced to the world in a letter. All the daimyos will help him to defeat the traitor Uchiha, because on the issue of kage and daimyos, the interests of all the daimyos are the same. No one would be allowed to challenge the authority of the daimyo. The ninja world has become accustomed to the situation where the kage and the daimyo do not interfere with each other. Of course, the Fire Country daimyo would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary, because it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. If ninjas from other countries come, the price the Fire Nation will have to pay will be too high. It's not easy to get them to leave, and it's not good for your own safety. The daimyo recalled Uchiha, who was very young. His mind is not simple either. He has plans of the second generation, but his bottom line is a little lower than that of the second generation. "Uchiha, please don't let me down." Everyone was embarrassed by the disturbance. The daimyo's eyes narrowed. The place where the daimyo held court was already full. It was noisy and bustling, just like a vegetable market. "What on earth is this hokage trying to do? Don't you know that the daimyo is seriously ill? This shows that he has rebellious intentions." The daimyo's head was even bigger, which was why he didn't want to offend Uchiha. Officials nowadays only care about making money and have no brains at all. He waved his hand, announced the hokage of Konoha village Uchiha. Eunuch Cao's loud rooster cry echoed throughout the palace. Uchiha and Uchiha Jing walked forward leisurely. The weak voice of the daimyo came out. "Does the hokage not know the rules of the Land of Fire?" Uchiha looked sincere. "Of course I know, but compared to the rules passed down by our ancestors, I care more about your safety, daimyo." Daimyo was stunned for a moment. "I doubt someone wants to harm me." Uchiha replied, "When I came last, the daimyo was still in good health. When he was with me, he could easily drink 300 cups. How come his health suddenly deteriorated in just a few days? If I have no doubts, then do you, the Lord, have no doubts either?" The daimyo said hurriedly, "Hokage, do you know who it is?" Uchiha smiled and said, "Of course I know, and this person is among all the dignitaries in the court." For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. The previous farce in the vegetable market was staged again. Many people who were once enemies came out and framed each other. This is also a regular feature of the imperial court. The daimyo hurriedly stopped them. That it would be fine if they fought like this at any time, but doing so at this time was really not considering their own interests. "Who is Naruto?" Noticing the obvious change in the daimyo, Uchiha revealed a very obscure smile. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. There was a lot of discussion in the court. The prince, who was far away, looked pale and was stunned for a moment. Looking at the prince's unusual behavior, Uchiha was a little surprised. This is not the right reaction. Shouldn't I be angry? Why does he look so surprised? Could it be true? Then the aide beside the prince shouted loudly, "Daming, you must not listen to this person's slander. The prince is your own flesh and blood. How could he attack you?" The daimyo sitting at the top had a complicated and uncertain expression. The ministers in the audience were arguing endlessly. The prince knelt down and said, "Father, I have absolutely no such intention." As he said this, he looked at Uchiha, who was standing aside. "These people have evil intentions. It is obvious that they want us to turn against each other. Father, you must not fall into their trap." Ito Fumio stepped out from the crowd, looked at the daimyo, and said righteously, "Your Majesty, do you still remember the story of the Jade Queen?" As soon as the three words Empress Jade came out, the originally noisy court suddenly became quiet. Once upon a time, the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water was going to marry the current crown prince as the crown princess, and the daimyo specially built a palace for her to live in. But when the daimyo saw the crown princess who had not yet married, he was delighted, secretly communicating with each other. In the end, the crown princess faked her death and became a nun in the fire temple for several years. It is said that the daimyo often went in and out of the fire temple during those years to ask the abbot for advice on Buddhism. During those years, many Buddhist temples were built in the Fire Nation, and everyone recited Buddhist scriptures. But not long after, a woman who looked extremely similar to the crown princess became the queen of the Fire Nation. The prince would call her mother from time to time, and because he did not restrain himself, this matter caused a lot of controversy at the time. The fight between father and son over the daughter became a laughingstock for a while, but no one has ever put it out in the open, as long as it doesn't delay everyone from making money. The former crown princess became the queen, and died suddenly 10 years later. There is no difference between the symptoms of today's daimyo. Ito Fumishiwo said thoughtfully, "Your Majesty, the hokage has come to the Land of Fire to report this news despite the risk of being misunderstood by you. I think Your Majesty should think twice." The aide beside the prince shouted, "Ito Fumishuo, do you think we are fools? Everyone knows that you and this Uchiha are in the same group. Your family has been on good terms with the Uchiha clan for generations, and you have many interests in common with them. Now you are actually colluding with the Uchiha to confuse His Majesty." Ito Fumishuo replied, "I am just stating something that everyone knows, so don't worry." The aide was about to say something, but the daimyo's originally weak body seemed to be full of vitality again. He said angrily, "Rebellious son, did you poison Ayu?" The prince stood up, his handsome face showing weakness, but the bulging blue veins on his hands showed his inner unrest. "Father," before the prince could speak, the daimyo threw the memorial in his hand over. "You actually want to murder your own mother?" When the prince heard the word mother, his heart was instantly ignited. He pushed away the staff who were trying to stop him, his face turned red and his eyes were as big as copper bells. His cheeks puffed up and his hands clenched into fists. "How dare you talk about mother? Is that slut my mother? And you, he. His teeth were chattering. "Are you worthy of being my father? Which father would steal his own daughter-in-law?" Daimyo's body was shaking and he couldn't stop coughing. Ahem. The treacherous son. He didn't expect the prince to tell everything. "Are you trying to bring shame to the royal family? She is not the crown princess at all. Your princess died long ago." The prince's lips trembled constantly and his chest rose and fell violently. "Shame on you, the royal family has been disgraced since you did that. Stupid lord, you didn't expect that. If it weren't for this damn Uchiha, you would have died long ago." Uchiha was a little surprised. This was not his plan. Unexpectedly, the result was a lucky coincidence, and it was actually the prince who did it. "Never mind, just go with the flow, this scene is getting more and more exciting." The anger of the daimyo was boiling in his heart. "Come here, kill him." The men under his command were all somewhat terrified. Killing the prince? All the daimyo's orders must be carried out, but killing the prince in the court would have too much of a negative impact. They were all afraid that they would be killed by the daimyo afterwards. All the ministers became panicked. Has the daimyo lost his mind? This isn't the imperial court, we cannot behave so disgracefully. You can lock him up, whatever you want. This door cannot be opened. They are all well-known people and they all care a lot about their reputation. No one can guarantee whether he will be caught in the future, so this is an unspoken rule. You cannot kill someone in public. You can't do that with a big name. The overwhelming opposition in the court was overwhelming, but Daimyo was very determined, and he would not give up until he hit the wall. The prince was also very emotional. "I was the one who killed that whore, so what?" He had already given up hope at this point. He was going to die anyway, so the more he could discuss Daimyoji before he died, the better. "I originally wanted to give you only have one chance, but you still dote on your second brother. Since you can't get the position of daimyo, you might as well die. You are a tyrant who has taken possession of your own daughter-in-law. Don't call me a rebellious son. Do you deserve it? I will watch you walk towards me step by step from underground. Just wait." After saying this, the prince quickly ran towards the pillar. The daimyo did not speak in time, but when the prince was about to bump into him, he hurriedly said, "Stop him, stop him." But it was too late, and bright bloodstains were left on the pillars. The prince had already died on the spot. The old scholar among the ministers stroked his beard and sighed, "What a collapse of rituals and music. A king marries his subjects' wives, a father marries his son's wives, a king forces his subjects to death, a father forces his son to death." The crown prince of a dynasty actually died by hitting his head against a pillar in the court. But many ministers did not care about him, which had a really bad impact. But that's nothing compared to what's going to happen next. The daimyo is old and incompetent, and even if the hokage rescues him, it will not extend his life much. The prince is already dead, and the daimyo only has 2 children. The only remaining child is only 4 years old. Uchiha wiped his tears and said to the daimyo under him, "Daimyo, why do you have to do this? Although there is a big age gap between us, we feel like old friends when we meet. That night, you and I had a long conversation. It was so joyful, we thought of each other as bosom friends, friends of different ages. Don't get so angry that you ruin your health." Eunuch Cao, who was watching anxiously, hurriedly said to Uchiha, "Hokage-sama, look at what kind of poison the daimyo-sama has been poisoned with. How can it be so powerful?" Uchiha wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with red eyes, "How can I not check what kind of poison this is? But there is really nothing I can do. Even with my extensive knowledge, I have never heard of such a poison." Eunuch Cao was a little disappointed. Uchiha's lips trembled slightly and his chin began to shake. A suppressed voice came out from between his clenched teeth. Anyone who heard it could feel the guilt in his heart. At this point, the poison has already infected his entire body, and there is absolutely no way to save him. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault, I didn't learn the skills well enough," Uchiha said self-reproachfully. The daimyo under him gathered his strength and said weakly to Uchiha, "My dear, don't blame yourself. I failed to educate my son well, and was stabbed in the back by my own son." Uchiha's joy and excitement intertwined together and turned into hot tears, but there was still remorse on his face. It's all my fault. If I had noticed it earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. If I could be closer to you, daimyo, I would have been able to save you before the poison took effect. Uchiha's tears flowed out like a spring, venting his emotions without reservation. Every minister present could feel the friendship between the young hokage and the daimyo. My dear. Don't be sad, it's all my own fault. Ahem, don't say that, daimyo. Uchiha supplied chakra to the daimyo, hoping to keep him alive for a while longer. The daimyo pushed Uchiha's hand away. Don't waste your energy. My dear, my body. Cough cough. I know it myself. It's too late to save the situation. Uchiha's breathing became rapid. No, at least it will relieve your pain a little. Daimyo felt his body was strong, but he also knew that this was his last moment of life. His face began to flush and he stood up. All the civil and military officials in the court knew that it was time to make arrangements for their funeral arrangements, and they were all excited. Your Majesty, the sad voice spread throughout the court. I have ruled the Fire Nation for more than 30 years. I never thought that today the royal family would be humiliated and I would soon be dead. But the country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the 2 sons will be the future great names. But my 2 sons are only 4 years old and are not capable of handling government affairs. What's more, my education was wrong, which brought shame to the royal family. We need a regent to help the second son handle government affairs and teach him values. Countless civil and military officials in the palace became alert. The daimyo was going to appoint a regent. This is the direction of the future court. Whether you can make money depends on this. They all looked in one direction. If we were to appoint a regent, he would definitely be the one. Today's Prime Minister, Haranodaiki. Even if the daimyo was worried that he would seize power, he could only find a few people who were not on good terms with him to restrain him. Of course, it was just a restraint. Therefore, the direction of the wind in the next few decades will depend on him, and only by following him can you make a lot of money. Even Haranodaiki stroked his beard, looking smug. It feels like he has the upper hand. But what happened next really took everyone by surprise. Appoint Uchiha as the new assistant minister to educate my son well, daimyo said. What? Haranodaiki was shocked. His subordinate said to the daimyo, the hokage has to take care of the shinobi village. Where does he get the energy to take care of the land of fire? The daimyo looked at him fiercely. I haven't finished yet. Uchiha Jing kicked him aside and said, the daimyo is talking, why are you butting in? Daimyo continued, that's what I'm going to say next. I have decided to move the capital of the land of fire to near Konoha village. This way, not only will the hokage be able to protect Konoha village, but he can also take good care of the second son. If the capital of the land of fire was near Konoha village right now, I probably wouldn't have suffered this disaster. The daimyo sighed sincerely. No way, all the ministers were very resistant. How could this be allowed? There is no such precedent among our ancestors. But before Haranodaiki could say anything, Uchiha hurriedly said, daimyo, I really cannot take on this important task. The daimyo said kindly, Mr. I already understood your wisdom last time. It's more than enough to guide my second son. Declined again, no, daimyo. I am already the hokage. If I have to assist the minister part-time, what kind of thing is this? Uchiha shook his head, indicating that he could not accept it. My professional ethics do not allow me to do such a thing. Daimyo said, do you need to consider so much about the relationship between you and me? You ignore the rumors. He resolutely came to rescue me. Taking on this responsibility now is a sign of your trust in me, Lord. Your Majesty's gift, I will certainly accept it, but it is really too heavy. Seeing that Uchiha was determined to refuse, the daimyo said to eunuch Cao beside him, bring the second son here. Eunuch Cao hesitated, Your Majesty. Even you don't listen to me now. Daming glared at eunuch Cao. Eunuch Cao walked over with a soft and chewy little ball, looking helpless. Tiankai, this is your teacher, please become his disciple. The little ball stared blankly at Uchiha. Haranodaiki, who was sitting in the audience, saw that the daimyo was so determined and immediately knew that he could not wait any longer. Otherwise it can never be recovered. He immediately stepped forward and knelt down. Your Majesty, there has never been such a precedent in the country. Please think twice. The ninja village and the country each have their own responsibilities. This is customary. Daimyo said angrily, where is this ancestral teaching? You don't even listen to me. I dare not. Haranodaiki trembled. Now my second son is only 4 years old, and the Water Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom are eyeing him covetously. Moving to Konoha will be good for everyone. Uchiha looked at the daimyo in fear. Your Majesty. This. He said, I had no intention of educating the prince, but the late daimyo's wish was so strong that I had to take on the responsibility in order to live up to his wishes. Please give me some advice. As he wiped the tears from his eyes, he asked, where is Ito Fumisuo? Ito Fumisuo looked at the hokage whom he had bet on with all his family's strength, and said respectfully, here, I meet the regent. Uchiha said to him sadly, during the reign of the former daimyo, the country was peaceful and prosperous. Although his personal morality was slightly lacking, it is not enough to discredit his wise governance. It's up to you to arrange his funeral. Ito Fumishuo replied, yes. Haranodaki in the crowd was a little hesitant, wondering whether he should take action. If all the officials in the court were gathered together, would they be able to fight? There are only 2 people here, Hokage. He looked at Uchiha with dark eyes, 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Uchiha turned his eyes to Haranodaki. Sir Harano, what can I do for you? But you can say it. Uchiha, always like people to tell the truth. Only the truth can help everyone communicate, make up for mistakes, and grow. His words were so sincere that everyone vaguely wanted to believe them. Everyone in Konoha village knows this. In this court, everyone can speak freely. Haranodaki also relaxed. After all, he was just a teenage ninja. The boy's ignorance of the immensity of the world and the ninja's low IQ both determined the scope of his vision. So what if he has a righteous purpose now? As long as he is so easy to bully, he can easily obtain the position of assistant minister. Haranodaki even began to imagine himself having the final say in the court. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. There are ninjas entering the capital. This is bad. This is terrible. The faces of the nobles in the palace changed drastically. Haranodaki asked loudly, Hokage-sama, how can you allow ninjas to enter the capital? How can this be allowed? Uchiha looked at the surging public opinion in the court and said calmly, really, what's wrong? Then his aura changed, and he was filled with murderous intent. The former daimyo was murdered by the prince. What are you ministers doing? You didn't even know that the daimyo had been poisoned and the prince was plotting a rebellion. You either don't know or you don't want to say. Uchiha looked at them coldly. As the assistant minister appointed by the daimyo before his death, I must help the new daimyo eliminate dangerous factors. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Anyone who dares to stand in the way is a traitor. Uchiha stared at everyone present with his strange red eyes. Haranodaki broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that the daimyo had introduced a thief. How could this be the weak Hokage that I had imagined before? At this time, the palace gate was opened. Everyone in the palace looked over there and saw more than 20 ninjas rushing over. Hinatalan, who was in the lead, looked at the scene in the palace with a look of surprise in his eyes. He hurried to Uchiha and bowed down. Hokage-sama, the advance elite Jonin have arrived. The rest is a joint force of the police department and the Umbu, about 800 people. It will probably take about an hour to arrive. Uchiha looked at Hinatalan with an expression of admiration in his eyes. Good. Then Uchiha looked at the ministers and said, everyone, rest assured, the remnants of the prince's party will not be able to cause any trouble. Now that all the elite ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village are here, everyone's safety can definitely be guaranteed. The ministers felt his gaze and lowered their heads. Compared to the illusory remnants of the prince, we are more afraid of these 20-odd ninjas. Uchiha looked at Haranodaki. Sir Harano, what can I do for you? Haranodaki wiped the sweat off his face, but his voice was obviously lower than before. Hokage-sama, we welcome the elite ninja. But there's no need for those 800 ninjas to come. After all, the Hidden Leaf village also needs to be on guard against other ninja villages. If this happens, Konoha will probably be left empty. Haranodaki didn't dare to let these 800 ninjas in. Once they came in, this capital would truly become Uchiha's world. People like us have to rely on others for support. Uchiha raised the Hokage's divine robe behind him, smiled and said to Haranodaki, don't worry, Lord Harano, there are still enough Konoha ninjas, and it is more than enough to defend Konoha. On the contrary, in the current capital of the Fire Nation, since even the daimyo could be poisoned by the prince, it means that there are many of the prince's followers in the court at this time. These people are dangerous elements, hiding among us like poisonous snakes, everywhere. 800 ninjas are a force to guard against them, and also a force to protect all of us. Don't worry, these 800 ninjas are the elite of our Konoha village and will definitely protect your safety. Uchiha gave these ministers a final reminder. Very safe. Then please wait here for an hour. Otherwise, I am afraid you will be killed by the remnants of the crown prince. Uchiha's cold voice made everyone. The ministers all felt horrified. Everyone has been working in the court for so many years, and although their character is not good, their IQ is top-notch. Naturally, you can hear the meaning of Uchiha's night talk. If I go out, I'm afraid I'll die without knowing why. That was naturally done by the remnants of the prince who were hiding in secret. Uchiha said to them, for the safety of everyone and the people of the Fire Nation's capital, we will start in an hour, when the 800 ninjas arrive. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas will take over the defense of the Fire Country's capital, and in order to completely capture the remnants of the Crown Prince, a strict ban will be implemented and no one will be allowed to enter or leave. A civil official stood up and said, Hokage-sama, I think this is inappropriate. Uchiha asked in doubt, oh, he went on to say, there has never been such a precedent in the Fire Nation, and I'm afraid the civilians wouldn't want to be governed by ninjas. His eyes were determined and full of justice. Uchiha looked at the people in the audience. Is there anyone who shares the same opinion as him? Don't worry, I'll listen to your opinions. Combine them together and then make a judgment. Seeing that no one stood up, Uchiha sighed and said, "It seems that no one supports you. Our rule is that the minority obeys the majority." Haranodaki tried it out and felt it seemed okay, so he gave a look and more people stood up. Uchiha looked at them. "Who are you?" "Minister of Civil Affairs, Toru Watanabe, Governor of the Ministry of Finance, Takahashi Lingyu." The two leaders said their names and tried their best to persuade them. "The hokage is not allowed to interfere in the country. This is the custom of the Land of Fire. Hokage, please think twice." Uchiha looked at them with a smile, and his expression gradually changed from gentle to cold. "I was ordered by the late daimyo to govern the Land of Fire. Because I was extremely terrified, and knew that I was incapable of bearing this heavy responsibility, but the Grand Master did not regard me as a humble subject, and I begged him many times. Then I am just a warrior, but I also know how to repay the great name. Since the great name believes in me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Do your best to fulfill the daimyo's wish." I knew there would be people who wanted to stop me during this process. At this time, Uchiha paced slowly and walked slowly. And now, the treacherous minister has jumped out on his own. He pointed his finger at Watanabe Toru. "One is Toru Watanabe." The finger gradually turned to Takahashi Lingyu. "The other one is Takahashi Lingyu." As soon as Uchiha finished speaking, the entire court was in an uproar. Watanabe Toru pointed at himself. "Me." Uchiha's voice was extremely penetrating. "The first daimyo's body is still warm, and these are his last words. You two are still going to disobey him. Isn't this a betrayal to the daimyo? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself for still barking here? Hey, that's not right." Uchiha suddenly hit his head. "I seem to have forgotten something." He said to Uchiha Jing, who was standing beside him. "Jing, have the remaining followers of the prince been eradicated yet?" Uchiha Jing nodded. "Yeah, look thoughtful. Jing, who do you think will stop the martial law of Konoha ninjas?" Uchiha Jing replied, "Of course it's the remnants of the prince." Uchiha suddenly understood. "Yes, now the remnants of the crown prince have jumped out on their own. These are the people." In the blink of an eye, the heads of Takahashi Lingyu and Watanabe Toru fell down, covered in blood. The nobles were shocked, as the palace had not seen blood for a long time. Unexpectedly, there was more blood besides the prince. "I'm afraid today." Uchiha ordered the elite jonin to capture those who followed. He looked at the panicked ministers. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Konoha was created to protect the safety of the Fire Nation. This time, the martial law will only deal with those remnants of the crown prince and those who secretly want to threaten the young daimyo." Uchiha stepped forward and asked, "Who instructed you?" He looked at one of them. The man was so frightened that liquid started flowing from his lower body. Uchiha turned his head away in disgust. He looked at Haranodaki and said, "Sir Harano, we two have a very pleasant conversation. Who do you think is behind these people?" Haranodaki broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned red. He never expected that Uchiha would dare to kill someone on the spot. "Hokage-sama," he said shakily. "Those two people should be it. They are already officials from 8 provinces. They should be the planners." Uchiha smiled and said, "Really?" He made no apparent reply. He played with the bloody knife in his hand. "Sir Harano, I plan to execute these people in public tomorrow. What do you think?" Haranodaki hadn't reacted yet. He was afraid that the big knife was stained with his blood. But Uchiha did not give him a chance and continued, "Only by executing these people in public can the former daimyo's heart be appeased. And do you think the plots in those historical novels will happen on the scene, like robbing a place?" Haranodaki looked at Uchiha, his face pale. "That shouldn't be the case. Those people wouldn't have the guts to do that." Uchiha patted Haranodaki's shoulder. "Okay, it seems that Lord Harano is very supportive." The knife accidentally touched Haranodaki, and he shuddered. Uchiha's voice reached his ears. "Don't be afraid, Lord Harano is my good ally. This knife will never fall on you." Haranodaki nodded quickly and complimented Uchiha. "Hokage-sama is really young and promising." Uchiha smiled. This Haranodaki was really scared. This is a very low level of compliment and doesn't suit his status at all. Uchiha said to Haranodaki, "In that case, as my staunch ally, I will give the task of executive officer to you this time, okay?" The group of people looked at Haranodaki, with expectation and despair in their eyes. Haranodaki said fearfully, "Lord Hokage, I have been afraid of swords and axes since I was a child. That's really not possible." Uchiha laughed and said, "Mr. Harano, I'm not asking you to be the executioner. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, all you have to do is give the order. When you are beheaded, just close your eyes." It happened in a moment. Haranodaki desperately wanted to refuse, but watch his men die? "No matter how cruel you are, you can't do it. Those dozens of lives are all counted on me." "But," Haranodaki looked into Uchiha's eyes, "if I don't agree, I'm afraid." After all, what he said, "Just close your eyes, it will only take a moment. Maybe it's to warn myself. But once you make the decision this time, there is no turning back." In the court, of course, there are factions, in other words, younger brothers. Everything that the big guys are not comfortable saying or doing needs to be done by the younger brothers. A big man cannot do anything dishonorable. So if the younger brother makes a mistake, he can punish himself. I can't do such a thing as betraying my own subordinates. But, he looked at Uchiha. Yeah, this is no longer an ordinary struggle, this is a duel for life. This young Hokage clearly wanted to pledge his allegiance. If not, Haranodaki didn't need to think at all. He looked at the smiling Uchiha. Yeah, Hokage-sama, although I am a little annoyed by this, but since these people are all remnants of the Crown Prince, they still harbor evil intentions even now. I feel that even if they are the ones who caused the tragic death of His Majesty, they cannot be forgiven easily. Haranodaki spoke righteously and said, I am willing to be the chief judge this time. Give these remnants a head-on blow. The prisoner's eyes grew dim, and some even showed anger. Uchiha seemed not to notice anything and patted his shoulder. Well done, Daki, how about it, can I call you that? Uchiha asked. Haranodaki quickly said to Uchiha, Hokage-sama, of course you can, you are the assistant minister appointed by the former daimyo himself. No one in this court is more honorable than you. It is my honor. Uchiha was a little dumbfounded. The former number 2 figure was now so flexible and could even submit to a young man like him at his age. But he didn't look surprised, and even looked a little bit enjoying it. Daki, don't you really think there's someone above these people? I always feel like there's someone standing behind this, manipulating everything. Even Watanabe Toru and the other two came out after being encouraged by him. What do you think? Haranodaki wiped the sweat off his face silently. Hokage, there must be remnants. But there shouldn't be anyone manipulating Watanabe Toru and the other two. They are in such high positions, who could manipulate them? Uchiha smiled and said, really, I don't know. Daki, have you ever heard of the story of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors? Haranodaki shook his head in confusion. He considered himself to be well educated, but he had never heard of the story. I am ignorant, please enlighten me, Lord Hokage. Uchiha waved his hand. Hey, you don't have to be so polite, Daki. You and I are close friends. Since the senior daimyo trusts you so much, it proves that you have your own value and talent. So Uchiha said, a daimyo of a country has 3 ministers who are brave and arrogant. The daimyo wants to get rid of these 3 people. So he gives them 2 peaches and lets them take the peaches according to their merits. In the end, all 3 of them abandoned their peaches and committed suicide. Haranodaki could naturally understand the meaning of this allusion, but what he didn't understand was what did Uchiha mean by quoting this sentence now. But he soon found out. Uchiha walked up to the dozen or so followers and said to them, you participated in the prince's plan to kill the daimyo, and you were doomed to die. But now the person behind the scenes is hiding so deeply, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. The dozen or so people listened very seriously. After all, this meant there was still hope for a turnaround. No one wants to die, especially the nobles, who all live the life of the upper class. Even ordinary people are unwilling to face death, let alone those like them who live a wealthy life and stay at home with many wives and concubines, who are even more unwilling to die. As for the followers of Prince Tebu, no one would worry about this issue. We are all grown up, so we all know that this is just a frame-up. No one cares about these things. As long as you have the power, whatever others say goes. Uchiha did not keep them hanging, and said simply and clearly, now as long as you tell me the person behind the scenes, I can consider pardoning one of you. Many people in this group were tempted. But there are still people who are very loyal to Haranodaki. He raised his arms and shouted, do you think you can make us surrender with these? I'm telling you, you can't. Before he could finish, the head rolled across the hall. The group of people were so scared that they ran away in panic. Haranodaki lowered his head in shame. Uchiha said regretfully, what are you talking about? Did I ask you to reply? He looked at these people and said, go ahead, there are very few places available, first come first served. I like people who are more positive. As he spoke, he wiped the knife in his hand and said no more. But in the eyes of these people, he is no different from a devil. Finally, one person stood up and said to Uchiha, I'll report it. Uchiha smiled and said, okay, go ahead. He pointed at Haranodaki and said viciously, it was him. He instructed us to do it. We are all innocent, Hokage. Oh, Uchiha looked at Haranodaki with interest. Daki, is this so? Uchiha looked heartbroken. I treat you like a friend. Are you really going to backstab me? He touched his chest, looking incredulous. The person who reported the incident was even more emboldened. Hokage-sama, you must not be deceived by this person. He has evil intentions and is trying to harm you. Haranodaki turned pale and looked panic-stricken. He just doesn't see why did Uchiha do this. Is he playing tricks on himself? But he still tried his best to explain. Hokage-sama, he is slandering me, he is defaming me, he's slandering me. It's just because I had an old grudge against him that he wants to drag me down with him now. Hokage-sama, you are very observant, please don't let him go, I am loyal to you. The man laughed and said to him, Haranodaki, who in the entire Fire Nation doesn't know that I'm your henchman? You're just lying to yourself. Do you really think you can deceive the Hokage? His confidence grew stronger. We all expected you to save us, but you turned out to be so cruel that it was clearly your instructions, but but you still attacked us in the end. Hokage-sama, this person has ulterior motives and cannot be trusted. Haranodaki only felt that his situation was hopeless, but what he didn't know was what this Uchiha was actually doing. I'm willing to be his dog, what else does he want? Uchiha walked up to Haranodaki, blood still flowing from the knife in his hand. A knife was stuffed into Haranodaki's hand without him knowing it. Daki, you really think too much. With our friendship, how could I possibly believe the slander this guy said? These remnants of the crown prince are so cunning that they still want to frame the true loyal ministers even at this time. Uchiha looked as if he was standing up for Haranodaki. Haranodaki held the sword in his hand tremblingly and asked Uchiha, Hokage-sama, this. Uchiha smiled and said, don't be so nervous, Daki. Come on, smile like me. As he said this, Uchiha put on a big smile. Open your mouth and smile. Haranodaki grinned and laughed and cried, but his laugh was uglier than his cry. Great, how dare this man slander a loyal minister like you, I understand how you feel. Come, take this knife and kill him. Uchiha said to Haranodaki. Haranodaki's face was gloomy and his hand was tightly holding the knife. The man's originally proud and arrogant expression turned into fear, and he wailed towards Uchiha. Hokage, you can't be fooled by this guy. He is the one behind the scenes. I am the loyal minister, and he is the traitor. Hokage-sama, I am a loyal subject. He crawled towards Uchiha, who kicked him to Haranodaki's side. Uchiha scratched his ear. Daki, this guy is too noisy, don't kill him yet, make him shut up first. It's so noisy. Haranodaki didn't say anything, but he approached the man step by step, and the movement of waving the knife in his hand showed his decision. The man crawled away from Haranodaki on all fours. Haranodaki, don't kill me, don't kill me. Haranodaki walked over and picked him up as if he were a puppy. Looking at the man's confused features and constant nonsense, he took out a big knife and gestured at the man's mouth. It looks like he is thinking. The man was still groaning. Haranodaki threw him heavily to the ground and said to him expressionlessly, you are making the Hokage uncomfortable. Then a cutting sound was heard. The original noisy sound disappeared, leaving only woo. Haranodaki looked at his former subordinate and without hesitation, he stabbed him with the sword. There is no turning back. Embracing Hokage-sama is your best choice and your only choice. Uchiha smiled and said, Daki did a good job. Those who spread rumors like this should be brought to justice. How dare you frame a loyal minister like you? Haranodaki held the knife in both hands and placed it in front of Uchiha. Thank you Hokage for your keen observation, I really didn't know what to do at that time. Uchiha looked at his respectful look and was very satisfied. Where are you coming from? We are close friends. After saying that, Uchiha looked at the remaining people and said, I'm giving you a chance, not for you to use it to frame loyal officials. If I hear similar remarks again, you will all die. Uchiha's words made this group of people instantly confused. What on earth did this adult want to do? Uchiha continued, I'll give you a few more chances to report. You should have understood what I said before. Everyone didn't know what to do in an instant, the word death was all they knew. At this time, a man in his 20s with clear eyes came up from the crowd, gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha. I want to report, Hokage. Uchiha looked at him with interest. Do you understand the rules? He replied, of course I understand. What's your name? Yamamoto Kazuki. Uchiha smiled and said, who do you want to report? Yamamoto Iki's eyes were full of determination. I report the current head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Fujino Yoda. Is there any evidence? Yamamoto Iki looked at the group of people and said, all my colleagues can prove it for me. Uchiha looked at them, who can prove it? This group of people looked at each other, and none of them dared to step forward. After all, the previous person had set an example and the risk was very high. If he went up to help, he might get himself into trouble. If I don't go out now, maybe nothing will happen in the end. Most people tend to rely on luck. In the end, only 3 people stood up. We are willing to guarantee it. The 3 of them stood up hesitantly. Good. Uchiha said to Yamamoto Iki, bring those 3 people here. Go, kill Fujino Yamu again in the crowd. Yamamoto Kazuki and the 3 men's eyes lit up, they had bet right. High risk, high reward. Fujino Yamu came out, knelt down in front of Uchiha, and cried, Hokage-sama, you must not trust this group of people, they are all seeking revenge. I am loyal to the Hokage and the daimyo, he said to Haranodaki who was standing beside him. Haranodaki, I was wrong just like you, save me. But Haranodaki just watched all this indifferently and he would not get involved. He.is already alone. After he did that thing, he was destined to follow the Hokage from now on. Ali firmly defend the decisions made by Hokage-sama. As long as it is the Hokage's instruction, I must follow it strictly. From now on I can only live for Hokage-sama. How could he not see what the Hokage was trying to do? It was clearly intended to create a rift between himself and these old subordinates, making him an isolated minister in the court. But in Haranodaki's opinion, since he has made the decision, there is nothing to regret. Fujino Yamu cried to Uchiha, Hokage-sama, there are only 4 of them. They are not credible at all. After saying this, cheers of support came from the audience. Hokage-sama, let's report him too. We too. Fujino Yamu's face was pale and he wanted to do something, but Yamamoto Iki followed closely and ended his life with one knife. Yamamoto Iki put away his sword and said, "Shut up and disturb the Hokage's mood." He said to Uchiha in a flattering tone, "Hokage-sama, the thief has been executed on the spot." Uchiha smiled and nodded, "Not bad." Yamamoto Iki looked at Uchiha and greeted him, "Hokage, what are you going to do with these people?" Uchiha said to him, "Yamamoto-kun, I originally wanted to give these people a chance, but they didn't seize it." As he spoke, Uchiha smiled and looked at Yamamoto Iki. "I'm leaving these people in your hands. I believe Yamamoto-kun will make the appropriate decision." Uchiha patted his shoulder. "By the way, Yamamoto-kun, how are your ancestors?" Yamamoto Iki was stunned for a moment. In his mind, he had imagined that Uchiha would say many things, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not guess that Uchiha would say such words. He could only politely reply, "Hokage-sama, the ancestors are all safe and sound." What this means is that it is a good place to lie in the coffin, and there is no risk of resurrection. Yamamoto Iki was a little confused as to why the Hokage wanted to ask this. Could it be, "Do you want to adopt me as your adopted son?" As for the age issue, it doesn't seem to be a problem. "Lord, you have no son and I have no father. If you don't mind, I would like to take care of you in your old age." Yamamoto Iki thought so in his heart and was very excited. "Thank you for not abandoning me. I am willing to take you as my adoptive father." As for what to do with the one at home, Yamamoto Iki believed that he would understand him. He asked tentatively, "What's wrong, Hokage-sama? Is there something wrong with my ancestors?" Uchiha smiled awkwardly, "Nothing, I'll leave those dozen traitors to you to deal with. Remember, I like people who are neat and tidy." Uchiha didn't dare to stay any longer, for he was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would blurt out, "Yamamoto, I'm going to fuck you up, civilization." Yamamoto Iki had mixed feelings. He still didn't know what the Hokage was thinking. Can I be an adopted son? If not, then a biological son will do. It's hard to read the Hokage's mind. Looking at the dozen or so frightened people in the distance, Yamamoto Iki felt that this was the most precious opportunity he could grasp. Originally, relying on his background and connections, he could only get by in the middle and lower levels of officialdom and would never be able to enter the upper class in his lifetime. But now, the arrival of Hokage gave Yamamoto Iki hope. When the order from the Hokage was issued, Yamamoto Iki knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for all his life had finally arrived. The voice from deep in his soul made him accept it decisively and make the decision. Yumu touched his beard. He was in his 20s and approaching 30. Iki has been wandering for half his life, and only regrets that he has never met a wise master. If the Hokage does not abandon him, Iki is willing to become his adoptive father. Yamamoto Iki thought about all of this in his mind and felt that this line was very appropriate. Only by reflecting the misery of the first half of his life can the Hokage understand how touching the opportunity he gave him is. I believe that when I say this, the Hokage will be very moved. Even if he cannot be a son, he will surely be trusted by the Hokage. It seems that there are a lot of fantasies, but thoughts are only fleeting. Yamamoto Iki brought with him more than 10 people who were under his command. These people were entrusted to him by the Hokage. He looked at the dozen or so people remaining in the distance, and then at the people around him. Those people are involved in the murder of the daimyo, and they are disrespectful to the Hokage. Can we allow these people to live? These dozen people are not stupid. They have to pay a token of surrender after crossing different rivers. Now the remaining people are just tokens of their allegiance. For a moment, they rushed over and fought with the group of people. 2 groups of people, totaling nearly 30 people, staged an unlimited fight here. Wearing various court robes that look like beasts in human clothing, they exude an air of nobility. At this time, they fought fiercely for survival. You pull my beard and I sneak attack your bottom lane. You hit my eyes, I hit my testicles. The elite Jonin present were also dumbfounded. Everything that happened today shocked them all. After all, the long-standing theory of ninja as a tool has made many ninjas feel that they are just tools for killing, and that the noble masters are all very elegant. Since we were born, we should serve them well and protect their safety. They gave themselves money because it kept them alive. Most ninjas think so, and this delicate balance is maintained between the ninja village and the country. You give money and I fight, we don't interfere with each other. This also means that these noble lords only exist in the imaginations of many ninjas. As for imagination, naturally, we imagine whatever is beautiful. Therefore, in the eyes of most ninjas, these nobles were born to work in the court, and they had to protect their safety. But today, after following the Hokage here, they discovered that these nobles were no different from the common people of Konoha village. They are masters at passing the buck to each other and don't solve the problem at all. They just keep arguing and can't come to any conclusion after a long time. When they quarrel, they are no different from those old ladies in Konoha village. They all have 2 eyes and 1 nose, what's the difference? This also shattered the filter they had previously created for the nobility. Everyone sees the true nature of the situation. They are just a group of insects that have been monopolizing the fruits for a long time. Especially after seeing how the hokage played them around, they felt deeply dissatisfied with these nobles. Shouldn't the most philosophical, powerful, and brave person be the one who governs the country and enjoys a comfortable life? But what they saw today were ministers who were so cowardly that they were terrified even of having their heads chopped off. You have to know that for every ninja, losing hands and feet on the battlefield is a very common thing, and every ninja understands this before going to the battlefield. Even today, when medical ninjutsu is not well developed, infected wounds on the battlefield are fatal. That is why these ninjas became so angry and resentful when they saw that the nobles they admired and yearned for were actually afraid of blood. Why? We are not afraid of death and we have the power, so why are they the ones sitting on the stage enjoying themselves? This farce did not last long. Soon, under the leadership of Yamamoto Iki, more than a dozen people died on the spot. Many were beaten to death. Yamamoto Iki walked up to Uchiha respectfully and said, "Hokage-sama, I have dealt with everything." Uchiha said nonchalantly, "Not bad." So, Yamamoto Iki stood together with Haranodaki. Yamamoto Iki looked at him provocatively, and Haranodaki naturally didn't care about him. If it weren't for what happened today, people like Yamamoto Iki would never have come to me in his entire life. Now all you have to do is listen to Lord Hokage's arrangements, you clown. The only thing that bothered him was that he might have to fight with Yamamoto Iki for a long time in the future. After a short while, more than 800 police and Umbu joint defense forces arrived at the Fire City. Hinata-lan opened the city gate to welcome them. Of course, even if Hinata-lan hadn't opened the city gate, these guys would have had no shortage of opportunities. For example, just go over it and force it open. Immediately afterwards, under the command of Uchiha, the Joint Defense Force officially took over the defense of the entire fire country. For Uchiha, this was the time when he truly mastered the land of fire. For Uchiha, this challenge was too easy. First of all, possessing the strongest military force in the entire Fire Nation makes it invincible. Secondly, in fact, the task had already been completed after the daimyo entrusted his son to the care of the emperor. With the support of righteousness, who among these officials would dare to go against me? He also divided the power of Haranodaki in the court. Now Haranodaki is just a lone minister of his, and the fate of the Fire Nation is in his hands. The background color of night waters the city of fire. The civilians of the Fire City originally thought that this was an ordinary night, but when they recalled it later, they realized that it was the most unusual night. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the bustling market. Many vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, thinking that some young nobleman had come here again to have fun and kill people for pleasure. Whoever runs first survives first, and everyone runs very fast. But he was soon stopped. The Hidden Leaf Village has been ordered to take over the fire capital, martial law. Everyone return home and wait for orders. Someone originally wanted to ask why, but his companion tugged at the corner of his clothes. He looked closely, and the baton and kunao in his hands made him shut his mouth. Seeing that the civilians were very cooperative, Uchiha Akane looked at Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, I'm still a little uncomfortable." Uchiha Fugaku answered as he walked, "What's wrong, Aoi?" Uchiha Akane smiled and said to Fugaku, "I thought that based on the area of the Fire City, we only have more than 800 people. We were afraid that this martial law would be difficult to complete. Who would have thought it would go so smoothly?" Uchiha Akane expressed his doubts. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akane and explained gently, "It's no big deal. These guys are different from the troublemakers in our Konoha. They have been abused by the nobles for a long time. This is our way of making a statement to them in a friendly manner." This time, Uchiha Fugaku finally witnessed the moral character of these nobles. Under the training of these guys, the people of the Fire City have become good citizens. The noble lord doesn't care about you that much. If you don't obey, he will really beat you to death. Konoha has strict rules that require ninjas not to attack civilians at will. Even the previously impatient Uchiha clan members only dared to use illusions to scare them and take revenge. The reputation of this place is so bad. In this environment, one can imagine the quality of the unruly people in Konoha. Uchiha Akane nodded, "Indeed." Then he sighed and said, "Uchiha K is probably still there reforming those hooligans." He recalled the scenes in the reformatory and couldn't help laughing out loud. Uchiha Fugaku looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? You are laughing so happily." Uchiha Aoi described the situation to him. "Fugaku, you don't know how funny this is. That guy Uchiha Ko let those guys bask in the full Sunday. He said what it's called, right, stand at attention. No one in the gang is allowed to move. If they do, Uchiha Ko will beat them with batons. And there were some stupid instructions, like turn left, turn back, etc. This is really training them like dogs. Who knows, Uchiha K might even go to the Inyazuka clan to ask for advice." Uchiha Fugaku listened to Uchiha Akane's words patiently, but frankly, he couldn't find the joke funny. Isn't this obviously about cultivating their obedience? It's just about enhancing conditioned reflexes. From a methodological point of view, there is really no problem at all. But it does not look good. Even though Uchiha Fugaku didn't understand the joke, he still listened carefully. No matter what he said, he felt that he had patience. Unlike his father, he found his father more and more annoying. I just want to complete the mission with him, it's interesting. Although he didn't understand what was so funny about Aoi, just watching him speak so energetically made Uchiha Fugaku feel as if his heart had come alive. After Uchiha Akane happily told everything, he found that Uchiha Fugaku didn't even laugh. I just feel that the fruits of my labor are not respected. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku and asked, Fugaku, isn't it funny, why aren't you laughing? Fugaku quickly forced a smile. Uchiha Akane was shocked, too ugly, Fugaku, how come you can't even laugh, you bastard? As he said this, Uchiha Akane grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's face with his hands, pulled it apart, and put on a smiling face. That's it. Come on, raise your eyebrows a little. Yes, that's it. Uchiha Fugaku patiently followed Uchiha Akane's arrangements. Letting him manipulate her as he pleased, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akane obediently. But Uchiha Akane always felt something was wrong. He pondered. Yes, there is no vitality. Uchiha Akane smiled to himself, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, his bright and cheerful smile fully revealed. Fugaku, it is like this. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Akane pulling his mouth and couldn't hold back. An innocent smile appeared. Uchiha Akane looked at him and asked in surprise, Fugaku, how did you do it? Tell me. It's actually alive. Fugaku said calmly, because you. Uchiha, you laughed loudly. I told you, my teaching ability is top-notch. Uchiha and Hinata-lan stayed in a house on the edge of the capital. Hinata-lan said to Uchiha respectfully, Hokage-sama, this is the information that the Joint Defense Force has investigated. Uchiha's mouth twitched, and he pointed at the pile of things in front of him. There are so many. The information in front of him was almost piling up into a mountain. Don't you know to only give him important information? Really, he is not as sensible as Uchiha Fugaku. Sensing the Hokage's dissatisfaction, Hinata-lan hurriedly explained, Hokage, these materials are important evidence. Uchiha was dumbfounded. Are these bastards so unscrupulous? The Joint Defense Force only investigated for 1 day, and so many dirty things came out? Hinata-lan was also a little speechless. Hokage-sama, these nobles are simply termites of the Fire Nation. Every official is not clean and has a long history of bad deeds. The Fire City is just terrible. Even a ninja clan leader like Hinata-lan, who has a bad character and is used to seeing dirty things, thinks these people are too despicable. They can hardly be called human beings. Uchiha glanced at him sideways. What are you pretending for? Are you still pretending, old fox? Konoha isn't that clean. Uchiha felt that Hinata-lan was pretending to be innocent. It's insane that you're already old. Why are you pretending to be a good person? Hinata-lan just felt that he was very innocent, although he was not a good person. But these guys are even more outrageous. They have truly broken their own limits. Compared with them, I am just a rookie. In terms of playing, we are still in the stage of primitive accumulation of capital, while others are already developed countries. How can this be compared? Hinata-lan felt that his explanation was not convincing, so he turned over one of the pages and handed it to Uchiha. Uchiha took it and looked at it doubtfully. He was mesmerized at first sight, and Hinata-lan handed him the tea. Uchiha took it and looked down. Puff! Hinata-lan was sprayed in the face. Hinata-lan used a small water jutsu on himself, and then used wind jutsu to weather it. He said aggrievedly, Hokage-sama, you are causing trouble for innocent people. Uchiha smiled awkwardly, Patriarch Lan, I'm very sorry. Then he pointed to the content in the book and said, but it is true that the content here is too exaggerated. He actually put the wine glass in the woman's embroidered shoes and drank from it alternately with others. It's too outrageous. This really broke the limit of Uchiha. It's so cool. Top-notch lungs. Hinata-lan nodded in agreement, and he also approved. Uchiha looked back, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. He threw the book heavily to the ground. That's too much. Hinata-lan was also very angry and said, these people have been living in comfort for too long, and gradually they no longer regard civilians as their own people. They are competing to massacre civilians near the Fire City, to see who can kill the most people. Uchiha was very angry, but he could tolerate anything else. There's nothing wrong with liking to bring pie, it's just a personal preference. What impact can it have on the overall situation? I won't bother with them because of these contents. But this matter really touched Uchiha's bottom line. Uchiha will not allow such an inhuman guy to live in this world. He shouted to Hinata-lan, order the Joint Defense Forces to behead all those who participated in the massacre. Don't leave anyone behind. Hinata-lan replied, yes, etc. Uchiha added, gather the people nearby at the entrance of the vegetable market and watch them being beheaded. Let everyone know that the era of treacherous officials in power is over. The Hidden Leaf Village does not allow such people to exist. Hinata-lan said, understood. Then just execute it quickly. In the world of ninja, the faster things are done, the better. Uchiha became more and more annoyed here. Grass. These bastards. He could tolerate corruption and the like, but Uchiha could not accept this kind of direct and blatant treatment of civilians as human beings. It is this distorted world that makes these bastards so arrogant. There is no need to worry about retaliation for bullying civilians. When the time comes, just tell Konoha directly. We can just send a group of ninjas to deal with them. If they are not afraid, they will not restrain themselves. In feudal dynasties, monarchs did not pity the common people, but he knew that if he pushed them too far, these civilians would eventually overthrow his world. That's why they will be more restrained and less exploitative. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Loving the people like one's own children is not because the monarch truly likes the people. Instead, they knew that once all these people united, they would create a huge wave and create a force that could destroy the world. Their relationship to the people is like that of a farmer to his livestock. Farmers will take good care of their livestock, and if a thief comes, the farmer will do his best to protect him. But once the pigs are fattened, it's time to eat. The farmer would definitely not hesitate and would kill it decisively. But can you say that the farmer's previous love for livestock was fake? This is probably the relationship between the monarch and the people. I didn't have any extraordinary powers in my previous life. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties will not reach an unbalanced state. When one side pushes too hard, the other side will always resist. In the end, the party that is forcing you will give in. But this world is different because of the extraordinary power of ninja. The ninja village and the country support each other. Many times when a rebellion occurs, the appearance of ninjas can easily overwhelm the other side. This has led to a state of arrogance among the nobles, to the point where not only have many vulgar practices emerged, but the treatment of civilians has even reached the point of massacre. This is no longer an ordinary noble. Uchiha suppressed his nausea and flipped through the rest of the content. It really exceeded Uchiha's understanding. Many words appeared that Uchiha had never heard of before. For example, if it's a jar dog, Uchiha would never have thought that such a thing would be related to humans. The meaning is very vivid, that is, there are servants who specifically wait for the nobles to lick their poop clean after they finish pooping. This is too lazy to even wipe it off. Uchiha looked at him. How is it? Hinata-lan replied, the heads have already fallen to the ground. Uchiha was not surprised, as ninjas never do things in a sloppy manner. If this happens, they will definitely kill first and then talk about it, and there will never be an amnesty in the autumn. In Yes' view, a crime is a crime, and there is no such thing as an autumn amnesty. Uchiha looked at Hinata-lan with an inexplicable smile. Hinata-lan felt frightened and a little cold when he looked at her. He remembered the two young men from the Uchiha clan that he saw on the road. Although they should be friends, Hinata-lan always feels something is weird. The serious Uchiha inside should be the one helping the Yu family. Lan felt uncomfortable being watched by Ya. On the one hand, I thought that the hokage was almost 20 years old and still had no wife. Uchiha Setsuna has been preparing for that thing for so long, hasn't he chosen one yet? Hinata-lan was a little puzzled, but then he remembered that Uchiha Setsuna had always come to the Hokage clan to ask for money. Hinata-lan suddenly felt that he had seen through everything. Could it be Lord Hokage likes members of the Hokage clan? Hinata-lan suddenly became excited. It turned out that the Hokage was not coveting her. That was good. As for protecting the family bloodline, this is the strongest third-generation Hokage, who even conquered the daimyo. What's wrong with the Hokage clan marrying the daughter of the head family? In this regard, the Hokage clan's bottom line is still very flexible. At least Hinata-lan is not that kind of pedantic person. Hinata-lan smiled and said to Uchiha, Hokage, my daughter is still waiting to be married, it's just right for you. Uchiha was stunned for a moment. After all, really didn't understand how his love was involved. He looked at Hinata-lan with a strange look in his eyes. Hinata clan leader, if I remember correctly, your daughter is only 8 years old. Hinata-lan didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and said to Uchiha, Hokage-sama, this kind of relationship must be cultivated from childhood. Don't worry, my little Jinner is extremely beautiful, she is gentle and beautiful, and she will definitely not let you down. Hokage-ran also hopes that Uchiha will call him father-in-law. Uchiha was overwhelmed when he saw the same look of urging marriage as Uchiha Setsuna. What are they thinking about all day long? However, being able to make the Hokage clan, who protect the family bloodline more than their own lives, willing to marry the daughter of the main family means that he is capable. However, with the blood of the Uchiha, Hokage and Senju families mixed together, what kind of child will be produced in the end? To be honest, Uchiha is still very much looking forward to it. He looked at Hinata-lan, whose face was burning with anger, and said, go away, 8 years old, you can do such a thing. As he walked out, he said to Hinata-lan, you have to look through all the materials in this room for me, and then select the ones who deserve to die the most. I will execute them all at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Finally, looking at the frustrated Hinata-lan, he said, you are not allowed to come out until you finish watching. Uchiha left happily, and he originally felt a little guilty. but since Hinata-lan teased me like this, I don't feel any guilt. Uchiha really likes being a hands-off boss. Uchiha Fugaku said to Uchiha who was walking towards him, Hokage-sama. Looked at Fugaku, the father of the two Mangekyo in the original work, but he didn't know what Mikato was like. But why did Fugaku spend all day with Uchiha Akari, whose name he had never heard of? To describe them as inseparable would be an understatement. Smiled and nodded at him. I secretly complained in my heart, I have indeed never heard of it in Naruto, but I know about it in other places. Will he turn into jade? Uchiha suddenly thought at this moment, it seems that Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo was awakened because of the death of his friend. He turned his head to look at Uchiha Akane who was grinning foolishly beside him. Could it be him? But before Uchiha could imagine anything, Uchiha Aoi came over. Hokage-sama, I have developed a very powerful genjutsu. I feel like I can make a lot of money. Uchiha felt dizzy, and being an Uchiha, he kept talking about gold and copper. No need to think, this is another abnormal Uchiha. Said, tell me about it. Uchiha Yui spoke eloquently, Hokage-sama, this illusion technique of mine can be stored for a long time, and it can be continuously operated as long as chakra is provided. I have an idea to place the illusion scroll in a room to provide a constant supply of chakra. Let people who are expecting something come in and see what they want to see. Uchiha Yui became more and more excited as he spoke, Hokage-sama, this thing has great potential. Uchiha pursed his lips and said, indeed, it is very profitable, but isn't it a waste of talent? Uchiha Akane was puzzled. Isn't this enough to make money? Uchiha Fugaku was dumbfounded on the side. As an Uchiha, instead of studying powerful illusion techniques, he spent all day pondering over some weird ninjutsu. The Hokage actually followed his lead and Fugaku felt his cognition collapse. Uchiha replied, can you make the scroll able to cast illusions on everyone within a certain range?